Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 1, Dudley, demented the hottest day of the summer so far, was drawing to a close, and a drowsy silence lay over the large square houses of privet drive cars that were usually gleaming stood dusty in their drives and lawns that were once emerald green lay parched, and yellowing. The use of hose pipes had been banned due to drought deprived of their usual car washing and lawn mowing pursuits. The inhabitants of Privet Drive had retreated into the shade of their cool houses' windows thrown wide in the hope of tempting in a non-existent breeze. The only person left outdoors was a teenage boy who was lying flat on his back in a flower bed outside number, for he was a skinny, black-haired, bespectacled boy who had the pinched, slightly unhealthy look of someone who has grown a lot in a short space of time. His jeans were torn and dirty, his t-shirt baggy and faded, and the saws of his trainers were peeling. Away for the uppers Harry Potter's appearance did not endear him to the neighbors, who were the sort of people who thought scruffiness ought to be punishable by law. But as he had hidden himself behind a large hydrangea bush this evening, he was quite invisible to passers-by. In fact, the only way he would be spotted was if his Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia stuck their heads out of the living room window and looked straight down into the flower bed below. On the whole, Harry thought he was to be congratulated on his idea of hiding here. He was not. Perhaps very comfortable lying on the hot, hard earth, but on the other hand, nobody was glaring at him, grinding their teeth so loudly that he could not hear the news, or shooting nasty questions at him, as had happened every time he had tried sitting down in the living room and watching television with his aunt and uncle. Almost as though this thought had fluttered through the open window, Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, suddenly spoke, glad to see the boy. "Stop trying to, but in where is he anyway?" "I don't know," said Aunt Petunia, unconcernedly. "Not in the house," Uncle Vernon grunted, watching the news. He said scathingly, "I'd like to know what he's really up to," as if a normal boy cares what's on the news. "Dudley hasn't got a clue what's going on. Doubt he knows who the Prime Minister is anyway. It's not as if there'd be anything about his lot on our news," Vernon Shue said. Aunt Petunia, the windows open. "Oh yes, sorry dear." The Dursley fell silent. Harry listened to a jingle about fruit and bran breakfast cereal while he watched Mrs. Figg, a batty, cat-loving old lady from nearby, wisteria walk amble slowly past. She was frowning and muttering to herself. Harry was very pleased that he was concealed behind a bush Mrs. Figg had recently taken to asking him around for tea. Whenever she met him in the street, she had rounded the corner and vanished from view before Uncle Vernon's voice floated out of the window again. "Dudder's out for tea at the Pocus," said Aunt Petunia fondly. "He's got so many little friends. He's so popular." Harry repressed a snort with difficulty. The Dlee really were astonishingly stupid about their son Dudley. They had swallowed all his dim-witted lies about having tea with a different member of his gang every night of the summer holidays. Harry knew perfectly well that Dudley had not been to tea anywhere. He and his gang spent every evening vandalizing the play park, smoking on street corners, and throwing stones at passing cars and children. Harry had seen them at it during his evening walks around Little Wing. He had spent most of the holidays wandering the streets, scavenging newspapers from bins along the way. The opening notes of the music that heralded the 7 o'clock news reached Harry's ears, and his stomach turned over. Perhaps tonight, after a month of waiting, would be the night record numbers of stranded holiday makers fill airports as the Spanish baggage handler strike reaches its second week. "Give him a lifelong siesta," I would, snarled Uncle Vernon over the end of a newsreader. Sentence, but no matter outside in the flower bed, Harry's stomach seemed to unclench If anything had happened, it would surely have been the first item on the news. Death and destruction were more important than stranded holiday makers. He let out a long, slow, low breath and stared up at the brilliant blue sky. Every day this summer had been the same, the tension, the expectation, the temporary relief, and then mounting tension again, and always growing more. Insistent all the time, the question of why. Nothing had happened yet. He kept listening just in case there was some small clue not recognized for what it really was by the muggles, an unexplained disappearance perhaps, or some strange accident. But the baggage handler strike was followed by news on the drought in the southeast. I hope Hune's listening next door, bellowed Uncle Vernon with his sprinklers on at 3 a.m. Then a helicopter that had almost crashed in a field ensued then. A famous actress's divorce from her famous husband asked. If we're interested in their sordid affairs, sniffed Aunt Petunia, who had followed the case obsessively in every magazine. She could lay her bony hands on Harry, close his eyes against the now blazing evening sky, as the newsreader said, and finally Bungie, the buddy, has found a novel way of keeping cool this summer. Bungie, who lives at the Five Feathers in Barnsley, has learned to water ski Mary Dorkins when to find out more. Harry opened his eyes again. If they had reached water skiing budgerigars. There was nothing else worth hearing. He rolled cautiously onto his front and raised himself onto his knees and elbows, preparing to crawl out from under the window. He had moved about 2 in when several things happened in very quick succession. A loud, echoing crack broke the sleepy silence like a gunshot. A cat streaked out from under a parked car and flew out of sight. A shriek, a bellowed oath, and the sound of breaking china came from the Durrell living room. And as though Harry had been waiting for this signal, he jumped to his feet at the same time, pulling from the waistband of his jeans a thin wooden wand, as if he were unsheathing his sword. But before he could draw himself up to full height, the top of his head collided with the dirtily open window, and the resulting crash made Aunt Petunia scream. Even louder Harry felt as if his head had been split in 2. Eyes streaming, he swayed, trying to focus on the street and spot the source of the noise, but he had barely staggered upright again when 2 large purple hands reached through the open window and closed tightly around his throat. Put it away, Uncle Vernon snarled in Harry's ear now. Before anyone sees get off me, Harry G. gasped. For a few seconds they struggled, Harry pulling at his uncle's sausage-like fingers with his left hand, his right maintaining a firm grip on his raised wand. Then, as the pain in the top of Harry's head gave a particularly nasty throb, Uncle Vernon yelped and released Harry as though he had received an electric shock. Some invisible force seemed to have surged through his nephew, making him impossible to hold. Panting, Harry fell forward over the hydrangea bush, straightened up, and stared around. There was no sign of what had caused the loud cracking noise, but there were several faces peering through various nearby windows. Harry stuffed his wand hastily back into his jeans and tried to look innocent. Lovely evening, shouted Uncle Vernon, waving at Mrs. Number 7, who was glaring from behind her net. Curtains, did you hear that car backfire just now? Gave Petunia and me quite a turn. He continued to grin in a horrible manic way until all the curious neighbors had disappeared from their various windows. Then the grin became a grimace of rage as he beckoned Harry back toward him. Harry moved a few steps closer, taking care to stop just short of the point at which Uncle Vernon's outstretched hands could resume their strangling. What the devil do you mean by it, boy? Asked Uncle Vernon in a croaky voice that trembled with fury. What do I mean by what's said? Harry coldly. He kept looking left and right up the street, still hoping to see the person who had made the cracking noise, making a racket like a starting pistol right outside. I didn't make that noise, said Harry firmly. Aunt Petunia's thin, horsey face now appeared beside Uncle Vernon's wide purple one. She looked livid. Why were you lurking under our window? Yes, good point, Petunia. What were you doing under our window, boy, listening to the news, said Harry in a resigned voice. His aunt and uncle exchanged looks of outrage, listening to the news again. Well, it changes every day, you see, said Harry. Don't you be clever with me, boy. I want to know what you're really up to, and don't give me any more of this listening to the news, TSH. You know perfectly well that your lot careful Vernon breathed to Petunia, and Uncle Vernon lowered his voice so that Harry could barely hear him, that your lot don't get on our news. That's all you know, said Harry. The Dursley goggled at him for a few seconds. Then a Petunia said, you're a nasty little liar. What are all those? She too lowered her voice so that Harry had a lip read the next word. Owls doing if they're not bringing you news. Said Uncle Vernon in a triumphant whisper. Get out of that one, boy. As if we didn't know you get all your news from those pestilential birds. Harry hesitated for a moment. It cost him something to tell the truth this time, even though his aunt and uncle could not possibly know how bad Harry felt at admitting that the owls aren't bringing me news, said Harry tonelessly. I don't believe it, said Aunt Petunia. At once, no more ado. I said, Uncle Vernon, forcefully. We know you're up to something funny, said Aunt Petunia. We're not stupid, you know, said Uncle Vernon. Well, that's news to me, said Harry, his temper rising. And before the Dursley could call him back, he had wheeled about, crossed the front lawn, stepped over the low garden wall, and was striding off up the street. He was in trouble now, and he knew it. He would have to face his aunt and uncle later and pay the price for his rudeness. But he did not care very much. Just at the moment, he had much more pressing matters on his mind. Harry was sure that the cracking noise had been made by someone operating or deaerating. It was exactly the sound Dobby the house elf made when he vanished in a thin air. Was it possible that Dobby was here in Privet Drive? Could Dobby be following him right at this very moment? As this thought occurred, he wheeled around and stared back down Privet Drive, but it appeared to be completely deserted again, and Harry was sure that DBBY did not know how to become invisible. He walked on, hardly aware of the route he was taking, for he had pounded these streets so often lately that his feet carried him to his favorite haunts automatically. Every few steps he glanced back over his shoulder. Someone magical had been near him as he lay among Aunt Petunia's dying bonus. He was sure of it. Why hadn't they spoken to him? Why hadn't they made contact? Why were they hiding now? And then, as his feeling of frustration peaked, his certainty leaked away. Perhaps it hadn't been a magical sound after all. Perhaps he was so desperate for the tiniest sign of contact from the world to which he belonged that he was simply overreacting to perfectly ordinary noises. Could he be sure it hadn't been the sound of something breaking inside a neighbor's house? Harry felt a dull, sinking sensation in his stomach, and before he knew it, the feeling of hopelessness that had plagued him all summer rolled over him once again. Tomorrow morning he would be awoken by the alarm at 5 o'clock, so that he could pay the owl that delivered the daily profit. But was there any point in continuing to take it? Harry merely glanced at the front page before throwing it aside. These days, when the idiots who ran the paper finally realized that Voldemort was back, it would be headline news, and that was the only kind Harry cared about if he was lucky. There would also be owls carrying letters from his best friends Ron and Hermione, though any expectation he had had that their letters would bring him news had long since been dashed. We can't say much about, what obviously we've been told not to say anything important in case our letters go astray. We're quite busy, but I can't give you details here. There's a fair amount going on. We'll tell you everything when we see you, but when we're going to. See him nobody seemed too bothered with. A precise date Hermione had scribbled, "I expect we'll be seeing you quite soon," inside his birthday card, but how soon was soon as far as Harry could tell from the vague hints in their letters. Hermione and Ron were in the same place, presumably at Ron's parents' house. He could hardly bear to think of the pair of them having fun at the Burrow when he was stuck in Privet Drive. In fact, he was so angry at them that he had thrown both their birthday presents of honeydukes, chocolates away unopened. Though he had regretted this after eating the wilting salad Aunt Petunia had provided for dinner that night. And what were Ron and Hermione busy with? Why wasn't Harry busy? Hadn't he proved himself capable of handling much more than they had? They all forgotten what he had done. Hadn't it been he who had entered that graveyard and watched Cedric being murdered and been tied to that tombstone and nearly killed? Don't think about that, Harry told himself, STLY, for the 100th time that summer it was. Bad enough that he kept revisiting the graveyard in his nightmares without dwelling on it in his waking moments. Too, he turned a corner into Magnolia Crescent. Halfway along, he passed a narrow alleyway down the side of a garage where he had first clapped eyes on his godfather. Sirius at least seemed to understand how Harry was feeling. Admittedly, his letters were just as empty of proper news as Ron and Hermione, but at least they contained words of caution and consolation instead of tantalizing. Hence, I know this must be frustrating for you. Keep your nose clean, and everything will be okay. Be careful, and don't do anything rash. Well, thought Harry as he crossed Magnolia Crescent, turned into Magnolia Road, and headed toward the darkening play park. He had by and large done as Sirius advised. He had at least resisted the temptation to tie his trunk to his broomstick and set off for the Burrow by himself. In fact, Harry thought his behavior had been very good cons, considering how frustrated and angry he felt at being stuck in Privet Drive this long, reduced to hiding in flower beds in the hope of hearing something that might point to what Lord Voldemort was doing. Nevertheless, it was quite galling to be told not to be rash by a man who had served 12 years in the wizard prison Azkaban, escaped, attempted to commit the murder he had been convicted for in the first place, then gone on the run with a stolen hippogriff. Harry vaulted over the locked park gate and set off across the parched grass. The park was as empty as the surrounding streets. When he reached the swings, he sank onto the only one that Dudley and his friends had not yet managed to break, coiled one arm around the chain, and stared moodily at the ground. He would not be able to hide in the Dursley flower bed again tomorrow. He would have to think of some fresh way of listening to the news in the meantime. He had nothing to look forward to but another restless, disturbed night. Because even when he escaped nightmares about Cedric, he had unsettling dreams about long, dark corridors, all finishing in dead ends and locked doors, which he supposed had something to do with the trapped feeling he had when he was awake. Often the old scar on his forehead prickled uncomfortably, but he did not fool himself that Ron or Hermione or Sirius would find that very interesting anymore. In the past, his scar hurting had warned that Voldemort was getting stronger again, but now that Voldemort was back, they would probably remind him that the desk in his dark bedroom. He addressed the first to Sirius, the second to Ron, and the third to Hermione. His owl Hedwig was off hunting her cage, stood empty on the desk. Harry paced the bedroom, waiting for her to come back, his head pounding, his brain too busy for sleep, even though his eyes stung and itched with tiredness. His back ached from carrying Dudley home, and the two lumps on his head where the window and Dudley had hit him were throbbing. Painfully up and down, he paced, consumed with anger and frustration, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists, casting angry looks out at the empty star STWN sky Every time he passed the window, Demena sent to get him Mrs. Figg and Dungus Fletcher, tailing him in secret, then suspension from Hogwarts, and a hearing at the Ministry of Magic, and still no one was telling him what was going on, and what had that howler been about whose voice had echoed so horribly so. Menacingly through the kitchen, why was he still trapped here without information? Why was everyone treating him like some naughty kid? Don't do any more magic, stay in the house. He kicked his school trunk as he passed it, but far from relieving his anger, he felt worse, as he now had a sharp pain in his toe to deal with in addition to the pain in the rest of his body. Just as he limped past the window, Hedwig soared through it with a soft rustle of wings like a small ghost. About time, Harry snarled as she landed lightly on top of her. Kid, you can put that down, I've got work for you. Hedwig's large round amber eyes gazed reproachfully at him over the dead frog clamped at her beak. Come here, said Harry, picking up the 3 small rolls of parchment and a leather thong and tying the scrolls to her scaly leg. Take these straight to Sirius, Ron, and Hermione, and don't come back here without good long replies. Keep pecking them till they've written decent length answers, if you gotta understand. Hedwig gave a muffled, hooting noise, beak still full of frog. Get going then, said Harry. She took off immediately the moment she'd gone. Harry threw himself down onto his bed without undressing and stared at the dark ceiling. In addition to every other miserable feeling, he now felt guilty that he'd been irritable with Hedwig. She was the only friend he had at number 4 Privet Drive, but he'd make it up to her. When she came back with Sirius, Ron's, and Herm's answers, they were bound to write back quickly. They couldn't possibly ignore her. Demeter attack, he'd probably wake up tomorrow. To 3 fat letters full of sympathy and plans for his immediate removal to the burrow. And with that comforting idea, sleep rolled over him, stifling all further thought. But Hewig didn't return. Next morning, Harry spent the day in his bedroom, leaving it only to go to the bathroom 3 times. That day, Aunt Petunia shoved food into his room through the cat flap Uncle Vernon had installed 3 summers ago. Every time Harry heard her approaching, he tried to question her about the howler, but he might as well have interrogated the doorknob for all the answers he got. Otherwise, the Durrell kept well clear of his bedroom. Harry couldn't see the point of forcing his company on them. Another row would achieve nothing except perhaps making him so angry he'd perform more illegal magic. So it went on for 3 whole days. Harry was filled alternately with restless energy that made him unable to settle to anything, during which he paced his bedroom, again furious at the whole lot of them for leaving him to stew in this mess, and with a lethargy so complete that he could lie on his bed for an hour at a time, staring dazedly into space, aching with dread at the thought of the ministry hearing. What if they ruled against him? What if he was expelled and his wand was snapped in half? What would he do? Where would he go? He could not return to living full-time with the Durs, not now that he knew the other world, the one to which he really belonged. Was it possible that he might be able to move into Sirius's house, as Sirius had suggested a year ago before he had been forced to flee from the ministry himself? Would he be allowed to live there alone, given that he was still underage? Or would the matter of where he went next be decided for him? Had his breach of the international statute of secrecy been severe enough to land him in a cell in Aspen? Whenever this thought occurred, Harry invariably slid off his bed and began pacing again on. The 4th night after Hedwig's departure, Harry was lying in one of his apathetic phases, staring at the ceiling, his exhausted mind quite blank. When his uncle entered his bedroom, Harry looked slowly around at him. Uncle Vernon was wearing his best suit and an expression of enormous smugness. We're going out, he said. Sorry, that is to say, your Aunt Dudley and I are going out fine, said Harry. dully looking back at the ceiling. You are not to leave your bedroom while we are away. Okay, you are not to touch the television, the stereo, or any of our possessions, right you. Are not to steal food from the fridge. Okay, I'm going to lock your door, you do that. Uncle Vernon glared at Harry, clearly suspicious of this lack of argument, then stomped out of the room and closed the door behind him. Harry heard the key turn in the lock and Uncle Vernon's footsteps walking heavily down the stairs. A few minutes later, he heard the slamming of car doors, the rumble of an engine, and the unmistakable sound of the car sweeping out. Of the drive, Harry had no particular feeling about the Dursley saying it made no difference to him whether they were in the house or not. He could not even summon the energy to get up and turn on his bedroom light. The room grew steadily darker around him. As he lay listening to the night sounds through the window, he kept open all the time, waiting for the blessed moment when Hedwig returned. The empty house creaked around him. The pipes gurgled. Harry lay there in a kind of stupor, thinking of nothing, suspended in misery, and then quite distinctly he heard a crash in the kitchen below. He sat bolt upright, listening intently. The Dursley couldn't be back. It was much too soon, and in any case he hadn't heard their car. There was silence for a few seconds, and then he heard voices. Burglars, he thought, sliding off the bed on his feet. But a split second later, it occurred to him that burglars would keep their voices down, and whoever was moving around, and it was certainly not troubling to do. So he snatched up his wand from his bedside table and stood facing his bedroom door, listening with all his might. Next moment, he jumped as the lock gave a loud click and his door swung open. Harry stood motionless, staring through the open door at the dark upstairs landing, straining his ears for further sounds, but none came. He hesitated for a moment, and then moved swiftly and silently out of his room to the head of the stairs. His heart shot upward into his throat. There were people standing in the shadowy hall, below, silhouetted against the street light, glowing through the glass door. 8 or 9 of them all, as far as he could see, looking up at him. "Lower your wand, boy, before you take someone's eye out," said a low, growling voice. Harry's heart was thumping uncontrollably. He knew that voice, but he did not lower his wand. "Professor Moody," he said uncertainly. "I don't know so much about Professor," growled the voice. "Never got round to much teaching did I get down here. We want to see you properly." Harry lowered his wand slightly, but did not relax his grip on it. Nor did he move. He had very good reason to be suspicious. He had recently spent 9 months in what he had thought was Matty Moody's company, only to find out that it wasn't Moody at all, but an imposter moreover, who had tried to kill Harry before being unmasked. But before he could make a decision about what to do next, a second, slightly horror voice floated upstairs. "It's all right, Harry, we've come to take you away." Harry's heart Lefty knew that voice too, though he hadn't heard it for more than a year. "Professor Lupin," he said disbelievingly. "Is that you? Why are we all standing in the dark?" said a third voice, this one completely unfamiliar, a woman's Lumo, a tip F. Elstead, illuminating the hall with magical light. Harry blinked. The people below were crowded around the foot of the stairs, gazing intently up at him, some craning their heads for a better look. Remus Lupin stood nearest to him, though still quite young. Lupin looked tired and rather ill. He had more gray hair than when Harry had said goodbye to him, and his robes were more patched and shaber than ever. Nevertheless, he was smiling broadly at Harry, who tried to smile back through the shock. "Oh, he looks just like I thought he would," said the witch, who was holding her lit wand aft. She looked the youngest there. She had a pale, heart-shaped face, dark, twinkling eyes, and short, spiky hair that was a violent shade of violet. "Watch her, Harry." "Yeah, I see what you mean," Remus said, a bald black wizard. Standing farthest back, he had a deep, slow voice, and wore a single gold hoop in his ear. He looks exactly like James, except the eyes, said a wee-voiced, silver-haired wizard at the back Lily's eyes, Matty Moody, who had long grizzled gray hair and a large chunk missing from his nose, was squinting suspiciously at Harry. Through his mismatched eyes, one of the eyes was small, dark, and beady, the other large, round. An electric blue, the magical, that could see through walls, doors, and the back of Moody's. On head, are you quite sure? It's him, Lupin, he growled it. Be a nice lookout if we bring back some Death Eater. Impersonating him, we ought to ask him something only the real Potter would know, unless anyone brought any veritas from Harry. What form does your Patronus take? Said Lupin. A stag. Said Harry nervously. That's him mad. I said Lupin. Harry descended the stairs, very conscious of everybody still staring at him, stowing his wand into the back pocket of his jeans. As he came, don't put your wand there. Boy, roared Moody, what if it? Ignited better wizards than you have lost buttocks, you know who. You know who's lost a buttock? The violet-haired woman asked him. Why, interestedly. Never you mind, you just keep your wand out of your back pocket, growled Matty. Elementary wants safety, nobody bothers about it anymore. He stumped off toward the kitchen, and I saw that he added irritably, as the woman rolled her eyes at the ceiling. Lupin held out his hand and shook Harry's. How are you? He asked, looking at Harry. Closely fine, Harry could hardly believe this was real for weeks, with nothing, not the tiniest hint of a plan to remove him from Privet Drive, and suddenly a whole bunch of wizards was standing matter-of-factly in the house, as though this were a long-standing arrangement. He glanced at the people surrounding Lupin. They were still gazing avidly at him. He felt very conscious of the fact that he had not combed his hair for 4 days. You're really lucky the Dlee are out, he mumbled. Lucky, ha, said the violet-haired woman. It was me that lured them out of the way, sent a letter by Muggle Post telling them they'd been shortlisted for the All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn competition. They're heading off to the prize giving right now. But they think they are. Harry had a fleeting vision of Uncle Vernon's face when he realized there was no All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn competition. We are leaving, aren't we? He asked. Soon, almost at once, said Lupin, we're just waiting for the all clear. Where are we going to burrow? Harry asked. Hopefully not the burrow, no, said Lupin, motioning Harry toward the kitchen. The little knot of wizards followed, all still eyeing Harry. Curiously too risky, we've set up headquarters somewhere undetectable. It's taken a while. Matey Moody was now sitting at the kitchen table, swigging from a hip flask as magical, spinning in all directions, taking in the Dlee mini labor-saving appliances. This is Oster Moody, Harry Lupin continued, pointing toward Moody. Yeah, I know, said Harry. Uncomfortably, it felt odd to be introduced to somebody he thought he'd known for a year. And this is Nidora. Don't call me Nymphadora Remus, said the young witch with a shudder. It's Tonks Nymphadora Tonks, who prefers to be known by her surname only, finished Lupin. So would you if your fool of a mother had called you Nymphadora, muttered Tonks. And this is Kingsley Shacklebolt. He indicated the tall black wizard, who bowed. Elf is Doge the Wee. Voiced wizard nodded. Deus Diggle we've met before squeaked. The excitable Diggle, dropping his top hat, Emmeline Vance, a stately-looking witch in an emerald green shawl, inclined her head. Sturgis Podmore, a square-jawed wizard with thick straw-colored hair, winked. And he's a Jones, a pink-cheeked black-haired, which waved from next to the toaster Harry, inclined his head awkwardly at each of them. As they were introduced, he wished they would look at something other than him. It was as though he had suddenly been ushered on stage. He also wondered why so many of them. Were there a surprising number of people volunteer to come and get you, said Lupin, as though he had read Harry's mind. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Well, the more the better, said Moody darkly, Rearguard Potter. We're just waiting for the signal to tell us it's safe to set off, said Lupin, glancing out of the kitchen window. We got about 15 minutes very clean. Aren't they, these muggles? Said the witch called Tonks, who was looking around the kitchen with great interest. My dad's muggle-born, and he's a right old slob. I suppose it varies, just like with wizards, yeah, said Harry. Look, he turned back to Lupin. What's going on? I haven't heard anything from anyone. What's these? Several of the witches and wizards made odd hissing noises. Deus Diggle dropped his hat again, and Moody growled, shut up. What? Said Harry. We're not discussing anything here. It's too risky, said Moody, turning his normal eye on Harry as magical I remained. Pointing up at the ceiling, damn, he added, angrily putting a hand up to the magical eye. It keeps sticking ever since that scum wore it, and with a nasty squelching sound, much like a plunger being pulled from a sink, he popped out as I'm mad. Why, you do know that's disgusting. Don't you? Said Tonks conversationally. Give me a glass of water. Would you? Harry asked Moody. Harry crossed to the dishwasher, took out a clean glass, and filled it with water at the sink, still watched eagerly by the band of wizards. Their relentless staring was starting to annoy him. Cheers, said Moody when Harry handed him the glass. He dropped the magical eyeball into the water and prodded up and down. The eye whizzed around, staring at them all in turn. I want 360 degrees visibility on the return journey. How are we getting wherever we're going? Harry asked. Brooms, said Lupin. Only way, you're too young to apparate. They'll be watching the Flu Network, and it's more than our life's worth to set up an unauthorized Portkey Remus. Says you're a good flyer, said Kingsley Shacklebolt. In his deep voice, H.E.K. excellent, said Lupin, who was checking his watch. Anyway, you'd better go and get packed, Harry. We want to be ready to go. When the signal comes, I'll come and help you, said Tonks brightly. She followed Harry back into the hall and up the stairs, looking around with much curiosity and interest. Funny place. She said it's a bit too clean. Do you know what I mean? Bit unnatural. Oh, this is better, she added, as they entered Harry's bedroom. And he turned on the light. His room was certainly much messier than the rest of the house. Confined to it for 4 days, in a very bad mood, Harry had not bothered tidying up after himself. Most of the books he owned were strewn over the floor, where he tried to distract himself with each in turn, and thrown it aside. Hedwig's cage needed cleaning out and was starting to smell, and his trunk lay open, revealing a jumbled mixture of muggle clothes and wizard's robes that had spilled onto the floor. Around it, Harry started picking up books and throwing them hastily into his trunk. Tonks paused at his open wardrobe to look critically at her reflection in the mirror on the inside of the door. You know, I don't think purple's really my color, she said, pensively tugging at a lock of spiky hair. Do you think it makes me look a bit peaky here? Said Harry, looking up at her over the top of Quidditch teams of Britain and Ireland. Yeah, it does, said Ton decisively. She screwed up her eyes in a strained expression, as though she were struggling to remember something. A second later, her hair had turned bubblegum pink. How did you do that? Said Harry, gaping at her. As she opened her eyes again, I'm a metamorphmagus, she said, looking back at her reflection and turning her head so that she could see her hair from all directions. It means I can change my appearance. Well, she added, spotting Harry's puzzled expression in the mirror behind her. I was born one. I got top marks in concealment and disguise during aura training without any study at all. It was great. You're an hour, said Harry, impressed. Being a dark wizard catcher was the only career he'd ever considered after Hogwarts. Yeah, said Tonks, looking proud. Kingsley is as well. He's a bit higher up than I am, though. I only qualified a year ago. Nearly failed on stealth and tracking. I'm dead clumsy. Did you hear me break that plate when we arrived downstairs? Can you learn how to be a metamorphmagus? Harry asked her, straightening up, completely forgetting about packing. Tonks chuckled. Bet you wouldn't mind. hiding that scar. Sometimes her eyes found the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. No, I wouldn't mind, Harry mumbled, turning away. He did not like people staring at his scar. Well, you'll have to learn the hard way, I'm afraid, said Tonks' metamorph magi. Are really rare, they're born, not made. Most wizards need to use a wand or potion to change their appearance. But we've got to get going, Harry. We supposed to be packing, she added, guiltily looking around at all the mess on the floor. Oh yes, said Harry, grabbing up a few more books. Don't be stupid, it'll be much quicker if I pack, cried Tonks, waving her wand in a long sweeping movement over the floor. Books, closed telescope, and scales all soared into the air and flew pell-mell into the trunk. It's not very neat, said Tonks, walking over to the trunk and looking down at the jumble inside. My mom's got this knack of getting stuff to fit itself and neatly. She even gets the socks to fold themselves, but I've never mastered how she does it. It's a kind. A flick, she flicked her wand. Hopefully one of Harry's socks gave a feeble sort of wiggle and flopped back on top of the mess within. Well, said Tonks, slamming the trunk's lid shut. At least it's all Annette could do, with a bit of cleaning to scourgify. She pointed her wand at Hedwig's cage. A few feathers and droppings vanished. Well, that's a bit better. I've never quite got the hang of these sort of household spells, right? Got everything cauldron broom. Wow. Firebolt, her eyes widened as they fell. On the broomstick in Harry's right hand, it was his pride and joy, a gift from Sirius, an international standard broomstick. And I'm still riding a Comet 260, said Tonks enviously. Oh well, one still in your jeans, both buttocks still on okay? Let's go Locomo trunk. Harry's trunk rose a few inches into the air, holding her wand like a conductor's baton. Tonks made it hover across the room and out of the door ahead of them. Hedwig's cage in her left hand. Harry followed her down the stairs, carrying his broomstick. Back in the kitchen, Moody had replaced his eye, which was spinning so fast after its cleaning it made Harry feel sick. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Sturgis Podmore were examining the microwave, and Heza Jones was laughing at a potato peeler she had come across while rummaging in the drawers. Lupin was sealing a letter addressed to the Dursley Excellent, said Lupin, looking up as Tun and Harry entered. We've got about a minute. I think we should probably get out into the garden, so we're ready. Harry, I've left a letter telling your aunt and uncle not to worry. They won't, said Harry, that you're safe. That'll just depress them, and you'll see them next summer. Do I have to? Lupin smiled, but made no answer. Come here, boy, said Moody, gruffly beckoning Harry toward him with his wand. I need to disillusion. You need to what? Said Harry, nervously. Disillusionment charm, said Moody, raising his wand. Lupin says you've got an invisibility cloak, but it won't stay on while we're flying. This will disguise. You better. Here you go. He rapped Harry hard on the top of the head, and Harry felt a curious sensation as though Moody had just smashed an egg there. Cold trickles seemed to be running down his body from the point the wand had struck. Nice. 1M-E-Y, said Tonks, appreciatively staring at Harry's midriff. Harry looked down at his body, or rather what had been his body, for it didn't look anything like his anymore. It was not invisible. It had simply taken on the exact color and texture of the kitchen unit. Behind him, he seemed to have become a human chameleon. Come on, said Moody, unlocking the back door with his wand. They all stepped outside onto Uncle Vernon's beautifully kept lawn. Clear night, grunted Moody, his magical EY, scanning the heavens. Could have done with a bit more cloud cover, right you? He barked at Harry. We're going to be flying in close formation. Tonks will be right in front of you. Keep close on her tail. Lupin will be covering you from below. I'm going to be behind you. The rest will be circling us. We don't break ranks for anything. Got me if one of us is killed. Is that likely? Harry asked apprehensively. But Moody ignored him. The others. Keep flying. Don't stop. Don't break ranks if they take out all of us. and you survive Harry the rear guard, are standing by to take over, keep flying east, and they'll join you. Stop being so cheerful, Matt, he'll think we're not taking this seriously, said Tonks, as she strapped Harry's trunk in Hedwig's cage into a harness hanging from a broom line. Just telling the boy the plan, growled Moody. Our job's to deliver him safely to headquarters. And if we die in the attempt, no one's going to die, said Kingsley Shacklebolt in his deep, calming voice. Mount your brooms, that's the first signal, said Lupin sharply, pointing into the sky. Far, far above them, a shower of bright red sparks had flared among the stars. Harry recognized them at once as Onion sparks. He swung his right leg over his firebolt, gripped its handle tightly, and felt it vibrating slightly, as though it was as keen as he was to be up in the air. Once more, second signal, Leighton. Go, said Lupin loudly, as more sparks, green this time, exploded high above them. Harry kicked off hard from the ground. The cool night air rushed through his hair as the neat square gardens of Privet Drive fell away, shrinking rapidly into a patchwork of dark greens and blacks, and every thought of the ministry hearing was swept from his mind as though the rush of air had blown it out of his head. He felt as though his heart was going to explode with pleasure. He was flying again, flying away from Privet Drive as he'd been fantasizing about all summer. He was going home for a few glorious moments. All his problems seemed to recede in a nothing insignificant in the vast starry sky. Hard left, there's a muggle looking up, shouted Moody from behind him. Tonks swerved, and Harry followed her, watching his trunk swinging wildly beneath her broom. We need more height. Give it another quarter of a mile. Harry's eyes watered in the chill as they soared upward. He could see nothing below now but tiny pinpricks of light that were car headlights and street lamps. Two of those tiny lights might belong to Uncle Vernon's car. The Durrell will be heading back to their empty house, right now full of rage about the non-existent lawn competition, and Harry laughed aloud at the thought, though his voice was drowned by the flapping of the others' robes, the creaking of the harness holding his trunk in the cage, the whoosh of the wind in their ears as they sped through the air. He had not felt this alive in a month, or this happy bearing south, shouted Maddie. By the town ahead. They soared right, so that they did not pass directly over the glittering spiderweb of lights below. Bear southeast. And keep climbing. There's some low cloud ahead. We can lose ourselves, and called Moody. We not going through clouds, shouted Tonks, angrily. Wet gets soaked him. Harry was relieved to hear her say this. His hands were growing numb on the firebolt's handle. He wished he had thought to put on a coat. He was starting to shiver. They altered their course every now and then, according to Medi instructions. Harry's eyes were screwed up against the rush of icy wind that was starting to make his ears ache. He could remember being this cold on a broom only once before, during the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff in his third year, which had taken place in a storm the guard around him was circling continuously like giant birds of prey. Harry lost track of time. He wondered how long they had been flying. It felt like an hour, at least. Turning southwest, yelled Moody, we want to avoid the motorway. Harry was now so chilled that he thought longingly for a moment of the snug, dry interiors of the cars streaming along below, then even more longingly of traveling by flue powder. Might be uncomfortable to spin around in fireplaces, but it was at least warm in the flames. Kingsley Shacklebolt swooped around in bald pate and earring gleaming slightly in the moonlight. Now Emmeline Vance was on his right, her wand out, her head turning left and right. Then she too swooped over him, to be replaced by Sturgis Podmore. We ought to double back for a bit, just to make sure we're not being followed. Moody shouted, are you mad? Tons screamed from the front. We're all frozen to our brooms. If we keep going off course, we're not going to get there until next week. We're nearly there now. Time to start the descent came. Lupin's voice followed Harry. Harry followed Tonks into a dive. They were heading for the largest collection of lights he had yet seen, a huge, sprawling, crisscrossing mass, glittering in lines and grids interspersed with patches of deepest black lower, and lower they flew until Harry could see individual headlights and street lamps, chimneys, and television aerials. He wanted to reach the ground very much, though. He felt sure that someone would have to unfreeze him from his broom here. Wigo called Tonks, and a few seconds later, she had landed Harry, touched down right behind her, and dismounted on a patch of unkempt grass in the middle of the small square. Tonks was already unbuckling Harry's. Trunk-shivering Harry looked around. The grimy fronts of the surrounding houses were not welcoming. Some of them had broken windows glimmering dully in the light from the street lamps. Paint was peeling from many of the doors, and heaps of rubbish lay outside several sets of front steps. "Where are we?" Harry asked, but Lupin said quietly in A. Minute Moody was rummaging in his cloak, his gnarled hands clumsy with cold. "Got it," he muttered, raising what looked like a silver cigarette lighter into the air and clicking at the nearest street lamp. Went out with a pop. He clicked the unlight again. The next lamp went out. He kept clicking until every lamp in the square was extinguished, and the only light in the square came from curtained windows and the sickle moon overhead borrowed it from. "Dumbledore," growled Moody, pocketing the put outer that'll. "Take care of any muggles looking out of the window. Seen now. Come on quick." He took Harry by the arm and led him from the patch of grass across the road and onto the pavement. Lupin and Tonks followed, carrying Harry's trunk. Between them the rest of the guard, all with their wands out flanking them. The muffled pounding of stereo was coming from an upper window in the nearest house. A pungent smell of rotting rubbish came from the pile of bulging bin. "Bags just inside the broken gate here," Moody muttered, thrusting a piece of parchment toward Harry's disillusioned hand and holding his lit wand close to it so as to illuminate the writing. Read quickly and memorize. Harry looked down at the piece of paper. The narrow handwriting was vaguely familiar. It said, "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12 Grimel Place, London, chapter 4, number 12 Grimel Place." "What's the order of the Harry?" began Not Here Boy. Snarled Moody. "Wait till we're inside." He pulled the piece of parchment out of Harry's hand and set fire to it with his wand tip as the message curled into flames and floated to the ground. Harry looked around the houses again. They were standing outside number 11. He looked to the left and saw number 10 to the right, however, was number 13. "But we're think about what you've just memorized," said Lupin quietly. Harry thought, and no sooner had he reached the part about number 12 Grimel Place than a battered door emerged out of nowhere between numbers 11 and 13, followed swiftly by dirty walls and grimy windows. It was as though an extra house had inflated, pushing those on either side out of its way. Harry gaped at the stereo, and number 11 fed on apparently the muggles inside. "Had even felt anything come on. Hurry," growled Moody, prodding Harry in the back. Harry walked up the worn stone steps, staring at the newly materialized door. This black paint was shabby and scratched. The silver door knocker was in the form of a twisted serpent. There was no keyhole or letterbox. Lupin pulled out his wand and tapped the door. Once Harry heard many loud metallic clicks and what sounded like the clatter of a chain. The door creaked open, getting quick. Harry, Lupin whispered, "But don't go far inside, and don't touch anything." Harry stepped over the threshold into the almost total darkness of the hall. He could smell damp dust, and a sweetish rotting smell. The place had the feeling of a derelict building. He looked over his shoulder and saw the others filing in behind. Lynn and Tonks carrying his trunk, and Hedwig's cage Moody was standing on the top step and releasing the balls of light that Putto had stolen from the street lamps. They flew back to their bulbs, and the square beyond glowed momentarily with orange light before Moody limped inside and closed the front door so that the darkness in the hall became complete here. He rapped Harry hard over the head with his wand. Harry felt as though something hot was trickling down his back this time, and knew that the disillusionment charm must have lifted now. Stay still, everyone, while I give us a bit of light in here, Moody whispered. The others' hushed voices were giving Harry an odd feeling of foreboding. It was as though they had just entered the house of a dying person. He heard a soft hissing noise, and then old-fashioned gas lamps sputtered into life all along the walls, casting a flickering, insubstantial light over the peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpet of a long, gloomy hallway where a cobwebby chandelier glimmered overhead, and age-blackened portraits hung crooked on the walls. Harry heard something scuttling behind the baseboard. Both the chandelier and the candelabra on a kiddie table nearby were shaped like serpents. There were hurried footsteps, and Ron's mother, Mrs. Weasley, emerged from a door at the far end of the hall. She was beaming in welcome as she hurried toward them, though Harry noticed that she was rather thinner and paler than she had been last time he had seen her. "Oh, Harry, it's lovely to see you," she whispered, pulling him into a rib-cracking hug before holding him at arm's length and examining him critically. "You're looking peaky. You need Faye feeding up, but you'll have to wait a bit for dinner, I'm afraid." She turned to the gang of wizards behind him and whispered urgently, "He's just arrived. The meeting started." The wizards behind Harry all made noises of interest and excitement and began filing past Harry toward the door, through which Mrs. Weasley had just come. Harry made to follow Lupin, but Mrs. Weasley held him back. "No, Harry, the meeting's only for members of the Order. Ron and Herm are upstairs. You can wait with them until the meeting's over, and then we'll have dinner. And keep your voice down in the hall," she added in an urgent whisper. "Why, I don't want to wake anything up. What? Gee, I'll explain later. I've got to hurry. I'm supposed to be at the meeting. I'll just show you where you're sleeping," pressing her finger to her lips. She led him on tiptoes past a pair of long moth-eaten curtains behind which Harry supposed there must be another door, and after skirting a large umbrella stand that looked as though it had been made from a severed troll's leg, they started up the dark staircase, passing a row of shrunken heads mounted on plaques on the wall. A closer look showed Harry that the heads belonged to house elves. All of them had the same rather snout-likey nose. Harry's bewilderment deepened with every step he took. What on earth were they doing in a house that looked as though it belonged to the darkest of wizards? "Mrs. Weasley, why, Ron and Hermione will explain everything, dear. I've really got to dash," Mrs. Weasley whispered distractedly. They had reached the second landing of the door on the right. "I'll call you when it's over," and she hurried off downstairs again. Harry crossed the dingy landing, turned the bedroom doorknob, which was shaped like a serpent head, and opened the door. He caught a brief glimpse of a gloomy, high-ceilinged, twin-bedded room. Then there was a loud, twittering noise, followed by an even louder shriek, and his vision was completely obscured by a large quantity of very bushy hair. Herm had thrown herself onto him in a hug that nearly knocked him flat, while Ron's tiny owl pigeon zoomed excitedly round and round their heads. "Harry, Ron, he's here. Harry's here. We didn't hear you arrive. Oh, how are you? Are you all right? Have you been furious with us? I bet you have, I know. Our letters were useless, but we couldn't tell you anything. Dumbledore made us swear we wouldn't know. We've got so much to tell you, and you got to tell us the Dementors when we heard, And that ministry hearing, it's just outrageous. I've looked it all up. They can't expel you. They just can't. There's provision in the decree for the restriction of underage sorcery for the use of magic and life-threatening situations. Let him breathe, Hermione, said Ron, grinning, closing the door behind Harry. He seemed to have grown several more inches during their month apart, making him taller and more gangly looking than ever, though the long nose, bright red hair, and freckles were the same. Hermione, still beaming, let go of Harry. But before she could say another word, there was a soft whooshing sound, and something white soared from the top of a dark wardrobe and landed gently on Harry's shoulder. Hedwig the snowy owl clicked her beak and nibbled his ear affectionately as Harry stroked her feathers. She's been in a right state, said Ron, pecked his half-tail. Death, when she brought your last letters, look at this. He showed Harry the index finger of his right hand, which sported a half-healed but clearly deep cut. Well, yeah, Harry said sorry about that. But I wanted answers, you know, we wanted to give them to you. Mate said Ron. Hermione was going spare. She kept saying you'd do something stupid if you were stuck all on your own without news. But Dumbledore made us swear not to tell me, said Harry. Yeah, Hermione already said. The warm glow that had flared inside him at the sight of his two best friends was extinguished as something icy flooded the pit of his stomach all of a sudden after yearning to see them for a solid month. He felt he would rather Ron and Hermione left him alone. There was a strained silence in which Harry stroked Hedwig automatically, not looking at either of the others. He seemed to think it was best, said Hermione, rather breathlessly. Dumbledore. I mean, right, said Harry. He noticed that her hands too bore the marks of Hedwig's beak, and found that he was not at all sorry. I think he thought you were safest with the muggles, Ron began. Yeah, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Have either of you been attacked by dementors this summer? Well, no. But that's why he's had people from the Order of the Phoenix tailing you all the time. Harry felt a great jolt in his guts, as though he had just missed a step going downstairs. So everyone had known he was being followed, except him. Didn't work that well, though, did it? Said Harry, doing his utmost to keep his voice even. Had to look after myself, after all, didn't I? He was so angry, said Hermione, in an almost a struck voice. Dumbledore, we saw him when he found out Mundungus had left before his shift had ended. He was scary. Well, I'm glad he left. Harry said coldly, if he hadn't, I wouldn't have done magic, and Dumbledore would probably have left me at Privet Drive all summer. Aren't you worried about the Ministry of Magic hearing? Said Hermione quietly. No, Harry lied. Defiantly, he walked away from them, looking around with Hedwig nestled contentedly on his shoulder. But this room was not likely to raise his spirits. It was dank and dark. A blank stretch of canvas in an ornate picture frame was all that relieved the barness of the peeling walls, and as Harry passed it, he thought he heard someone lurking out of sight snigger. So, why Dumbledore be so keen to keep me in the dark? Harry asked, still trying hard to keep his voice casual. Did you bother to ask him at all? He glanced up just in time to see them exchanging a look that told him he was behaving just as they had feared. He would have did nothing to improve his temper. We told Dumbledore we wanted to tell you what was going on, said Ron. We did, mate. But he's really busy now. We've only seen him twice since we came here, and he didn't have much time. He just made us swear not to tell you important stuff. When we wrote, he said the owls might be intercepted. He could still be kept me informed if he'd wanted a Harry. Said shortly, you're not telling me he doesn't know ways to send messages without owls. Hermione glanced at Ron and then said, I thought that too, but he didn't want you to know anything. Maybe he thinks I can't be trusted, said Harry, watching their expressions. Don't be thick, said Ron, looking highly disconcerted. Or that I can't take care of myself, of course. He doesn't think that, said Hermione anxiously. So how come I have to stay at the Durrell while you two get to join in everything that's going on? Here, said Harry the words, tumbling over. One another in a rush, his voice growing louder with every word. How come you two are allowed to know everything that's going on? We're not, Ron interrupted Mom. Won't let us near the meetings. She says we're too young. But before he knew it, Harry was shouting. So you haven't been in the meetings? Big deal, you've still been here. Haven't you? You've still been together, me. I've been stuck at the Dolly for a month, and I've handled more than you Tove ever managed, and Dumbledore knows it who saved the sorcerer. Stone, who got rid of Riddle, who saved both your skins from the Dementors. Every bitter and resentful thought that Harry had had in the past month was pouring out of him, his frustration at the lack of news, the hurt that they had all been together without him, his fury at being followed and not told about it, all the feelings. He was half ashamed to have finally burst their boundaries. Hedwig took fright at the noise and soared off on top of the wardrobe again. Pigeon twittered in alarm and zoomed even faster around their heads, who had to get past dragons and sphinxes and every other foul thing last year, who saw him come back, who had to escape from him. Ron was standing there with his mouth half open, clearly stunned and at a loss for anything to say, while Hermione looked on the verge of tears. But why should I know what's going on? Why should anyone bother to tell me what's been happening, Harry? We wanted to tell you. We really did, Hermione began Cant. V wanted it that much. Can you, or you'd, have sent me an owl? But Dumbledore made you swear. Well, he did for weeks. I've been stuck in Privet Drive nicking papers out of him to try and find out what's been going on. We wanted to, I suppose you've been having a real laugh. Haven't you all holed up here together? No, honest, Harry, we're really sorry, said Hermione, desperately, her eyes now sparkling with tears. You're absolutely right, Harry. I'd be furious if it was me. Harry glared at her, still breathing deeply, then turned away from them again. Pacing up and down, Hewig hooted glumly from the top of the wardrobe. There was a long pause, broken only by the mournful creak of the floorboards below Harry's feet. What is this place, anyway? He shot at Ron and Hermione. Headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, said Ron. At once, is anyone going to bother telling me what the Order of the Phoenix? It's a secret society, said Hermione quickly. Dumbledore in charge. He founded it. It's the people who fought against you know who last time. Who's in it, said Harry, coming to a halt with his hands in his pockets. Quite a few people we've met, about 20 of them, said Ron. But we think there are more. Harry glared at them. Well, he demanded, looking from one to the other, said Ron. Well, what Voldemort, said Harry furiously, and both Ron and Herm winced. What's happening? What's he up to? Where is he? What are we doing to stop him? We've told you the Order don't let us in on their meetings, said Herm nervously. So, we don't know the details, but we've got a general idea, she added hastily, seeing the look on Harry's face. Fred and George have invented extendable ears. See, said Ron, they're really useful extendable ears. Only we've had to stop using them lately, because Mom found out and went berserk. Fred and George had to hide them all to stop Mom bending them. But we got a good bit of use out of them before Mom realized what was going on. We know some of the Order are following known Death Eaters, keeping tabs on them. Some of them are working on recruiting more people to the Order, said Hermione, and some of them are standing guard over something, said Ron. They're always talking about guard duty. Couldn't have been me, could it, said Harry sarcastically. Oh, yeah, said Ron with a look of dawning comprehension. Harry snorted. He walked around the room again, looking anywhere but at Ron and Hermione. So what have you two been doing if you're not allowed in meetings? He demanded. You said you've been busy. We have, said Hermione quickly. We've been decontaminating this house. It's been empty for ages and stuff's been breeding in here. We've managed to clean out the kitchen, most of the bedrooms, and I think we're doing the drawing room. Tomo, ARG, with two loud cracks. Fred and George, Ron's elder twin brothers, had materialized out of thin air In the middle of the room, Pigeon twittered more wildly than ever and zoomed off to join Hedwig on top of the wardrobe stop, doing that Hermione said, weakly to the twins, who were as vividly red-haired as Ron. Though stockier and slightly shorter, hello, Harry, said George, beaming at him. We thought we heard your dullet tones. You don't want to bottle up your anger like that, Harry. Let it all out, said Fred. Also beaming, there might be a couple of people 50 m away who didn't hear you two pass your apparition test. Then asked Harry grumpily with distinction, said Fred, who was holding what looked like a piece of very long flesh-colored string. It would have taken you about 30 seconds longer to walk down the stairs, said Ron. Time is Galleon's little brother, said Fred. Anyway, Harry, you're interfering with reception extendable ears, he added in response to Harry's raised eyebrows, holding up the string which Harry now saw was trailing out onto the landing. We try and hear what's going on downstairs. You want to be careful, said Ron, staring at the ear. If Mom sees one of them again, it's worth the risk at a major meeting they're having, said Fred. The door opened, and a long mane of red hair appeared. Oh, hello, Harry, said Ron's younger sister, Jenny, brightly. I thought I heard your voice, turning to Fred and George. She said it's no go with the extendable ear. She's gone, and put an imperturbable charm on the kitchen door. How do you know, said George, looking crestfallen. Told me how to find out, said Jenny. You just chuck stuff at the door, and if it can't make contact, the door's been imperturbable ears will be able to get under the gap. Fred heaved a deep sigh. Shame I really fancied finding out what. Old Snap's been up to Snape, said Harry quickly. Is he here? Yes, said George, carefully closing the door and sitting down on one of the beds. Fred and Jenny followed, giving a report top secret. Get, said Fred, idly. Hume's on our side. Now, said Hermione reprovingly. Ron snorted. Doesn't stop him being a get the way he looks at us. When he sees us, Bill doesn't like him either, said Jenny, as though that settled the matter. Harry was not sure his anger had abated yet, but his thirst for information was now. Overcoming his urge to keep shouting, he sank onto the bed opposite the others. Is Bill here? He asked. I thought he was working in Egypt. He applied for a desk job so he could come home and work for the order, said Fred. He says he misses the tombs, but he smirked. There are compensations. What you mean? Remember old Fleur Deller, said George. She's got a job at Gratz to improve her English, and Bill's been giving her a lot of private lessons, sniggered Fred. Charlie's in the order too, said George, but he's still in Romania. Dumbledore wants as many foreign wizards brought in as possible, so Charlie's trying to make contacts on his days off. Couldn't Percy do that? Harry asked the last. He had heard the third Weasley brother was working in the Department of Interational Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic. At these words, all the Weasley and Hermione exchanged darkly significant looks. Whatever you do, don't mention Percy in front of Mom and Dad, Ron told Harry in a tense voice. Why not? Because every time Percy's name's mentioned, Dad breaks whatever he's holding, and Mom start crying. Fred said, it's been awful, said Jenny sadly. I think we're well shut of him, said George with an unartistically ugly look on his face. What's happened, Harry? Said Percy, and Dad had a row, said Fred. I've never seen Dad row with anyone like that. It's normally Mom who shouts. It was the first week back after term ended, said Ron. We were about to come and join the order. Percy came home and told us he'd been promoted. You're kidding, said Harry, though he knew perfectly well that Percy was highly ambitious. Harry's impression was that Percy had not made a great success of his first job at the Ministry of Magic. Percy had committed the fairly large oversight of failing to notice that his boss was being controlled by Lord Voldemort, not that the Ministry had believed that they all thought that Mr. Crouch had gone mad. Yeah, we were all surprised, said George, because Percy got into a load of trouble about Crouch. There was an inquiry and everything. They said Percy ought to have realized Crouch was off his rocker and informed a superior. But Percy Crouch left him in charge. He wasn't going to complain. So how come they promoted him? That's exactly what we wondered, said Ron, who seemed very keen to keep normal conversation going now that Harry had stopped yelling. He came home really pleased with himself, even more pleased than usual, if you can imagine that, and told Dad he'd been offered a position in Fudge's. On office, a really good one for someone only a year out of Hogwarts, junior assistant to the minister. He expected Dad to be all impressed. I think only Dad wasn't, said Fred grimly. Why not, said Harry. Well, apparently Fudge has been storming round the ministry checking that nobody's having any contact with Dumbledore, said. George Dumbledore's name's mud with the ministry these days. See, said Fred, they all think he's just making trouble saying you. Know who's back, Dad, says Fudge has made it clear that. Anyone who's in league with Dumbledore can clear out their desk, said George Trouble is Fudge suspects, Dad. He knows he's friendly with Dumbledore, and he's always thought Dad's a bit of a weirdo because of his muggle obsession. But what's this got to do with Percy, asked Harry, confused. I'm coming to that. Dad reckons Fudge only wants Percy in his office because he wants to use him as spy on the family, and Dumbledore Harry let out a low whistle bet. Percy loved that Ron laughed in a hollow sort of way. He went completely berserk. He said loads of terrible stuff. He said he's been having to struggle against Dad's lousy reputation ever since he joined the ministry, and that Dad's got no ambition. And that's why we've always been, not had a lot of money. I mean, what, said Harry in disbelief, as Ginny made a noise like an angry cat. I know, said Ron in a low voice, and it got worse. He said Dad was an idiot to run around with. Dumbledore was heading for big trouble, and Dad was going to go down with him, and that Percy knew where his loyalty lay, and it was with the ministry. And if Mom and Dad were going to become traitors to the ministry, he was going to make sure everyone knew he didn't belong to our family anymore. And he packed his bags the same night and left these living here in London. Now Harry swore under his breath. He had always liked Percy least of Ron's brothers, but he had never imagined he would say such things to Mr. Weasley. Mom's been in a right state, said Ron, crying and stuff. She came up to London to try and talk to Percy, but he slammed the door in her face. I don't know what he does if he meets Dad at work, ignores Amios. But Percy must know Voldemort's back, said Harry slowly. Hugh, not stupid. He must know your mom, and Dad wouldn't risk everything without proof. Yeah, well, your name got dragged into the row, said Ron, shooting Harry a furtive look. Percy said the only evidence was your word, and I know he didn't think it was good. Enough. Percy takes the Daily Prophet seriously, said Herm tartly, and the others all nodded. What are you talking about? Harry asked, looking around at them all. They were all regarding him wearily. Haven't you been getting the Daily Prophet? Hermione asked nervously. Yeah, I have, said Harry. Have you been reading it thoroughly? Hermione asked, still more anxiously. Not cover to cover, said Harry defensively. If they were going to report anything about Voldemort, it would be headline news, wouldn't it? The others flinched at the sound of the name. Herm hurried on. Well, you need to read it cover to pick it up, but they mention you a couple of times a week. But I'd have seen, not if you've only been reading the front page, you wouldn't, said Hermione, shaking her head. I'm not talking about big articles. They just slip you in like you're a standing joke. It's quite nasty, actually, said Hermione in a voice of forced calm. They're just building on Ray stuff, but she's not writing for them anymore. Is she? Oh no, she's kept her promise. Not that she's got any choice, Hermione added with satisfaction, but she laid the foundation for what they're trying to do now, which is what, said Harry impatiently. Okay. She wrote that you were collapsing all over the place and saying your scar was hurting and all that. Yes, said Harry, who was not likely to forget Rita's Skur stories about him in a hurry. Well, they're writing about you as though you're this deluded, attention-seeking person who Thinks he's a great tragic hero, or something, said Harry and very fast, as though it would be less unpleasant for Harry to hear these facts quickly. They keep slipping in snide comments about you. If some far-fetched story appears, they say something like a tale worthy of Harry Potter, and if anyone has a funny accident or anything, it's let's hope he hasn't got a scar on his forehead, or will be asked to worship him next. I don't want anyone to worship. Harry began hotly. I know, you don't, said Hermione. Quickly looking frightened, I know, Harry, but you see what they're doing. They want to turn you into someone nobody will believe. Fudge is behind it. I'll bet anything they want wizards in the street to think you're just some stupid boy who's a bit of a joke who tells ridiculous tall stories because he loves being famous and wants to keep it going. I didn't ask. I didn't want Voldemort killed my parents. Harry spluttered. I got famous because he murdered my family, but couldn't kill me. Who wants to be famous for that? Don't they think I'd rather? It had never, we know, Harry, said Ginny earnestly, and of course they didn't report a word about the Dementor attacking you, said Hermione. Someone's told them to keep that quiet. That should have been a really big story, out of control. Dementors, they haven't even reported that you broke the international statute of secrecy. We thought they would tie in so well with this image of you as some stupid show-off. We think they're biding their time until you're expelled. Then they're really going to go to town. I mean, if you're expelled, obviously, she went on hastily, you really shouldn't be, not if they abide by their own laws. There's no case against you. They were back on the hearing, and Harry did not want to think about it. He cast around for another change of subject, but with save the necessity of finding one by the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Oh, Fred gave the extendable ear a hearty tug. There was another loud crack, and he and George vanished. Seconds later, Mrs. Weasley appeared in the bedroom doorway. The meeting's over. You can come down and have dinner now. Everyone's dying to see you. Harry, and who's left all those dung bombs outside the kitchen door? Crookshanks, said Ginny unblushingly. He loves playing with them. Oh, said Mrs. Weasley. I thought it might have been Creature. He keeps doing odd things like that. Now, don't forget to keep your voices down in the hall, Ginny. Your hands are filthy. What have you been doing? Go and wash. Then before dinner, please. Ginny grimaced at the others and followed her mother out of the room, leaving Harry alone with Ron and Hermione again. Both of them were watching him apprehensively, as though they feared that he would start shouting again now that everyone else had gone the sight of them. Looking so nervous made him feel slightly ashamed. Looking muttered, but Ron shook his head, and Hermione said quietly, we knew you'd be angry, Harry. We really don't blame you, but you've got to understand we did try and persuade Dumbledore. Yeah, I know, said Harry grudgingly. He cast around for a topic to change the subject from Dumbledore. The very thought of him made Harry's insides burn with anger again. Who Creature? He asked the house elf who lives here, said Ron. Nutter, never met one like him. Hermione frowned at Ron. He's not a nutter, Ron. His life's ambition is to have his head cut off and stuck up on a plaque, just like his mother, said Ron irritably. Is that normal, Hermione? Well, if he's a bit strange, it's not his fault. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry. Hermione still hasn't given up on Spew. It's not Spew, said Hermione heatedly. It's the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. And it's not just me. Dumbledore says we should be kind of Creature to you. You, said Ron. Come on, I'm starving. He led the way out of the door and onto the landing, but before they could descend the stairs, hold it, Ron breathed, flinging out an arm to stop Harry and Hermione walking any farther. They're still in the hall. We might be able to hear something. The three of them looked cautiously over the banisters. The gloomy hallway below was packed with witches and wizards, including all of Harry's guard. They were whispering excitedly together. In the very center of the group, Harry saw the dark, greasy-haired head. and prominent nose of his least favorite teacher at Hogwarts, Professor Snape, Harry leaned farther over the banisters. He was very interested in what Snape was doing for the Order of the Phoenix. A thin piece of flesh-colored string ascended in front of Harry's eyes. Looking up, he saw Fred and George on the landing above, cautiously lowering the extendable ear toward the dark, not a people below. A moment later, however, they began to move toward the front door, and out of sight. Damn it, Harry heard Fred whisper as he hoisted the extendable ear back up again. They heard the front door open and then close. Snape never eats here, Ron told Harry quietly. Thank God, come on, and don't forget to keep your voice down in the hall, Harry Hermione whispered as they passed the row of house elf heads on the wall. They saw Lupin, Mrs. Weasley, and Ton at the front door, magically sealing its many locks and bolts behind. Those who had just left were eating down in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley whispered, meeting them at the bottom of the stairs, Harry dear, if you'll just tiptoe across the hall, it's through this door here. Crash Tonks cried, Mrs. Weasley exasperatedly turning to look behind her. I'm sorry, wailed Tonks, who was lying flat on the floor. It's that stupid umbrella stand. That's the second time I've tripped over. But the rest of her words were drowned by a horrible, ear-splitting, blood-curdling screech. The moth-eaten velvet curtains Harry had passed earlier had flown apart, but there was no door behind them. For a split second, Harry thought he was looking through a window behind which an old woman in a black cap was screaming and screaming as though she was being tortured. Then he realized it was simply a life-size portrait, but the most realistic and the most unpleasant he had ever seen in his life. The old woman was drooling, her eyes were rolling, the yellowing skin of her face stretched taut as she screamed, and all along the hall behind them the other portraits awoke and began to yell too, so that Harry actually screwed up his eyes at the noise and clapped his hands over his ears. Lupin and Mrs. Weasley darted forward and tried to tug the curtains shut over the old woman, but they would not close, and she screeched louder than ever, brandishing clawed hands as though trying to tear at their faces. Filth, scum, byproducts of dirt and vest, half-breeds, mutant freaks, begone from this place. How dare you befoul the house of my fathers? Tonks apologized over and over again, at the same time dragging the huge, heavy troll's leg back off the floor. Miss Weasley abandoned the attempt to close the curtains and hurried up and down the hall, stunning all the other portraits with her wand. Then a man with long black hair came charging out of a door facing Harry. Shut up, you horrible old hag, shut up, he roared, seizing the curtain. Mrs. Weasley had abandoned the old woman's face blanched you. She held her eyes popping at the sight of the man. Blood, traitor, abomination, shame of my flesh. I said shut up, roared the man, and with a stupendous effort he and Lupin managed to force the curtains closed again. The old woman's screeches died, and an echoing silence fell. Panting slightly and sweeping his long dark hair out of his eyes, Harry's godfather, Sirius, turned to face him. Hello, Harry, he said grimly. I see you've met my mother. Chapter 5, The Order of the Phoenix, and my dear old mom. Yep, said Sirius. We've been trying to get her down for a month, but we think she put a permanent sticking charm on the back of the canvas. Let's get downstairs quick before they all wake up again. But what's a portrait of your mother doing here? Harry asked, bewildered as they went through the door from the hall and led way down a flight of narrow stone steps. The others just behind them. Hasn't anyone told you this was my parents' house? Said Sirius. But I'm the last black left, so it's mine now. I offered it to Dumbledore for headquarters, about the only useful thing I've been able to do. Harry, who had expected a better welcome, noted how hard and bitter Sirius's voice sounded. He followed his godfather to the bottom of the stairs and through a door leading into the basement kitchen. It was scarcely less gloomy than the hall above, a cavernous room with rough stone walls. Most of the light was coming from a large fire at the far end of the room. A haze of pipe smoke hung in the air like battle fumes, through which loomed the menacing shapes of heavy iron pots and pans hanging from the dark ceiling. Many chairs had been crammed into the room for the meeting, and a long wooden table stood in the middle of the room, littered with rolls of parchment goblets, empty wine bottles, and a heap of what appeared to be rags. Mr. Weasley and his eldest son, Bill, were talking quietly with their heads together at the end of the table. Mrs. Weasley cleared her throat. Her husband, a thin, balding, red-haired man who wore horn-rimmed glasses, looked around and jumped to his feet. "Harry," Mr. Weasley said, hurrying forward to greet him and shaking his hand vigorously. "Good to see you." Over his shoulder, Harry saw Bill, who still wore his long hair in a ponytail, hastily rolling up the lengths of parchment left on the table. "Journey all right?" Harry, Bill called, trying to gather up 12 rolls at once. "Mad I didn't make you come via Greenland, then." "He tried," said Tonks, striding over to help Bill, and immediately sending a candle toppling onto the last piece of parchment. "Oh no, sorry here, dear," said Mrs. Weasley, sounding exasperated, and she repaired the parchment with a wave of her wand. In the flash of light caused by Mrs. Weasley's charm, Harry caught a glimpse of what looked like the plan of a building. Mrs. Weasley had seen him looking. She snatched the plan off the table and stuffed it into Bill's heavily laden arms. "This sort of thing ought to be cleared away promptly at the end of meetings," she snapped before sweeping off toward an ancient dresser from which she started unloading dinner plates. Bill took out his wand, muttered "Evanesco," and the scrolls vanished. "Sit down," Harry said, serious. "You've met Mundungus, haven't you?" The thing Harry had taken to be a pile of rags gave a prolonged grunt, hunting snore, and then jerked awake. "Suman. Say name." Mundungus mumbled sleepily. "I agree with Sirius." He raised a very grubby hand in the air, as though voting. His droopy, bloodshot eyes unfocused. "Ginny giggled the meetings over dung," said Sirius, as they all sat down around him. At the table Harry's arrived, he said, Mundungus peering balefully at Harry through his matted ginger hair. "Blimey. So, is you all right, Harry?" "Yes," said Harry. Mundungus fumbled nervously in his pockets, still staring at Harry, and pulled out a grimy black pipe. He stuck it in his mouth, ignited the end of it with his wand, and took a deep pull on it. Great billowing clouds of greenish smoke obscured him in seconds. "Oh, you apology," grunted a voice from the middle of the smelly cloud. "For the last time, Mundungus," called Mrs. Weasley, "will you please not smoke that thing in the kitchen, especially not when we're about to eat?" Said Mundungus. "Right sorry, Molly." The cloud of smoke vanished as Mundungus stowed his pipe back in his pocket, but an acrid smell of burning socks lingered. "And if you want dinner before midnight, I'll need a hand," Mrs. Weasley said to the room at large. "No, you can stay where you are, Harry, dear. You've had a long journey." "What can I do?" Molly said, Tonks enthusiastically bounding forward. Mrs. Weasley hesitated, looking apprehensive. "No, it's all right, Tonks. You have a rest too. You've done enough today." No, I want to help," said Tonks, brightly knocking over a chair as she hurried toward the dresser from which Ginny was collecting cutlery. Soon a series of heavy knives were chopping meat and vegetables of their own accord, supervised by Mr. Weasley, while Mrs. Weasley stirred a cauldron dangling over the fire, and the others took out plates, more goblets, and food from the pantry. Harry was left at the table with Sirius and Mundungus, who was still blinking mournfully at him. "Seen old Figgy since?" he asked. "No," said Harry. "I haven't seen anyone." "See, I wouldn't have left, said Mundungus, leaning forward, a pleading note in his voice, but I had a business. Opportunity. Harry felt something brush against his knees and started, but it was only Crookshank's Hermione bandy-legged ginger cat, who wounded himself once around Harry's legs, purring, then jumped on Sirius's lap and curled up. Sirius scratched him absent-mindedly behind the ears as he turned still grim-faced to Harry. Had a good summer. So far, no, it's been lousy, said Harry for the first time. Something like a grin flitted across Sirius's face. Don't know what you're complaining about myself, what? Said Harry incred. Well, personally, I'd have welcomed a door attack, a deadly struggle for my soul. Would have broken the monotony. Nicely, you think you've had it bad. At least you've been able to get out and about stretch your legs into a few fights. I've been stuck inside for a month. How come? Asked Harry, frowning. Because the Ministry of Magic's still after me, and Voldemort will know all about me. Being an animus by now, Wormtail will have told him so. My big disguise is useless. There's not much I can do. For the Order of the Phoenix, or so Dumbledore feels. There was something about the slightly flattened tone of voice in which Sirius uttered Dumbledore's name that told Harry that Sirius was not very happy with the headmaster. Either Harry felt a sudden upsurge of affection for his godfather. At least you've known what's been going on, he said bracingly. Oh, yeah, said Sirius sarcastically, listening to Snap's reports. Having to take all his snide hints that he's out there risking his life while I'm sat on my backside here, having a nice, comfortable time asking me how the cleaning's going. What cleaning? Asked Harry. Trying to make this place fit for human habitation, said Sirius, waving a hand around the dismal kitchen. No one's lived here for 10 years, not since my dear mother died, unless you count her old house elf, and he's gone round a twist, hasn't cleaned anything in ages. Sirius said Mundungus, who did not appear to have paid any attention to this conversation, but had been minutely examining an empty goblet. This solid silver mate, yes, said Sirius, surveying it with distaste. Finest 15th century goblin, wrought silver embossed with a black family crest that had come off, though, muttered Mundungus, polishing it with his cuff. Fred George. And oh, just carry them, Mrs. Weasley, shrieked Harry. Sirius and Mundungus looked around, and a split. Second later, dived away from the table. Fred and George had bewitched day. Large cauldron of stew, an iron flagon of butterbeer, and a heavy wooden breadboard complete with knife to hurtle through the air toward them. The stew skidded the length of the table and came to a halt just before the end, leaving a long black burn on the wooden surface. The flagon of butterbeer fell with a crash, spilling its contents everywhere, and the bread knife slipped off the board and landed point down and quivering ominously exactly where Sirius is right. Hand had been seconds before 4. Heaven sake, screamed Mrs. Weasley. There was no need. I've had enough of this. Just because you're allowed to use magic now, you don't have to whip your wands out for every tiny little thing. We just try to save a bit of time, said Fred, hurrying forward and wrenching the bread knife out of the table. Sorry, Sirius. Mate, didn't mean to. Harry and Sirius were both laughing. Mundungus, who had toppled backward off his chair, was swearing as he got to his feet. Crookshanks had given an angry hiss and shot off under the dresser from when his large yellow eyes glowed in the darkness. Boys, Mr. Weasley said, lifting the stew back into the middle of the table, your mother's right. You're supposed to show a sense of responsibility. Now you've come of age, none of your brothers caused this sort of trouble. Mrs. Weasley raged at the twins, slamming a fresh flagon of butterbeer onto the table and spilling almost as much again. Bill didn't feel the need to apparate. Every few feet, Charlie didn't charm. Everything he met Percy. She stopped dead, catching her breath with a frightened look at her husband, whose expression was suddenly wouldn't Leeton eat, said Bill quickly, "It looks wonderful, Molly," said Lupin, ladling stew onto a plate for her, and handing it across the table. For a few minutes there was silence, but for the plates and cutler, and the scraping of chairs as everyone settled down to their food. Then Mrs. Weasley turned to Sirius and said, "I've been meaning to tell you there's something trapped in that writing desk in the drawing room. It keeps rattling and shaking. Of course, it could just be a budget, but I thought we ought to ask Alistair to have a look at it before we let it out. Whatever you like," said Sirius indifferently. "The curtains in there are full of doxies, too," Mrs. Weasley went on. "I thought we might try and tackle them tomorrow." "I look forward to it," said Sirius. Harry heard the sarcasm in his voice, but he was not sure that anyone else did. Opposite Harry, Tonks was entertaining Hermione and Ginny by transforming her nose between mouthfuls, screwing up her eyes each time with the same pained expression she had worn back in Harry's bedroom. Her nose swelled to a beak-like protuberance like Snape's, shrank to something resembling a button mushroom, and then sprouted a great deal of hair from each nostril. Apparently this was a regular mealtime entertainment, because after a while Hermione and Ginny started requesting their favorite noses do that, one like a pig snout. Tonks obliged, and Harry, looking up, had the fleeting impression that a female Dudley was grinning at him from across the table. Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Lupin were having an intense discussion about goblins. "They're not giving anything away yet," said Bill. "I still can't work out whether they believe he's back or not. Of course, they might prefer not to take sides at all. Keep out of it. I'm sure they'd never go over to who," said Mr. Weasley, shaking his head. "They've suffered losses too, remember that. Goblin family he murdered last time somewhere near Nottingham." "I think it depends what they're offered," said Lupin, "and I'm not talking about gold. If they're offered freedoms we've been denying them for centuries, they're going to be tempted. Have you still not had any luck with Ragnarok Bill? He's feeling pretty anti-wizard at the moment," said Bill. "He hasn't stopped raging about the Bagman business. He reckons the ministry did a cover up those goblins. Never got their gold from him. A gale of laughter from the middle of the table drowned the rest of Bill's words. Fred, George, Ron, and Mundungus were rolling around in their seats, and then choked Mundungus, tears running down his face. And then, if you'll believe it, he says to me, "Erdon, where did you get all them toads from? See some son of a bludgergon, and nicked all mine." And I says, "Nicked all your toads, or what next? So you'll be wanting some more then." And if you'll believe me, lads, the Gormless gargoyle buys all his own toads back off me for twice what he paid in the first place. I don't think we need to hear any more of your business dealings. Thank you very much, Mundungus," said Mrs. Weasley sharply, as Ron slumped forward onto the table, howling with laughter. "Beg pardon, Molly," said Mundungus, at once wiping his eyes and winking at Harry. "But he nicked him, or W.I. Harris, in the first place. So I wasn't really doing nothing wrong. I don't know where you learned about right and wrong, Mundungus, but you seem to have missed a few crucial lessons," said Mrs. Weasley coldly. Fred and George buried their faces in their goblets of butterbeer. George was hiccuping for some reason. Mrs. Weasley threw a very nasty look at Sirius before getting to her feet and going to fetch a large rhubarb crumble for pudding. Harry looked Wendy at his godfather. "Molly doesn't approve of Mundungus," said Sirius in an undertone. "How come he's in the order?" Harry said very quietly. "He's useful," Sirius muttered, "knows all the crooks. Well, he would seem as he's one himself. But he's also very loyal to Dumbledore, who helped him out of a tight spot once. Pay to have someone like Dung around. He hears things we don't, but Molly thinks inviting him to stay for dinner is going too far. She hasn't forgiven him for slipping off duty when he was supposed to be tailing you 3 helpings of rhubarb crumble and custard later. of the waistband on Harry's jeans was feeling uncomfortably tight, which was saying something as the jeans had once been Dudley's. He laid down a spoon in a lull in the general conversation. Mr. Weasley was leaning back in his chair, looking replete and relaxed. Hun was yawning widely, her nose now back to normal, and Ginny, who had lured Crookshanks out from under the dresser, was sitting cross-legged on the floor rolling. Butterbeer corks for him to chase, nearly time for bed. I think, said Mrs. Weasley on a yawn. Not just yet, Molly said, Sirius, pushing away his empty plate. And turning to look at Harry, you know I'm surprised at you. I thought the first thing you'd do when you got here would be to start asking questions about Voldemort. The atmosphere in the room changed with the rapidity Harry associated with the arrival of Durs, where seconds before it had been. Sleepily relaxed, it was now alert, even tense a free one had. Gone around the table at the mention of Voldemort's name. Lupin, who had been about to take a sip of wine, lowered his goblet, slowly looking wary. I did, said Harry indignantly. I asked Ron and Hermione, but they said we not allowed in the order so. And they're quite right, said Mrs. Weasley, you're too young. She was sitting bolt upright, her chair of fists clenched upon its arms, every trace of drowsiness gone since. When did someone have to be in there? Order of the Phoenix to ask questions, ask Sirius. Harry's been trapped in that muggle house for a month. He's got the right to know what's been hang on, interrupted George loudly. How come Harry gets his questions answered, said Fred angrily. We've been trying to get stuff out of you for a month, and you haven't told us a single stinking thing, said Georgia. Too young, you're not in the order, said Fred in a high-pitched voice that sounded uncannily like his mother's. Harry's not even of age. It's not my fault you haven't been told what the order. Doing, said Sirius calmly, that's your parents' decision. Harry, on the other hand, it's not down to you to decide what's good for Harry, said Mrs. Weasley sharply. Her normally kindly face looked dangerous. You haven't forgotten what Dumbledore said, I suppose, which bit Sirius asked politely, but with an air as though readying himself for a fight. The bit about not telling Harry more than he needs to know, said Mrs. Weasley, placing a heavy emphasis on the last three words. Ron, Hermione, and Fred and George's heads turned from Sirius to Mrs. Weasley, as though following a rally. Ginny was kneeling amid a pile of abandoned butterbeer corks, watching the conversation with her mouth slightly open. Lupin's eyes were fixed on Sirius. I don't intend to tell him more than he needs to know, Molly, said Sirius. But as he was the one who saw Voldemort come back again, there was a collective shudder around the table at the name. He is more right than most. H.E.K. Nada, member of the Order of the Phoenix, said Mrs. Weasley Hune. Only 15 in, and he's dealt with as much as most in the order, said Sirius. And more than some. No one's denying what he's done, said Mrs. Weasley, her voice rising, her fist trembling in the arms of her chair. But he's still H.E.K., not a child, said Sirius impatiently. H.E.K., not an adult either, said Mrs. Weasley, the color rising in her cheeks. Hugh, not James Sirius. I'm perfectly clear who he is. Thanks, Molly, said Sirius coldly. I'm not. Sure you are, said Mrs. Weasley. Sometimes the way you talk about him, it's as though you think you've got your best friend back. What's wrong with that, said Harry. What's wrong, Harry, is that you are not your father, however much you might look like him, said Mrs. Weasley, her eyes still boring into Sirius. You are still at school, and adults responsible for you should not forget it, meaning I'm an irresponsible godfather, demanded Sirius, his voice rising, meaning you've been known to act rashly, Sirius, which is why Dumbledore keeps reminding you to stay at home and let leave my instructions from Dumbledore out of this, if you please, said Sirius loudly. Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley, rounding on her husband. Arthur, back me up. Mr. Weasley did not speak at once. He took off his glasses and cleaned them slowly on his robes, not looking at his wife, only when he had replaced them carefully on his nose, did he say, "Dumbledore knows the position has changed, Molly. He accepts that Harry will have to be filled in to a certain extent now, that he is staying at headquarters, yes, but there's a difference between that and inviting him to ask whatever he likes personally," said Lupin, quietly looking away from Sirius at last, as Mrs. Weasley turned quickly to him, hopeful that finally she was about to get an ally. "I think it better that Harry gets the facts, not all the facts, Molly, but the general picture from us rather than a garbled version from others." His expression was mild, but Harry felt sure that Lupin at least knew that. Some extendable ears had survived Mrs. Weasley's purge. "Well said, Mrs. Weasley," breathing deeply and looking around the table for support that did not come. "Well, I can see. I'm going to be overruled. I'll just say this, Dumbledore must have had his reasons for not wanting Harry to know too much, and speaking as someone who's got Harry's best interests at heart." "H.E.K., not your son," said Sirius quietly. "H.E.K. As good as said." Mrs. Weasley fiercely, "Who else has he got? He's got me, yes," said Mrs. Weasley, her lip curling. "The thing is, it's been rather difficult for you to look after him while you've been locked up in Azkaban, hasn't it?" Sirius started to rise from his chair. "Molly, you're not the only person at this table who cares about Harry," said Lupin sharply. "Saru, sit down." Mrs. Weasley's lower lip was trembling. Sirius sank slowly back into his chair's face. "White, I think Harry ought to be allowed to say in this," Lupin continued, "H.E.K. old enough to decide for himself." "I want to know what's been going on," Harry said at once. He did not look at Mrs. Weasley. He had been touched by what she had said about his being as good as a son, but he was also impatient at her mollycoddling. Sirius was right. He was not a child. "Very well," said Mrs. Weasley, her voice cracking. "Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, the first one you out of this kitchen now." There was instant uproar. "We of age," Fred and George bellowed together. "If Harry's allowed, why can't I?" shouted Ron. "Mom, I want to," wailed Ginny. "And no," shouted Mrs. Weasley, standing up, her eyes over bright. "I absolutely forbid, Molly. You can't stop Fred." And George said, Mr. Weasley wearily, "They are of age. They're still at school, but they're legally adults now," said Mr. Weasley in the same tired voice. Mrs. Weasley was now scarlet in the face. "Oh, all right then, Fred and George can stay, but Ron, Harry'll tell me, and Hermione, everything you say anyway," said Ron hotly. Won't you?" he added, uncertainly meeting Harry's eyes. For a split second, Harry considered telling Ron that he wouldn't tell him a single word, that he could try a taste of being kept in the dark and see how he liked it, but the nasty impulse vanished as they looked at each other. "Course I will, Harry," said Ron, and Hermione beamed. "Fine," shouted Mrs. Weasley. "Fine, Ginny. Bed, Ginny." Did not go quietly. They could hear her raging and storming at her mother all the way up the stairs, and when she reached the hall, Mrs. Black's ear-splitting shrieks were added to the D. Lynn hurried off to the portrait to restore calm. It was only after he had returned, closing the kitchen door behind him and taking his seat at the table again, that Sirius spoke. "Okay, Harry, what do you want to know?" Harry took a deep breath and asked the question that had been obsessing him for a month. "Where's Voldemort? What's he doing? I've been trying to watch the Muggle news," he said, ignoring the renewed shudders and whines at the name. "And there hasn't been anything that looks like him yet. No funny deaths or anything. That's because there haven't been any suspicious deaths yet," said Sirius. "Not as far as we know anyway. And we know quite a lot more than he thinks we do anyway," said Lupin. "How come he stopped killing people?" Harry asked. He knew that Voldemort had murdered more than once in the last year alone, because he doesn't want to draw attention to himself at the moment, said Sirius. "It would be dangerous for him. His comeback didn't come off quite the way he wanted it to, you see. He messed it up Or rather you messed it up for him, said Lupin with a satisfied smile. How Harry asked perplexedly. You weren't supposed to survive, said Sirius. Nobody apart from his Death Eaters was supposed to know he'd come back. But you survived to bear witness. And the very last person he wanted alerted to his return the moment he got back was Dumbledore, said Lupin. And you made sure Dumbledore knew at once. How has that helped? Harry asked. Are you kidding? Said Bill incredulously. Dumbledore was the only one you know who was ever scared of, thanks to you. Dumbledore was able to recall the Order of the Phoenix about an hour after Voldemort returned, said Sirius. So what's the Order been doing? Said Harry, looking around at them all, working as hard as we can to make sure Voldemort can't carry out his plans, said Sirius. How? You know what his plans are? Harry asked quickly. Dumbledore's got a shrewd idea, said Lupin, and Dumbledore's shrewd ideas normally turn out to be accurate. So what does Dumbledore reckon he's planning? Well, firstly, he wants to build up his army again, said Sirius. In the old days, he had huge numbers at his command. Witches and wizards he bullied or bewitched into following him, his faithful Death Eaters, a great variety of dark creatures. You heard him planning to recruit the giants. Well, there'll be just one group he's after. He's certainly not going to try and take on the Ministry of Magic with only a dozen Death Eaters. So you're trying to stop him getting more followers? We're doing our best, said Lupin. How? Well, the main thing is to try and convince as many people as possible that you know who really has returned, to put them on their guard, said Bill. It's proving tricky though. Why? Because of the Ministry's attitude, said Tonks. You saw Cornelius Fudge after who came back, Harry. Well, he hasn't shifted his position at all. He's absolutely refusing to believe it's happened. But why, said Harry desperately, why is he being so stupid if Dumbledore? Oh, well, you've put your finger on the problem, said Mr. Weasley with a wry smile. Dumbledore Fudge is frightened of him, you see, said Tonks sadly. Frightened of Dumbledore, said Harry, incredulously. Frightened of what he's up to, said Mr. Weasley. You see, Fudge thinks Dumbledore is plotting to overthrow him. He thinks Dumbledore wants to be Minister of Magic, but Dumbledore doesn't want a course. He doesn't, said Mr. Weasley. He's never wanted the minister's job, even though a lot of people wanted him to take it when Mint Bag retired Fudge came to power instead. But he's never quite forgotten how much popular support Dumbledore had, even though Dumbledore never applied for the job. Deep down, Fudge knows Dumbledore is much clever, that he is a much more powerful wizard. And in the early days of his ministry, he was forever asking Dumbledore for help and advice, said Lupin. But it seems that he's become fond of power now and much more confident. He loves being Minister of Magic, and he's managed to convince himself that he's the clever one, and Dumbledore simply stirring up trouble for the sake of it. How can he think that, said Harry angrily. How can he think Dumbledore would just make it all up, that I'd make it all up? Because accepting that Voldemort's back would mean trouble like the Ministry hasn't had to cope with for nearly 14 years, said Sirius bitterly. Fudge just can't bring himself to face it. It's so much more comfortable to convince himself Dumbledore lying to destabilize him. You see the problem, said Lupin, while the Ministry insists there is nothing to fear from Voldemort. It's hard to convince people he's back, especially as they really don't want to believe in the first place. What's more, the Ministry is leaning heavily on the Daily Prophet not to report any of what they're calling Dumbledore's rumor-mongering, so most of the wizarding community are completely unaware anything's happened, and that makes them easy targets for the Death Eaters if they're using the Imperious Curse. But you're telling people, aren't you, said Harry, looking around at Mr. Weasley. Sirius, Bill, Mundungus, Lupin, and Tonks, you're letting people know he's back. They all smiled humorlessly. Well, as everyone thinks I'm a mad mass murderer, and the Ministry's put a 10,000 galleon price on my head, I can hardly stroll up the street and start handing out leaflets. Can I said Sirius restlessly, and I'm not a very popular dinner guest with most of the community, said Lupin, it's an occupational hazard of being a werewolf. Tonks and Arthur would lose their jobs at the ministry if they started shooting their mouths off, said Sirius, and it's very important for us to have spies inside the ministry, because you can bet Voldemort will have them. We've managed to convince a couple of people, though, said Mr. Weasley. Tonk here, for one, she's too young to have been in the Order of the Phoenix last time, and having Oris on our side is a huge advantage. Kingsley Shacklebolt's been a real asset, too. He's in charge of the hunt for Sirius. So he's been feeding the ministry information that Sirius is in Tibet. But if none of you is putting the news out that Voldemort's back, Harry began, who said none of us was putting the news out, said Sirius. Why? You think Dumbledore in such trouble? What you mean? Harry asked. They trying to discredit him, said Lupin. Didn't you see the Daily Prophet last week? They reported that he'd been voted out of the chairmanship of the International Confederation of Wizards because he's getting old and losing his grip. But it's not true. He was voted out by Ministry Wizards after he made a speech announcing Voldemort's return. They demoted him from Chief Warlock on the Wizengamot. That's the Wizard High Court, and they're talking about taking away his Order of Merlin First Class too. But Dumbledore says he doesn't care what they do as long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog card, said Bill, grinning. It's no laughing matter, said Mr. Weasley shortly. If he carries on defying the ministry like this, he could end up in Avon, and the last thing we want is Dumbledore locked up while. You know who knows Dumbledore's out there, and wise to what he's up to, he's going to go cautiously for a while. If Dumbledore's out of the way, well, you know who will have a clear field. But if Voldemort's trying to recruit more Death Eaters, it's bound to get out that he's come back, isn't it, asked Harry. Desperately, Voldemort doesn't march up to people's houses and bang on their front doors, Harry said. He tricks jinxes and blackmails them. He's well practiced at operating in secrecy in any case. Gathering followers is only one thing he's interested in. He's got other plans, 2 plans. He can put into operation very quietly indeed, and he's concentrating on them at the moment. What's he after apart for followers? Harry asked. Swiftly, he thought he saw Sirius and Lupin exchanged the most fleeting of looks before Sirius said stuff he can only get by stealth. When Harry continued to look puzzled, Sirius said like a weapon something he didn't have last time when he was powerful before. Yes, like what kind of weapon? Said Harry. Something worse then the Avada Kedavra. That's enough. Mrs. Weasley spoke from the shadows beside the door. Harry had not noticed her return from taking Ginny upstairs. Her arms were crossed, and she looked furious. I want you in bed now, all of you, she added, looking around at Fred, George, Ron, and Hermione. You can't boss us, Fred. Began. Watch me, snarled Mrs. Weasley. She was trembling slightly as she looked at Sirius. You've given Harry plenty of information anymore, and you might just as well induct him into the order. Straightway, why not? Said Harry quickly. I'll join. I want to fight. No, it was not Mrs. Weasley who spoke this time, but Lupin. The order is comprised only of overage wizards. He said wizards who have left school. He added as Fred and George opened their mouths. There are dangers involved of which you can have no idea, any of you. I think Molly's right, Sirius. We've said enough. Sirius half shrugged, but did not argue. Mrs. Weasley beckoned imperiously to her sons, and Hermione one by one they stood up, and Harry, recognizing defeat, followed suit. Chapter 6. The noble and most ancient house of Black. Mrs. Weasley followed them upstairs, looking grim. I want you all to go straight to bed. No talking, she said as they reached the first landing. We got a busy day tomorrow. I expect Ginny's asleep, she added to Hermione, so try not to wake her up asleep. Right, said Fred in an undertone after Hermione bade them good night. And they were climbing to the next floor if Ginny's not lying awake. waiting for Hermione to tell her everything they said downstairs. Then, "I'm a flobberworm, all right, Ron, Harry," said Mrs. Weasley on the second landing, pointing them into their bedroom. "Off to bed with you, night, Harry." And Ron said to the twins, "Sleep tight," said Fred, winking. Mrs. Weasley closed the door behind Harry with a sharp snap. The bedroom looked, if anything, even daner and gloomier than it had on first sight. The blank picture on the wall was now breathing very slowly and deeply, as though its invisible occupant was asleep. Harry put on his pajamas, took off his glasses, and climbed into his chilly bed, while Ron threw owl treats up on top of the wardrobe to pacify Hedwig and Pigeon, who were clattering around and rustling their wings restlessly. "We can't let them out to hunt every night," Ron explained as he pulled on his maroon pajamas. "Dumbledore doesn't want too many owls swooping around the square. Thinks it'll look suspicious. Oh yeah, I forgot he crossed the door and bolted it. What are you doing that for, creatures?" said Ron as he turned off the light. "First night I was here, he came wandering in at 3 in the morning. Trust me, don't want to wake up and find him prowling around your room. Anyway." He got in his bed, settled down under the covers, then turned to look at Harry in the darkness. Harry could see his outline by the moonlight filtering in through the grimy window. "What you reckon, Harry?" Didn't need to ask what Ron meant. "Well, they didn't tell us much we couldn't have guessed, did they?" he said, thinking of all that had been said downstairs. "I mean, all they really said is that the ORD trying to stop people joining V." There was a sharp intake of breath from Ron. Demort said Harry firmly, "When are you going to start using his name, Cyrus?" And Lupin Duran ignored this last comment. "Yeah, you're right," he said. "We already knew nearly everything they told us from using the extendable ears. The only new bit was crack ouch. Keep your voice down, Ron, or Mom will be back up here. You two just Oprah on my knees." "Well, it's harder in the dark." Harry saw the blurred outlines of Fred and George leaping down from Ron's bed. There was a groan of bed springs and Harry's mattress descending a few inches as George sat down near his feet. "So got there yet," said George eagerly. The weapon Sirius mentioned, said Harry. "Let's slip more like," said Fred with relish. Now, sitting next to Ron, "We didn't hear about that on the old extendables, did we?" "What you reckon it is?" said Harry. "Could be anything," said Fred, "but there can't be anything worse than the Avada Kedavra curse, can there?" said Ron. "What's worse than death?" "Maybe it's something that can kill loads of people at once," suggested George. "Maybe it's some particularly painful way of killing people," said Ron. "Fearfully Hume's got the Cruciatus curse for causing pain," said Harry. "Doesn't need anything more efficient." Than that. There was a pause, and Harry knew that the others like him were wondering what horrors this weapon could perpetrate. "So who you think's got it now?" asked George the first. "Hope it's our side," said Ron, sounding slightly nervous. "If it is Dumbledore's, probably keeping it," said Fred. "Where?" said Ron quickly. "Hogwarts bed." "It is," said George. "That's where he hid the Sorcerer's Stone. A weapon's going to be a lot bigger than the stone, though," said Ron. "Not necessarily," said Fred. "Yes, eyes is no guarantee of power," said George. "Look at Ginny, what you mean," said Harry. "You've never been on the receiving end of one of her bat bogey hexes, have you?" "Sure," said Fred, half rising from the bed. "Listen." They felt silent footsteps were coming up the stairs again. "Mom," said George, and without further ado, there was a loud crack, and Harry felt the weight vanish from the end of his bed. A few seconds later, and they heard the floorboard creak outside their door. Mrs. Weasley was plainly listening to see whether they were talking or not. Hedwig and Pigeon hooted dolefully. The floorboard creaked again, and they heard her heading upstairs to check on Fred and George. "She doesn't trust us at all, you know," said Ron regretfully Harry was sure he would not be able to fall asleep. The evening had been so packed with things to think about that he fully expected to lie awake for hours mulling it all over. He wanted to continue talking to Ron, but Mrs. Weasley was now creaking back downstairs again, and once she had gone he distinctly heard others making their way upstairs, in fact many-legged. Creatures were cantering softly up and down outside the bedroom door, and Hagrid, the Care of Magical Creatures teacher, was saying, "Beauties are innate. Harry will be studying weapons this term," and Harry saw that the creatures had cannons for heads and were wheeling to face him. He ducked. The next thing he knew, he was curled in a warm ball under his bedclothes, and George's loud voice was filling the room. "Mom says get up, your breakfast is in the kitchen, and then she needs you in the drawing room. There are loads more." Doxies, and she thought, and she's found a nest of dead puffkin under the sofa. Half an hour later, Harry and Ron, who had dressed and breakfasted quickly, entered the drawing room, a long, high-ceilinged room on the first floor with olive green walls covered in dirty tapestries. The carpet exhaled little clouds of dust every time someone put their foot on it, and the long moss green velvet curtain were buzzing as though swarming with invisible bees. It was around these that Mrs. Weasley, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, and George were grouped, all looking rather peculiar, as they had tied cloths over their noses and mouths. Each of them was also holding a large bottle of black liquid with a nozzle at the end. "Cover your faces and take a spray," Mrs. Weasley said to Harry and Ron the moment she saw them, pointing to two more bottles of black liquid standing on a spindle-legged table. "It's Doc Asti. I've never seen an infestation this bad. What that house elf's been doing for the last 10 years. Hermione's face was half concealed by a tea towel, but Harry distinctly saw her throw a reproachful look at Mrs. Weasley at these words. "Creature's really old. He probably couldn't manage. You'd be surprised what creature can manage when he wants to," Hermione said, Sirius, who had just entered the room, carrying a blood-stained bag of what appeared to be dead rats. "I've just been feeding Buckbeak," he added in reply to Harry's inquiring look. "I keep him upstairs in my mother's bedroom. Anyway, this writing desk," he dropped the bag of rats onto an armchair, then bent over to examine the locked cabinet, which Harry now noticed for the first time was shaking slightly. "Well, Molly, I'm pretty sure this is a budget," said Sirius, peering through the keyhole. "But perhaps we ought to let Mad. I have a shifty at it before we let it out. Knowing my mother, it could be something much worse, right?" "You are," Sirius said Mrs. Weasley. They were both speaking in carefully light, polite voices that told Harry quite plainly that neither had forgotten their disagreement of the night before. A loud, clanging bells sounded from downstairs, followed at once by the cacophony of screams and wails that had been triggered the previous night by Tonks knocking over the umbrella stand. "I keep telling them not to ring the doorbell," said Sirius exasperatedly, hurrying back out of the room. They heard him thundering down the stairs as Mrs. Black's screeches echoed up through the house. Once more stains of dishonor, filthy half-breeds, blood traitors. "Children of filth, close the door, please," Harry said. Mrs. Weasley. Harry took as much time as he dared to close the drawing room door. He wanted to listen to what was going on downstairs. Sirius had obviously managed to shut the curtains over his mother's portrait. Because she had stopped screaming, he heard Sirius walking down the hall, then to the clattering of the chain on the front door, and then a deep voice he recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt, saying, "He's just relieved me, so she's got Moody's cloak now. Thought I'd leave a report for her." Dumbledore, feeling Mrs. Weasley's eyes on the back of his head, Harry regretfully closed the drawing room door and rejoined the Doxy party. Mrs. Weasley was bending over to check the page on Doxy in Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, which was lying open on the sofa right UL. Lot, you need to be careful, because Doxy bite and their teeth are poisonous. I've got a bottle of antidote here, but I'd rather nobody needed it, she straightened up, positioned herself squarely in front of the curtains, and beckoned them all forward when I say the word. Start spraying immediately, she said. They'll come flying out at us, I expect, but it says on the sprays one good squirt will paralyze them. When they're immobilized, just throw them in this bucket. She stepped carefully out of their line of fire and raised her own spray. All right, Squirt Harry had been spraying only a few seconds when a fully grown Doxy came soaring out of fold and the material shiny, beetle-like wings worrying tiny needle-sharp teeth. Bead, its fairy-like body covered with thick black hair, and its four tiny fists clenched with fury. Harry caught it full in the face with a blast of Doxide. It froze and made her and fell with a surprisingly loud thunk onto the worn carpet below. Harry picked it up and threw it in the bucket. Fred, what are you doing? Said Mrs. Weasley sharply. Spray that at once and throw it away. Harry looked around. Fred was holding a struggling Doxy between his forefinger and thumb. Righto, Fred said brightly, spraying the Doxy quickly in the face so that it fainted. But the moment Mrs. Weasley's back was turned, he pocketed it with a wink. We want to experiment with Doxy venom for our skying snack boxes, George told Harry under his breath, deftly spraying 2 Doxies at once as they soared straight for his nose. Harry moved closer to George and muttered out of the corner of his mouth, what are skying snack boxes? Range of sweets to make you ill, George whispered, keeping a wary eye on Mrs. Weasley's back. Not seriously ill, mind, just ill enough to get you out of class when you feel like it, Fred, and I have been developing them this summer. They're double-ended color-coded shoes. If you eat the orange half of the puking passes, you throw up moment. You've been rushed out of the lesson for the hospital wing. You swallow the purple half, which restores you to full fitness, enabling you to pursue the leisure activity of your own choice during an hour that would otherwise have been devoted to unprofitable boredom. That's what we're putting in the adverts anyway, whispered Fred, who had edged over out of Mrs. Weasley's line of vision and was now sweeping a few stray Doxies from the floor and adding them to his pocket. But they still need a bit of work at the moment. Our testers are having a bit of trouble stopping puking long enough to swallow the purple end testers, said Fred. We take in turns, George. Did the fainting fancies? We both tried the nosebleed. Nougat Mom thought we'd been dueling, said George. Joke shop still on. Then Harry muttered, pretending to be adjusting the nozzle on his spray. Well, we haven't had a chance to get premises yet, said Fred, dropping his voice even lower as Mrs. Weasley mopped her brow with her scarf before returning to the attack. So we're running it as a mail-order service at the moment. We put advertisements in the Daily Prophet last week, all thanks to you, mate, said George. But don't worry, Mom hasn't got a clue. She won't read the Daily Prophet anymore 'cause of it. Telling lies about you and Dumbledore. Harry grinned. He had forced the Weasley twins to take the 1,000-galleon prize money he had won in the Tri-Wizard to help them realize their ambition to open a joke shop. But he was still glad to know that his part in furthering their plans was unknown to Mrs. Weasley, who did not think that running a joke shop was a suitable career for 2 of her sons. The dyeing of the curtains took most of the morning. It was past midday when Mrs. Weasley finally removed her protective scarf, sank into a sagging armchair, and sprang up again with a cry of disgust. Having sat on a bag of dead rats, the curtains were no longer buzzing. They hung limp and damp from the intensive spraying. Unconscious Doxies lay crammed in the bucket at the foot of them, beside a bowl of their black eggs, at which Crookshanks was now sniffing, and Fred and George were shooting covetous looks. I think we'll tackle those after lunch, Mrs. Weasley pointed. At the dusty glass-fronted cabinets. Standing on either side of the mantelpiece, they were crammed with an odd assortment of objects, a selection of rusty daggers, claws of coiled snakes, skin, a number of tarnished silver boxes, and inscribed with languages Harry could not understand, and least pleasant of all, an ornate crystal bottle with a large opal set into the stopper full of what Harry was quite sure was blood. The clanging doorbell rang again. Everyone looked at Mrs. Weasley stay. Here she said firmly, snatching up the bag of rat's ass. Mrs. Blackscreeches started up again from down below. I'll bring up some sandwiches. She left the room, closing the door carefully behind her. At once everyone dashed over to the window to look down onto the doorstep. They could see the top of an unkempt, gingery head and a stack of precariously balanced cauldrons. Mundungus, said Hermione. What's he brought all those cauldrons for? Probably looking for a safe place to keep them set, Harry, isn't that what he was doing the night he was supposed to be? Tailing me, picking up dodgy cauldrons? Yeah, you're right, said Fred as the front door opened. Mundungus heaved his cauldrons through it and disappeared from view. Blimey, Mom won't like that. He and George crossed to the door and stood beside it, listening intently. Mrs. Black, screaming, had stopped again. Mundungus is talking to Sirius. And Kingsley Fred muttered, frowning with concentration, can't hear properly. Do you reckon we can risk the extendable ears might be worth it, said George the first could sneak upstairs and get a pear hair. But at that precise moment, there was an explosion of sound from downstairs that rendered extendable ears quite unnecessary. All of them could hear exactly what Mrs. Weasley was shouting at the top of her voice. We're not running a hideout for stolen goods. I love hearing Mom shouting at someone else, said Fred with a satisfied smile on his face as he opened the door an inch or so to allow Mrs. Weasley's voice to permeate the room better. It makes such a nice change. Completely irresponsible, as if we haven't got enough to worry about without you dragging stolen cauldrons into the house, the idiots, or letting her get in her stride, said George, shaking his head. You've got to head her off early, otherwise she builds up a head of steam and goes on for hours. And she's been dying to have a go at Mundungus ever since he sneaked off when he was supposed to be following you, Harry. And there goes Sirius's mom again. Mrs. Weasley's voice was lost amid fresh shrieks and screams from the portraits in the hall. George made to shut the door to drown the noise. But before he could do so, a house elf edged into the room, except for the filthy rag tied like a loincloth around its middle. It was completely naked. It looked very old. Its skin seemed to be several times too big for it. And though it was bald like all house elves, there was a quantity of white hair growing out of its large bat-like ears. Its eyes were a bloodshot and watery gray, and its fleshy nose was large and rather snout. Likey the elf took absolutely no notice of Harry and the rest, acting as though it could not see them. It shuffled hunchback slowly and doggedly toward the far end of the room, muttering under its breath, all the while an airy, deep voice, like a bullfrog, smells like a drain, and a criminal to boot. But she's no better nasty old blood traitor with her brats messing up my mistress's house. Oh, my poor mistress, if she knew the scum they've. LED in her house, what would she say to? Old creature, oh, the shame of it, mudbloods and werewolves and traitors and thieves. Poor old creature. What can he do? Hello, creature, said Fred, very loudly, closing the door. With a snap, the house elf froze in his tracks, stopped muttering, and then gave a very pronounced and very unconvincing start. Surprised creature did not see young master, he said, turning around and bowing to Fred, still facing the carpet. He added, perfectly audibly, nasty little brat of a blood trot, or it is sorry, said George. Didn't catch that last bit, creature, said Nothing, said the elf with a second bow, to George adding in a clear undertone. And there's its twin, unnatural little beasts. They are hairy. Didn't know whether to laugh or not. The elf straightened up, eyeing them all very malevolently, and apparently convinced that they could not hear him as he continued to mutter, and there's the mud blood standing there bold as brass. Oh, if my mistress knew, oh, how she'd cry. And there's a new boy creature. Doesn't know his name, what? Is he doing here, creature? Doesn't know. This is Harry creature, said Hermie, and tentatively Harry Potter creature's pale eyes widened, and he muttered faster and more furiously than ever. The mudblood is talking to creature as though she is my friend. If creature's mistress saw him in such company, oh, what would she say? Don't call her a mudblood, said Ron and Ginny together very angrily. It doesn't matter, Hermione, whispered Hugh, not his right. Mind, he doesn't know what he's. Don't kid yourself. Hermione, he knows exactly what he's saying, said Fred, eyeing creature with great dislike. Creature was still muttering, his eyes on Harry. Is it true? Is it Harry Potter creature? Can see the scar. It must be true. That's that boy who stopped the Dark Lord. Creature wonders how he did it. Don't we all? Creature said Fred. What do you want anyway? George asked. Creature's huge eyes darted on a George. Creature is cleaning, he said evasively. A likely story, said a voice. Behind Harry Sirius had come back. He was glowering at the elf from the doorway. The noise in the hall had abetted. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley and Mundungus had moved their argument down into the kitchen at the sight of Sirius. Creature flung himself into a ridiculously low bow that flattened his snout like he knows onto the floor. Stand up straight, said Sirius impatiently. Now, what are you up to? Creature is cleaning. The elf repeated. Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black, and it's getting blacker every day. It's filthy, said Sirius Master. Always liked his little joke, said Creature, bowing again, and continuing in an undertone. Master was a nasty, ungrateful swine who broke his mother's heart. My mother didn't have a heart. Creature Cyrus snapped. She kept herself alive out of pure spite. Creature bowed again and said, whatever Master says, then muttered furiously, Master is not fit to wipe slime from his mother's boots. Oh, my poor mistress. What would she say if she saw Creature serving him? How? She hated him. What a disappointment he was. I asked you what you were up to, said Sirius coldly. Every time you show up pretending to be cleaning, you sneak something off to your room. So we can't throw it out. Creature would never move anything from its proper place in Master's house, said the elf, then muttered very fast, Mistress would never forgive Creature if the tapestry was thrown out 7 centuries. It's been in the family. Creature must save it. Creature will not let Master and the blood traders and the brats destroy it. I thought it might. Be that, said Sirius, casting a disdainful look at the opposite wall. She'll have put another permanent sticking charm on the back of it, I don't doubt. But if I can get rid of it, I certainly will. Now go away. Creature. It seemed that Creature did not dare disobey a direct order. Nevertheless, the look he gave Sirius as he shuffled out past him was rollant of deepest loathing, and he muttered all the way out of the room, comes back from Azkaban, ordering Creature around. Oh, my poor mistress, what would she say if she saw the house now scum living in it, her treasures thrown out? She swore he was no son of hers. And he's back, they say. Hugh's a murderer, too. Keep muttering, and I will be murderer, said Sirius irritably. And he slammed the door shut on the elf. Sirius, he's not right in the head, said Herm pleadingly. I don't think he realizes we can hear him. Ichike been alone too long, said Sirius, taking mad orders from my mother's portrait, and talking to himself, but he was always a foul little, if you just set him free, said Hermie, hopefully. Maybe we can't set him free. He knows too much about the order, said Sirius curtly, and any way the shock would kill him. You suggest to him that he leaves this house. See how he takes it serious walked across the room, where the tapestry creature had been trying to protect hung the length of the wall. Harry and the others followed the tapestry, looked immensely old. It was faded, and looked as though Doxy had knotted in places, nevertheless, the golden thread with which it was embroidered still glinted brightly enough to show them a sprawling family tree dating back, as far as Harry could tell, to the Middle Ages. Large words at the very top of the tapestry read, "The noble and most ancient house of Black Torpor not on here," said Harry, after scanning the bottom of the tree. "I used to be there," said Sirius, pointing at a small round charred hole in the tapestry. "Rather like a cigarette burn, my sweet old mother blasted me off after I ran away from home, Creeder." Quite fond of muttering the story under his breath. "You ran away from home when I was about 16, said Sirius. "I'd had enough." "Where did you go?" asked Harry, staring at him. "Your dad's place," said Sirius. "Your grandparents were really good about it. They sort of adopted me as a second son." "Yeah. I camped out at your dad during the school holidays, and then when I was 17, I got a place of my own. My Uncle Alfred had left me a decent bit of gold. He's been wiped off here, too. That's probably why anyway after that. I looked after myself. I was always welcome at Mr. and Mrs. Potter for Sunday lunch, though." "But why did you leave?" Sirius smiled bitterly and ran a hand through his long, unkempt hair. "Because I hated the whole lot of them, my parents, with their pure blood mania, convinced that to be a Black made you practically royal. My idiot brother soft enough to believe them." That's him. Sirius jabbed a finger at the very bottom of the tree at the name. "Regulus Black, a date of death, some 15 years previously followed. The date of birth he was younger than me," said Cyrus, "and a much better son, as I was constantly reminded. But he died," said Harry. "Yeah," said Sirius, "stupid idiot. He joined the Death Eaters. You're kidding. Come on, Harry. Haven't you seen enough of this house to tell what kind of wizards my family were?" said Sirius testily. "Where were your parents Death Eaters?" "As well, no. But believe me, they thought Voldemort had the right idea. They were all for the purification of the wizarding race, getting rid of Muggle-born and having pure bloods in charge. They weren't alone either. There were quite a few people before Voldemort showed his true colors who thought he had the right idea about things. They got cold feet when they saw what he was prepared to do to get power, though. But I bet my parents thought Regulus was a right little hero for joining up at first. Was he killed? Byne a Harry asked tentatively. "Oh no," said Sirius. "No. He was murdered by Voldemort. Or on Voldemort's orders, more likely, I doubt. Regulus was ever important enough to be killed by Voldemort in person, from what I found out after he died. He got in so far, then panicked about what he was being asked to do and tried to back out. Well, you don't just hand in your resignation to Voldemort. It's a lifetime of service or death lunch," said Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's voice. She was holding her wand high in front of her, balancing a huge tray loaded with sandwiches and cake on it. Tip, she was very red in the face and still looked angry. The others moved over to her, eager for some food, but Harry remained with Sirius, who had bent closer to the tapestry. "I haven't looked at this for years. There's Phineas Nigellus, my great-great-grandfather, see, least popular headmaster Hogwarts. Ever had an Armand Olua, a cousin of my mother's, try to force through a ministry bill to make Muggle hunting legal, and dear Aunt Elidora, she started the family tradition of beheading house elves when they got too old to carry tea trays, of course, any time the family produced someone halfway decent, they were disowned. I see Tun isn't on here. Maybe that's why Creature won't take orders from her. He's supposed to do whatever anyone in the family asks him." "You and Tonks are related?" Harry asked, surprised. "Oh, yeah, her mother Andromeda was my favorite cousin," said Sirius, examining the tapestry carefully. "No, Andromeda's not on here either. Look," he pointed to another small round burn mark between two names. Bellatrix and Narcissa, Andromeda's sisters, are still here because they made lovely, respectable, pure-blood marriages, but Andromeda married a muggle-born Ted Tonks. So serious, Mom blasting the tapestry with a wand and laughed sourly. Harry, however, did not laugh. He was too busy staring at the names to the right of Andromeda's burn mark, a double line of gold embroidery linked Narcissa Black with Lucius Malfoy, and a single vertical gold line from their names led to the name Draco. You're related to the Malfoys. The pure blood families are all interrelated, said Sirius. If you're only going to let your sons and daughters marry pure bloods, your choice is very limited. There are hardly any of us left. Molly and I are cousins by marriage, and Arthur's something like my second cousin once removed. But there's no point looking for them on here. If ever a family was a bunch of blood traitors, it's the Weasley. But Harry was now looking at a name to the left of Andromeda's burned Batrick Black, which was connected by a double line to Rodolphus. Loose Strange, Harry said. Aloud, the name had stirred something in his memory. He knew it from somewhere, but for a moment he couldn't think where, though it gave him an odd creeping sensation in the pit of his stomach. They're in Azkaban, said Sirius shortly. Harry looked at him curiously. Bellatrix and her husband Rodolphus came in with Barty Crouch Jr., said Sirius in the same brusque voice. Rodolphus' brother Rastin was with them too, and Harry remembered he had seen Bellatrix range inside Dumbledore's pen, sieve the strange device in which thoughts and memories could be stored. A tall, dark woman with heavy, lit eyes who had stood at her trial and proclaimed her continuing allegiance to Lord Voldemort, her pride that she had tried to find him after his downfall, and her conviction that she would one day be rewarded for her loyalty. You never said she was your doesn't matter if she's my cousin, snapped Sirius. As far as I'm concerned, they're not my family. She's certainly not my family. I haven't seen her since I was your age. Unless you count a glimpse of her coming into Eskin, you think I'm proud of having relatives like her. Sorry, said Harry quickly. I didn't mean, I was just surprised, that's all. It doesn't matter. Don't apologize, Sirius mumbled at once. He turned away from the tapestry, his hands deep in his pockets. I don't like being back here, he said, staring across the drawing room. I never thought I'd be stuck in this house again. Harry understood completely. He knew how he would feel if forced when he was grown up, and thought he was free of the place, forever to return and live at number 4 Privet Drive. It's ideal for headquarters, of course. Sirius said my father put every security measure known to wizard kind on it when he lived here. It's unplottable, so muggles could never come and call as if they'd have wanted to. And now Dumbledore added his protection. You'd be hard put to find a safer house anywhere. Dumbledore's secret keeper for the order. You know, nobody can find headquarters unless he tells them. Personally, where it is that note Moody showed you last night, that was from Dumbledore. Sirius gave a short bark-like laugh. If my parents could see the use it was being put to now, while my mother's portrait should give you some idea. He scowled for a moment, then sighed. I wouldn't mind if I could just get out occasionally and do something useful. I've asked Dumbledore whether I can escort you to your hearing, as Snuffles, obviously, so I can give you a bit of moral support. What you think Harry felt as though his stomach had sunk through the dusty carpet. He had not thought about the hearing once since dinner the previous evening, in the excitement of being back with the people he liked best, of hearing everything that was going on. It had completely flown his mind at Sirius's words. However, the crushing sense of dread returned to him. He stared at Hermione and the Weasley all tucking into their sandwiches, and thought how he would feel if they went back to Hogwarts without him. Don't worry, Sirius said. Harry looked up and realized that Sirius had been watching him. I'm sure they're going to clear you, There's definitely something in the international statute of secrecy about being allowed to use magic to save your own life. But if they do expel me, said Harry, quietly, can I come back here and live with you? Sirius smiled, sadly. Wex, see, I'd feel a lot better about the hearing if I knew I didn't have to go back to the Dursley Harry Pressamne. Must be bad if you prefer this place, said Sirius. Gloomily, hurry up you two, or there won't be any food left, Mrs. Weasley called. Sirius heaved another great sigh, cast a dark look at the tapestry, and he and Harry went to join the others. Harry tried his best not to think about the hearing while they emptied the glass cabinets that afternoon. Fortunately for him, it was a job that required a lot of concentration, as many of the objects in there seemed very reluctant to leave their dusty shelves. Sirius sustained a bad bite from a silver snuff box within. Seconds his bitten hand had developed an unpleasant crusty covering like a tough brown glove. It's okay, he said, examining the hand with interest before tapping it lightly with his wand and restoring its skin to normal. Must be wart cat powder in there. He threw the box aside into the sack where they were depositing the debris from the cabinets. Harry saw George wrap his own hand carefully in a cloth moments later and sneak the box into his already doxy-filled pocket. They found an unpleasant looking silver instrument, something like a many-legged pair of tweezers, which scuttled up Harry's arm like a spider. When he picked it up and attempted to puncture his skin, Sirius seized it and smashed it with a heavy book entitled Nature's Nobility, a Wizarding Genealogy. There was a musical box that emitted a faintly sinister tinkling tune when wound, and they all found themselves becoming curiously weak and sleepy until Ginny had the sense to slam the lid shut, also a heavy locket that none of them could. Open a number of ancient seals, and in a dusty box, an Order of Merlin First Class that had been awarded to Sirius's grandfather for services to the ministry. It means he gave them a load of gold, said Sirius, contemptuously throwing the medal into the rubbish sack. Several times Creature sidled into the room and attempted to smuggle things away under his loincloth, muttering horrible curses every time they caught him at it. When Sir I wrested a large golden ring bearing the black crest from his grip. Creature actually burst into furious tears and left the room sobbing under his breath, and calling Sirius names Harry had never heard before was my father, said Sirius. Throwing the ring into the sack. Creature wasn't quite as devoted to him as to my mother, but I still caught him snogging a pair of my father's old trousers last week. Mrs. Weasley kept them all working very hard over the next few days. The drawing room took 3 days to decontaminate. Finally, the only undesirable things left in it were the tapestry of the Black family tree, which resisted all their attempts to remove it from the wall. The rattling writing desk Moody had not dropped by headquarters yet, so they could not be sure what was inside it. They moved from the drawing room to a dining room on the ground floor, where they found spiders large as saucers lurking in the dresser. Ron left the room, HLY, to make a cup of tea, and did not return for an hour and a half. The china, which bore the black crest and motto, was all thrown unceremoniously into a sack by Sirius, and the same fate met a set of old photographs in tarnished silver frames, all of whose occupants squealed shrilly as the glass covering them smashed. Snape might refer to their work as cleaning, but in Harry's opinion, they were really waging war on the house, which was putting up a very good fight, aided and abetted by Creature. The house elf kept appearing wherever they were congregated as muttering, becoming more and more offensive as he attempted to remove anything he could from the rubbish sack. Sirius went as far as to threaten him with clothes, but Creature fixed him with a watery stare and said Master must do as Master wishes before turning away and muttering very loudly. But Master will not turn Creature away, no. Because Creature knows what they are up to. Oh yes, he is plotting against the Dark Lord, yes, with these mudbloods and traitors and scum, at which Sirius, ignoring Herm's protests, seized Creature by the back of his loincloth and threw him bodily from the room. The doorbell rang several times a day, which was the cue for Sirius's mother to start shrieking again, and for Harry and the others to attempt to eavesdrop on the visitor, though they gleaned very little from the brief glimpses and snatches of conversation they were able to sneak before Mrs. Weasley recalled them to their task. Snape flitted in and out of the house several times more, though to Harry's relief they never came face to face. He also caught sight of his Transfiguration teacher, Professor McGonagall, looking very odd in a muggle dress and coat, though she also seemed too busy to linger sometimes. However, the visitors stayed to help Tun join them for a memorable afternoon in which they found a murderous old ghoul lurking in an upstairs toilet, and Lynn, who was staying in the house with Sirius, but who left it for long periods to do mysterious work for the Order, helped them repair a grandfather clock that had developed the unpleasant habit of shooting heavy bolts at passers by. Mundungus redeemed himself slightly in Mrs. Weasley's eyes by rescuing Ron from an ancient of purple robes that had tried to strangle him when he removed them from their wardrobe, despite the fact that he was still sleeping badly, still having dreams about corridors and locked doors that made his scar prickle. Harry was managing to have fun for the first time all summer. As long as he was busy, he was happy when they action abetted, however, whenever he dropped his guard or lay. The Daily Prophet, as they walked, as they passed the fountain, Harry saw silver sickles and bronze nuts glinting up at him from the bottom of the pool. A small smudged sign beside it read, "All proceeds from the fountain of magical brethren will be given to St. Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. If I'm not expelled from Hogwarts, I'll put in 10 galleons." Harry found himself thinking desperately. "Over here, Harry," said Mr. Weasley, and they stepped out of the stream of ministry employees heading for the Golden Gates toward a desk on the left over which hung a sign saying "Security." A badly shaven wizard in peacock blue robes looked up as they approached and put down his Daily Prophet. "I'm escorting a visitor," said Mr. Weasley, gesturing toward Harry. "Step over here," said the wizard in a bored voice. Harry walked closer to him, and the wizard held up a long golden rod, thin and flexible as a car aerial, and passed it up and down Harry's front and back. "Wand," grunted the security wizard at Harry putting down the golden instrument and holding out his hand. Harry produced his wand. The wizard dropped it onto a strange brass instrument, which looked something like a set of scales. With only one dish, it began to vibrate. A narrow strip of parchment came speeding out of a slit in the base. The wizard tore this off and read the writing upon it. 11 in Phoenix, Feathercore been in use 4 years. That correct? Yes, said Harry nervously. "I keep this," said the wizard, impaling the slip of parchment on a small brass spike. "You get this back," he added, thrusting the wand at Harry. "Thank you, you hang on," said the wizard slowly. His eyes had darted from the silver visitor's badge on Harry's chest to his forehead. "Thank you, Eric," said Mr. Weasley firmly, and grasping Harry by the shoulder, he steered him away from the desk and back into the stream of wizards and witches walking through the Golden Gates. Jostled slightly by the crowd, Harry followed Mr. Weasley through the gates into the smaller hall beyond, where at least 20 lifts stood behind wrought golden grills. Harry and Mr. Weasley joined the crowd around one of them. A big bearded wizard holding a large cardboard box stood nearby the box was emitting rasping noises. "All right, Arthur," said the wizard, nodding at Mr. Weasley. "What have you got there, Bob?" asked Mr. Weasley, looking at the box. "We're not sure," said the wizard seriously. "We thought it was a bog-standard chicken until it started breathing fire. Looks like a serious breach of the ban on experimental breeding to me, with a great jangling and clattering. A lift descended in front of them. The golden grill slid back in Harry, and Mr. Weasley moved inside it with the rest of the crowd. Harry found himself jammed against the back wall of the lift. Several witches and wizard were looking at him curiously. He stared at his feet to avoid catching anyone's eye, flattening his fringe as he did, so the grill slid shut with a crash, and the lift descended slowly, chains rattling all the while the same cool female voice Harry had heard in the telephone box rang out again. "Level 7 Department of Magical Games and Sports, incorporating the British and Irish Quidditch League headquarters, official Gobstones Club, and ludicrous patent office." The lift doors opened. Harry glimpsed an untidy-looking corridor with various posters of Quidditch teams tacked lopsidedly on the walls. One of the wizards in the lift, who was carrying an armful of broomsticks, extricated himself with difficulty and disappeared down the corridor. The doors closed. The lift juked upward again, and the woman's voice said, "Level 6 Department of Magical Transport, incorporating the Flu Network Authority Broom, Regulatory Control, Port Key Office, and Apparition Test Center." Once again, the lift doors opened and 4 or 5 witches and wizards got out at the same time. Several paper airplanes swooped into the lift. Harry stared up at them as they flapped idly around above his head. They were a pale violet color, and he could see Ministry of Magic stamped along the edges of their wings. "Just interdepartmental memos," Mr. Weasley muttered to him. "We used to use owls." But the mess was unbelievable droppings all over the desks. As they clattered upward again, the memos flapped around the swaying lamp in the lift ceiling. "Level 5 Department of International Magical Cooperation, incorporating the International Magical Trading Standards Body, the International Magical Office of Law, and the International Confederation of Wizards." British seats when the doors opened. 2 of the memos zoomed out with a few more witches and wizards, but several more memos zoomed in, so that the light from the lamp in the ceiling flickered and flashed as they darted around it. "Level 4 Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, incorporating Beast Being and Spirit Divisions, Goblin Liaison Office, and Pest Advisory Bureau, Exus," said the wizard carrying the fire-breathing chicken, and he left the lift. Pursued by a little flock of memos, the doors clanged shut yet. Again, Level 3 Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, including the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, Obliviator Headquarters, and Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee. Everybody left the lift on this floor except Mr. Weasley. Harry and a witch who was reading an extremely long piece of parchment that was trailing on the ground. The remaining memos continued to soar around the lamp as the lift juked upward again, and then the doors opened and the voice said, "Level 2 Department of Magical Law. Enforcement, including the improper use of magic office or headquarters, and Wisengamot Administration Services." "This is us, Harry," said Mr. Weasley, and they followed the witch out of the lift into a corridor lined with doors. "My office is on the other side of the floor, Mr. Weasley," said Harry, as they passed a window through which sunlight was streaming. "Aren't we underground?" "Yes, we're," said Mr. Weasley. "Those are enchanted windows, magical. Maintenance decide what weather we're getting. Every day we had 2 months of hurricanes last time. They were angling for a pay raise just round here, Harry. They turned a corner, walked through a pair of heavy oak doors, and emerged in a cluttered open area divided into cub, which were buzzing with talk and laughter. Memos were zooming in and out of cubicles like miniature rockets. A lopsided sign on the nearest cubicle read, or headquarters. Harry looked surreptitiously through the doorways as they passed the auras had covered their cubicle walls with everything from pictures of wanted wizards and photographs of their families to posters of their favorite Quidditch teams. An article from the Daily Prophet, a scarlet-robed man with a ponytail longer than Bill's, was sitting with his boots up on his desk, dictating a report to his quill a little farther along, a witch with a patch over her. I was talking over the top of her cubicle wall to Kingsley. Shacklebolt morning. Weasley, said Kingsley carelessly as they drew nearer. I've been wanting a word with you, Half. You got a second? Yes, if it really is a second, said Mr. Weasley. I'm in rather a hurry. They were talking to each other, as though they hardly knew each other, and when Harry opened his mouth to say hello to Kingsley, Mr. Weasley stood on his foot. They followed Kingsley along the row, and into the very last cubicle. Harry received a slight shock. Sirius's face was blinking down at him from every direction, newspaper cuting and old photographs, even the one of Sirius being best man at the Potter's wedding. Papered the walls, the only Sirius free space was a map of the world in which little red pins were glowing like jewels. Here, said Kingsley brusquely to Mr. Weasley, shoving a sheath of parchment into his hand. I need as much information as possible on flying Muggle vehicles sighted in the last 12 months. We've received information that Black might still be using his old motorcycle. Kingsley tipped Harry an enormous wink and added in a whisper, give him the magazine. He might find it interesting. Then he said in normal tones, and don't take too long, Weasley. The delay on that Firelegs report held our investigation up for a month. If you had read my report, you would know that the term is firearms, said Mr. Weasley coolly, and I'm afraid you'll have to wait for information on motorcycles. We extremely busy at the moment. He dropped his voice and said if you can get away before 7 Molly's making meatballs. He beckoned to Harry and let him out of Kingsley's cubicle through a second set of oak doors into another passage, turned left, marched along another corridor, turned right into a dimly lit and distinctly shabby corridor, and finally Finn reached a dead end where a door on the left stood ajar, revealing a broom cupboard, and a door on the right bore a tarnished brass plaque reading misuse of Muggle artifacts. Mr. Weasley's dingy office seemed to be slightly smaller than the broom cupboard. 2 desks had been crammed inside it, and there was barely room to move around. Then, because of all the overflowing filing cabinets lining the walls, on top of which were tottering piles of files, the little wall space available bore witness to Mr. Weasley's obsessions. There were several posters of cars, including one of a dismantled engine, 2 illustrations of post boxes he seemed to have cut out of Muggle children's books, and a diagram showing how to wire a plug. Sitting on top of Mr. Weasley's overflowing Yinny tray was an old toaster that was hiccuping in a disconsolate way, and a pair of empty leather gloves that were twiddling their thumbs. A photograph of the Weasley family stood beside the entry. Harry noticed that Percy appeared to have walked out of it. We haven't got a window, said Mr. Weasley apologetically, taking off his bomber jacket and placing it on the back of his chair. We've asked, but they don't seem to think we need one. Have a seat, Harry. Doesn't look as if Perkins is in yet. Harry squeezed himself into the chair behind Perkins's desk while Mr. Weasley rifled through the sheath of parchment Kingsley Shacklebolt had given him. He said, grinning as he extracted a copy of a magazine entitled The Quibbler from its midst. Yes, he flicked through it. Yes, he's right. I'm sure Sirius will find that very amusing. Oh dear, what's this now? A memo had just zoomed in through the open door and fluttered to rest on top of the hiccuping toaster. Mr. Weasley unfolded it and read aloud, "Third regurgitating public toilet reported in Bethel. Green, kindly investigate immediately. This is getting ridiculous, eh?" "Regurgitating toilet anti-muggle pranksters," said Mr. Weasel, frowning. "We had 2 last week, one in Wimbledon, one in Elephant, and Castle Muggles are pulling the flush, and instead of everything disappearing, well, you can imagine the poor things keep calling in those PBL. I think they're called, the ones who mend pipes and things plumbers. Exactly, yes. But of course they're flumix. I only hope we can catch whoever's doing it, will it? Be Orus who catch them. Oh no, this is too trivial for Orus. It'll be the ordinary magical law enforcement patrol. Ah, Harry. This is Perkins, a stooped, timid-looking old wizard with fluffy white hair, had just entered the room, panting, "Oh, Arthur," he said desperately, without looking at Harry. "Thank goodness. I didn't know what to do for the best, whether to wait here for you or not. I've just sent an owl to your home. But you've obviously missed it. An urgent message came 10 minutes ago. I know about the regurgitating." "Toilet," said Mr. Weasley. No, it's not the toilet. It's the Potter boy, hearing they've changed the time and venue. It starts at 8 o'clock now, and it's down in old courtroom, 10 down and old. But they told me Merlin's beard." Mr. Weasley looked at his watch, let out a yelp, and leapt from his chair. "Quick, Harry. We should have been there 5 minutes ago." Perkins flattened himself against the filing cabinets as Mr. Weasley left the office at a run, Harry on his heels. "Why have they changed the time?" Harry said breathlessly as they hurtled past the Aura Cubicles. People poked out their heads and stared as they streaked past. Harry felt as though he had left all his insides back at Perkins's desk. "I've no idea. But thank goodness we got here so early. If you'd missed it, it would have been catastrophic." Mr. Weasley skid to a halt beside the lifts and jabbed impatiently at the down button. "Come on." The lift clattered into view, and they hurried inside. Every time it stopped, Mr. Weasley cursed furious, ly, and pummeled. "The number 9 button those courtrooms haven't been used in years," said Mr. Weasley angrily. "I can't think why they're doing it down there unless—" But Noah Plump, which carrying a smoking goblet, entered the lift at that moment, and Mr. Weasley did not elaborate. "The atrium," said the cool female voice, and the golden grills slid open, showing Harry a distant glimpse of the golden statues and the fountain. The Plump, which got out, and a so-skinned wizard with a very mournful face. "Got him, Morning, Arthur," he said in a sepulchral voice as the lift began to descend. "Don't often see you down here. Urgent business, Bod," said Mr. Weasley, who was bouncing on the balls of his feet and throwing anxious looks over at Harry. "Yes," said Bod, surveying Harry unblinkingly. Of course, Harry barely had emotion to spare for Bod, but his unfaltering gaze did not make him feel any more comfortable. "Department mysteries," said the cool female voice, and left it at that. "Quick, Harry," said Mr. Weasley as the lift doors rattled open, and they sped up a corridor that was quite different from those above. The walls were bare. There were no windows and no doors apart from a plain black one set at the very end of the corridor. Harry expected them to go through it, but instead Mr. Weasley seized him by the arm and dragged him to the left, where there was an opening leading to a flight of steps. Down here," panted Mr. Weasley, taking 2 steps at a time. "The lift doesn't even come down this far." Why, they're doing it there. They reached the bottom of the steps and ran along yet another corridor, which bore a great resemblance to that which led to Snap's dungeon at Hogwarts, with rough stone walls and torches and brackets. The doors they passed here were heavy wooden ones with iron bolts. "In Keyhole's courtroom 10. I think we're nearly—" Yes. Mr. Weasley stumbled to a halt outside a grimy dark door with an immense iron lock, and slumped against the wall, clutching at a stitch in his chest. Go on, he panted, pointing his thumb at the door. Get in there. Aren't you coming with no on? Not allowed. Good luck. Harry's heart was beating a violent tattoo against his Adam's apple. He swallowed hard, turned the heavy iron door handle, and stepped inside the courtroom. Chapter 8. The hearing Harry gasped. He could not help himself. The large dungeon he had entered was horribly familiar. He had not only seen it before he had been here before. This was the place he had visited inside Dumbledore's pens, the place where he had watched the L. Strangest sentence to life imprisonment in Azkaban. The walls were made of dark stone, dimly lit by torches. Empty benches rose on either side of him, but ahead in the highest benches of all were many shadowy figures. They had been talking in low voices. But as the heavy door swung, closed behind Harry in ominous silence, fell a cold male voice rang across the courtroom. You're late, sorry, said Harry, nervously. I didn't know the time had changed. That is not the Wizengamot fault, said the voice. An owl was sent. To you this morning. Take your seat, Harry dropped his gaze to the chair in the center of the room, the arms of which were covered in chains. He had seen those chains spring to life and bind whoever sat between them. His footsteps echoed loudly as he walked across the stone floor. When he sat gingerly on the edge of the chair, the chains clinked rather threateningly, but did not bind him. Feeling rather sick, he looked up at the people seated at the bench above. There were about 50 of them, all as far as he could see, wearing plum-colored robes within. Elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest, and all staring down their noses at him, some with very austere expressions, others looks of frank curiosity. In the very middle of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Fudge was a portly man who often sported a lime green bowler hat, though today he had dispensed with it. He had dispensed with the indulgent smile he had once worn when he spoke. To Harry, a broad, square jaw, which with very short gray hair, sat on Fudge's left. She wore a monocle and looked forbidding. On Fudge's right was another witch, but she was sitting so far back on the bench that her face was in shadow. Very well, said Fudge, the accused being present finally. Let us begin. Are you ready? He called down the row. Yes, sir, said an eager voice. Harry, he knew Ron's brother Percy, was sitting at the very end of the front bench. Harry looked at Percy, expecting some sign of recognition from him, but none. Came Percy's eyes behind his horn-rimmed glasses were fixed on his parchment, a quill poised in his hand. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, said Fudge in a ringing voice, and PCY began taking notes at once into offenses committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the international statute of secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Wing, Sir Interrogators Cornelius Oswald Fudge. Minister of Magic Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magic Law Enforcement. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Sr., Under Secretary to the Minister Court Scribe Percy Ignatius Weasley, witness for the defense Albus Perel Wolfie Brian Dumbledore, said a quiet voice from behind Harry, who turned his head so fast he cricked his neck. Dumbledore was striding serenely across the room, wearing long midnight blue robes and a perfectly calm expression. His long silver beard and hair gleamed in the torchlight as he drew level with Harry and looked up at Fudge through the half-moon spectacles that rested halfway down his very crooked nose. The members of the Wizengamot were muttering. All eyes were now on Dumbledore. Some looked annoyed, others slightly frightened. 2 elderly witches in the back row, however, raised their hands and waved in welcome. A powerful emotion had risen in Harry's chest at the sight of Dumbledore, a fortified, hopeful feeling rather like that which Phoenix Song gave him. He wanted to catch Dumbledore's eye, but Dumbledore was not looking his way. He was continuing to look up at the obviously flustered Fudge. I said Fudge, who looked thoroughly disconcerted. Dumbledore. Yes, you OT our message at the time, and place of the hearing had been changed then. I must have missed it, said Dumbledore cheerfully. However, due to a lucky mistake, I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early. So, no harm done, yes. Well, I suppose we'll need another chair. I Weasley could you not to worry, said Dumbledore pleasantly. He took out his wand, gave a little flick, and a squashy Chin armchair appeared out of nowhere next to Harry. Dumbledore sat down, put the tips of his long fingers together, and looked at Fudge over them with an expression of polite interest. The Wizengamot was still muttering and fidgeting restlessly. Only when Fudge spoke again did they settle down. Yes, said Fudge again, shuffling his notes. Well then, so the charge is yes. He extricated a piece of parchment from the pile before him, took a deep breath, and read. The charges against the accused are as follows. That he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area in the presence of a Muggle on August the 2nd at 23:09, which constitutes an offense under paragraph C of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery 1875, and also under section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. You are Harry James Potter of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Wings, Sway Fudge, said, glaring at Harry over the top of his parchment. Yes, Harry, said you received an official warning from the ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago. Did you not? Yes. But and yet you conjured a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August, said Fudge. Yes, said Harry, but knowing that you were not permitted to use magic outside school while you are under the age of 17, yes, but knowing that you were in an area full of Muggles, yes, but fully aware that you were in close proximity to a Muggle at the time. Yes, said Harry angrily, but I only used it because we were the witch with the monocle on Fudge's left cut across him. In a booming voice, you produced a fully fledged Patronus. Yes, said Harry, because a corporeal Patronus, what said Harry, your Patronus had a clearly defined form. I mean to say it was more than vapor or smoke. Yes, said Harry, feeling both impatient and slightly desperate. It's a stag, it's always a stag, always, boomed Madam Bones. You have produced a Patronus before now. Yes, said Harry, I've been doing it for over a year. And you were 15 years old. Yes. And you learned this at school. Yes, Professor Lupin taught me in my 3rd year. Because of the impressive, said Madam Bones, staring down at him, a true Patronus at that age. Very impressive indeed. Some of the wizards and witches around her were muttering again. A few nodded, but others were frowning and shaking their heads. It's not a question of how impressive the magic was, said Fudge in a testy voice. In fact, the more impressive the worse. It is, I would have thought, given that the boy did it in plain view of a Muggle. Those who had been frowning now murmured in agreement. But it was the sight of Percy's sanctimonious little nod that goat Harry into speech. I did it. Because of the Dementors, he said loudly before anyone could interrupt him again. He had expected more muttering, but the silence that fell seemed to be somehow denser than before. Dementors, said Madam Bones after a moment, raising her thick eyebrows so that her monocle looked in danger of falling out. What do you mean, boy? I mean, there were 2 doors down that alleyway, and they went for me, and my cousin, I said Fudge again, smirking unpleasantly as he looked around at the Wizengamot, as though inviting them to share the joke. Yes, yes, I thought we'd be hearing something like this, Dementor and little winging Madam Bones said in tones of grate. Surprised I don't understand, don't you? Amelia said, fudge, still smirking. Let me explain. He's been thinking it through and decided Durs would make a very nice little cover story. Very nice indeed, Muggles. Can't see Dementors. Can they, boy? Highly convenient, highly convenient. So it's just your word, and no witnesses. I'm not lying, said Harry loudly over another outbreak of muttering from the court. There were two of them coming from opposite ends of the alley. Everything went dark and cold, and my cousin felt them and ran for it enough, said Fudge with a very supercilious look on his face. I'm sorry to interrupt what I'm sure would have been a very well-rehearsed story. Dumbledore cleared his throat. The Wizengamot fell silent again. We do, in fact, have a witness to the presence of Dementors in that alleyway. He said other than Dudley Dursley, Fudge's plump face seemed to slacken as though somebody had let air out of it. He stared down at Dumbledore for a moment or two then, with the appearance of a man pulling himself back. Together said, we haven't got time to listen to more tirade. I'm afraid, Dumbledore, I want this dealt with quickly. I may be wrong, said Dumbledore pleasantly, but I am sure that under the Wizengamot Charter of Rights the accused has the right to present witnesses for his or her case. Isn't it the policy of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Madam Bones? He continued, addressing the witch in the monocle. True, said Madam Bones. Perfectly true. Oh, very well, snapped Fudge. Where is this person? I brought her with me, said Dumbledore. Check just outside the door. Should I know Weasley? You go, Fudge barked at Percy, who got up at once, hurried down the stone steps from the judge's balcony, and hastened past Dumbledore and Harry. Without glancing at them a moment later, Percy returned, followed by Mrs. Figg. She looked scared and more battered than ever. Harry wished she had thought to change out of her carpet slippers. Dumbledore stood up and gave Mrs. Figg his chair, injuring a second one for himself. Full name, said Fudge loudly when Mrs. Figg had perched herself nervously on the very edge of her seat. Arabella Doreen Figg, said Mrs. Figg in her quavery voice. And who exactly are you? Said Fudge in a bored and lofty voice. I'm a resident of Little Wing, close to where Harry Potter lives, said Mrs. Figg. We have no record of any witch or wizard living in Little Wing other than Harry Potter, said Madam Bones. At once that situation has always been closely monitored, given past events. I'm a squib, said Mrs. Figg. So you wouldn't have me registered, would you, a squib? Said Fudge, eyeing her suspiciously. We'll be checking that you'll leave details of your parentage with my assistant. Weasley, incidentally, can squib see Dementors, he added, looking left and right along the bench, where he's Saturday. Yes, we can, said Mrs. Figg indignantly. Fudge looked back down at her, his eyebrows raised very. Well, he said coolly, what is your story? I had gone out to buy cat food from the corner shop at the end of Wisteria. Walked shortly after 9. On the evening of the 2nd of August, gabbled Mrs. Figg at once, as though she had learned what she was saying by heart, when I heard a disturbance down the alleyway between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. On approaching the mouth of the alleyway, I saw Dementor running. Run, said Madam Bones sharply. Durs don't run, they glide. That's what I meant to say, said Mrs. Figg quickly, patches of pink appearing in her withered cheeks, gliding along the alley toward what looked like two boys. What do they look like? Said Madam Bones, narrowing her eyes so that the monocle edges disappeared in her flesh. Well, one was very large and the other one rather skinny. No, said Madam Bones impatiently. The Dementors, describe them. Oh, said Mrs. Figg, the pink flush creeping up her neck now. They were big, and wearing cloaks. Harry felt a horrible sinking in the pit of his stomach. Whatever Mrs. Figg said to the contrary, it sounded to him as though the most she had ever seen was a picture of a Door in a picture could never convey the truth of what these beings were like the eerie way they moved hovering inches over the ground, or the rotting smell of them, or that terrible rattling noise they made as they sucked on the surrounding air. A dumpy wizard with a large black mustache in the second row leaned close to his neighbor, a frizzy-haired, and whispered something in her ear. She smirked and nodded big, and wearing cloaks repeated Madame Bones coolly, while Fudge snorted derisively. "I see anything else?" "Yes," said Mrs. Fig. "I felt them. Everything went cold. And this was a very warm summer night, mark you. And I felt as though all happiness had gone from the world. And I remembered dreadful things." Her voice shook and died. Madame Bones' eyes widened slightly. Harry could see red marks under her eyebrow, where the monocle had dug into it. "What did the Durs do?" she asked, and Harry felt a rush of hope. "They went for the boys," said Mrs. Fig, her voice stronger and more confident now. The pink flush ebbing away from her face. One of them had fallen, the other was backing away, trying to repel the Dementor. That was Harry. He tried twice and produced silver vapor on the third attempt. He produced a Patronus which charged down the first Dementor, and then, with his encouragement, chased away the second from his cousin. And that was what happened. Mrs. Fig finished somewhat lamely. Madame Bones looked down at Mrs. Fig in silence. Fudge was not looking at her at all, but fidgeting with his papers. Finally he raised his eyes and said rather aggressively, "That's what you saw, is it? That was what happened?" Mrs. Fig repeated. "Very well," said Fudge. "You may go." Mrs. Fig cast a frightened look from Fudge to Dumbledore, then got up and shuffled off toward the door again. Harry heard it thud shut behind her. "Not a very convincing witness," said Fudge loftily. "Oh, I don't know," said Madame Bones in her booming voice. She certainly described the effects of a door attack very accurately, and I can't imagine why she would say they were there if they weren't. But Dementor wandering into a muggle suburb and just happening to come across a wizard," snorted Fudge. "The odds on that must be very, very long. Even Bagman wouldn't have bet." "Oh, I don't think any of us believe the Dementors were there by coincidence," said Dumbledore lightly. The witch, sitting to the right of Fudge with her face in shadow, moved slightly, but everyone else was quite still and silent. "And what is that supposed to mean?" asked Fudge. "It means that I think they were ordered there," said Dumbledore. "I think we might have a record of it. If someone had ordered a pair of Dementors to go strolling through Little Wing," barked Fudge. "Not if the Dementors are taking orders from someone other than the Ministry of Magic these days," said Dumbledore calmly. "I have already given you my views on this matter, Cornelius." "Yes, you have," said Fudge forcefully, "and I have no reason to believe that your views are anything other than be Dumbledore. The Durs remain in place in Aspen and are doing everything we asked them to," then said Dumbledore quietly. "But clearly we must ask ourselves why somebody within the Ministry ordered a pair of Durs into that alleyway on the 2nd of August." In the complete silence that greeted these words, the witch to the right of Fudge leaned forward, so that Harry saw her for the first time. He thought she looked just like a large pale toad. She was rather squat, with a broad flabby face, as little neck as Uncle Vernon, and a very wide slack mouth. Her eyes were large, round, and slightly bulging. Even the little black velvet bow perched on top of her short curly hair put in mind of a large fly. She was about to catch on a long sticky tongue. The chair recognized as Dolores Jane Umbridge Sr., Under Secretary to the Minister, said Fudd. The witch spoke in a fluttery, girlish, high-pitched voice that took Harry aback. He had been expecting a croak. "I'm sure I must have misunderstood you, Professor Dumbledore," she said with a simper that left her big round eyes as cold as ever. "So silly of me. But it sounded for a teensy moment as though you were suggesting that the Ministry of Magic had ordered an attack on this boy." She gave a silvery laugh that made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand up. A few other members of the Wisengamot laughed with her. Could not have been plainer that not one of them was really amused, if it is true that the doors are taking orders only from the Ministry of Magic, and it is also true that 2 Dementors attacked Harry and his cousin a week ago, then it follows logically that somebody at the Ministry might have ordered the attack, said Dumbledore politely. Of course, these particular Dementors may have been outside Ministry control. There are no Durs outside Ministry control, snapped Fudge, who had turned brick red. Dumbledore inclined his head in a little bow. Then undoubtedly the Ministry will be making a full inquiry into why 2 Dementors were so very far from Aspen and why they attacked without authorization. It is not for you to decide what the Ministry of Magic does or does not do. Dumbledore, snapped Fudge, now a shade of magenta, of which Uncle Vernon would have been proud. Of course, it isn't, said Dumbledore mildly. I was merely expressing my confidence that this matter will not go uninvestigated. He glanced at Madame Bones, who readjusted her monocle and stared back at him, frowning slightly. I would remind everybody that the behavior of these Dementors, if indeed they are not figments of this boy's imagination, is not the subject of this hearing, said Fudge. We are here to examine Harry Potter's offenses under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, of course. We're, said Dumbledore. But the presence of Durs in that alleyway is highly relevant. Clause S of the decree states that magic may be used before Muggles in exceptional circumstances, and as those exceptional circumstances include situations that threaten the life of the wizard or witch himself or witches. Wizards or Muggles present at the time of the we are familiar with Clause 7. Thank you very much, snarled Fudge. Of course, you are, said Dumbledore courteously. Then we are in agreement that Harry's use of the Patronus charm in these circumstances falls precisely into the category of exceptional circumstances. It describes, if there were Dementors, which I doubt you have heard from an eyewitness. Dumbledore interrupted, if you still doubt her truthfulness, call her back, question her again. I am sure she would not object. I that not, blustered Fudge, fiddling with the papers before him. It's I want this over with today, Dumbledore. But naturally you would not care how many times you heard from a witness if the alternative was a serious miscarriage of justice, said Dumbledore. Serious miscarriage, my hat, said Fudge at the top of his voice. Have you ever bothered to tot up the number of Anne Bull stories this boy has come out with Dumbledore while trying to cover up his flagrant misuse of magic out of school? I suppose you've forgotten the hover charm he used 3 years ago. That wasn't me. It was a house elf, said Harry. You see, roared Fudge, gesturing flamboyantly in Harry's direction. A house elf in a Muggle house. I ask you, the house elf in question is currently in the employ of Hogwarts School, said Dumbledore. I can summon him here in an instant to give evidence, if you wish. I haven't got time to listen to house elves anyway. That's not the only. He blew up his aunt, for God's sake, Fudge shouted, banging his fist on the judge's bench and upsetting a bottle of ink. And you very kindly did not press charges on that occasion, accepting, I presume, that even the best wizards cannot always control their emotions, said Dumbledore calmly, as Fudge attempted to scrub the ink off his notes. And I haven't even started on what he gets up to at school, but as the Ministry has no authority to punish Hogwarts students for misdemeanors at school, Harry's behavior there is not relevant to this inquiry, said Dumbledore politely as ever, but now with a suggestion of coolness behind his words. Oh ho, said Fudge, not our business what he does at school. And you think, so the Ministry does not have the power to expel Hogwarts students? Cornelius, as I reminded you on the night of the 2nd of August, said Dumbledore, nor doesn't have the right to confiscate wands until charges have been successfully proven again, as I reminded you on the night of the 2nd of August in your admirable haste to ensure that the law is upheld. You appear inadvertently, I am sure, to have overlooked a few laws yourself. Laws can be changed, said Fudge savagely. Of course they can, said Dumbledore, inclining his head, and you certainly seem to be making many changes, Cornelius. Why, in a few short weeks since I was asked to leave the Wizengamot, it has already become the practice to hold a full criminal trial to deal with the simple matter of underage magic. A few of the wizards above of them shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Fudge turned a slightly deeper shade of Pew the Toad-like, which on his right, however, merely gazed at Dumbledore, her face quite expressionless. As far as I'm aware, however, Dumbledore continued, there is no law yet in place that says this court's job is to punish Harry for every bit of magic he has ever performed. He has been charged with a specific offense, and he has presented his defense. All he and I can do now is to await your verdict. Dumbledore put his fingertips together again and said no more. Fudge glared at him, evidently incensed. Harry glanced sideways at Dumbledore, seeking reassurance. He was not at all sure that Dumbledore was right in telling the Wizengamot, in effect, that it was about time they made a decision again. However, Dumbledore seemed oblivious to Harry's attempt to catch his eye. He continued to look up at the benches where the entire Wizengamot had fallen into urgent whispered conversations. Harry looked at his feet, his heart, which seemed to have swollen to an unnatural size, was thumping loudly under his ribs. He had expected the hearing to last longer than this. He was not at all sure that he had made a good impression. He had not really said very much. He ought to have explained more fully about the demeanors, about how he had fallen over, about how both he and Dudley had nearly been kissed twice. He looked up at Fudge and opened his mouth to speak, but his swollen heart was now constricting his air passages in both times. He merely took a deep breath and looked back at his shoes. Then the whispering stopped. Harry wanted to look up at the judges, but found that it was really much easier to keep examining his laces, those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges, said Madame Bond's booming voice. Harry's head jerked upward. There were hands in the air, many of them more than half breathing very fast. He tried to count, but before he could finish, Madame Bones had said, and those in favor of conviction. Fudge raised his hand, so did half a dozen others, including the witch on his right, and the heavily mustached wizard, and the frizzy-haired witch in the second row. Fudge glanced around at them, all looking as though there was something large stuck in his throat, then lowered his own hand. He took 2 deep breaths, and then said in a voice distorted by suppressed rage, very well, cleared of all charges, excellent, said Dumbledore, briskly springing to his feet, pulling out his wand, and causing the 2 chint armchairs to vanish. Wand must be getting along. Good day to you all. And without looking once at Harry, he swept from the dungeon chapter, and the woes of Mrs. Weasley. Dumbledore's abrupt departure took Harry completely by surprise. He remained sitting where he was in the chain chair, struggling with his feelings of shock and relief. The WIS and Gamut were all getting to their feet, talking and gathering up their papers and packing them away. Harry stood up. Nobody seemed to be paying him the slightest bit of attention except the Toad-like, which on Fudge's right, who was now gazing down at him instead of at Dumbledore. Ignoring her, he tried to catch Fudge's eye, or Madame Bones's, wanting to ask whether he was free to go, but Fudge seemed quite determined not to notice Harry, and Madame Bones was busy with her briefcase. So he took a few tentative steps toward the exit, and when nobody called him back, broke into a very fast walk. He took the last few steps at a run, wrenched open the door. and almost collided with Mr. Weasley, who was standing right outside, looking pale and apprehensive. Dumbledore didn't say, cleared Harry, said, pulling the door closed behind him. Of all charges beaming, Mr. Weasley seized Harry by the shoulders. Harry, that's wonderful. Well, of course, they couldn't have found you guilty, not on the evidence. But even so, I can't pretend I wasn't. But Mr. Weasley broke off because the courtroom door had just opened again. The WIS and Gamut were filing out Merlins. Beard, said Mr. Weasley, wonderingly, pulling Harry aside to let them. All past you were tried by the full court. I think so, said Harry quietly. One or two of the passing wizards nodded to Harry as they passed, and a few, including Madam Bones, said Morning Arthur to Mr. Weasley, but most averted their eyes. Cornelius Fudge and the Toad-like, which were almost the last to leave the dungeon. Fudge acted as though Mr. Weasley and Harry were part of the wall, but again the witch looked almost appraisingly at Harry as she passed last. Of all to pass was Percy. Like Fudge, he completely ignored his father and Harry. He marched past, clutching a large roll of parchment and a handful of spare quills, his back rigid, and his nose in the air. The lines around Mr. Weasley's mouth tightened slightly. But other than this, he gave no sign that he had noticed his third son. I'm going to take you straight back, so you can tell the others the good news, he said, beckoning Harry forward as Percy's heels disappeared up the stairs to the 9th level. I'll drop you off on the way to that. Toilet in Bethel Green, come on. So what will you have to do about the toilet? Harry asked, grinning. Everything suddenly seemed 5 times funnier than usual. It was starting to sink in. He was cleared. He was going back to Hogwarts. Oh, it's a simple enough Jinx, said Mr. Weasley as they mounted the stairs. But it's not so much having to repair the damage. It's more the attitude behind the vandalism. Harry Muggle baiting might strike some wizards as funny, but it's an expression of something much deeper and nastier. And I, for one, Mr. Weasley broke off in mid-sentence. They had just reached the 9th level corridor, and Cornelius Fudge was standing a few feet away from them, talking quietly to a tall man with sleek blonde hair and a pointed pale face. The second man turned at the sound of their footsteps. He too broke off in mid-conversation, his cold gray eyes narrowed and fixed upon Harry's face. Well, Patronus Potter, said Lucius. Malloy, coolly. Harry felt winded, as though he had just walked into something heavy. He had last seen those cool gray eyes through slits in a Death Eater's hood, and last heard that man's voice jeering in a dark graveyard while Lord Voldemort tortured him. He could not believe that Lucius Malfoy dared look him in the face. He could not believe that he was here in the Ministry of Magic, or that Cornelius Fudge was talking to him, when Harry had told Fudge weeks ago that Malfoy was a Death Eater. The minister was just telling me about your lucky escape. Potter, drawled Mr. Malfoy, quite astonishing the way you continue to wriggle out of very tight holes, snake-like. In fact, Mr. Weasley gripped Harry's shoulder in warning. Yeah, said Harry, I'm good at escaping. Lucius Malfoy raised his eyes to Mr. Weasley's face. And Arthur Weasley, too. What are you doing here, Arthur? I work here, said Mr. Weasley shortly. Not here, surely, said Mr. Malfoy, raising his eyebrows and glancing toward the door over Mr. Weasley's shoulder. I thought you were up on the 2nd floor. Don't you do something that involves sneaking Muggle artifacts home and bewitching them? No, said Mr. Weasley curtly, his fingers now biting into Harry's shoulder. What are you doing here, anyway? Harry asked Lucius Malfoy. I don't think private matters between myself and the minister are any concern of yours, Potter, said Malfoy, smoothing the front of his robes. Harry distinctly heard the gentle clinking of what sounded like a full pocket of gold. Really, just because you were Dumbledore's favorite boy, you. Must not expect the same indulgence from the rest of us. Shall we go up to your office? Then Minister certainly, said Fudge, turning his back on Harry, and Mr. Weasley. This way, Lucius, they stroll off together, talking in low voices. Mr. Weasley did not let go of Harry's shoulder until they had disappeared into the lift. Why wasn't he waiting outside Fudge's office? If they've got business to do together, Harry burst out furiously. What was he doing? Down here, trying to sneak down to the courtroom, if you ask. Me, said Mr. Weasley, looking extremely agitated as he glanced over his shoulder, as though making sure they could not be overheard, trying to find out whether you'd been expelled or not. I'll leave a note for Dumbledore. When I drop you off, he ought to know Malfoy's been talking to Fudge again. What private business have they got together anyway, Gold? I expect, said Mr. Weasley angrily. Malfoy's been giving generously to all sorts of things for years. Gets him in with the right people, then he can ask. Favors delay laws he doesn't want passed. Oh, he's very well connected. Lucius Malfoy. The lift arrived. It was empty except for a flock of memos that flapped around Mr. Weasley's head as he pressed the button for the atrium and the doors clanged shut. He waved them away. Irritably, Mr. Weasley said, harsh slowly, if Fudge is meeting Death Eaters like Malfoy, if he's seeing them alone, how do we know they haven't put the Imperious curse on him? Don't think. It hadn't occurred to us, Harry muttered Mr. Weasley, but Dumbledore thinks Fudge is acting of his own accord at the moment, which, as Dumbledore says, is not a lot of comfort. Best not talk about it anymore. Just now, Harry, the door slid open, and they stepped out into the now almost deserted atrium. Eric, the security man, was hidden behind his daily prophet again. They had walked straight past the golden fountain before Harry remembered. Wait, he told Mr. Weasley, and pulling his money bag from his pocket, he turned back to the fountain. He looked up into the handsome wizard's face, but up close Harry thought he looked rather weak and foolish. The witch was wearing a vapid smile like a beauty contestant, and from what Harry knew of goblins and centaur, they were most unlikely to be caught staring this at humans of any description. Only the house self's attitude of creeping civility looked convincing, with a grin at the thought of what Hermione would say if she could see the statue of the elf. Harry turned his money bag upside down and emptied not just 10 galleons, but the whole contents into the pool of the statue's feet. I knew it, yelled Ron, punching the air. You always get away with stuff. They were bound to clear you, said Hermione, who had looked positively faint with anxiety when Harry had entered the kitchen and was now holding a shaking hand over her eyes. There was no case against you, none at all. Everyone seems quite relieved, though, considering they all knew I'd get off, said Harry. Smiling, Mrs. Weasley was wiping her face on her apron and Fred. George and Ginny were doing a kind of war dance to a chant that when he got off, he got off, he got off. That's enough, settle down, shouted Mr. Weasley, though he too was smiling. Listened, serious Lucius Malfoy was at the ministry. What said Sirius sharply, he got off, he got off, he got off. Be quiet, you three. Yes, we saw him talking to Fudge on level 9. Then they went up to Fudge's office together. Dumbledore ought to know, absolutely, said Sirius Weck. Tell him, don't worry. Well, I'd better get going. There's a vomiting toilet in Bethel Green. Waiting for me, Molly, I'll be late. I'm covering for tons. But Kingsley might be dropping in for dinner. He got off, he got off, he got off. That's enough. Fred, George, Ginny, said Mrs. Weasley, as Mr. Weasley left the kitchen. Harry, dear, come and sit down, have some lunch. You hardly ate breakfast. Ron and Hermione sat themselves down opposite him, looking happier than they had done since he had first arrived at number 12. Grimel Place, and Harry's feeling of giddy relief, which had been somewhat dented by his encounter with Lucius Malfoy, swelled again. The gloomy house seemed warmer and more welcoming. All of a sudden, even creature looked less ugly as he poked his snout-liking nose into the kitchen to investigate the source of all the noise. Of course, once Dumbledore turned up on your side, there was no way they were going to convict you, said Ron happily, now dishing great mounds of mashed potatoes onto everyone's plates. Yeah, he swung it for me, said Harry. He felt that it would sound highly ungrateful, not to mention childish, to say, I wish he'd talked to me, though, or even looked at me. And as he thought this, the scar on his forehead burned so badly that he clapped his hand to it. What's up, said Hermione, looking alarmed. Scar, Harry mumbled, but it's nothing. It happens all the time. Now none of the others had noticed a thing. All of them were now helping themselves to food, while gloating over Harry's narrow escape. Fred, George, and Ginny were still singing. Hermione looked rather anxious, but before she could say anything, Ron said happily, I bet Dumbledore turns up this evening to celebrate with us, you know. I don't think he'll be able to. Ron said. Mrs. Weasley, setting a huge plate of roast chicken down in front of Harry. He's really very busy at the moment. He got off. Shut up, roared Mrs. Weasley. Over the next few days, Harry could not help noticing that there was one person within number 12 Grimmauld Place who did not seem wholly overjoyed that he would be returning to Hogwarts. Sirius had put up a very good show of happiness on first hearing the news, wringing Harry's hand and beaming just like the rest of them. Soon, however, he was moodier and surlier than before, talking less to everybody, even Harry, and spending increasing amounts of time shut up in his mother's room with Buckbeak. Don't you go feeling guilty, said Hermione sternly after Harry had confided some of his feelings to her and Ron while they scrubbed out a moldy cupboard on the third floor. A few days later, you belong at Hogwarts, and Sirius knows it personally. I think he's being selfish. That's a bit harsh, Hermione, said Ron, frowning as he attempted to prise off a bit of mold that had attached itself firmly to his finger. You wouldn't want to be stuck inside this house. Without company, he'll have company, said Hermione. It's headquarters to the Order of the Phoenix, isn't it? He just got his hopes up that Harry would be coming to live here with him. I don't think that's true, said Harry, wringing out his cloth. He wouldn't give me a straight answer when I asked him if I could. He just didn't want to get his own hopes up even more, said Hermione wisely. And he probably felt a bit guilty himself, because I think a part of him was really hoping you'd be expelled, then you'd both be outcast together. Come off it, said Harry and Ron together, but Hermione merely shrugged. Suit yourselves, but I sometimes think Ron's mom's right, and Sirius gets confused about whether you're you or your father, Harry. So you think he's touched in the head, said Harry heatedly. No, I just think he's been very lonely for a long time, said Hermione simply. At this point, Mrs. Weasley entered the bedroom behind them, still not finished. She said, poking her head in the cupboard, I thought you might be here to tell us to have a break, said Ron bitterly. Do you know how much mold we've got rid of since we arrived here? You were so keen to help, the Order said. Mrs. Weasley, you can do your bit by making headquarters fit to live in. I feel like a house elf, grumbled Ron. Well, now that you understand what dreadful lives they lead, perhaps you'll be a bit more active in SPW, said Hermione, hopefully, as Mrs. Weasley left them to it again. You know, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to show people exactly how horrible it is to clean all the time. We could do a sponsored scrub, a GRYFF, or common room, all proceeds to SPW. It would raise awareness, as well as funds. I'll sponsor you to shut up about Spewron, muttered irritably, but only so Harry could hear him. Harry found himself daydreaming about Hogwarts more and more as the end of the holidays approached. He could not wait to see Hagrid again, to play Quidditch, even a stroll across the vegetable patches to the herbology greenhouses. It would be a treat just to leave this dusty, musty house where half of the cupboards were still bolted shut and Creature wheezed an SS out of the shadows as you passed, though. Harry was careful not to say any of this. Within earshot of Sirius, the fact was that living at the headquarters of the anti-Voldemort movement was not nearly as interesting or exciting as Harry would have expected before he'd experienced that though members of the Order of the Phoenix came and went regularly, sometimes staying for meals, sometimes only for a few minutes whispered conversation, Mrs. Weasley made sure that Harry and the others were kept well out of earshot, whether extendable or normal, and nobody, not even Sirius, seemed to feel that Harry needed to know anything more than he had heard on the night of his arrival. On the very last day of the holidays, Harry was sweeping up Hedwig's owl droppings from the top of the wardrobe when Ron entered their bedroom, carrying a couple of envelopes book lists have arrived. He said, throwing one of the envelopes up to Harry, who was standing on a chair about time, "I thought they'd forgotten. They usually come much earlier than this." Harry swept the last of the droppings into a rubbish bag and threw the bag over Ron's head into the wastepaper basket in the corner, which swallowed it and belched loudly. He then opened his letter. It contained 2 pieces of parchment, one the usual reminder that term started on the 1st of September, the other telling him which books he would need for the coming year. Only 2 new ones, he said, reading the list of Standard Book of Spells Grade 5 by Miranda Goes Hawk and Defensive Magical. Theory by Wilbert Slinkercrack Fred and George O. Pratt-Wright. Beside Harry, he was so used to them doing this by now that he didn't even fall off his chair. "We were just wondering who assigned the Slinker book," said Fred conversationally, "because it means Dumbledore found a new defense against the dark arts teacher," said George. "And about time, too," said Fred. "What you mean?" Harry asked, jumping down beside them. "Well, we overheard Mom and Dad talking on the extendable ears a few weeks back," Fred told Harry. "And from what?" "They were saying Dumbledore was having real trouble finding anyone to do the job this year. Not surprising, is it, when you look at what's happened to the last 4, said George. 1 sacked, 1 dead, 1's memory removed, and 1 locked in a trunk for 9 months, said Harry, counting them off on his fingers. "Yeah, I see what you mean. What's up with you, Ron?" asked Fred. Ron did not answer Harry. Looked around. Ron was standing very still with his mouth slightly open, gaping at his letter from Hogwarts. "What's the matter?" said Fred, impatiently moving around. Ron, to look over his shoulder at the parchment Fred's mouth fell open to Prefect. He said, staring incredulously at the letter Prefect. George leapt forward, seized the envelope in Ron's other hand, and turned it upside down. Harry saw something scarlet and gold fall into George's palm. "No way," said George in a hushed voice. "There's been a mistake," said Fred, snatching the letter out of Ron's grasp and holding it up to the light as though checking for a watermark. "No one in their right mind would make Ron." A Prefect, the twins' heads turned in unison, and both of them stared at Harry. "We thought you were Ert," said Fred in a tone that suggested Harry had tricked them in some way. "We thought Dumbledore was bound to pick you," said George, indignantly winning the Triwizard. "And everything," said Fred. "I suppose all the mad stuff must have counted against him," said George to Fred. "You," said Fred slowly, "you've caused too much trouble. Mate, well, at least one of you's got there. Priorities, right?" He strode over to Harry and clapped him on the back while giving Ron a scathing look. "Prefect, itchel Ronnie." "The Prefect? Oh, Mom's going to be revolting," groaned George, thrusting the Prefect badge back at Ron as though it might contaminate him. Ron, who still had not said a word, took the badge, stared at it for a moment, and then held it out to Harry as though asking mutely for confirmation that it was genuine. Harry took it. A large P was superimposed on the GRYFF lion. He had seen a badge just like this on Percy's chest on his very first day at Hogwarts. The door banged open. "Hermione came tearing into the room, her cheeks flushed and her hair flying. There was an envelope in her hand. Did you get? She spotted the badge in Harry's hand and let out a shriek. I knew it, she said, excitedly brandishing her letter. Mayu, Hattie Mayu. No, said Harry quickly, pushing the badge back into Ron's hand. It's Ron, not me. What, Ron's prefect? Not me, Harry, said Ron, said her jaw dropping. But are you sure? She turned red as Ron looked around at her with a defiant expression on his face. It's my name on the letter, he said. I said, Hermione, looking thoroughly bewildered. Wow. Well done, Ron, that's really unexpected. Said George, nodding no. Said Hermione, blushing harder then. Ever know? It's not Ron's done loads if he's really the door. Behind her opened a little W.I., and Mrs. Weasley backed into the room, carrying a pile of freshly laundered robes. Jenny, said the book list had come at last, she said, glancing around at all the envelopes, as she made her way over to the bed and started sorting the robes into 2 piles. If you give them to me, I'll take them over to Diagon Alley this afternoon and get your books while you're packing, Ron. I'll have to get you more pajamas. These are at least 6 and 2 short. I can't believe how fast you're growing. What color would you like? Get 'em red and gold to match his badge, said George, smirking. Matches, what said Mrs. Weasley, absent, rolling up a pair of maroon socks and placing them on Ron's pile as badge, said Fred, with the air of getting the worst over quickly. His lovely, shiny new prefect's badge, Fred's words, took a moment to penetrate Mrs. Weasley's preoccupation about pajamas. But Ron, you're not Ron, held up his badge. Mrs. Weasley let out a shriek, just like Hermione. I don't believe it. Oh, Ron, how wonderful, prefect. That's everyone in the family. What are Fred and I next door neighbors, said George indignantly, as his mother pushed him aside and flung her arms around her youngest son. Wait until your father hears, Ron. I'm so proud of you. What wonderful news. You could end up head boy just like Bill. In person, it's the first step. Oh, what a thing to happen. In the middle of all this worry, I'm just thrilled. Oh, Ronnie, Fred, and George were both making loud, retching noises behind her back, but Mrs. Weasley did not notice arms tied around Ron's neck. She was kissing him all over his face, which had turned a brighter scarlet than his badge. Mom, don't, Mom, get a grip, he muttered, trying to push her away. She let go of him and said breathlessly, well, what will it be? We gave Percy an owl. But you've already got one, of course, W. What do you mean, said Ron, looking as though he did not dare believe his ears. You got to have a reward for this, said Mrs. Weasley fondly. How about a nice new set of dress robes? We've already bought him some, said Fred sourly, who looked as though he sincerely regretted this generosity. Or a new cauldron, Charlie's old one's rusting through. Or a new, Rhett, you always like scabbers, Mom, said Ron hopefully. Can I have a new broom? Mrs. Weasley's face fell slightly. Broomsticks were expensive. Not a really good one, Ron hastened to add. Just. A new one for a change, Mrs. Weasley hesitated, then smiled. Of course, you can. Well, I'd better get going if I've got a broom to buy too. I'll see you all later, little Ronnie, a prefect. And don't forget to pack your trunks, a prefect. Oh, I'm all of a dither. She gave Ron yet another kiss on the cheek, sniffed loudly, and bustled from the room. Fred and George exchanged looks. You don't mind if we don't kiss you, do you, Ron, said Fred in a falsely anxious voice. We could curtsy if you like, said George. Oh, shut up, said Ron, scowling at them. Or what? Said Fred, an evil grin spreading across his face. Going to put us in attention? I'd love to see him try, sniggered George. He could if you don't watch out, said Hermione angrily, at which Fred and George burst out laughing, and Ron muttered, drop it, Hermione. We're going to have to watch our step, George, said Fred, pretending to tremble with these two on our case. Yeah, it looks like our law-breaking days are finally over, said George, shaking his head, and with another loud crack, the twins dissipated though, too, said Hermione, furiously staring up at the ceiling through which they could now hear Fred and George roaring with laughter in the room upstairs. Don't pay any attention to them. Ron, they're only jealous. I don't think they're, said Ron doubtfully, also looking up at the ceiling. They've always said only Pratts become prefects. Still, he added on a happier note, they've never had new brooms. I wish I could go with Mom. And shoes she'll never be able to afford a Nimbus, but there's the new clean sweep out. That'd be great, yeah. I think I'll go and tell her I like the clean sweep. Just so she knows. He dashed from the room, leaving Harry and Hermione alone. For some reason, Harry found that he did not want to look at Hermione. He turned to his bed, picked up the pile of clean robes Mrs. Weasley had laid upon it, and crossed the room to his trunk. Harry, said Hermione tentatively. Well done, said Harry so heartily it did not sound like his voice at all, and still not. Looking at her brilliant prefect. Great, thanks, said Hermione. And Harry, could I borrow Hedwig so I can tell Mom and Dad? They'll be really pleased. I mean, prefect is something they can understand. Yeah, and no problem, said Harry, still in the horrible hearty voice that did not belong to him. Take her. He leaned over his trunk, laid the robes on the bottom of it, and pretended to be rummaging for something while Hermione crossed to the wardrobe and called Hedwig down. A few moments past, Harry heard the door close, but remained bent double, listening the only sound he could hear were the blank picture on the wall, sniggering again, and the wastepaper basket in the corner, coughing up the owl droppings. He straightened up and looked behind him. Hermione and Hewig had gone. Harry returned slowly to his bed and sank onto it, gazing unseeingly at the foot of the wardrobe. He had forgotten completely about prefects being chosen in the 5th year. He had been too anxious about the possibility of being expelled to spare a thought for the fact that badges must be winging their way towards certain people. But if he had remembered, if he had thought about it, what would he have expected? Not this, said a small and truthful voice inside his head. Harry screwed up his face and buried it in his hands. He could not lie to himself. If he had known the prefect badge was on its way, he would have expected it to come to him. Not Ron did this make him as arrogant as Draco Malfoy. Did he think himself superior to everyone else? Did he really believe he was better than Ron? No, said the small voice defiantly. Was that true? Harry wondered, anxiously probing his own feelings. I'm better at Quidditch, said the voice, but I'm not better at anything else. That was definitely true. Harry thought he was no better than Ron in lessons. But what about outside lessons? What about those adventures Ron and Hermione had together since they had started at Hogwarts, often risking much worse than expulsion? Well, Ron and Hermione were with me most of the time, said the voice in Harry's head. Not all the time, though. Harry argued with himself. They didn't fight Quirrell with me. They didn't take on Riddle and the Basilisk. They didn't get rid of all those Dementors the night Sirius escaped. They weren't in that graveyard with me the night Voldemort returned. And the same feeling of ill usage that had overwhelmed him on the night he had arrived rose again. I've definitely done more, Harry thought indignantly. I've done more than either of them, but maybe, said the small voice, fairly maybe. Dumbledore doesn't choose prefects because they've got themselves into a load of dangerous situations. Maybe he chooses them for other reasons. Ron must have something you don't. Har opened his eyes and stared through his fingers at the wardrobe's clawed feet, remembering what Fred had said. No one in their right mind would make Ron a prefect. Harry gave a small snort of laughter a second later. He felt sickened with himself. Ron had not asked Dumbledore to give him the prefect badge. This was not Ron's fault. Was he, Harry, Ron's best friend in the world, going to sulk because he didn't have a badge? Laugh with the twins behind Ron's back ruined this for Ron, when for the first time he had beaten Harry at something. At this point, Harry heard Ron's footsteps on the stairs again. He stood up, straightened his glasses, and hitched a grin onto his face as Ron bounded back through the door. Just caught her, he said happily. She says Sheck get the clean sweep if she can. Cool, Harry said, and he was Relieved to hear that his voice had stopped sounding hearty, "Listen, Ron, well done." Mate, the smile faded off Ron's face. "I never thought it would be me," he said, shaking his head. "I thought it would be you now I've caused too much trouble, Harry," said echoing Fred. "You said Ron, yeah. I suppose, well, we'd better get our trunks packed, hadn't we?" It was odd how widely their possessions seemed to have scattered themselves since they had arrived. It took them most of the afternoon to retrieve their books and belongings from all over the house and stow them back inside their school trunks. Harry noticed that Ron kept moving his prefect badge around, first placing it on his bedside table, then putting it into his jeans pocket, then taking it out and laying it on his folded robes, as though to see the effect of the red on the black. Only when Fred and George dropped in and offered to attach it to his forehead with a permanent sticking charm did he wrap it tenderly in his maroon socks and lock it in his trunk. Mrs. Weasley returned from Diagon Alley around 6 o'clock laden with books and carrying a long package wrapped in thick brown paper that Ron took from her with a moan of longing. "Never mind unwrapping it. Now people are arriving for dinner. I want you all downstairs," she said. But the moment she was out of sight, Ron ripped off the paper in a frenzy and examined every inch of his new broom, an ecstatic expression on his face. Down in the basement, Mrs. Weasley had hung a scarlet banner over the heavily laden dinner table, which read, "Congratulations, Ron and Hermione, new prefects." She looked in a better mood than Harry had seen her all holiday. "I thought we'd have a little party, not a sit-down dinner," she told Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny as they entered the room. "Your father and Bill are on their way, Ron. I've sent them both owls, and they're thrilled," she added, beaming. Fred rolled his eyes. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt were already there, and Mad Moody stumped in shortly after. Harry had got himself a butterbeer. "Oh, Alistair, I'm glad you're here," said Mrs. Weasley brightly as Maddie shrugged off his traveling cloak. "We've been wanting to ask you for ages. Could you have a look in the writing desk in the drawing room and tell us what's inside? We haven't wanted to open it just in case it's something really nasty." "No problem, Molly Moody's electric blue." I swiveled upward and stared fixedly through the ceiling of the kitchen drawing room. He growled as the pupil contracted. "Desk in the corner, yeah. I see it. Yeah, it's a bodge wanting to go up and get rid of it, Molly." No, I'll do it myself," later beamed. "Mrs. Weasley, you have your drink. We're having a little bit of a celebration." Actually, she gestured at the scarlet banner, fourth prefect in the family, she said fondly, ruffling Ron's hair. "Prefect." He growled, Moody, his normal eye on Ron and his magical evil eye swiveling around to gaze into the side of his head. Harry had the very uncomfortable feeling it was looking at him, and moved away towards Sirius and Lupin. "Well, congratulations," said Moody, still glaring at Ron with his normal eye. "Authority figures always attract trouble, but I suppose Dumbledore thinks you can withstand most major jinxes, or he wouldn't have appointed you." Ron looked rather startled at this view of the matter, but was saved the trouble of responding by the arrival of his father and eldest brother. Mrs. Weasley was in such a good mood she did not even complain that they had brought Mundungus with them too. He was wearing a long overcoat that seemed oddly lumpy in unlikely places, and declined the offer to remove it and put it with Moody's traveling cloak. "Well, I think a toast is in order," said Mr. Weasley. When everyone had a drink, he raised his goblet to Ron and Hermione. The new Griffer prefects, Ron and Hermione, beamed as everyone drank to them, and then applauded. "I was never a prefect myself," said Tonks brightly from behind Harry as everybody moved toward the table to help themselves to food. Her hair was tomato red and waist length today. She looked like Ginny's older sister. "My head of house said I lacked certain necessary qualities, like what said Ginny, who was choosing a baked potato, like the ability To behave myself, said Tonks. Ginny laughed. Hermione looked as though she did not know whether to smile or not, and compromised by taking an extra large gulp of butterbeer and choking on it. What about you, Sirius? Ginny asked, thumping her. My ain't on the back, Sirius, who was right beside Harry, let out his usual bark-like laugh. No one would have made me a prefect. I spent too much time in detention with James Lupin. Was the good boy. He got the badge. I think Dumbledore might have hoped that I would be able to exercise some control over my best friend, said Lupin. I need scarcely say that I failed dismally. Harry's mood suddenly lifted. His father had not been a prefect. Either all at once the party seemed much more enjoyable. He loaded up his plate, feeling unusually fond of everyone in the room. Ron was rapids about his new broom. To anybody who would listen, not to 70 in 10 seconds, not bad, is it when you think the Comet 290's only not a 60, and that's with a decent tailwind, according to which Broomstick Hermione was talking very earnestly to Lupin about her view of rights. I mean, it's the same kind of nonsense as werewolf segregation, isn't it? It all stems from this horrible thing wizards have a thinking they're superior to other creatures. Mrs. Weasley and Bill were having their usual argument about Bill's hair getting really out of hand. And you're so good looking, it would look much better shorter, wouldn't it, Harry? I don't know, said Harry, slightly alarmed at being asked his opinion. He slid away from them in the direction of Fred and George, who were in a corner with Mundungus. Mundungus stopped talking when he saw Harry, but Fred winked and beckoned Harry closer. It's okay, he told Mundungus. We can trust Harry. He's our financial backer. Look what Dung's gotten us, said George, holding out his hand to Harry. It was full of what looked like shriveled black pods. A faint rattling noise was coming from them, even though they were completely stationary, venomous, tentaculous seeds. Said George, we need them for the skying snack boxes, but they're a Class C non-tradable substance. So we've been having a bit of trouble getting hold of them. 10 galleons a lot. Then Dung, said Fred, with all the trouble I wanted to get him, said Mundungus, his saga bloodshot eyes stretching even wider on. Sorry, lads, but I'm not taking Kano under 20 dong like his little joke, Fred said to Harry. Yep, his best one so far has been 6 sickles for bag of gnarl quills, said George. Be careful, Harry warned them quietly. What, said Fred? Mom's busy saying over prefect wrong. We're okay, but Moody could have his eye on you, Harry pointed out. Mundungus looked nervously over his shoulder. Good point. That he grunted. All right, lads, 10 it is if you'll take him. Quick cheers, Harry, said Fred delightedly when Mundungus had emptied his pockets into the twins' outstretched hands and scuttled off toward the food. We'd better get these upstairs. Harry watched them go, feeling slightly uneasy. It had just occurred to him that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would want to know how Fred and George were financing their joke shop business, when, as was inevitable, they finally found out about it. Giving the twins a try wizard winnings had seemed a simple thing to do at the time, but what if it led to another family row and a Percy likey estrangement? Would Mrs. Weasley still feel that Harry was as good as her son if she found out he had made it possible for Fred and George to start a career she thought quite unsuitable, standing where the twins had left him with nothing but a guilty weight in the pit of his stomach for company? Harry caught the sound of his own name. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice was audible even over the surrounding chatter. Why Dumbledore didn't make Potter a prefect, said Kingsley. He'll have had his reasons, replied Lupin, but it would have shown confidence in Emmett's eye. Be done, persisted Kingsley, especially with the Daily Prophet having a go at him every few days. Harry did not look around. He did not want Lupin or Kingsley to know he had heard. He followed Mundungus back toward the table, though not remotely hungry. His pleasure in the party had evaporated as quickly as it had come. He wished he were upstairs in bed. Moody was sniffing at a chicken leg with what remained of his nose. Evidently he could not detect any trace of poison, because he then tore a strip off it with his teeth, the handles made of Spanish oak with Jinx varnish and inbuilt vibration control Ron was saying to Tonks. Mrs. Weasley yawned widely. Well, I think I'll sort out that budget before I turn Arthur. I don't want this lot up too late. All right night, Harry dear. She left the kitchen. Harry sat down his plate and wondered whether he could follow her without attracting attention. You all right, Potter grunted. Moody, yeah. Fine lied. Harry Moody took a swig from his hip flask of electric blue. I staring sideways at Harry. Come here. I've got something that might interest you, he said from an inner pocket of his robes. Moody pulled a very tattered, old wizarding photograph. Original Order of the Phoenix, growled Moody. Found it last night when I was looking for my spare invisibility cloak, seeing as Podmore hasn't had the manners to return my best one. Thought people might like to see it. Harry took the photograph. A small crowd of people, some waving at him, others lifting their glasses, looked back up at him. Bisbee said Moody, unnecessarily pointing at himself. The Moody in the picture was unmistakable, though his hair was slightly less gray and his nose was intact. And there's Dumbledore beside me, Deus Diggle on the other side. That's Marlene McKinnon. She was killed 2 weeks after this was taken. They got her whole family. That's Frank and Alice Longbottom. Harry's stomach, already uncomfortable, clenched as he looked at Alice Longbottom. He knew her round, friendly face very well, even though he had never met her, because she was the image of her son, Neville. Poor devils, growled Moody, better dead than what happened to them. And that's Emmeline Vance. You've met her. And that there's Lynn, obviously Benji Fenwick. He said it too. We only ever found bits of him. Shift aside there, he added, poking the picture, and the little photographic people edged sideways so that those who were partially obscured could move to the front. That's Edgar Bones, brother of Amelia Bones. They got him and his family too. He was a great wizard, Sturgis Podmore Blimey. He looks young. Kedoc Dearborn vanished 6 months after this. We never found his body. Hagrid, of course, looks exactly the same as ever. Alia's Doge. You've met him. I've forgotten. He used to wear that stupid hat, Gideon Pute. It took 5 Death Eaters to kill him and his brother Fabian. They fought like heroes. Budge along, the little people in the photograph jostled among themselves, and those hidden right at the back appeared at the forefront of the picture. That's Dumbledore's brother Aberforth. Only time I ever met him, strange bloke. That's Dorcas Meadows. Voldemort killed her personally. Sirius, when he still had short hair. And there you go, thought that would interest you. Harry's heart turned over. His mother and father were beaming up at him, sitting on either side of a small, watery-eyed man Harry recognized at once as Wormtail. He was the one who had betrayed their whereabouts to Voldemort, and so helped bring about their deaths. The said Moody. Harry looked up into Moody's heavily scarred and pitted face. Evidently Moody was under the impression he had just given Harry a bit of a treat. You said Harry, attempting to grin again. Listen, I've just remembered I haven't packed my... He was spared the trouble of inventing an object he had not packed. Sirius had just said, what's that you've got there, Matt? EY and Moody had turned toward him. Harry crossed the kitchen, slipped through the door, and up the stairs before anyone could call him back. He did not know why he had received such a shock. He had seen his parents' pictures before, after all, and he had met Wormtail. But to have them sprung on him like that, when he was least expecting it, no one would like that, he thought angrily. And then to see them surrounded by all those other happy faces, Benji Fenwick, who had been found in bits, and Gideon Pute, who had died like a hero, and the Longbottoms, who had been tortured into madness, all waving happily out of the photograph, forever more not knowing that they were doomed. Well, Moody, who might find that interesting, Harry found it Disturbing Harry tiptoed up the stairs in the hall past the stuffed elf heads, glad to be on his own again. But as he approached the first landing, he heard noises. Someone was sobbing in the drawing room. "Hello, Harry," said. There was no answer, but the sobbing continued. He climbed the remaining stairs two at a time, walked across the landing and opened the drawing room door. Someone was cowering against the dark wall, her wand in her hand, her whole body shaking with sobs. Sprawled on the dust old carpet in a patch of moonlight, clearly dead, was Ron. All the air seemed to vanish from Harry's lungs. He felt as though he were falling through the floor. His brain turned icy cold. Ron dead. No, it couldn't be. But wait a moment. It couldn't be. Ron was downstairs. "Mrs. Weasley," Harry coaxed R.R. "Ridiculous, Mrs. Weasley," sobbed, pointing her shaking. Wand at Ron's body, cracked Ron's body, turned to Bill, spread, eagled on his back, his eyes wide open and empty. Mrs. Weasley sobbed harder than ever. "Are ridiculous." She sobbed again, cracked. Mr. Weasley's body replaced. Bill's glasses, asked you a trickle of blood running down his face. "No," Mrs. Weasley moaned. "No, ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous." Cracked, dead twins, cracked, dead Percy, cracked, dead Harry. "Mrs. Weasley, just get out of here," shouted Harry, staring down at his own dead body on the floor. "Let someone else." "What's going on?" Lupin had come running into the room, closely followed by Sirius, with Moody stumping along behind him. Lupin looked from Mrs. Weasley to the dead Harry on the floor and seemed to understand in an instant, pulling out his own wand. He said very firmly and clearly, "Ridiculous." Harry's body vanished. A silvery orb hung in the air over the spot where it had lain. Lupin waved his wand once more, and the orb vanished in a puff of smoke. "Oh, oh, oh," gulped Mrs. Weasley, and she broke into a storm of crying, her face in her hands. "Molly," said Lupin, bleakly, walking over to her. "Molly, don't." Next second, she was sobbing her heart out on Lupin's shoulder. "Molly, it was just a bodget," he said soothingly, patting her on the head. "Just a stupid bodget. I see them to dead all the time." Mrs. Weasley moaned into his shoulder. "All the TT time. I DD dream about it." Sirius was staring at the patch of carpet where the bodget, pretending to be Harry's body, had lain. Moody was looking at Harry, who avoided his gaze. He had a funny feeling. "Moody's magical. I had followed him all the way out of the kitchen. Don't tell Arthur." Mrs. Weasley was gulping, now mopping her eyes frantically with her cuffs. "I don't want him to know." Being silly, Lupin handed her a handkerchief, and she blew her nose. "Harry, I'm so sorry. What must you think of me?" she said shakily, not even able to get rid of Bodget. "Don't be stupid," said Harry, trying to smile. "I'm just so worried," she said, tears spilling out of her eyes again. "Half the FF families. In the order, it'll be a miracle if we all come through this. And P.P. Percy's not talking to us. What if something dreadful happens and we had never made up? And what's going to happen if Arthur and I get killed? Who's Gigi going to look after Ron? And Ginny, Molly, that's enough," said Lupin firmly. "This isn't like last time. The order is better prepared. We've got ahead. Start we know what Voldemort's up to." Mrs. We gave a little squeak of fright at the sound of the name. "Oh, Molly, come on, it's about time you got used to hearing it. Look, I can't promise. No one's going to get hurt. Nobody can promise that. But we're much better off than we were last time you weren't in the order. Then, don't understand. Last time we were outnumbered 20-1 by the Death Eaters, and they were picking us off one by one." Harry thought of the photograph again, of his parents' beaming faces. He knew Moody was still watching him. "Don't worry about Percy," said Sirius. "Abruptly he'll come round. It's a matter of time before Voldemort moves into the open. Once he does, the whole ministry is going to be begging us to forgive them. And I'm not sure I'll be accepting their apology," he added bitterly. "And as for who's going to look after Ron and Ginny if you and Arthur died," said Lupin, smiling slightly, What do you think we do, let them starve? Mrs. Weasley smiled, tremulously, being silly. She muttered again, mopping her eyes, but Harry, closing his bedroom door behind him, some 10 minutes later, could not think Mrs. Weasley silly. He could still see his parents beaming up at him from the tattered old photograph, unaware that their lives, like so many of those around them, were drawing to a close. The image of the boggart posing as the corpse of each member of Mrs. Weasley's family in turn kept flashing before his eyes, without warning the scar on his forehead, seared with pain again, and his stomach churned horribly. Cut out, he said firmly, rubbing the scar as the pain receded again. First sign of madness, talking to your own head, said a sly voice from the empty picture on the wall. Harry ignored it. He felt older than he had ever felt in his life, and it seemed extraordinary to him that barely an hour ago he had been worried about a joke shop and had gotten a prefect badge. Chapter 10. Luna Lovewood. Harry had a troubled night's sleep his parents were in and out of his dreams. Never speaking, Mrs. Weasley sobbed over Creeder's dead body, watched by Ron and Hermione, who were wearing crowns. And yet again Harry found himself walking down a corridor ending in a locked door. He awoke abruptly with his scar prickling to find Ron already dressed and talking to him. Better hurry up, Mom's going ballistic. She says we're going to miss the train. There was a lot of commotion in the house from what he heard as he dressed at top speed. Harry gathered that Fred and George had bewitched their trunks to fly downstairs to save the bother of carrying them, with the result that they had hurtled straight into Ginny and knocked her down 2 flights of stairs into the hall. Mrs. Black and Mrs. Weasley were both screaming at the top of their voices. Could have done her a serious injury, you idiots, filthy half-breeds, besmirching the house of my father's. Hermione came hurrying into the room, looking flustered, just as Harry was putting on his trainer's head wig, was swaying on her shoulder, and she was carrying a squirming Crookshanks in her arms. Mom and Dad just sent Hewig back there. Owl fluttered obligingly over and perched on top of her. Cage, are you ready? Yet nearly Ginny. All right, Harry asked, shoving on his glasses. Mrs. Weasley patched her up, said Hermione, but now Mid's complaining that we can't leave unless Stewart Podmore is here, otherwise the guard will be one short guard. Said Harry, we have to go to King's Cross. With a guard, you have to go to King's Cross. With a guard, Hermione corrected him. Why, said Harry irritably, I thought Voldemort was supposed to be lying low, or are you telling me he's going to jump out from behind a dust? Then to try and do me, and I don't know. It's just what Matt E.Y. says, said Hermione distractedly, looking at her watch. But if we don't leave soon, we're definitely going to miss the train. Will you lot get down here now, please? Mrs. Weasley bellowed, and Hermione jumped as though scalded and hurried out of the room. Harry seized Hedwig, stuffed her unceremoniously in her cage, and set off downstairs after her, maid dragging his trunk. Mrs. Black's portrait was howling with rage, but nobody was bothering to close the curtains over her. All the noise in the hall was bound to rouse her again. Anyway, Harry, you're to come with me. And Tonks shouted Mrs. Weasley over the repeated screeches of mud bloods. Scum creatures of dirt, leave your trunk, and your owl master's going to deal with the luggage. Oh, for heaven's sake, Sirius Dumbledore, said Noah. Bear-like black dog had appeared at Harry's side as Harry clambered over the various trunks cluttering the hall to get to Mrs. Weasley. Oh, honestly, said Mrs. Weasley despairingly, well, on your own head be it. She wrenched open the front door and stepped out into the weak September sunlight. Harry and the dog followed her. The door slammed behind them, and Mrs. Black's screech were cut off instantly. Where's Tonks? Harry said, looking around as they went down the stone steps of number 12, which vanished the moment they reached the pavement. She's waiting for us just up here, said Mrs. Weasley, stiffly averting her eyes from the Loping black dog beside Harry, an old woman. Greeted them on the corner. She had tightly curled gray hair and wore a purple hat shaped like a pork pie. Watch her, Harry. She said, winking. Better hurry up, hadn't we, Molly? She added, checking her watch. I know, moaned Mrs. Weasley, lengthening her stride. But Maddie, I wanted to wait for Sturgis. If only Arthur could have got us cars from the ministry again. But Fudge wouldn't let him borrow so much as an empty ink bottle these days. How muggles can stand traveling without magic, but the great black dog gave a joyful bark and gamboled around them, snapping at pigeons and chasing its own tail. Harry couldn't help laughing. Sirius had been trapped inside for a very long time. Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips in an almost Aunt Patton way. It took them 20 minutes to reach King's Cross by foot, and nothing more eventful happened during that time than Sirius scaring a couple of cats for Harry's entertainment. Once inside the station, they lingered casually beside the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 until the coast was clear. Then each of them leaned against it in turn and fell easily through on a platform 9 3/4 where the Hogwarts EXP stood belching Sioux steam over a platform packed with departing students and their families. Harry inhaled the familiar smell and felt his spirit soar. He was really going back. I hope the others make it in time, said Mrs. Weasley, anxiously staring behind her at the wrought iron arch spanning the platform through which new arrivals would come. Nice dog, Harry called tall boy with dreadlocks. Thanks, Lee said Harry, grinning as Sirius wagged his tail frantically. Oh, good, said Mrs. Weasley, sounding relieved. Here's Oster with the luggage. Look, a porter's cap pulled low over his mismatched eyes. Moody came limping through the archway, pushing a cart full of their trunks. All okay, he muttered to Mrs. Weasley. And Ton, don't think we were followed. Seconds later, Mr. Weasley emerged onto the platform with Ron and Hermione. They had almost unloaded Moody's luggage cart when Fred, George, and Ginny turned up with Lupin. No trouble, growled Moody. Nothing, said Lupin. I'll still be reporting Suarez to Dumbledore, said Moody. That's the second time he's not turned up in a week, getting as unreliable as Mundungus. Well, look after yourself, said Lupin, shaking hands all round. He reached Harry last and gave him a clap on the shoulder. You too, Harry. Be careful. Yeah, keep your head down and your eyes, P.E., said Moody, shaking Harry's hand too. And don't forget, all of you, careful what you put in. Writing if in doubt. Don't put it in a letter at all. It's been great meeting all of you, said Tonks, hugging Hermione. And Ginny, Wex, see you soon. I expect. A warning whistle sounded. The students still on the platform started hurrying onto the train. Quick, quick, said Mrs. Weasley, distractedly hugging them at random and catching Harry twice. Right, be good. If you've forgotten anything, we'll send it onto the train. Now hurry for one brief moment. The great black dog reared onto its hind legs and placed its front paws on Harry's shoulders, but Mrs. Weasley shoved Harry away toward the train door, hissing, for heaven's sake, act more like a dog. Serious. See you, Harry called out of the open window as the train began to move, while Ron, Hermione, and Ginny waved beside him. The figures of Tonks, Lupin, Moody, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shrank rapidly. But the black dog was bounding alongside the window, wagging its tail. Blurred people on the platform were laughing to see it chasing the train, and then they turned the corner and Sirius was gone. He shouldn't have come with us, said Hermione in a worried voice. Oh, lighten up, said Ron. He hasn't seen daylight for months, poor bloke. Well, said Fred, clapping his hands together. Can't stand around chatting all day. We've got business to discuss. With Lee, see you later. And he and George disappeared down the corridor. To the right, the train was gathering still more speed, so that the houses outside the window flashed past, and they swayed where they Stood shall we go and fine day. Compartment. Then Harry asked Ron, and Hermione, Ron, and Hermione exchanged looks ere, said, Ron were well, Ron and I are supposed to go into the prefect carriage. Hermione said, awkwardly. Ron wasn't looking at Harry. He seemed to have become intensely interested in the fingernails on his left hand. Oh, said Harry, right fine. I don't think we'll have to stay there all journey, said Hermione quickly. Our letter said we just get instructions from the head boy and girl, and then patrol the corridors from time to time. Fine, said Harry again. Well, I might see you later then. Yeah. Definitely, said Ron, casting a shifty, anxious look at Harry. It's a pain having to go down there, I'd rather. But we have to, I'm not enjoying it. I'm not, Percy, he finished defiantly. I know you're not, said Harry. And he grinned, but as Hermione and Ron dragged their trunks, Crookshanks, and a caged pigeon off toward the engine into the train, Harry felt an odd sense of loss. He had never traveled on the Hogwarts Express without Ron. Come on, Ginny told him. If we get a move on, we'll be able to save them places, right, said Harry, picking up Hedwig's cage in one hand and the handle of his trunk in the other. They struggled off down the corridor, peering through the glass panel doors into the compartments they passed, which were already full. Harry could not help noticing that a lot of people stared back at him with great interest, and that several of them nudged their neighbors and pointed him out after he had met this behavior in 5 consecutive carriages. He remembered that the Daily Prophet had been telling its readers all summer what a lying show-off. He wondered bleakly whether the people now staring and whispering believed the stories in the very last carriage. They met Neville Longbottom, Harry's fellow fifth-year griffer, his round face shining with the effort of pulling his trunk along and maintaining a one-handed grip on his struggling toad. Trevor, hi Harry, he panted, hi Ginny, everywhere's full I can't find. Oh, what are you talking about, said Ginny, who had squeezed past Neville to peer into the compartment. Behind him there's room in this one. There's only Loony Lovegood in here. Neville mumbled something about not wanting to disturb anyone. Don't be silly, said Ginny, laughing. She's all right. She slid the door open and pulled her trunk inside it. Harry and Neville followed. Hi, Luna, said Ginny. Is it okay if we take these seats? The girl beside the window looked up. She had straggly waist-length, dirty blonde hair, very pale eyebrows, and protuberant eyes that gave her a permanently surprised look. Harry knew at once why Neville had chosen to pass this compartment. By the girl gave off an aura of distinct dirtiness. Perhaps it was the fact that she had stuck her wand behind her left ear for safekeeping, or that she had chosen to wear a necklace of butterbeer caps, or that she was reading a magazine upside down. Her eyes ranged over Neville and came to rest on Harry. She nodded. Thanks, said Ginny, smiling at her. Harry and Neville stowed the 3 trunks and Hedwig's cage in the luggage rack and sat down. The girl called Luna watched them over her upside-down magazine, which was called The Quibbler. She did not seem to need to blink. As much as normal humans, she stared and stared at Harry, who had taken a seat opposite her, and now wished he had not had a good summer. Luna, Ginny asked. Yes, said Luna dreamily, without taking her eyes off Harry. Yes, it was quite enjoyable. You know your Harry Potter, she added. I know, said Harry. Neville chuckled. Luna turned her pale eyes upon him instead. And I don't know who you are. I'm nobody, said Neville hurriedly. No, you're not, said Ginny sharply. Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood. Luna's in my ear. But in Ravenclaw, W.H., beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, said Luna in a sing-song voice. She raised her upside-down magazine high enough to hide her face and fell silent. Harry and Neville looked at each other with their eyebrows raised. Ginny suppressed a giggle. The train rattled onward, speeding them out into open country. It was an odd, unsettled sort of day. One moment the carriage was full of sunlight and the next they were passing beneath ominously gray clouds. Guess what I got for my birthday, said Neville, another Remel. Said Harry, remembering the marble-like device Neville's grandmother had sent him in an effort to improve his abysmal memory. No, said Neville, I could do with one though I lost. The old one ages ago. No, look at this, he dug the hand that was not keeping a firm grip on Trevor into his school bag, and after a little bit of rummaging pulled out what appeared to be a small gray cactus in a pot, except that it was covered with what looked like boils rather than spines. Mamulus Mimbletonia. He said proudly. Harry stared at the thing. It was pulsating slightly, giving it the rather sinister look of some diseased internal organ. It's really, really rare, said Neville, beaming. I don't know. If there's one in the greenhouse at Hogwarts, even I. Can't wait to show it to Professor Sprout. My great-uncle Al got it for me in Assyria. I'm going to see if I can breed from it. Harry knew that Neville's favorite subject was herbology, but for the life of him, he could not see what he would want with this stunted little plant. Does it? Or do anything? He asked. Loads of stuff, said Neville proudly. It's got an amazing defensive mechanism. Hold Trevor for me. He dumped the toad into Harry's lap and took a quill from his school bag. Luna loved goods popping. Eyes appeared over the top of her upside-down magazine again, watching what Neville was doing. Neville held the Mamulus Mimbletonia up to his eyes. His tongue between his teeth chose a spot and gave the plant a sharp prod with the tip of his quill. Liquid squirted from every boil on the plant, thick, stinking, dark green jets of it. They hit the ceiling, the windows, and spattered. Luna loved Goods magazine, Jenny, who had flung her arms up in front of. Her face, just in time, merely looked as though she was wearing a slimy green hat, but Harry, whose hands had been busy preventing the ESC cape of Trevor, received a face full. It smelled like rancid manure. Neville, whose face and torso were also drenched, shook his head to get the worst out of his eyes. As sorry, he gasped. I haven't tried that before. Didn't realize it would be quite so. Don't worry, those stink saps not poisonous, he added nervously as Harry spat a mouthful onto the floor at that precise moment. The door of their compartment slid open. Oh, hello, Harry, said a nervous voice. Some bad time. Harry wiped the lenses of his glasses with his Trevor-free hand. A very pretty girl with long, shiny black hair was standing in the doorway, smiling at him. Cho Chang, the seeker on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Oh, hi, said Harry blankly. Well, just thought I'd say hello, bye. Then she closed the door again, rather pink in the face, and departed. Harry slumped back in his seat and groaned. He would have liked Cho to discover him sitting with a group of very cool people laughing their heads off a joke he had just told. He would not have chosen to be sitting with Neville and Loony Lovegood clutching a toad and dripping in stink zap. Never mind, said Jenny bracingly. Look, we can get rid of all this easily. She pulled out her wand. Scourge, IFI, the stink sap vanish. Sorry, said Neville again in a small voice. Ron and Hermione did not turn up for nearly an hour, by which time the food trolley had already gone by. Harry, Ginny, and Neville had finished their pumpkin pasties and were busy swapping chocolate frog cards when the compartment door slid open and they walked in, accompanied by Crookshanks and a shrilly hooting pigeon in his cage. I'm starving, said Ron, stowing Pigeon next to Hedwig, grabbing a chocolate frog from Harry and throwing himself into the seat next to him. He ripped open the wrapper, bit off the frog's head, and leaned back with his eyes closed as though he had had a very exhausting morning. Well, there are 2 fifth-year prefects from each house, said Hermione, looking thoroughly disgruntled as she took her seat. Boy and girl from each. And guess who's a Slytherin prefect, said Ron, still with his eyes closed. Malloy, replied Harry. At once his worst fear confirmed course, said Ron, bitterly stuffing the rest of the frog into his mouth and taking another. And that complete cow-pansy, Parkinson, said Hermione viciously. How she got to be a prefect when she's thicker than a concussed troll who's. Hufflepuff Harry asked Ernie Macmillan, and Hannah Abbott, said Ron thickly, and Anthony Goldstein, and Padma, Tilfer Ravenclaw, said Hermione, you went to the U-Ball with Padma, till said vague voice, everyone turned to look at Luna Lovegood, who was gazing unblinkingly at Ron over the top of the quibbler. He swallowed his mouthful of frog. Yeah, I know. I did, he said, looking mildly surprised. She didn't enjoy it very much. Luna informed him she doesn't think you treated her very well because you wouldn't dance with her. I don't think I'd have. Minded, she added thoughtfully, I don't like dancing very much. She retreated behind the quibbler again. Ron stared at the cover with his mouth hanging open for a few seconds, then looked around at Ginny for some kind of explanation, but Ginny had stuffed her knuckles in her mouth to stop herself. Giggling, Ron shook his head bemused, then checked his watch. We're supposed to patrol the corridors every so often, he told Harry and Neville, and we can give out punishments if people are misbehaving. I can't wait to get Crabbe, and for something you're not supposed to abuse your position, Ron, said Hermione sharply. Yeah, right, because Malfoy won't abuse it at all, said Ron sarcastically. So you're going to descend to his level? No. I'm just going to make sure I get his mates before he gets mine, for heaven's sake, Ron. I'll make Goyle do lines, it'll kill him. He hates writing, said Ron happily. He lowered his voice to Goyle's low grunt, and screwing up his face in a look of pained concentration, mimed writing in. Mater, I must not look like a baboon's backside. Everyone laughed, but nobody laughed harder than Luna Lovegood. She let out a scream of mirth that caused Hedwig to wake up and flap her wings indignantly, and Crookshanks to leap up into the luggage rack hissing. She laughed so hard that her magazine slipped out of her grasp, slid down her legs, and onto the floor. That was funny. Her prominent eyes swam with tears as she gasped for breath, staring at Ron. Utterly nonplussed, he looked around at the others, who were now laughing at the expression on Ron's face and at the ludicrously prolonged laughter of Luna Lovegood, who was rocking backward and forward, clutching her sides. Are you taking the mickey? Said Ron, frowning at her baboon's backside. She choked, holding her ribs. Everyone else was watching Luna laughing, but Harry, glancing at the magazine on the floor, noticed something that made him die for it upside down. It had been hard to tell what the picture on the front was, but Harry now realized it was a fairly bad cartoon of Cornelius Fudge. Harry only recognized him because of the lime green bowler hat one of Fudge's hands was clenched around a bag of gold, the other hand was throttling a goblin. The cartoon was captioned, How far will Fudge go? 2 gain grots beneath this were listed the titles of other articles inside the magazine. Corruption in the Quidditch League, how the Tez are taking control, secrets of the ancient runes revealed. Serious black villain or victim? Can I have a look at this? Harry asked Luna eagerly. She nodded, still gazing at Ron, breathless with laughter. Harry opened the magazine and scanned the index. Until this moment, he had completely forgotten the magazine Kingsley had handed Mr. Weasley to give to Sirius. But it must have been this edition of the Quibbler. He found the page and turned excitedly to the article. This, too, was illustrated by a rather bad cartoon. In fact, Harry would not have known it was supposed to be Sirius if it hadn't been captioned Sirius was standing on a pile of human bones with his wand out. The headline on the article read Sirius Black as he's painted notorious mass murderer or innocent singing sensation. Harry had to read this sentence several times before he was convinced that he had not misunderstood it, since when had Sirius been a singing sensation for 14 years, Sirius Black has been believed guilty of the mass murder of 12 innocent muggles and 1 Wizard. Black's audacious escape from Eskin 2 years ago has led to the widest manhunt ever conducted by the Ministry of Magic, none of us has ever questioned that he deserves to be recaptured and handed back to the Dementors, but does he startling new evidence has recently come to light that Sirius Black may not have committed the crimes for which he was sent to Akaban. In fact, says Doris Purkis of 18 Acanthaway, Little Norton Black, may not even have been present at the killings. What people don't realize is that Sirius Black is a false name, says Mrs. Purkis, the man people. Believed to be Sirius Black is actually Stubby Boardman, lead singer of the popular singing group the Hobgoblins, who retired from public life after being struck in the ear by a turnip at a concert in Little Norton Church Hall nearly 15 years ago. I recognized him the moment I saw his picture in the paper. Now Stubby couldn't possibly have committed those crimes because on the day in question, he happened to be enjoying a romantic candle at dinner with me. I have written to the Minister of Magic and Am, expecting him to give Stubby alias Sirius a full pardon any day. Now Harry finished reading and stared at the page in disbelief. Perhaps it was a joke, he thought. Perhaps the magazine often printed spoof items. He flicked back a few pages and found a piece on Fudge. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, denied that he had any plans to take over the running of the Wizarding Bank Grots when he was elected Minister of Magic 5 years ago. Fudge has always insisted that he wants nothing more than to cooperate peacefully with the guardians of our gold, but does he? Sources close to the minister have recently disclosed that Fudge's dearest ambition is to seize control of the goblin gold supplies, and that he will not hesitate to use force. If need be, it wouldn't be the first time. Either, said a ministry insider, Cornelius Goblin Crusher Fudge. That's what his friends call him. If you could hear him when he thinks no one's listening, oh he's always talking about the goblins he's had done, and he's had them drowned, he's had them dropped off buildings, he's had them poisoned, he's had them cooked in pies. Harry did not read any further. Fudge might have many faults, but Harry found it extremely hard to imagine him ordering goblins to be cooked in pies. Death flicked through the rest of the magazine, pausing every few pages, read an accusation that the Touch Hill Tornadoes were winning the Quidditch League by a combination of blackmail, illegal broom tampering, and torture. An interview with a wizard who claimed to have flown to the moon on a clean sweep 6 and brought back a bag of moon frogs to prove it, and an article on ancient runes which at least explained why Luna had been reading the Quibbler upside down. According to the magazine, if you turn the runes on their heads, they revealed a spell to make your enemy's ears turn into kumquats. In fact, compared to the rest of the articles in the Quibbler, the suggestion that Sira might really be the lead singer of the Hobgoblins was quite sensible. Anything good in there? Asked Ron as Harry closed the magazine. Of course not, said Hermione scathingly before Harry could answer the Quibbler rubbish. Everyone knows that. Excuse me, said Luna. Her voice had suddenly lost its dreamy quality. My father's the editor. Said Hermione, looking embarrassed. Well, it got interesting. I mean, it's quite. I'll have it back. Thank you, said Luna coldly, and leaning forward, she snatched it out of Harry's hands, rifling through it to page 57. She turned it resolutely upside down again and disappeared behind it. Just as the compartment door opened for the third time, Harry looked around. He had expected this, but that did not make the sight of Draco Malfoy smirking at him from between his cronies Crabbe and Goyle any more enjoyable. What he said aggressively before Malfoy could open his mouth. Manners, Potter, or I'll have to give you a detention, drawled Malloy, whose sleek blonde hair and pointed chin were just like his father's. You see, I, unlike you, have been made a prefect, which means that I, unlike you, have the power to hand out punishments. Yeah, said Harry, but you, unlike me, are a get out and leave us alone. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville laughed Malloy, lip curled. Tell me, how does it feel being second best to Weasley Potter? He asked. Shut up, Malfoy, said Hermione sharply. I seem to have touched a nerve, said Malloy, smirking. Well, just watch yourself, Potter, because I'll be dogging your footsteps in case you step out. Of line, get out, said Hermione, standing up. Sniggering Malfoy gave Harry a last malicious look and departed Crabbe, and lumbering in his wake Hermione slammed the compartment door behind them, and turned to look at Harry, who knew at once that she, like him, had registered what Malfoy had said, and been just as unnerved by it. Chuck us, another frog, said Ron, who had clearly noticed nothing. Harry could not talk freely in front of Neville and Luna. He exchanged another nervous look with Hermione, and then stared out of the window. He had thought Cyrus. Coming with him to the station was a bit of a laugh, but suddenly it seemed reckless, if not downright dangerous. Hermione had been right. Cyrus should not have come. What if Mr. Malfoy had noticed the black dog and told Draco? What if he had deduced that the Weasley Lupin ton and Moody knew where Sirius was hiding? Or had Malfoy's use of the word dogging been a coincidence? The weather remained undecided as they traveled farther and farther north. Rain spattered the windows in a half-hearted way then. The sun put in a feeble appearance before clouds drifted over it once more when darkness fell and lamps came on inside the carriages. Luna rolled up the Quibbler, put it carefully away in her bag, and took to staring at everyone in the compartment. Instead, Harry was sitting with his forehead pressed against the train window, trying to get a first distant glimpse of Hogwarts. But it was a moonless night, and the rain-strewn window was grimy weed. Better change, said Hermione at last. She and Ron pinned. Hall faded away. The first years lined up in front of the staff table facing the rest of the students, and Professor McGonagall placed a stool carefully in front of them, then stood back. The first year's FA of glowed PY in the candle light. A small boy right in the middle of the row looked as though he was trembling. Harry recalled fleetingly how terrified he had felt when he had stood there waiting for the unknown test that would determine to which house he belonged. The whole school waited with bated breath. Then the rip near the hat's brim opened wide like a mouth, and the sorting hat burst into song. In times of old, when I was new in Hogwarts, barely started, the founders of our noble school thought never to be parted united by a common goal. They had the self-same yearning to make the world's best magic school and pass along their learning together. We will build and teach, the four good friends decided, and never did they dream that they might someday be divided, for were there such friends anywhere as Slytherin and GRYFF, unless it was the second pair of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. So how could it have gone so wrong? How could such friendships fail? Why, I was there, and so can tell the whole sad, sorry tale, said Slytherin. Will teach just those whose ancestry is pure, said Ravenclaw. Will teach those whose intelligence is she, said Griffer. We teach all those with brave deeds to their name, said Hufflepuff. I'll teach the lot and treat them just the same these differences caused little strife when first they came to light, for each of the four founders had a house in which they might take only those they wanted. So, for instance, Slytherin took only pure blood wizards of great cunning, just like him, and only those of sharpest mind were taught by Ravenclaw, while the bravest and the boldest went to daring GRYFF good Hufflepuff. She took the rest and taught them all she knew. Thus the houses and their founders retained friendships firm and true. So Hogwarts worked in harmony for several happy years, but then discord crept among us, feeding on our faults and fears. The houses that like pillars for had once held up our school now turned upon each other and divided sought to rule, and for a while it seemed the school must meet an early end, what with dueling and with fighting and the clash of friend on friend. And at last there came a morning when old Slytherin departed, and though the fighting then died out, he left us quite downhearted and never, since the founders four were, whittled down to 3, have the houses been united as they once were meant to be, and now the sorting hat is here, and you all know the score. I sort you into houses because that is what I'm for. But this year I'll go further, listen closely to my song, though condemned. I am to split you still, I worry that it's wrong, though. I must fulfill my duty, and must quarter every year still. I wonder whether sorting may not bring the end. I fear, oh no, the perils read the signs. The warning history shows for our Hogwarts is in danger from external deadly foes, and we must unite inside her, or we crumble from within. I have told you, I have warned you, let the sorting now begin. The hat became motionless. Once more applause broke out, though it was punctured for the first time in Harry's memory. With muttering and whispers all across the great hall, students were exchanging remarks with their neighbors, and Harry, clapping along with everyone else, knew exactly what they were talking about. Branched out a bit this year, hasn't it said? Ron, his eyebrows raised too. Right, it has said, Harry. The sorting hat usually confined itself to describing the different qualities looked for by each of the 4 Hogwarts houses, and its own role in sorting them. Harry could not remember it ever trying to give the school advice before. I wonder if it's ever given warnings before, said Hermione, sounding slightly anxious. Yes, indeed, said nearly headless Nick, knowledgeably leaning across Neville toward her. Neville winced. It was very uncomfortable to have a ghost lean through you. The hat feels itself honor bound to give the school due warning whenever it feels. But Professor McGonagall, who was waiting to read out the list of first year's name, was giving the whispering students the sort of look that scorches nearly headless Nick, placed a see-through finger to his lips, and sat primly upright again as the muttering came to an abrupt end with a last frowning look that swept the forehouse tables. Professor McGonagall lowered her eyes to her long piece of parchment and called out, Abercrombie. Yuan, the terrified-looking boy Harry had noticed earlier, stumbled forward and put the hat on his head. It was only prevented from falling right down to his shoulders by his very prominent ears. The hat considered for a moment. Then the rip near the brim opened again, and shouted Griffer. Harry clapped loudly with the rest of Gryffindor House as you and Abercrombie staggered to their table and sat down, looking as though he would like very much to sink through the floor and never be looked at again. Slowly the long line of first years thinned in the pauses between the names and the sorting hat's decisions. Harry could hear Ron's stomach rumbling loudly. Finally Zeller rose, was sorted in a hufflepuff, and Professor McGonagall picked up the hat and stool and marched them away. As Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet, Harry was somehow soothed to see Dumbledore standing before them, all whatever his recent bitter feelings toward his headmaster. Between the absence of Hagrid and the presence of those dragonish horses, he had felt that his return to Hogwarts, so long anticipated, was full of unexpected surprises like jarring notes in a familiar song. But this at least was how it was supposed to be. Their headmaster rising to greet them all before the Star took feast. To our newcomers, said Dumbledore in a ringing voice, his arms stretched wide and a beaming smile on his lips. Welcome to our old hands. Welcome back. There is a time for speech-making, but this is not a tuck-in. There was an appreciative laugh and an outbreak of applause as Dumbledore sat down neatly and threw his long beard over his shoulder so as to keep it out of the way of his plate, for food had appeared out of nowhere, so that the 5 long tables were groaning under joints and pies and dishes of vegetables, bread, sauces, and flagon of pumpkin juice. Excellent, said Ron, with a kind of groan of longing, and he seized the nearest plate of chops and began piling them onto his plate, watched wistfully by nearly headless Nick. What were you saying before the sorting, Hermione asked the ghost about the hat, giving warnings? Oh yes, said Nick, who seemed glad of a reason to turn away from Ron, who was now eating roast potatoes with almost indecent enthusiasm. Yes, I have heard the hat give several warnings before, always at times when it detects periods of great danger for the school, and always, of course, its advice is the same: stand together, be strong from within. AIT. Nocus in danger, if it said. Ron's mouth was so full Harry thought it was quite an achievement for him to make any noise at all. I beg your pardon, said nearly headless Nick politely, while Hermione looked revolted. Ron gave an enormous swallow and said, how can it know if the school's in danger? If it's a hat, I have no idea, said nearly headless Nick. Of course it lives in Dumbledore's office, so I dare say it picks things up there, and it wants all of us. How's this to be friends? Said Harry, looking over at the Slytherin table where Draco Malfoy was holding court fat chance. Well, now you shouldn't take that attitude, said Nick reprovingly. Peaceful cooperation. That's the key. We ghosts, though we belong to separate houses, maintain links of friendship. In spite of the competitiveness between Griffer and Slytherin, I would never dream of seeking an argument with the Bloody Baron only because you're terrified of him, said Ron. Nearly headless Nick looked highly affronted. Terrified, I hope, Sir Nicholas Deamy. Porpington have never been guilty of cowardice in my life. The noble blood that runs in my veins. What blood? Asked Ron. Surely you haven't still got it to figure of speech, said nearly headless Nick, now so annoyed his head was trembling ominously on his partially severed neck. I assume I am still allowed to enjoy the use of whichever words I like, even if the pleasures of eating and drinking are denied me. But I am quite used to students poking fun. Am I deaf? I assure you, Nick, he wasn't really laughing at you, said Hermione, throwing a furious look at Ron. Unfortunately, Ron's mouth was packed to exploding point again, and all he could manage was node item inupsitu, which Nick did not seem to think constituted an adequate apology. Rising into the air, he straightened his feathered hat and swept away from them to the other end of the table, coming to rest between the Creevy brothers, Colin and Dennis. Well done, Ron, snapped Hermione. What? Said Ron indignantly, having managed finally to swallow his food. I'm not allowed to ask a simple question. Oh, forget it, said Hermione irritably, and the pair of them spent the rest of the meal in huffy silence. Harry was too used to their bickering to bother trying to reconcile them. He felt it was a better use of his time to eat his way steadily through his steak and kidney pie than a large plateful of his favorite trickle tart. When all the students had finished eating and the noise level in the hall was starting to creep upward again, Dumbledore got to his feet once more. Talking ceased immediately as all turned to face the headmaster. Harry was feeling pleasantly drowsy now. His four-poster bed was waiting somewhere above, wonderfully warm and soft. Well, now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg a few moments of your attention for the usual start of term notices, said Dumbledore. First years ought to know that the forest in the grounds is out of bounds to students, and few of our older students ought to know by now. To Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged smirks. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me for what he tells me is the 462 time to remind you all that magic is not permitted in corridors between classes, nor are a number of other things, all of which can be checked on an extensive list now fastened to Mr. Filch's office door. We have had 2 changes in staffing this year. We are very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be taking care of magical creatures lessons. We are also delighted to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. There was a round of polite but fairly unenthusiastic applause, during which Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged slightly panicked looks. Dumbledore had not said for how long Grubbly Plank would be teaching. Dumbledore continued tryouts for the House Quidditch teams will take place on. He broke off, looking inquiringly at Professor Umbridge, as she was not much taller standing then. Sitting there was a moment when nobody understood why. Dumbledore had stopped talking, but then Professor Umbridge said hem, and it became clear that she had got to her feet and was intending to make a speech. Dumbledore only looked taken aback for a moment. Then he sat back down smartly and looked alertly at Professor Umbridge, as though he desired nothing better than to listen to her talk. Other members of staff were not as adept at hiding their surprise. Professor Sprout's eyebrows had disappeared into her flyaway hair, and Professor McGonagall's mouth was as thin as Harry had ever seen it. No new teacher had ever interrupted Dumbledore before. Many of the students were smirking. This woman obviously did not know how things were done at Hogwarts. Thank you, Headmaster Professor Umbridge. Simper for those kind words of welcome. Her voice was high-pitched, breathy, and little girlish. And again, Harry felt a powerful rush of dislike that he could not explain to himself. All he knew was that he loathed everything about her, from her stupid voice to her fluffy pink cardigan. She gave another little throat-clearing cough, and continued, "Well, it's lovely to be back at Hogwarts. I must say," she smiled, revealing very pointed teeth, "and to see such happy little faces looking back at me." Harry glanced around. None of the faces he could see looked happy. On the contrary, they all looked rather taken aback at being addressed, as though they were 5 years old. "I am very much looking forward to getting to know you all, and I'm sure we'll be very good." Friends, students exchanged looks at this. Some of them were barely concealing grins. "I'll be her friend as long as I don't have to borrow that cardigan," Parva whispered to Lavender, and both of them lapsed into silent giggles. Professor Umbridge cleared her throat again, hem, but when she continued, some of the breathiness had vanished from her voice. She sounded much more businesslike, and now her words had a dull, learned by heart sound to them. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed by careful instruction. The ancient skills unique to the wizarding community must be passed down through the generations, lest we lose them forever. The treasure trove of magical knowledge amassed by our ancestors must be guarded, replenished, and polished by those who have been called to the noble profession of teaching. Professor Umbridge paused here and made a little bow to her fellow staff members, none of whom bowed back. Professor McGonagall's dark eyebrows had contracted so that she looked positively hawk-like, and Harry distinctly saw her exchange a significant glance with Professor Sprout as Umbridge gave another little hem, and went on with her speech. Every headmaster and headmistress of Hogwarts has brought something new to the weighty task of governing this historic school, and that is as it should be, for without progress there will be stagnation and decay. There again, progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, for our tried and tested traditions often require no tinkering of balance. Then between old and new, between permanence and change, between tradition and innovation, Harry found his attentiveness ebbing, as though his brain was slipping in and out of tune. The quiet that always filled the hall when Dumbledore was speaking was breaking up as students put their heads together, whispering and giggling over at the Ravenclaw table. Cho Chong was chatting animatedly with her friends a few seats along from Cho. Luna Lovegood had got out the quibbler again. Meanwhile, at the Hufflepuff table, Ernie Macmillan was one of the few still staring at Professor Umbridge. But he was glassy-eyed, and Harry was sure he was only pretending to listen in an attempt to live up to the new prefect's badge gleaming on his chest. Professor Umbridge did not seem to notice. The restlessness of her audience, Harry had the impression that a full-scale riot could have broken out under her nose, and she would have plowed on with her speech. The teachers, however, were still listening very attentively, and Herm seemed to be drinking in every word Umbridge spoke, though judging by her expression, they were not at all to her taste, because some changes will be for the better, while others will come in the fullness of time to be recognized as errors of judgment. Meanwhile, some old habits will be retained, and rightly so, whereas others, outmoded and outworn, must be abandoned. Let us move forward, then, into a new era of openness, effectiveness, and accountability, intent on preserving what ought to be preserved, perfecting what needs to be perfected, and pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited. She sat down. Dumbledore clapped. The staff followed his lead, though Harry noticed that several of them brought their hands together only once or twice before stopping. A few students joined in, but most had been taken unawares by the end of the speech, not having listened to more than a few words of it. And before they could start applauding properly, Dumbledore had stood up again. "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge. That was most illuminating," he said, bowing to her. "Now, as I was saying, Quidditch tryouts will be held." "Yes, it certainly was illuminating," said Hermione in a low voice. "You're not telling me you enjoyed it," Ron said quietly, turning a glazed face upon Hermione. "That was about the dullest speech I've ever heard, and I grew up with Percy." "I said illuminating, not enjoyable," said Hermione. "It explained a lot, did it?" said Harry in surprise. "Sounded like a load of waffle to me." "There was some important stuff hidden in the waffle," said Hermione grimly. "Was there?" said Ron blankly. "How about progress for progress's sake? Must be discouraged. How about pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited?" "Well, what does that mean?" said Ron impatiently. "I'll tell you what it means," said Hermione ominously. "It means the ministry's interfering at Hogwarts." There was a great clattering and banging all around them. Dumbledore had obviously just dismissed the school because everyone was standing up ready to leave the hall. Hermione jumped up looking flustered. "Ron, we're supposed to show the first years where to go." "Oh, yeah," said Ron, who had obviously forgotten. Hey, you lot midgets." "Ron, well, they're titchy, I know, but you can't call them midgets first years." Hermione called commandingly along the table. "This way, please." A group of new students walked SHYY up the gap between the GRYFF and Hufflepuff tables, all of them trying hard not to lead the group. They did indeed seem very small. Harry was sure he had not appeared that young when he had arrived here. He grinned at them. A blonde boy next to you in a bohemie looked petrified, nudged you in, and whispered something in his ear. You and a bohemie looked equally frightened and stole a horrified look at Harry, who felt the grin slide off his face like stink sap. "See you later," he said to Ron and Hermione, and he made his way out of the great hall alone, doing everything he could to ignore more whispering, staring, and pointing as he passed. He kept his eyes fixed ahead as he was way through the crowd in the entrance hall. Then he hurried up the marble staircase, took a couple of concealed shortcuts, and had soon left most of the crowds behind. He had been stupid not to expect this, he thought angrily as he walked through much emptier upstairs corridors. Of course everyone was staring at him. He had emerged from the Tri-Wizard maze 2 months ago, clutching the dead body of a fellow student and claiming to have seen Lord Voldemort return to power. There had not been time last term to explain himself before everyone went home, even if he had felled up to giving the whole school a detailed account of the terrible events in that graveyard. He had reached the end of the corridor to the GRYFF common room and had come to a halt in front of the portrait of the fat lady before he realized that he did not know the new password ere. He said, glumly staring up at the fat lady who smoothed the folds of her pink satin dress and looked sternly back at him, no password, no entrance. She said loftily, Harry. I know it, someone panted from behind him. And he turned to see Neville jogging toward him. Guess what it is? I'm actually going to be able to remember it, for once he waved the stunted little cactus he had shown them on the train. Mamulus Mimbletonia, correct, said the fat lady, and her portrait swung open toward them like a door, revealing a circular hole in the wall behind, through which Harry and Neville now climbed the GRYFF common room. Looked as welcoming as ever, a cozy circular tower room full of dilapidated squashy armchairs and rickety old tables of fire was crackling merrily in the grate, and a few people were warming their hands before going up to their dormitories on the other side of the room. Fred and George Weasley were pinning something up on the notice board. Harry waved good night to them and headed straight for the door to the boy dormitories. He was not in much of a mood for talking at the moment. Neville followed, and Dean Thomas and Seamus Finian had reached the dormitory first and were in the process of covering the walls beside their beds with posters and photographs. They had been talking as Harry pushed open the door, but stopped abruptly the moment they saw him. Harry wondered whether they had been talking about him then, whether he was being paranoid high. He said, moving across to his own trunk and opening it. Hey, Harry, said Dean, who was putting on a pair of pajamas in the West Ham Colors Good holiday. Not bad, muttered Harry, as a true account of holiday would have taken most of the night to relate, and he could not face it. Yeah, it was okay, chuckled Dean, better than Seamus's. Anyway, he was just telling me why what happened. Seamus, Neville asked as he placed his Mamulus Meltonia tenderly on his bedside. Cabinet Seamus did not answer immediately. He was making rather a meal of ensuring that his poster of the Can Orchestral's Kaddish team was quite straight. Then he said, with his back still turned to Harry, me, ma'am, didn't want me to come back. What said Harry, pausing in the act of pulling off his robes. She didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts. Seamus turned away from his poster and pulled his own pajamas out of his trunk, still not looking at Harry. But why, said Harry, astonished he knew that Seamus's mother was a witch and could not understand, therefore, why she should have come over so. Seamus did not answer until he had finished buttoning his pajamas. Well, he said in a measured voice, I suppose, because of you, what you mean, said Harry quickly. His heart was beating rather fast. He felt vaguely as though something was closing in on him. Well, said Seamus again, still avoiding Harry's eyes. Well, it's not just you, it's Dumbledore too. She believes the Daily Prophet, said Harry. She thinks I'm a liar, and Dumbledore, an old fool. Seamus looked up at him. Yes, something like that, Harry said. Nothing. He threw his wand down onto his bedside table, pulled off his robes, stuffed them angrily into his trunk, and pulled on his pajamas. He was sick of being the person who was stared at and talked about all the time. If any of them knew, if any of them had the faintest idea what it felt like to be the one all these things had happened to, Mrs. Finnegan had no idea. The stupid woman, he thought savagely. He got into bed and made to pull the hangings close around him, but before he could do so, Seamus said, look what did happen that night. When with Cedric Diggory, and all Seamus sounded nervous and eager at the same time, who had been bending over his trunk, trying to retrieve a slipper, went oddly still, and Harry knew he was listening hard. What are you asking me for? Harry retorted. Just read the Daily Prophet like your mother. Why don't you? That'll tell you all. You need to know, don't you have a go at my mother, snapped Seamus. I'll have a go at anyone who calls me a liar. Said Harry, don't talk to me like that, I'll talk to you how I want, said Harry, his temper rising so fast. He snatched his wand back from his bedside table. If you've got a problem sharing a dormitory with me, go and ask McGonagall. If you can be moved, stop your mummy worrying, leave my mother out of this, Potter. What's going on? Ron had appeared. In the doorway, his wide eyes traveled from Harry, who was kneeling on his bed with his wand pointing at Seamus, to Seamus, who was standing there with his fists raised. He's having a go at my mother, Sham yelled. What said Ron? Harry wouldn't do that. We met your mother. We liked her. That's before she started believing every word the stinking Daily Prophet writes about me, said Harry at the top of his voice. Oh, said Ron, comprehension dawning across his freckled face. Oh, right, you know, what said Seamus heatedly, casting Harry a venomous look. He's right. I don't want to share a dormitory with him anymore. Hume's a madman that's out of order, Seamus, said Ron, whose ears were starting to glow red. Always a danger sign, out of order, am I, shouted Seamus, who in contrast with Ron was turning paler. You believe all the rubbish he's come out with about you, know, do you reckon he's telling the truth? Yeah, I do, said Ron angrily. Then you're mad too, said Seamus in disgust. Yeah, well, unfortunately for you, pal, I'm also a prefect, said Ron, jabbing himself in the chest with a finger. So unless you want attention, watch your mouth, Seamus looked for a few seconds as though detention would be a reasonable price to pay to say what was going through his mind. But with a noise of contempt, he turned on his heel, vaulted into bed, and pulled the hangings shut with such violence that they were ripped from the bed and fell in a dusty pile to the floor. Ron glared at Seamus, then looked at Dean and Neville. Anyone else's parents got a problem with Harry, he said. Aggressively, my parents are muggles, mate, said Dean, shrugging. They don't know nothing about no deaths at Hogwarts, because I'm not stupid enough to tell them. You don't know my mother, she'll weasel anything out of anyone. Seamus snapped at him. Anyway, your parents don't get the Daily Prophet. They don't know our headmaster's been sacked from the Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards because he's losing his marbles. My gran says that. Rubbish, piped up Neville. She says it's the Daily Prophet that's going downhill, not Dumbledore. She's canceled our subscription. We believe Harry. He said simply. He climbed into bed and pulled the covers up his chin, looking owlish over them. At Seamus, my GRS always said, you know, who would come back one day. She says if Dumbledore says he's back, he's back. Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward Neville. Nobody else said anything. Seamus got out his wand, repaired the bed hangings, and vanished. Behind him, Dean got into bed, rolled over, and fell. Silent, Neville, who appeared to have nothing more to say, either was gazing fondly at his moonlit cactus. Harry lay back on his pillows while Ron bustled around the next bed, putting his things away. He felt shaken by the argument with Seamus, whom he had always liked very much. How many more people were going to suggest that he was lying or unhinged had Dumbledore suffered like this all summer, as first the Wizengamot, then the International Confederation of Wizards had thrown him from their ranks? Was it anger at Harry, perhaps, that had stopped Dumbledore getting in touch with him for months? The two of them were in this together. After all, Dumbledore had believed Harry announce his version of events to the whole school and then to the wider wizarding community. Anyone who thought Harry was a liar had to think that Dumbledore was too, or else that Dumbledore had been hoodwinked. They'll know we're right in the end, thought Harry miserably as Ron got into bed and extinguished the last candle in the dormitory, but he wondered how many attacks like Seamus's he would have to endure before that time came. Chapter 12. Professor Umbridge Seamus dressed at top speed next morning and left the dormitory before Harry had even put on his socks. Does he think he'll turn into a nutter if he stays in a room with me too long? Asked Harry loudly as the hem of Seamus's robes whipped out of sight. "Don't worry about it, Harry," Dean muttered, hoisting his school bag onto his shoulder. "He's just," but apparently he was unable to say exactly what Seamus was, and after a slightly awkward pause followed him out of the room, Neville and Ron both gave Harry, "It's his problem, not yours," looks. But Harry was not much consoled. How much more of this was he going to have to take? "What's the matter?" asked Hermione 5 minutes later, catching up with Harry and Ron halfway across the common room. As they all headed toward breakfast, "You look absolutely, oh, for heaven's sake," she was, staring at the common room notice board where a large new sign had been put up, "Gallons of galleon pocket money failing to keep pace with your outgoings, like to earn a little extra gold contact Fred and George Weasley Griffer common room for simple part-time, virtually painless jobs we regret that all work is undertaken at applicant's own risk. They're the limit," said Hermione grimly, taking down the sign, which Fred and George had pinned up over a poster giving the date of the first Hogsmeade weekend in October. "We'll have a talk to them," Ron looked positively alarmed. "Why?" "Because we're prefects," said Hermione as they climbed out through the portrait hole. "It's up to us to stop this kind of thing," Ron said. Nothing. Harry could tell from his glum expression that the prospect of stopping Fred and George doing exactly what they liked was not one that he found inviting anyway. "What's up, Harry?" Hermione continued as they walked down a flight of stairs lined with portraits of old witches and wizards, all of whom ignored them, being engrossed in their own conversation. "You look really angry about something Seamus reckons Harry's lying about, you know who," said Ron succinctly when Harry did not RSP respond. Hermione, whom Harry had expected to react angrily on his behalf, sighed. "Yes, Lavender thinks so too," she said gloomily. "Been having a nice little chat with her about whether or not I'm a lying attention-seeking prat, have you?" Harry said loudly. "No," said Hermione calmly. "I told her to keep her big fat mouth shut about you, actually, and it would be quite nice if you stopped jumping down Ron's and my throats, Harry, because if you haven't noticed, we're on your side." There was a short pause. "Sorry," said Harry in a low voice. "That's quite all right," said Hermione with dignity. Then she shook her head. "Don't you remember what Dumbledore said at the end of term feast last year?" Harry and Ron both looked at her blankly, and Hermione sighed again. "About, you know, who he said his gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust." "How do you remember stuff like that?" asked Ron, looking at her in admiration. "I listen," Ron said. Hermione with a touch of asperity. "So do I, but I still couldn't tell you exactly what the point." Hermione pressed on loudly. "Is that this sort of thing is exactly what Dumbledore was talking about, you know, who's only been back 2 months, and we've started fighting among ourselves and the Sorting Hats. Warning was the same, stand together, be united, and..." "Harry said it last night," retorted Ron. "If that means we're supposed to get him with the Slytherin fat chance." "Well, I think it's a pity we're not trying for a bit of inter-house unity," said Hermione crossly. They had reached the foot of the marble staircase. A line of fourth-year Ravenclaws was crossing the entrance hall. They caught sight of Harry and hurried to form a tighter group, as though frightened he might attack stragglers. "Yeah, we really ought to be trying to make friends with people like that," said Harry sarcastically. They followed the Ravenclaws into the great hall, looking instinctively at the staff table. As they entered, Professor Grubbly Plank was chatting to Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, and Hagrid was once again conspicuous only by his absence. The enchanted ceiling above them echoed Harry's mood. It was a miserable rain cloud. Great Dumbledore didn't even mention how long that Grubbly Plank woman's staying, he said. As they made their way across to the GRYFF table, maybe said Hermione thoughtfully, what said both Harry and Ron together. "Well, Maybe you didn't want to draw attention to Hagrid not being here. What you mean, draw attention to it, said Ron, half laughing. How could we not notice before Hermione could answer? A tall black girl with long braided hair had marched up to Harry. Hi, Angelina. Hi, she said briskly, good summer. And without waiting for an answer, listen, I've been made GRYFF Quidditch Captain, nice one, said Harry, grinning at her. He suspected Angelina's pep talks might not be as long-winded as Oliver Wood's had been, which could only be an improvement. Yeah, well, we need a new keeper now. Oliver's left tryouts are on Friday at 5 o'clock, and I want the whole team there all right then. We can see how the new person will fit in okay, said Harry, and she smiled at him and departed. I'd forgotten what had left, said Hermione, vaguely sitting down beside Ron and pulling a plate of toast toward her. I suppose that will make quite a difference to the team, Ios, said Harry, taking the bench opposite. He was a good keeper. Still, it won't hurt to have some new blood, will it, said Ron with a whoosh and a clatter. Hundreds of owls came soaring in through the upper windows. They descended all over the hall, bringing letters and packages to their owners and showering the breakfasters with droplets of water. It was clearly raining hard outside. Hedwig was nowhere to be seen, but Harry was hardly surprised. His only correspondent was Sirius, and he doubted Sirius would have anything new to tell him after only 24 hours apart. Hermione, however, had to move her orange juice aside quickly to make way for a large, damp barn owl, bearing a sodden Daily Prophet in its beak. What are you still getting that for, said Harry, irritably thinking of Seamus, as Hermione placed a Kano in the leather pouch on the owl's leg, and it took off again. I'm not bothering, load of rubbish. It's best to know what the enemy are saying, said Hermione darkly, and she unfurled the newspaper and disappeared behind a knot. Emerging until Harry and Ron had finished eating nothing, she said, simply rolling up the newspaper and laying it down by her plate. Nothing about you or Dumbledore or anything. Professor McGonagall was now moving along the table, handing out schedules. Look at today. Groaned Ron. History of magic, double potions, divination, and double defense against the dark arts. Been Snape, Trelawney, and that Umbridge woman all in one day. I wish Fred and George. Hurry up and get those skying snack boxes sorted. Do mine ears deceive me, said Fred, arriving with George and squeezing onto the bench beside Harry. Hogwarts prefects surely don't wish to sky off lessons. Look what we've got today, said Ron, grumpily shoving his schedule under Fred's nose. That's the worst Monday I've ever seen. Fair point, little bro, said Fred, scanning the column. You can have a bit of nosebleed nougat cheap if you like. Why is it cheap, said Ron suspiciously. Because you keep bleeding till you shrivel up. We haven't got an antidote yet, said George, helping himself to a kipper. Cheers, said Ron, moodily pocketing his schedule. But I think I'll take the lessons. And speaking of your skying snack boxes, said Herm, eyeing Fred and George Beatty, you can't advertise for testers on the Griffin notice board, says. Who, said George, looking astonished. Says me, said Hermione, and Ron, leave me out of it, said Ron hastily. Hermione glared at him. Fred and George sniggered. You'll be singing a different tune soon enough, Hermione, said Fred, thickly buttering a crumpet ear. Starting your 5th year, you'll be begging us for a snack box before long. And why would starting 5th year mean? I want a skying snack box, asked Hermione. 5th years is our year, said George. So you've got your exams coming up, haven't you? They'll be keeping your noses so hard to that grindstone. They'll be rubbed raw, said Fred with satisfaction. Half our year had minor breakdowns coming up to Al Ellis, said George happily. Tears and tantrums. Patricia Stimson kept coming over faint. Kenneth Towler came out in boils. Do you remember, said Fred reminiscently. That's because you put bulb dews powder in his pajamas, said George. Oh, yeah, said Fred, grinning. I've forgotten. Hard to keep track sometimes, isn't it? Anyway, It's a nightmare of a year, the 5 ifs said. George, if you care about exam results. Anyway, Fred, and I managed to keep our spirits up somehow. Yeah, you got, what was it, 3? LS each, said Ron. Yep, said Fred unconcernedly. But we feel our futures lie outside the world of academic achievement. We seriously debated whether we were going to bother coming back for our 7th year, said George brightly. Now that we've got, he broke off at a warning look from Harry, who knew George had been about to mention the tri-wizard winnings he had given them. Now that we've got our owls, George said hastily, I mean, do we really need NWTS? But we didn't think Mom could take us leaving school early, not on top of Percy turning out to be the world's biggest prat. We're not going to waste our last year here, though, said Fred, looking affectionately around the great hall. We're going to use it to do a bit of market research, find out exactly what the average Hogwarts student requires from his joke shop, carefully evaluate the results of our research, and then produce the products to fit the demand. But where are you going to get the gold to start a joke shop? Asked her skeptically. You're going to need all the ingredients and materials and premises too, I suppose. Harry did not look at the twins. His face felt hot. He deliberately dropped his fork and dived down to retrieve it. He heard Fred say overhead, ask us no questions and we'll tell you no lies, Hermione. Come on, George, if we get there early, we might be able to sell a few extendable ears before herbology. Harry emerged from under the table to see Fred and George walking away, each carrying a stack of toast. What did that mean? Said Hermione, looking from Harry to Ron. Ask us no questions does that mean, Dave. Already got some gold to start a joke shop, you know. I've been wondering about that, said Ron, his brow furrowed. They bought me a new set of dress robes this summer, and I couldn't understand where they got the galley, and Harry decided it was time to steer the conversation out of these dangerous waters. You reckon? It's true this year is going to be really tough because of the exams. Oh, yes, said Ron, bound to be. Isn't it, owls are really important affect the jobs you can apply for and everything we get career. Advice too later this year, Bill told me. So you can choose what any WTS you want to do next year. Do you know what you want to do after Hogwarts? Harry asked the other two as they left the great hall shortly afterward and set off toward their history of magic classroom. Not really, said Ron slowly, except, well, he looked slightly sheepish what Harry urged him well it. Be cool to be an AER, said Ron in an offhand voice. It would, said Harry fervently. But they're like the elite, said Ron. You've got to be really good. What about you, Hermione and I? Don't know, said Hermione. I think I'd really like to do something worthwhile. An Orus worthwhile, said Harry. Yes, it is. But it's not the only worthwhile thing, said Hermione thoughtfully. I mean, if I could take SPW further. Harry and Ron carefully avoided looking at each other. History of magic was by common consent the most boring subject ever devised by wizard-kind Professor Binns, their ghost teacher, had a wheezy, droning voice that was almost guaranteed to cause severe drowsiness within 10 minutes. 5 in warm weather, he never varied the form of their lessons, but lectured them without pausing while they took notes, or rather gazed sleepily into space. Harry and Ron had so far managed to scrape passes in this subject only by copying her main notes before exams. She alone seemed able to resist the stoic power of B's voice today. They suffered 3/4 of an hour's droning on the subject of giant wars. Harry heard just enough within the first 10 minutes to appreciate dimly that in another teacher's hands this subject might have been mildly interesting, but then his brain disengaged, and he spent the remaining 35 minutes playing hangman on a corner of his parchment with Ron, while Hermione shot them filthy looks out of the corner of her. How would it be, she asked them coldly, as they left the classroom for break bins drifting away through the blackboard. If I refuse to lend you my notes this year, we'd fail our owls, said Ron, if you want that. On your conscience, Hermione. Well, you deserve it, she Snapped, you don't even try to listen to him. We do try, said. Ron, we just haven't got your brains, or your memory, or your concentration. You're just clever than we are. Is it nice to rub it in? Oh, don't give me that rubbish, said Hermione. But she looked slightly mollified as she led the way out into the damp courtyard. A fine misty drizzle was falling, so that the people standing in huddles around the yard looked blurred at the edges Harry, Ron, and Hermione chose a secluded corner under a heavily dripping balcony, turning up the collars of their robes against the chilly September air and talking about what Snape was likely to set them in the first lesson of the year. They got as far as agreeing that it was likely to be something extremely difficult just to catch them off guard after a 2-month holiday, when someone walked around the corner toward them. Hello, Harry. It was Cho Chang, and what was more, she was on her own again. This was most unusual. Cho was almost always surrounded by a gang of giggling girls. Harry remembered the agony of trying to get her by herself, to ask her to the U-Ball high, said Harry, feeling his face grow hot. At least you're not covered in stink sap this time. He told himself Cho seemed to be thinking along the same lines. You got that stuff off then, you said Harry, trying to grin, as though the memory of their last meeting was funny as opposed to mortifying. So, did you have a good summer? The moment he had said this, he wished he hadn't. Cedric had been Cho's boyfriend, and the memory of his death must have affected her holiday almost as badly as it had affected Harry's. Something seemed to tauten in her face, but she said, oh, it was all right, you know. Is that a tornado's badge? Ron demanded, suddenly pointing at the front of Cho's robes, to which a sky blue badge emblazoned with a double gold T was pinned. You don't support them, do you? Yeah, I do, said Cho. Have you always supported them? Or just since they started winning the league, said Ron in what Harry considered an unnecessarily accusatory tone of voice. I've supported them since I was 6, said Cho coolly. Anyway, see you, Harry. She walked away. Herm waited until Cho was halfway across the courtyard before rounding on Ron. You are so tactless. What I only asked her, if couldn't you tell she wanted to talk to Harry on her own? So she could have done. I wasn't stopping. What on earth were you attacking her about her Quidditch team for? Attacking? I wasn't attacking her. I was only, who cares if she supports the Tornadoes? Oh, come on, half the people you see wearing those badges only bought them last season. But what does it matter? It means they're not real fans. They're just jumping on the bandwagon. That's the bell, said Harry listlessly, because Ron and Hermione were bickering too loudly to hear it. They did not stop arguing all the way down to Snap's dungeon, which gave Harry plenty of time to reflect that between Neville and Ron he would be lucky ever to have 2 minutes conversation with Cho that he could look back on without wanting to leave the country. And yet he thought, as they joined the queue lining up outside Snap's classroom door, she had chosen to come and talk to him, hadn't she? She had been Cedric's girlfriend. She could easily have hated Harry for coming out of the Tri-Wizard Mall alive when Cedric had died. Yet she was talking to him in a perfectly friendly way, not as though she thought him mad or a liar or in some horrible way. Responsible for Cedric's death, yes, she had. Definitely chosen to come and talk to him, and that made the second time in 2 days. And at this thought, Harry's spirits rose. Even the ominous sound of Snap's dungeon door creaking open did not puncture the small, hopeful bubble that seemed to have swelled his chest. He filed into the classroom behind Ron and Hermione and followed them to their usual table at the back, ignoring the huffy, irritable noises now issuing from both of them. Settle down, said Snape, coldly shutting the door behind him. There was no real need for the call to order. The moment the class had heard the door close, quiet had fallen, and all fidgeting stopped. Snap's mere presence was usually enough to ensure a class of silence. Before we begin today's lesson, said Snape, sweeping over to his desk and staring around at them all, I think it appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting an important examination during which you will prove how much you have. Learn about the composition and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, I expect you to scrape an acceptable in your owl, or suffer my displeasure. His gaze lingered this time upon Neville, who gulped after this year. Of course, many of you will cease studying with me, Snape went on. I take only the very best into my NWT potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye. His eyes rested on Harry, and his lip curled. Harry glared back, feeling a grim pleasure at the idea that he would be able to give up potions after 5th year, but we have another year to go before that happy moment of farewell, said Snape softly. So whether you are intending to attempt any WT or not, I advise all of you to concentrate your efforts upon maintaining the high pass level I have come to expect from my OWL students today. We will be mixing a potion that often comes up at ordinary wizarding level to draft a piece of potion to calm anxiety and soothe agitation. Be warned, if you are too heavy-handed with the ingredients, you will put the drinker into a heavy and sometimes irreversible sleep. So you will need to pay close attention to what you are doing. On Harry's left, her May sat up a little straighter, her expression one of the utmost attentiveness. The ingredients and method, Snape flicked his wand, are on the blackboard. They appeared there. You will find everything you need. He flicked his wand again, and the store covered the door of the said cupboard spring. Open. You have an hour and a half start. Just as Harry, Ron, and Hermione had predicted, Snape could hardly have set them a more difficult fiddly potion. The ingredients had to be added to the cauldron in precisely the right order and quantities. The mixture had to be stirred exactly the right number of times, firstly in clockwise, then in counterclockwise directions. The heat of the flames on which it was simmering had to be lowered to exactly the right level for a specific number of minutes before the final ingredient was added, a light silver vapor should now be rising from your potion, called Snape, with 10 minutes left to go. Harry, who was sweating profusely, looked desperately around the dungeon. His own cauldron was issuing copious amounts of dark gray steam. Ron was spitting green sparks. Seamus was feverishly prodding the flames at the base of his cauldron with the tip of his wand. As they had gone out, the surface of Herm's potion, however, was a shimmering mist of silver vapor, and as Snape swept by, he looked down his hooked nose at it without comment, which meant that he could find nothing to criticize at Harry's cauldron. However, Snape stopped looking down at Harry with a horrible smirk on his face. Potter, what is this? Supposed to be the Slytherin at the front of the class. All looked up eagerly. They loved hearing Snape taunt Harry the draft of peace, said Harry tensely. Tell me, Potter, said Snape softly, can you read? Draco Malfoy laughed. Yes, I can, said Harry, his fingers clenched tightly around his wand. Read the 3rd line of the instructions for me, Potter. Harry squinted at the blackboard. It was not easy to make out the instructions through the haze of multicolored steam now filling the dungeon. Add powdered moonstone, stir 3 times counterclockwise, allow to simmer for 7 minutes. Then add 2 drops of syrup of Hellebore. His heart sank. He had not added syrup of Hellebore, but had proceeded straight to the 4th line of the instructions after allowing his potion to simmer for 7 minutes. Did you do everything on the 3rd line? Potter, no, said Harry very quietly. I beg your pardon. No, said Harry more loudly. I forgot the Hellebore. I know you did, Potter, which means that this mess is utterly worthless. Evanesco, the contents of Harry's potion then vanished. He was left standing foolishly beside an empty cauldron. Those of you who have managed to read the instructions, fill 1 flagon with a sample of your potion, label it clearly with your name, and bring it up to my desk for testing, said Snape. Homework 12 in a parchment on the properties of Moonstone and its uses in potion making to be handed in on Thursday, while everyone around him filled their flagon. Harry cleared away his things, seething his potion had been no worse than Ron's, which was now giving off a foul odor of bad eggs, or navel, which had achieved the consistency of just mixed cement, and which Neville was now having to gouge out of his cauldron. Yet it was he, Harry, who would be receiving 0 marks for the day's work. He stuffed his wand back into his bag and slumped down onto his seat, watching everyone else march up to Snape's desk with filled and corked flagon. When at long last the bell rang, Harry was first out of the dungeon, and had already started his lunch by the time Ron and Hermione joined him in the great hall. The ceiling had turned an even murkier gray during the morning rain, was lashing the high windows. That was really unfair, said Hermione, consolingly sitting down next to Harry and helping herself to Shepherd's pie. Your potion wasn't nearly as bad as Goyle's. When he put in his flagon, the whole thing shattered and set his robes on fire. Yet, well, said Harry, glowering at his plate, since when has Snape ever been fair to me? Neither of the others answered. All 3 of them knew that Snape and Harry's mutual enmity had been absolute from the moment Harry had set foot in Hogwarts. I did think he might be a bit better this year, said Hermione in a disappointed voice. I mean you. No, she looked carefully around. There were half a dozen empty seats on either side of them, and nobody was passing the table now. He's in order, and everything poisonous. Toadstool, don't change their spots, said Ron sagely. Anyway, I've always thought Dumbledore was cracked trusting Snape. Where's the evidence he ever really stopped working for who I think Dumbledore probably got plenty of evidence, even if he doesn't share it with you, Ron, snapped Hermione. Oh, shut up, the pair of you, said Harry heavily as Ron opened his mouth to argue back. Hermione and Ron both froze, looking angry and offended. Can't you give a rest? He said, you're always having to go at each other. It's driving me mad. And abandoning his shepherd's pie. He swung his school bag back over his shoulder and left them sitting there. He walked up the marble staircase 2 steps at a time, past the many students hurrying toward lunch. The anger that had just flared so unexpectedly still blazed inside him, and the vision of Ron and Herm's shocked faces afforded him a sense of deep satisfaction. Served them right, he thought. Why can't they give a rest bickering all the time? It's enough to drive anyone up the wall. He passed a large picture of Sir Cadden the Knight on a landing. Sir Cadden drew his sword and brandished it fiercely at Harry, who ignored him. Come back, you scurvy dog, stand fast and fight, yelled Sir Cadden in a muffled voice from behind his visor. But Harry merely walked on, and when Sir Coogan attempted to follow him, by running into a neighboring picture, he was rebuffed by its inhabitant, a large and angry-looking wolfhound. Harry spent the rest of the lunch hour sitting alone underneath the trapo at the top of North Tower, and consequently, he was the first to ascend the silver ladder that led to Sybil Trelawney's classroom. When the bell rang, divination was Harry's least favorite class after potions, which was due mainly to Professor Trelawney's habit of predicting his premature death every few lessons. A thin woman heavily draped in shawls and glittering with strings of beads, she always reminded Harry of some kind of insect, with her glasses hugely magnifying her eyes. She was busy putting copies of battered leather-bound books on each of the spindly little tables with which her room was littered when Harry entered the room. But so dim was the light cast by the lamps covered by scarves and the low burning, sickly scented fire that she appeared not to notice him as he took a seat in the shadows. The rest of the class arrived over the next 5 minutes. Ron emerged from the trapdoor, looked around, carefully spotted Harry, and made directly for him, or as directly as he could, while having to wind his way between tables, chairs, and overstuffed poofs Hermione, and me have stopped arguing. He said, sitting down beside Harry. Good, grunted Harry, but Hermione says she thinks it would be nice if you stopped taking out your temper on us, said. Ron, I'm just passing on the message, said Ron, talking over him. But I reckon she's right, it's not our fault. How Seamus. And Snape treat you. I never said a good day, said Professor Trelawney in her usual misty, dreamy voice, and Harry broke off, feeling both annoyed and slightly ashamed of himself again. And welcome back to divination. I have, of course, been following your fortunes most carefully over the holidays, and am delighted to see that you have all returned to Hogwarts safely, as of course I knew you will find on the tables before you copies of the dream. Oracle by Inigo Omo dream interpretation is a most important means of divining the future, and one that may very probably be tested in your owl. Not, of course, that I believe examination passes or failures are of the remotest importance when it comes to the sacred art of divination. If you have the seeing eye certificates and grades matter very little. However, the headmaster likes you to sit the examination. So her voice trailed away delicately, leaving the all in no doubt that Professor Trelawney considered her subject above such sordid matters as examinations. Turn, please, to the introduction and read what Amo has to say on the matter of dream interpretation, then divide into pairs. Use the dream oracle to interpret each other's most recent dreams. Carry on. The one good thing to be said for this lesson was that it was not a double period. By the time they had all finished reading the introduction of the book, they had barely 10 minutes left for Dream Interpreter at the table next. So Harry and Ron Dean had paired up with Neville, who immediately embarked on a long, winded explanation of a nightmare involving a pair of giant scissors wearing his grandmother's best hat. Harry and Ron merely looked at each other glumly. I never remember my dreams, said Ron. You say one, you must remember. One of them, said Harry impatiently. He was not going to share his dreams with anyone. He knew perfectly well what his regular nightmare about a graveyard meant. He did not need Ron or Professor Trelawney or the stupid dream oracle to tell him that, well, I had one that. I was playing Quidditch the other night, said Ron, screwing up his face in an effort to remember what you reckon. That means probably that you're going to be eaten by a giant marshmallow or something, said Harry, turning the pages of the dream oracle without interest. It was very dull work looking up bits of dreams in the oracle, and Harry was not cheered up when Professor Trelawney set them the task of keeping a dream diary for a month. As homework, when the bell went, he and Ron led the way back down the ladder, Ron grumbling loudly. Do you realize how much homework we got already been set us afoot and a half-long essay on giant war? Snape wants a foot on the use of moonstones, and now we've got a month's dream diary from Trelawney Fred, and George weren't wrong about Allier, were they? That Umbridge woman had better not give us any. When they entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, they found Professor Umbridge already seated at the teacher's desk, wearing the fluffy pink cardigan of the night before and the black velvet bow on top of her head. Harry was again reminded forcibly of a large fly perched unwisely on top of an even larger toad. The class was quiet as it entered the room. Professor Umbridge was as yet an unknown quantity, and nobody knew yet how strict a disciplinarian she was likely to be. Well, good afternoon, she said when finally the whole class had sat down. A few people mumbled good afternoon in reply. Tut, tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do now, will it? I should like you please to reply good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. They chanted back at her. There now, said Professor Umbridge sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? WS away and quills out, please. Many of the class exchanged gloomy looks the order WS away, had never yet been followed by a lesson they had found interesting. Harry shoved his wand back inside his bag and pulled out quill ink and parchment. Professor Umbridge opened her handbag, extracted her own wand, which was an unusually short one, and tapped the blackboard sharply with it. Words appeared on the board at once: defense against the dark arts, a return to basic principles. Well, now your teaching in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? Stated Professor Umbridge, turning to face the class with her hands clasped neatly in front of her, the constant changing of teachers, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your ALA year. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured theory-centered ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy down the following, please. She rapped the blackboard again. The first message vanished and was replaced by course essays. 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. For a couple of minutes the room was full of the sound of scratching quills on parchment. When everyone had copied down Professor Umbridge's 3 course aims, she said, "Has everybody got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinker?" There was a dull murmur of assent throughout the class. "I think we'll try that again," said Professor Umbridge. "When I ask you a question, I should like you to reply, 'Yes, Professor Umbridge,' or 'No, Professor Umbridge.' So has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard?" "Yes, Professor Umbridge." Rang through the room. "Good," said Professor Umbridge. "I should like you to turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners." There will be no need to talk. Professor Umbridge left the blackboard and settled herself in the chair behind the teacher's desk, observing them all. With those poachy toads' eyes, Harry turned to page 5 of his copy of Defensive Magical Theory and started to read. It was desperately dull, quite as bad as listening to Professor Binns. He felt his concentration sliding away from him. He had soon read the same line half a dozen times without taking in more than the first few words. Several silent minutes passed. Next to him, Ron was absent-mindedly turning his quill over and over in his fingers, staring at the same spot on the page. Harry looked right and received a surprise to shake him out of his torpor. Hermione had not even opened her copy of Defensive Magical Theory. She was staring fixedly at Professor Umbridge with her hand in the air. Harry could not remember Hermione ever neglecting to read when instructed to, or indeed resisting the temptation to open any book that came under her nose. He looked at her questioningly, but she merely shook her head slightly to indicate that she was not about to answer questions, and continued to stare at Professor Umbridge, who was looking just as resolutely in another direction. After several more minutes had passed, however, Harry was not the only one watching Hermione. The chapter they had been instructed to read was so tedious that more and more people were choosing to watch Herm's mute attempt to catch Professor Umbridge's eye than to struggle on with basics for beginners when more than half the class were staring at Hermione rather than at their books. Professor Umbridge seemed to decide that she could ignore the situation no longer. "Did you want to ask something about the chapter, dear?" she asked Hermione, as though she had only just noticed her nod about the chapter. "No," said her. Well, we're reading just now," said Professor Umbridge, showing her small pointed teeth. "If you have other queries, we can deal with them at the end of class. I've got a query about your course aims," said Hermione. Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows. "And your name is?" "Hermione Granger," said Hermione. "Well, Miss Granger, I think the course aims are perfectly clear if you read them through carefully," said Professor Umbridge in a voice of determined sweetness. "Well, I don't," said Hermione bluntly. "There's nothing written up there about using defensive spells." There was a short silence in which many members of the class turned their heads to frown at the three-course aims still written on the blackboard. "Using defensive spells," Professor Umbridge repeated with a little laugh. "Why, I can't imagine any situation arising in my classroom that would require you to use a defensive spell, Miss Granger. You surely aren't expecting to be attacked during class. We're not going to use magic, Ron," ejaculated loudly. Students raised their hands when they wished to speak in my class. "Mr. Weasley," said Ron, thrusting his hand into the air. Professor Umbridge, smiling still more widely, turned her back on him. Harry and Hermione immediately raised their hands to Professor Umbridge's poachy eyes, lingered on Harry for a moment before she addressed Hermione. "Yes, Miss G.R., you wanted to ask something else?" "Yes," said Hermione. "Surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells. Are you a ministry tread educational expert?" Miss Granger asked Professor Umbridge in her falsely sweet voice. "No." "But well then, I'm afraid you are not qualified to decide what the whole point of any class is. Wizards much older and clever than you have devised our new program of study. You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." "What use is that?" said Harry loudly. "If we're going to be attacked, it won't be in a hand, Mr. Potter," sang Professor Umbridge. Harry thrust his fist in the air. Professor Umbridge promptly turned away from him again. But now several other people had their hands up too. "And your name is Professor Umbridge," said to Dean Thomas. "Well, Mr. Thomas, well, it's like Harry said, isn't it?" said Dean. "If we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free, I repeat," said Professor Umbridge, smiling in a very irritating fashion at Dean. "Do you expect to be attacked during my classes?" "No." But Professor Umbridge talked over him. "I do not wish to criticize the way things have been run in this school," she said, an unconvincing smile stretching her wide mouth. "But you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards in this class. Very irresponsible indeed. Not to mention," she gave a nasty little laugh, "extremely dangerous half-breeds." "If you mean Professor Lynn," piped up Dean Thomas angrily. "He was the best we ever had, Mr. Thomas. As I was saying, you have been introduced to spells that have been complex, inappropriate to your age group, and potentially lethal. You have been frightened into believing that you are likely to meet dark attacks every other day." "No, we haven't," Hermione said. "We just, your hand is not up, Miss Granger." Hermione put up her hand. Professor Umbridge turned away from her. "It is my understanding that my predecessor not only performed illegal curses in front of you, he actually performed them on you while he turned out to be a maniac, didn't he?" said Dean Thomas hotly. "Mind you, we still learn loads. Your hand is not up, Mr. Thomas," trilled Professor Umbridge. "Now is the view of the ministry that a theoretical knowledge will be more than sufficient to get you through your examination, which after all is what school is all about. And your name is," she added, staring at Parva, whose hand had just shot up. "Parva Patil. And isn't there a practical bit in our defense against the dark arts, Al? Aren't we supposed to show that we can actually do the counter curses and things as long as you have studied the theory hard enough? There is no reason why you should not be able to perform the spells under carefully controlled examination conditions," said Professor Umbridge dismissively. "Without ever practicing them before," said Parvati incredulously. "Are you telling us that the first time we'll get to do the spells will be during our exam? I repeat, as long as you have studied the theory hard enough. And what good's theory going to be in the real world?" said Harry loudly, his fist in the air again. Professor Umbridge looked up. "This is school, Mr. Potter, not the real world," she said softly. So we're not supposed to be prepared for what's waiting out there. There's nothing waiting out there, Mr. Potter. Oh, yeah, said Harry, his temper, which seemed to have been bubbling just beneath the surface all day, was. Reaching boiling point, who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourselves? Inquired Professor Umbridge in a horribly honeyed voice. H.M. Leighton think, said Harry in a mock thoughtful voice. Maybe Lord Voldemort, Ron gasped. Lavender Brown uttered a little scream. Neville slipped sideways off his stool. Professor Umbridge, however, did not flinch. She was staring at Harry with a grimly satisfied expression on her face. 10 points from Griffer Mister. Part of the classroom was silent, and still everyone was. Staring at either Umbridge or Harry now, let me make a few things quite plain. Professor Umbridge stood up and leaned toward them, her stubby-fingered hand sped on her desk. You've been told that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead. He wasn't dead, said Harry angrily. But Yehune's returned. Mr. Potter, you have already lost your house. 10 points. Do not make matters worse for yourself, said Professor Umbridge in one breath without looking at him. As I was saying, you have been informed that a certain dark wizard is at large once again. This is a lie. It is not a lie, said Harry. I saw him. I fought in detention, Mr. Potter, said Professor Umbridge. Triumphantly tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock, my office. I repeat, this is a lie. The Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizard. If you are still worried, by all means come and see me outside class hours. If someone is alarming you with fibs about Reborn dark wizards, I would like to hear about it. I am here to help. I am your friend. And now you will kindly continue your reading. Page 5, Basics for Beginners. Professor Umbridge sat down behind her desk again. Harry, however, stood up. Everyone was staring at him. Seamus looked half scared, half fascinated. Harry, no, Hermione whispered in a warning voice, tugging at his sleeve. But Harry jerked his arm out of her reach. So according to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord, did he? Harry asked, his voice shaking. There was a collective intake of breath from the class four. None of them, apart from Ron and Hermione, had ever heard Harry talk about what had happened on the night that Cedric had died. They stared avidly from Harry to Professor Umbridge, who had raised her eyes and was staring at him without a trace of a fake smile on her face. Cedric D's death was a tragic accident, she said coldly. It was murder, said Harry. He could feel himself shaking. He had hardly talked to anyone about this, least of all 30 eagerly listening classmates. Voldemort killed him, and you know. Professor Umbridge's face was quite blank for a moment. He thought she was going to scream at him. Then she said in her softest, most sweetly girlish voice, come here, Mr. Potter dear. He kicked his chair aside, around Ron and Hermione, and up to the teacher's desk. He could feel the rest of the class holding its breath. He felt so angry, he did not care what happened next. Professor Umbridge pulled a small roll of pink parchment out of her handbag, stretched it out on the desk, dipped her quill into a bottle of ink, and started scribbling hunched over so that Harry could not see what she was writing. Nobody spoke after a minute or so. She rolled up the parchment and tapped it with her wand. It sealed itself seamlessly so that he could not open it. Take this to Professor McGonagall, dear, said Professor Umbridge, holding out the note to him. He took it from her without saying a word and left the room, not even looking back at Ron and Hermione. And slamming the classroom door shut behind him, he walked very fast along the corridor. The note to McGonagall clutched tight in his hand, and turning a corner walked slap and appeased the poltergeist, a wide-faced little man floating on his back, and made her juggling several annals. Why, it's potty we Potter, cackled Peeves, allowing 2 of the annals to fall to the ground where they smashed and spattered the walls with ink. Harry jumped backward out of the way with a snarl. Get out of it, Peeves. Oh, crackpots, feeling cranky. said Peeves, pursuing Harry along the corridor, leering as he zoomed along above him. What is it this time, my fine potty friend? Hearing voices, seeing visions, speaking in Peeves blew a gigantic raspberry tongues. I said, leave me alone, shouted, running down a nearest flight of stairs. But Peeves merely slid down the banister on his back. Beside him, almost think he's barking the potty wee lad. But some are more kindly and think he's just sad. But Peavy knows better and says that he's mad. Shut up. Door to his left flew open, and Professor McGonagall emerged from her office looking grim and slightly harassed. What on earth are you shouting about, Potter? She snapped as Peeves cackled gleefully and zoomed out of sight. Why aren't you in class? I've been sent to see you, said Harry, stiffly. Sent? What do you mean sent? He held out the note from Professor Umbridge. Professor McGonagall took it from him, frowning, slid it open with a tap of her wand, stretched it out, and began to read. Her eyes zoomed from side to side behind their square spectacles as she read what Umbridge had written, and with each line they became narrower. K. Potter. He followed her inside her study. The door closed automatically behind him, while said Professor McGonagall, rounding on him, is this true? Is what true? Harry asked, rather more aggressively than he had intended. Professor, he added in an attempt to sound more polite, is it true that you shouted at Professor Umbridge? Yes, said Harry. You called her a liar? Yes, you told her he who must not be named is back. Yes, Professor. McGonagall sat down behind her desk, frowning at Harry. Then she said, have a biscuit, Potter. Have what? Have a biscuit, she repeated, impatiently, indicating a tartan tin of cookies lying on top of one of the piles of papers on her desk. And sit down. There had been a previous occasion when Harry, expecting to be caned by Professor McGonagall, had instead been appointed by her to the Griffer Kidditch team. He sank into a chair opposite her and helped himself to a ginger, no feeling just as confused and wrong. Footed as he had done on that occasion, Professor McGonagall set down Professor Umbridge's note and looked very seriously at Harry Potter. You need to be careful. Harry swallowed his mouthful of ginger no and stared at her. Her tone of voice was not at all what he was used to. It was not brisk, crisp, and stern. It was low and anxious, and somehow much more human than usual. Misbehavior in Dolores Umbridge class could cost you much more than house points and a detention. What do you, Potter, use your common sense? Snapped Professor McGonagall with an abrupt return to her usual manner. You know where she comes from. You must know to whom she is reporting. The bell rang for the end of the lesson overhead, and all around came the elephantine sound of hundreds of students on the move. It says here, she's given you detention every evening this week, starting tomorrow, Professor McGonagall said, looking down at Umbridge's note again. Every evening this week, Harry repeated, horrified. But Professor, couldn't you? No, I couldn't, said Professor McGonagall flatly. But she is your teacher and has every right to give you detention. You will go to her room at 5 o'clock tomorrow for the first one. Just remember, tread carefully around Dolores UMD. But I was telling the truth, said Harry, outraged. Voldemort's back, you know he is. Professor Dumbledore knows he is, for heaven's sake, Potter, said Professor McGonagall, straightening her glasses angrily. She had winced horribly when he had used Voldemort's name. Do you really think this is about truth or lies? It's about keeping your head down and your temper under control. She stood up, nostrils wide and mouth very thin, and he stood too. Have another biscuit, she said irritably, thrusting the tin at him. No thanks, said Harry coldly. Don't be ridiculous, she snapped. He took one, thanks, he said grudgingly. Didn't you listen to Dolores UMD's speech at the start of term feast, Potter? Yeah, said Harry. She said progress will be prohibited, or well, it meant that the Ministry of Magic is trying to interfere at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall eyed him for a moment, then sniffed, walked around her desk, and held open the door for him. "Well, I'm glad you listened to Hermione Granger at any rate," she said, pointing him out of her. Office Chapter 13 Detention with Dolores Dinner in the Great Hall. That night was not a pleasant experience for Harry. The news about his shouting match with Umbridge seemed to have traveled exceptionally fast. Even by Hogwarts standards, he heard whispers all around him as he sat eating between Ron and Hermione, and the funny thing was that none of the whispers seemed to mind him overhearing what they were saying about him. On the contrary, it was as though they were hoping he would get angry and start shouting again so that they could hear his story firsthand. He says he saw Cedric Diggory murdered. He reckons he dueled with who come off it. Who does he think? He's kidding Pear. What I don't get, said Harry in a shaking voice, laying down his knife, and for his hand were trembling too much to hold them steady, is why they all belied the story 2 months ago, when Dumbledore told them the thing. Is Harry, I'm not sure they did, said Hermione grimly. "Oh, Leeton, get out of here." She slammed down her own knife and fork. Ron looked sadly at his half-finished apple pie, but followed suit people stared at them all the way out of the hall. "What you mean, you're not sure they believe Dumbledore?" Harry asked Hermione. When they reached the first floor landing. "Look, you don't understand what it was like after it happened," said Hermione. "Quietly you arrived back in the middle of the lawn, clutching Cedric's dead body. None of us saw what happened in the maze. We just had Dumbledore's word for it, that who had come back and killed Cedric and fought you, which is the truth," said Harry loudly. "I know, it is Harry." "So will you please stop biting my head off," said Hermione wearily. "It's just that before the truth could sink in, everyone went home for the summer, where they spent 2 months reading about how you're a nutcase, and Dumbledore." Going style, rain pounded on the window panes as they strode along the empty corridors back to Griffer Tower. Harry felt as though his first day had lasted a week, but he still had a mountain of homework to do before bed. A dull, pounding pain was developing over his right eye. He glanced out of a rain-washed window at the dark grounds as they turned into the Fat Lady's corridor. There was still no light in Hagrid's cabin. "Mamulus Mimbletonia," said Hermione before the Fat Lady could ask. The portrait swung open to reveal the hole behind, and the three of them scrambled back through it. The common room was almost empty. Nearly everyone was still down at dinner. Crookshanks uncoiled himself from an armchair and trotted to meet them, purring loudly, and when Harry, Ron, and Hermione took their 3 favorite chairs at the fireside, he leapt lightly into Herm's lap and curled up there like a furry ginger cushion. Harry gazed into the flames, feeling drained and exhausted. "How can Dumbledore have let this happen?" Hermione cried, suddenly making Harry and Ron jump. Crookshanks leapt off her, looking affronted. She pounded the arms of her chair in fury so that bits of stuffing leaked out of the holes. "How can he let that terrible woman teach us? And in our owl year 2, well, we've never had great defense against the dark arts teachers, have we?" said Harry. "You know what it's like. Hagrid told us nobody wants the job. They say it's jinxed, yes. But to employ someone who's actually refusing to let us do magic, what's Dumbledore playing at? And she's trying to get people to spy for her," said Ron darkly. "Remember when she said she wanted us to come and tell her if we hear anyone saying who's back? Of course, she's here to spy on us all. That's obvious. Why else would Fudge have wanted her to come?" snapped Hermione. "Don't start arguing again," said Harry wearily, as Ron opened his mouth to retaliate. "Can't we let's just do that homework, get it out of the way?" They collected their school bags from a corner and returned to the chairs by the fire. People were coming back from dinner now. Harry kept his face averted from the portrait hole, but could still sense the stares he was attracting. "Shall we do Snape stuff first?" said Ron, dipping his quill into his ink. The properties of Moonstone and its uses in potion making, he muttered, writing the words across the top of his parchment. As he spoke them there, he underlined the title, then looked up expectantly at Hermione. So what are the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion making? But Hermione was not listening. She was squinting over into the far corner of the room, where Fred George and Lee Jordan were now, sitting at the center of a knot of innocent-looking first years all of, whom were chewing something that seemed to have come out of a large paper bag that Fred was holding. No, I'm sorry, they've gone too far, she said, standing up and looking positively furious. Come on, Ron. What said Ron, plainly playing for time. No, come on, we can't tell them off for giving out sweets. You know perfectly well that those are bits of nosebed, Nate, or puking passes, or fainting fancies, Harry suggested quietly, one by one, as though hit over the heads with invisible mallets. The first years were slumping unconscious in their seats. Some slid right onto the floor. Others merely hung over the arms of their chairs, their tongues laying out. Most of the people watching were laughing. Hermione, however, squared her shoulders and marched directly over to where Fred and George now stood with clipboards, closely obeying the unconscious first years. Ron rose halfway out of his chair, hovered uncertainly for a moment or two, then muttered to Harry, she's got it under control, before sinking low in his chair as his lanky frame permitted. That's enough, Herm said forcefully to Fred and George, both of whom looked up in mild surprise. Yeah, you're right, said George, nodding. This dosage looks strong enough. Doesn't I told you this morning? You can't test your rubbish on students. We're paying them, said Fred indignantly. I don't care, it could be dangerous rubbish, said Fred, calm down, Hermione. They're fine, said Lee reassuringly as he walked for first year too. First year inserting purple sweets into their open mouths. Yeah, look, they're coming round now, said George. A few of the first years were indeed stirring. Several looked so shocked to find themselves lying on the floor or dangling off their chairs that Harry was sure Fred and George had not warned them what the sweets were going to do. Feel all right, said George kindly to a small dark-haired girl lying at his feet. I think so, she said shakily. Excellent, said Fred happily. But the next second Hermione had snatched both his clipboard and the paper bag of fainting fancies from his hands. It is not excellent course. It is they're alive, aren't they, said Fred angrily. You can't do this. What if you made one of them really ill? We're not going to make them ill. We've already tested them all on ourselves. This is just to see if everyone reacts the same. If you don't stop doing it, I'm going to put us in detention, said Fred in an ID like to UT try voice. Make us WR lines, said George, smirking. Onlookers all over the room were laughing. Hermione drew herself up to her full height. Her eyes were narrowed, and her bushy hair seemed to crackle with electricity. No, she said, her voice quivering with anger, but I will write to your mother. You wouldn't, said George, horrified, taking a step back from her. Oh, yes, I would, said Hermione grimly. I can't stop you eating the stupid things yourselves, but you're not giving them to first years, Fred. And George looked thunderstruck. It was clear that as far as they were concerned, Hermione's threat was way below the belt. With a last threatening look at them, she thrust Fred's clipboard and the bag of fancies back in his arms and stalked back to her chair by the fire. Ron was now so low in his seat that his nose was roughly level with his knees. Thank you for your support, Ron, Hermie said acidly. You handled it fine by yourself, Ron mumbled. Hermione stared down at her blank piece of parchment for a few seconds, then said, Edile, oh, it's no good, I can't. Concentrate now. I'm going to bed. She wrenched her bag open. Harry thought she was about to put her books away, but instead she pulled out two misshapen woolly objects, placed them carefully on a table by the fireplace, covered them with a few screwed up bits of parchment and a broken quill, and stood back to admire the effect. "What in the name of Merlin are you doing?" said Ron, watching her. As though fearful for her sanity, "They hats for House Elf," she said briskly, now stuffing her books back into her bag. "I did them over the summer. I'm a really slow knitter without magic, but now I'm back at school. I should be able to make lots more. You're leaving out hats for the House Elf," said Ron slowly. "And you're covering them up with rubbish first, yes," said Hermione defiantly, swinging her bag on her back. "That's not on," said Ron angrily. "You're trying to trick them into picking up the hats. You're setting them free when they might not want to be free, of course. They want to be free," said Hermione, at once though her face was turning pink. "Don't you dare touch those hats, Ron." She left Ron waited until she had disappeared through the door to the girls' dormitories, then cleared the rubbish off the woolly hats. "They should at least see what they're picking up," he said firmly. Anyway, he rolled up the parchment on which he had written the title of Snap's essay. "There's no point trying to finish this now. I can't do it without Hermione. I haven't got a clue what you're supposed to do with moonstones, have you?" Harry shook his head, noticing as he did so that the ache in his right temple was getting worse. He thought of the long essay on giant wars, and the pain stabbed at him sharply, knowing perfectly well that he would regret not finishing his homework tonight. When the morning came, he piled his books back in his bag. "I'm going to bed too." He passed Seamus on the way to the door leading to the dormitories, but did not look at him. Harry had a fleeting impression that Seamus had opened his mouth to speak, but sped up and reached the soothing peace of the stone spiral staircase without having to endure any more provocation. The following day dawned just as leaden and rainy as the previous one. Hagrid was still absent from the staff table at breakfast, but on the plus side, no Snape today, said Ron bracingly. Hermione yawned widely and poured herself some coffee. She looked mildly pleased about something, and when Ron asked her what she had to be so happy about, she simply said the hats have gone seams. "The house elves do want freedom, after all. I wouldn't bet on it," Ron told her cuttingly. "They might not count as clothes. They didn't look anything like hats to me, more like woolly bladders." Hermione did not speak to him all morning. Double Charms was succeeded by Double Transfiguration. Professor Fick and Professor McGonagall both spent the first 15 minutes of their lessons lecturing the class on the importance of, "Oh, what you must remember," said little Professor Fick, squeakily perched as ever on a pile of books so that he could see over the top of his desk, "is that these examinations may influence your futures for many years to come. If you have not already given serious thought to your careers, now is the time to do so. And in the meantime, I'm afraid we shall be working harder than ever to ensure that you all do yourselves justice." They then spent more than an hour reviewing summoning charms, which according to Professor Fick were bound to come up in their owl, and he rounded off the lesson by setting them their largest amount of charms. Homework ever. It was the same, if not worse, in Transfiguration. "You cannot pass an owl," said Professor McGonagall grimly, "without serious application, practice, and study. I see no reason why everybody in this class should not achieve an owl in Transfiguration, as long as they put in the work." Neville made a sad little disbelieving noise. "Yes, you too, Longbottom," said Professor McGonagall. "There's nothing wrong with your work except lack of confidence. So today, we're starting vanishing spells. These are easier than conjuring spells, which you would not usually attempt until any WT level, but they're still among the most difficult magic you'll be tested on in your owl." She was quite right. Harry found the vanishing spells horribly difficult by the end of a double period. Neither he nor Ron had managed to vanish the snails on which they were practicing, though Ron said hopefully that he thought his looked a bit paler. Hermione, on the other hand, successfully vanished her snail on the third attempt. earning her a 10-point bonus for Griffer from Professor McGonagall. She was the only person not given homework. Everybody else was told to practice the spell overnight, ready for a fresh attempt on their snails the following afternoon. Now panicking slightly about the amount of homework they had to do, Harry and Ron spent their elven hour in the library, looking up the uses of moonstones and potion, making Still angry about Ron's slur. On her woolly hatcher, May did not join them by the time they reached care of magical creatures in the afternoon. Harry's head was aching again. The day had become cool and breezy, and as they walked down the sloping lawn toward Hagrid's cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they felt the occasional drop of rain on their faces. Professor Grubbly Plank stood waiting for the class, some 10 yards from Hagrid's front door, a long trestle table in front of her laden with many twigs as Harry and Ron reached her aloud. Shout of laughter sounded behind them. Turning, they saw Draco Malfoy striding toward them, surrounded by his usual gang of slithering cronies. He had clearly just said something highly amusing, because Crabbe Goyle Pansy Parkinson and the rest continued to snigger heartily as they gathered around the trestle table. Judging by the fact that all of them kept looking over at Harry, he was able to guess the subject of the joke without too much difficulty. Everyone here barked Professor Grubbly Plank. Once all the Slytherin and Griff finders had arrived, Leeton. Crack on then, who can tell me what these things are called? She indicated the heap of twigs in front of her. Herm's hand shot into the air behind her back. Malfoy did a buck-toed imitation of her, jumping up and down in eagerness to answer a question. Pansy Parkinson gave a shriek of laughter that turned almost at once into a scream as the twigs on the table leapt into the air and revealed themselves to be what looked like tiny pixie-ish creatures, made of wood each, with novel brown arms and legs, 2 twig-like fingers at the end of each hand, and a funny flat bark-like face in which a pair of beetle-brown eyes glittered. "Ooh," said Parva and Lavender, thoroughly irritating Harry. Anyone would have thought that Hagrid never showed them impressive creatures. Admittedly, the flabberworms had been a bit dull, but the salamanders and hippogriffs had been interesting enough, and the blast in its guts perhaps too much. So kindly keep your voices down, girls, said Professor Grubbly Plank sharply, scattering a handful of what looked like brown rice among the stick creatures, who immediately fell upon the food. "So anyone know the names of these creatures, Miss Granger Bowtruckles?" said Hermie. "They're tree guardians, usually live in W trees. 5 points for GRYFF, said Professor Grubbly Plank. "Yes, these are Bowtruckles, and as Miss Granger rightly says, they generally live in trees whose wood is of one quality. Anybody know what they eat with lice?" said Hermie promptly, which explained why what Harry had taken for grains of brown rice were moving, but fairy eggs, if they can get them, good girl, take another 5 points. So, whenever you need leaves or wood from a tree in which a Bowtruckle lodges, it is wise to have a gift of woodley ready to distract or plate it. They may not look dangerous, but if angered they will gouge out human eyes with their fingers, which, as you can see, are very sharp and not at all desirable near the eyeballs. So if you'd like to gather closer, take a few with lice and a bow. Truckle, I have enough here for one, between 3. You can study them more closely. I want a sketch from each of you with all body parts labeled by the end of the lesson. The class surged forward around the trestle table. Harry deliberately circled around the back so that he ended up right next to Professor Grubbly Plank. "Where's Hagrid?" he asked her, while everyone else was choosing Bowtruckles. "Never you mind," said Professor Grubbly Plank, repressively, which had been her attitude last time Hagrid had failed to turn up for a class too. Smirking all over his pointed face, Draco Malfoy leaned across Harry and seized the largest Bowtruckle maybe said Malfoy in an undertone, so that only Harry could hear him. The stupid great goose got himself badly injured. Maybe you will if you don't shut up, said Harry out of the side of his mouth. Maybe he's been messing with stuff that's too big for him. If you get my drift, Malfoy walked away, smirking over his shoulder. At Harry, who suddenly felt sick, did Malfoy know. Something his father was a Death Eater, after all. What if he had information about Hagrid's fate that had not yet reached the Order's ears? He hurried back around the table to Ron and Hermione, who were squatting on the grass some distance away, and attempting to persuade a boat truckle to remain still long enough to draw at Harry, pulled out parchment, and Quill crouched down beside the others, and related in a whisper what Malfoy had just said Dumbledore would. No, if something had happened to Hagrid, said Hermione, at once it's just playing into Malfoy's hands to look worried. It tells him, we don't know exactly what's going on. We've got to ignore him, Harry, here. Hold the bow trickle for a moment. Just so I can draw its face, yes, came Malfoy's clear draw from the group. Nearest them father was talking to the minister just a couple of days ago, you know, and it sounds as though the ministry's really determined to crack down on substandard teaching in this place, so even if that overgrown does show up. Again, he'll probably be sent packing straight away. Ouch, Harry had gripped the bow truckle so hard that it had almost snapped. It had just taken a great retaliation swipe at his hand with its sharp fingers, leaving two long, deep cuts. There Harry dropped at Crabbe and Goyle, who had already been guffaw at the idea of Hagrid being sacked, laughed still harder as the bow truckle set off at full tilt toward the forest. A little moving stick man soon swallowed up by the tree roots when the bell echoed. Distantly over the grounds, Harry rolled up his blood-stained bow truckle picture and marched off to herbology with his hand wrapped in a handkerchief of Hermes and Malfoy's derisive laughter still ringing in his ears. If he calls Hagrid one more time, snarled Harry, Harry, don't go picking a row with Malloy. Don't forget, he's a prefect. Now, he could make life difficult for you, Wow. I wonder what it would be like to have a difficult life, said Harry. Sarcastically, Ron laughed, but Hermione frowned. Together they trayed across the vegetable patch. The sky still appeared unable to make up its mind whether it wanted to rain or not. I just wish Hagrid would hurry up and get back, that's all, said Harry in a low voice as they reached the greenhouses. And don't say that grubbly plank woman's a better teacher. He added threateningly, I wasn't going to, said Hermione calmly, because she'll never be as good as Hagrid, said Harry, firmly fully aware that he had just experienced an exemplary care of magical creature's lesson and was thoroughly annoyed about it. The door of the nearest greenhouse opened and some fourth years spilled out of it, including Ginny High, she said brightly as she passed. A few seconds later, Luna Lovegood emerged trailing behind the rest of the class, a smudge of earth on her nose and her hair tied in a knot on the top of her head. When she saw Harry, her prominent eyes seemed to bulge excitedly, and she made a beeline straight for him. Many of his classmates turned curiously to watch. Luna took a great breath and then said, without so much as a preliminary hello, I believe he who must not be named is back, and I believe you fought him and escaped from him, right, said Harry. Awkwardly, Luna was wearing what looked like a pair of orange radishes for earrings, a fact that Parv and Lavender seemed to have noticed as they were both giggling and pointing at her earlobes. You can laugh, Luna, said her voice rising apparently under the impression that Parvati and Lavender were laughing at what she had said rather than what she was wearing, but people used it to believe there were no such things as the blibbering humdinger or the crumplehorn snorcack. Well, they were right, weren't they, said Hermione impatiently. There weren't any such things as the blibbering humdinger or the crumplehorn snorcack. Luna gave her a withering look and flounced away, radishes swinging madly Parvati and Lavender were not the only ones hooting with laughter now, you. Mine's not offending the only people who. Believe me, Harry asked Hermione as they made their way into class. Oh, for heaven's sake, Harry, you can do better than her, said. Hermie and Ginny's told me all about her. Apparently, she'll only believe in things as long as there's no proof at all. Well, I wouldn't expect anything else from someone whose father runs the Quibbler. Harry thought of the sinister winged horses he had seen on the night he had arrived, and how Luna had said she could see them to his. Spirit sank slightly had she been lying, but before he could devote much more thought to the matter, Ernie Macmillan had stepped up to him. I want you to know, Potter, he said in a loud, carrying voice, that it's not only weirdos who support you. I personally believe you 100%. My family have always stood firm behind Dumbledore. And so, do I err? Thanks very much, Ernie, said Harry, taken aback, but pleased. Ernie might be pompous on occasions like these, but Harry was in a mood to deeply appreciate a vote of confidence from somebody who was not wearing radishes in their ears. Ernie's words had certainly wiped the smile from Lavender Brown's face, and as he turned to talk to Ron and Hermione, Harry caught Seamus's expression, which looked both confused and defiant. To nobody's surprise, Professor Sprout started their lesson by lecturing them about the importance of owls. Harry wished all the teachers would stop doing this. He was starting to get an anxious, twisted feeling in his stomach every time he remembered how much homework he had to do. A feeling that worsened dramatically when Professor Sprout gave them yet another essay at the end of class. Tired and smelling strongly of dragon dung, Professor Sprout's preferred brand of fertilizer, the Griff Finders, trooped back up to the castle, none of them talking very much. It had been another long day, as Harry was starving, and he had his first attention with Umbridge at 5 o'clock. He headed straight for dinner without dropping off his bag in Griffer Tower so that he could bolt something down before facing whatever she had in store for him. He had barely reached the entrance of the great hall, however, when a loud and angry voice said, "Potter, what now?" He muttered wearily, turning to face Angelina Johnson, who looked as though she was in a towering temper. "I'll tell you what now," she said, marching straight up to him and poking him hard in the chest with her finger. "How come you've landed yourself in detention for 5 o'clock on Friday?" "What?" said Harry. "Why, oh yeah, keeper tryouts." "Now?" "He remembers," snarled Angelina. "Didn't I tell you I wanted to do a TRYY out with the whole team and find someone who fitted in with everyone? Didn't I tell you I'd booked the Quidditch pitch specially, and now you've decided you're not going to be there?" "I didn't decide not to be there," said Harry, stung by the injustice of these words. "I got detention from that Umbridge woman just because I told her the truth about you-know-who. Well, you could just go straight to her and ask her to let you off on Friday," said Angelina fiercely, "and I don't care how you do it. Tell her you-know-who's a figment of your imagination if you like. Just make sure you're there." She stormed away. You know what Harry said to Ron and Hermione as they entered the great hall. "I think we'd better check with Puddle-Mayor United whether Oliver would have been killed during a training session, because she seems to be channeling his spirit. What you reckon are the odds of Umbridge letting you off on Friday?" said Ron skeptically as they sat down at the GRYFF table. "Less than 0, said Harry glumly, tipping lamb chops onto his plate and starting to eat better. "Try. Though hadn't I offered to do 2 more detentions or something, I don't know." He swallowed a mouthful of potato and added, "I hope she doesn't keep me too long this evening. You realize we got to write 3 essays, practice vanishing spells from McGonagall, work out a countercharm for Fick, finish the Bowtruckle drawing, and start that stupid dream diary for Trelawney." Ron moaned and for some reason glanced up at the ceiling. "And it looks like it's going to rain. What's that got to do with our homework?" said Hermione, her eyebrows raised. "Nothing," said Ron, At once his ears were neighing at 5 to 5 Harry, be the other two goodbye, and set off for Umbridge's office on the 3rd floor. When he knocked on the door, she said, "Come in a sugary voice. He entered cautiously looking around. He had known this office under 3 of its previous occupants in the days when Gilderoy Lockhart had lived here. It had been plastered and beaming. Portraits of its owner when Lupin had occupied it. It was likely you would meet some fascinating dark creature in a cage or tank if you came to call on the imposter Moody's days. It had been packed with various instruments and artifacts for the detection of wrongdoing and concealment. Now, however, it looked totally unrecognizable. The surfaces had all been DRA raped in lacy covers and cloths. There were several vases full of dried flowers, each residing on its own doily, and on one of the walls was a collection of ornamental plates, each decorated with a large technicolored kitten wearing a different bow around its neck. These were so foul that Harry stared at them transfixed, until Professor Umbridge spoke again. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," Harry started, and looked around. He had not noticed her at first, because she was wearing an LDOY flowered set of robes that blended only too well with the tablecloth on the desk behind her evening. Harry said stiffly, "Well, sit down," she said, pointing toward small table draped in lace beside which she had drawn up a straight-back chair. A piece of blank parchment lay on the table, apparently waiting for him. Ere said Harry, without moving, "Professor Umbridge, before we start, I wanted to ask you a favor." Her bulging eyes narrowed. "Oh, yes. Well, I'm on the Griffer Kidditch team, and I was supposed to be at the tryouts for the new keeper at 5 o'clock on Friday, and I was wondering whether I could skip detention that night and do it another night." Instead, he knew long before he reached the end of his sentence that it was no good. "Oh, no," said Umbridge, smiling so widely that she looked as though she had just swallowed a particularly juicy fly. "Oh, no, no, no. This is your punishment for spreading evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, Mr. Potter, and punishments certainly cannot be adjusted to suit the guilty one's convenience. No, you will come here at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and the next day and on. Friday, too, and you will do your detentions as planned, I think. Rather a good thing that you're missing something you really want to do. It ought to reinforce the lesson I am trying to teach you." Harry felt the blood surge to his head and heard a thumping noise in his ears. So he told evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories. She was watching him with her head slightly to one side, still smiling widely, as though she knew exactly what he was thinking and was waiting to see whether he would start shouting again with a massive effort. Harry looked away from her, dropped his school bag beside the straight back chair, and sat down there. Said Umbridge sweetly, "We're getting better at controlling our temper. Already, aren't we? Now you're going to be doing some lines for me, Mr. Potter. No, not with your quill," she added, as Harry bent down to open his bag. "You're going to be using a rather special one of mine here. She handed him a long, thin black quill with an unusually sharp point. "I want you to write, I must not tell lies." She told him softly. "How many times?" Harry asked, with a creditable imitation of politeness. "Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink," and said Umbridge sweetly, "Off you go." She moved over to her desk, sat down, and bent over a stack of parchment that looked like essays for marking. Harry raised a sharp black quill, and then realized what was missing. "You haven't given me any ink," he said. "Oh, you won't need ink," said Professor Umbridge, with a suggestion of a laugh in her voice. Harry placed the point of the quill on the paper and wrote, "I must not tell lies." He let out a gasp of pain. The words had appeared on the parchment in what appeared to be shining red ink. At the same time, the words had appeared on the back of Harry's right hand, cut into his skin as though traced there by a scalpel. Yet even as he stared at the shining cut, the skin healed over again leaving the place where it had been slightly redder than before, but quite smooth. Harry looked around at Umbridge. She was watching him, her wide, toad-like mouth stretched in a smile. "Yes, nothing," said Harry quietly. He looked back at the parchment, placed a quill upon it, once more wrote, "I must not tell lies," and felt the searing pain on the back of his hand for a second time. Once again the words had been cut into his skin. Once again they healed over seconds later, and on it went again, and again Harry wrote the words on the parchment, and what he soon came to realize was not ink, but his own blood, and again the words were cut into the back of his hand, healed, and then reappeared the next time he set quilt a parchment. Darkness fell outside Umbridge's window. Harry did not ask when he would be allowed to stop. He did not even check his watch. He knew she was watching him for signs of weakness, and he was not going to show any, not even if he had to sit here all night cutting open his own hand with this quill. "Come here," she said. After what seemed hours, he stood up. His hand was stinging painfully. When he looked down at it, he saw that the cut had healed, but that the skin there was red, raw hand. She said. He extended it. She took it in her own. Harry repressed a shudder as she touched him with her thick, stubby fingers on which she wore a number of ugly old rings. "Tut, tut. I don't seem to have made much of an impression." Yet she said, smiling, "Well, we'll just have to try again tomorrow evening, won't we? You may go." Harry left her office without a word. The school was quite deserted. It was surely past midnight. He walked slowly up the corridor. Then, when he had turned the corner and was sure that she would not hear him, broke into a run. He had not had time to practice vanishing spells, had not written a single dream in his dream diary, and had not finished the drawing of the bat truckle, nor had he written his essays. He skipped breakfast next morning to scribble down a couple of made-up dreams for divination, their first lesson, and was surprised to find a disheveled Ron keeping him company. "How come you didn't do it last night?" Harry asked as Ron stared wildly around the common room for inspiration. Ron, who had been fast asleep when Harry got back to the dormitory, muttered something about doing other stuff, bent low over his parchment, and scrawled a few words. "That'll have to do," he said, slamming the diary shut. "I've said I dreamed I was buying a new pair of shoes. She can't make anything weird out of that, can she?" They hurried off to North Tower together. "How was detention with Umbridge anyway? What did she make you do?" Harry hesitated for a fraction of a second, then said, "Lines, that's not too bad." Then, as said Ron, "Nope." Said Harry, "Hey, I forgot. Did she let you off for Friday?" "No," said Harry. Ron groaned sympathetically. It was another bad day for Harry. He was one of the worst in Transfiguration, not having practiced vanishing spell at all. He had to give up his lunch hour to complete the picture of the bow truckle, and meanwhile Professors McGonagall, Grubbly, Plank, and Sinistera gave them yet more homework which he had no prospect of finishing that evening. Because of his second detention with Umbridge, to cap it all, Angelina Johnson tracked him down at dinner again, and on learning that he would not be able to attend Friday's keeper tryouts, told him she was not at all impressed by his attitude, and that she expected players who wished to remain on the team to put training before their other commitments. "I'm in tension," Harry yelled after her as she stalked away. "Do you think I'd rather be stuck in a room with that old toad, or play Quidditch? At least it's only lines," said Hermione consolingly, as Harry sank back on his bench and looked down at his steak and kidney pie, which he no longer fancied very much. "It's not as if it's a dreadful punishment, really." Harry opened his mouth, closed it again, and nodded. He was not really sure why he was not telling Ron and Hermione exactly what was happening in UMB's room. He only knew that he did not want to see their looks of horror that would make the whole thing seem worse, and therefore more difficult to face. He also felt dimly that this was between himself and Umbridge, a private battle of wills, and he was not going to give her the satisfaction of hearing that he had complained about it. "I can't believe how much homework we've got," said Ron miserably. "Well, why didn't you do any last night?" Hermione asked him. "Where were you anyway?" I fancy to walk," said Ron shiftily. Harry had the distinct impression that he was not alone in concealing things at the moment the second. The tension was just as bad as the previous one. The skin on the back of Harry's hand became irritated more quickly, now red, and inflamed. Harry thought it unlikely to keep healing as effectively for long. Soon the cut would remain etched in his hand, and Umbridge would perhaps be satisfied. He let no moan of pain escape him, however, and from the moment of entering the room to the moment of his dismissal again past midnight, he said nothing but good evening and good night. His homework situation, however, was now desperate, and when he returned to the Griffer common room, he did not, though exhausted, go to bed, but opened his books and began Snap's Moonstone essay. It was 2:30 by the time he had finished it. He knew he had done a poor job, but there was no help for it unless he had something to give, and he would be in detention with Snape next. He then dashed off answers to the questions Professor McGonagall had set them cobbled together. Something on the proper handling of Bowtruckle's 4. Professor Grubbly Plank and staggered up to bed, where he fell fully clothed on top of the bed covers and fell asleep. Immediately Thursday passed in a haze of tiredness. Ron seemed very sleepy too, though Harry could not see why he should be. Harry's third detention passed in the same way as the previous two, except that after 2 hours the words, "I must not tell lies," did not fade from the back of Harry's hand, but remained scratched there, oozing droplets of blood. The paws and the pointed quills. Scratching made Professor Umbridge look up. "Ah," she said softly, moving around her desk to examine his hand herself. "Good. That ought to serve as a reminder to you, Oaten, that you may leave for tonight." "Do I still have to come back tomorrow?" said Harry, picking up his school bag with his left hand rather than his smarting right. "Oh, yes," said Professor Umbridge, smiling widely as before. "Yes. I think we can etch the message a little deeper with another evening's work." He had never before considered the possibility that there might be another teacher in the world he hated more than Snape, but as he walked back toward Griffer Tower, he had to admit he had found a contender. "She's evil," he thought, as he climbed a staircase to the 7th floor. "She's an evil, twisted, mad old Ron." He had reached the top of the stairs, turned right, and almost walked into Ron, who was lurking behind a statue of Lacon the Lanky, clutching his broomstick. He gave a great leap of surprise when he saw Harry and attempted to hide. His new clean sweep 11 behind his back. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing." "What are you doing?" Harry frowned at him. "Come on, you can tell me. What are you hiding here?" "For I'm hiding from Fred and George, if you must know," said Ron. "They just went past with a bunch of first years. I bet they're testing stuff on them again. I mean, they can't do in the common room now. Can they not with Hermione? There." He was talking in a very fast, feverish way. "But what have you got your broom, for you haven't been flying." "Have you?" Harry asked. Well, okay, I'll tell you, but don't laugh." "All right," Ron said, defensively turning redder with every second. I thought I'd try out for GRYFF keeper now. I've got a decent broom." "There, go on, laugh." "I'm not laughing," said Harry. Ron blinked. "It's a brilliant idea. Be really cool if you got on the team. I've never seen you play keepers. Are you good?" "I'm not bad," said Ron, who looked immensely relieved at Harry's reaction. "Charlie, Fred, and George always made me keep for them when they were training during the holidays. So you've been practicing tonight every evening since Tuesday." "Just on my own, though. I've been trying to bewitch Quaffles to fly at me, but it hasn't been easy, and I don't know how much use it'll be." Ron looked nervous and anxious. "Fred and George are going to laugh themselves stupid when I turn up for the tryouts. They haven't stopped taking the mickey out of me since I got made a prefect. I wish I was going to be there," said Harry, bitterly as they set off together toward the common room. Yeah. So do, Harry, what's that on the back of your hand, Harry, who had just scratched his nose with his free right hand, tried to hide it, but had as much success as Ron with his clean sweep. It's just a cut. It's nothing. But Ron had grabbed Harry's forearm and pulled the back of Harry's hand up level with his eyes. There was a pause, during which he stared at the words carved into the skin. Then he released Harry, looking sick, I thought. You said she was giving you LY. Harry hesitated, but after all, Ron had been honest with him. So he told Ron the truth about the hours he had been spending in Umbridge's office, the old hag, Ron said in a revolted whisper as they came to a halt in front of the fat lady, who was dozing peacefully with her head against her frame. She's sick to McGonagall. Say, something no, said Harry. At once I'm not giving her the satisfaction of knowing she's got to me, got to you can't let her get away with this. I don't know how much power McGonagall's got over her, said Harry Dumbledore. Then tell Dumbledore. No, said Harry flatly. Why not? He's got enough on his mind, said Harry. But that was not the true reason. He was not going to go to Dumbledore for help when Dumbledore had not spoken to him once since last June. Well, I reckon you should, Ron began. But he was interrupted by the fat lady who had been watching them sleepily and now burst out, are you going to give me the password, or will I have to stay awake all night waiting for you? To finish your conversation, Friday dawned sullen and sodden as the rest of the week, though Harry glanced toward the staff table automatically. When he entered the Great Hall, it was without real hope of seeing Hagrid, and he turned his mind immediately to his more pressing problems, such as the mountainous pile of homework he had to do and the prospect of yet another detention with Umbridge. Two things sustained horror. That day one was the thought that it was almost the weekend, the other was that. Dreadful though his final detention with Umbridge was sure to be, he had a distant view of the Quidditch pitch from her window, and might with luck be able to see something of Ron's tryout. These were rather feeble rays of light, it was true, but Harry was grateful for anything that might lighten his present darkness. He had never had a worse first week of term at Hogwarts. At 5 o'clock that evening, he knocked on Professor Umbridge's office door for what he sincerely hoped would be the final time. Was told to enter, and did. So the blank parchment lay ready for him on the lace-covered table, the pointed black quill beside it. You know what to do, Mr. Potter said. Umbridge, smiling sweetly over at him, Harry picked up the quill and glanced through the window. If he just shifted his chair an inch or so to the right on the pretext of shifting himself closer to the table, he managed it. He now had a distant view of the GRYFF Quidditch team soaring up and down the pitch, while half a dozen black figures stood at the foot of the three high goalposts, apparently awaiting their turn to keep. It was impossible to tell which one was Ron at this distance. I must not tell lies. Harry wrote the cut in the back of his right hand, opened, and began to bleed a resh. I must not tell lies. The cut dug deeper, stinging and smarting. I must not tell lies. Blood trickled down his wrist. He chanced another glance out of the window. Whoever was defending the goalpost now was doing a very poor job indeed. Ty Bell scored. Twice in a few seconds, Harry dared watch, hoping very much that the keeper wasn't Ron. He dropped his eyes back to the parchment, dotted with blood. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. He looked up whenever he thought he could risk it, when he could hear the scratching of Umbridge's quill or the opening of a desk drawer. The third person to try out was pretty good. The fourth was terrible. The fifth dodged a bludger exceptionally well, but then fumbled in. Easy save. The sky was darkening so that Harry doubted he would be able to watch the sixth and seventh people at all. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. The parchment was now shining with drops of blood from the back of his hand, which was searing with pain. When he next looked up, night had fallen, and the Quidditch pitch was no longer visible. Let's see if you've gotten the message. Yet shall we said umbrage soft voice half an hour later, she moved toward him stretching out her short bee, ringed fingers for his arm, and then as she took hold of him to examine the words now cut into his skin pain, seared not across the back of his hand, but across the scar on his forehead at the same time, he had a most peculiar sensation somewhere around his midriff. He wrenched his arm out of her grip and leapt to his feet staring at her. She looked back at him a smile, stretching her wide, slack mouth. Yes, it hurts, doesn't it? She said softly. He did not answer. His heart was thumping very hard and fast. Was she talking about his hand, or did she know what he had just felt in his forehead? Well, I think I've made my point, Mr. Potter. You may go. He caught up his school bag and left the room as quickly as he could stay calm. He told himself as he sprinted up the stairs, stay calm. It doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means, Mimulus Mimbletonia. He gasped at the fat lady, who swung forward. Once more a roar of sound greeted him. Ron came running toward him, beaming all over his face, and slopping butterbeer down his front from the goblet. He was clutching Harry. I did it, I'm keeper. What a brilliant, said Harry, trying to smile naturally while his heart continued to race and his hand throbbed and bled. Have a butterbeer, Ron pressed a bottle onto him. I can't believe it. Where's her maid gone? She's there, said Fred, who was also swigging butterbeer, and pointed to an armchair by the fire. Her maid was dozing in her drink, tipping precariously in her hand. Well, she said she was pleased when I told her, said Ron, looking slightly put out. Let her sleep, said George hastily. It was a few moments before Harry noticed that several of the first years gathered around them bore unmistakable signs of recent nosebeds. Come here, Ron, and see if Oliver's old robes fit. You called Katie Bell. We can take off his name and put yours on instead. As Ron moved away, Angelina came striding up to Harry. Sorry, I was a bit short with you earlier, Potter, she said abruptly. It's stressful, this managing Lark, you know. I'm starting to think I was a bit hard on. Would sometimes she was watching Ron over the rim of her goblet with a slight frown on her face. Look, I know he's your best mate, but he's not fabulous, she said bluntly. I think with a bit of training he'll be all right, though. He comes from a family of good Quidditch players. I'm banking on him turning out to have a bit more talent than he showed today. To be honest, Vicky Frobisher and Jeffrey Hooper both flew better this evening, but Hooper's a real winner. He's always moaning about something or other. And Vicky's involved in all sorts of societies. She admitted that if training clashed with her charm club, she'd put charms first anyway. We're having a practice session at 2 o'clock tomorrow, so just make sure you're there this time. And do me a favor and help Ron as much as you can, okay? He nodded, and Angelina strolled back to Alicia Spinnet. Harry moved over to sit next to Hermione, who awoke with a jerk as he put down his bag. Oh, Harry, it's you. Good about Ron, isn't it? She said, blurry. I'm just so. Tired, she yawned. I was up until 1 o'clock making more hats. They're disappearing like mad. And sure enough, now that he looked, Harry saw that there were woolly hats concealed all around the room, where unwary elves might accidentally pick them up. Great, said Harry distractedly. If he did not tell somebody soon, he would burst. Listen, Hermione, I was just up in Umbridge's office, and she touched my arm. Hermione listened closely. When Harry had finished, she said slowly, you're worried that you know who's controlling her like he controlled Coral. Well, said Harry, dropping his voice, it's a possibility, isn't it, I suppose? So said Hermione, though she sounded unconvinced. But I don't think he could be possessing her the way he possessed Coral. I mean, he's properly alive again. Now, isn't he? He's got his own body. He wouldn't need to share someone else's. He could have her under the imperious curse. I suppose Harry watched Fred George and Lee Jordan juggling empty butterbeer bottles for a moment. Then Hermes said, but last year your scar hurt when nobody was touching you, and didn't Dumbledore say it had to do with what you know who was feeling at the time? I mean, maybe this hasn't got anything to do with Umbridge at all. Maybe it's just coincidence it happened while you were with her. She's evil, said Harry, flatly twisted. She's horrible, yes. But Harry, I think you ought to tell Dumbledore your scar hurt. It was the second time in 2 days he had been advised to. Go to Dumbledore, and his answer to Hermione was, just the same as his answer to Ron, I'm not bothering him with this like you just said. It's not a big deal. It's been hurting on and off all summer. It was just a bit worse tonight. That's all, Harry. I'm sure Dumbledore will want to be bothered by this. You said, Harry, before he could stop himself, that's the only bit of me Dumbledore cares about, isn't it my scar? Don't say that it's not true. I think I'll write and tell Cyrus about it, see what he thinks. Harry, you can't put something like that in A. Letter said, Hermione, looking alarmed. Don't you remember Moody told us to be careful what we put in writing? We just can't guarantee owls aren't being intercepted anymore. All right, I won't tell him. Then said Harry irritably. He got to his feet. I'm going to bed tell Ron for me. Will you? Oh no, said Hermione, looking relieved. If you're going, that means I can go without being rude too. I'm absolutely exhausted and I want to make some more. Hats tomorrow. Listen, you can help me if you like it. Quite fun. I'm getting better. I could do patterns and bobless and all sorts of things. Now Harry looked in her face, which was shining with glee, and tried to look as though he was vaguely tempted by this offer. No, I don't think I will, thanks, he said. Not tomorrow. I've got loads of homework to do. And he trayed off to the boys' stairs, leaving her looking slightly disappointed. Behind him, Chapter 14, Percy, and Patted Harry was the first to awaken. His dormitory. Next morning, he lay for a moment, watching dust swirl in the sunlight falling through the gap in his 4 posters' hangings, and savored the thought that it was Saturday. The first week of term seemed to have dragged on forever, like one gigantic history of magic lesson, judging by the sleepy silence and the freshly minted look of that beam of sunlight. It was just after daybreak. He pulled open the curtains around his bed, got up, and started to dress. The only sound apart from the distant twittering of birds was the slow, deep breathing of his fellow gingers. He opened his school bag, carefully pulled out parchment and quill, and headed out of the dormitory for the common room, making straight for his favorite squashy old armchair. Beside the now extinct fire, Harry settled himself down comfortably and unrolled his parchment. While looking around the room, the detritus of crumpled up bits of parchment, old gobstones, empty ingredient jars, and candy wrappers that usually covered the common room at the end of each day was gone. As were all Herm's elf hats, wondering vaguely how many elves had now been set free, whether they wanted to be or not, Harry uncorked his ink bottle, dipped his quill into it, and then held it suspended an inch above the smooth yellowish surface of his parchment, thinking hard. But after a minute or so, he found himself staring into the empty grate at a complete loss for what to say. He could now appreciate how hard it had been for Ron and Hermione to write him letters over the summer. How was he supposed to tell Sirius everything that had happened over the past week and pose all the questions he was burning to ask without giving potential letter thieves a lot of information he did not want them to have? He sat quite motionless for a while, gazing into the fireplace. Then, finally coming to a decision, he dipped his quill into the ink bottle once more and set it resolutely upon the parchment. Dear Snuffles, hope you're okay. The first week back here's been terrible. I'm really glad it's the weekend. We've got a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Umbridge. She's nearly as nice as your mom. I'm writing because that thing I wrote to you about last summer happened again last night when I was doing a detention with Umbridge. We're all missing our biggest friend. We hope we'll be back soon. Please write back quickly. Best Harry reread this letter several times, trying to see it from the point of view of an outsider. He could not see how they would know what he was talking about, or who he was talking to just from reading this letter. He did hope Sirius would pick up the hint about Hagrid and tell them when he might be back. Harry did not want to ask directly in case it drew too much attention to what Hagrid might be up to while he was not at Hogwarts, considering it was a very short letter. It had taken a long time to write. Sunlight had crept halfway across the room while he had been working on it, and he could now hear distant sounds of movement from the dormitories above. Sealing the parchment carefully, he climbed through the portrait hole and headed off for the Oler. "I would not go that way if I were you," said nearly headless Nick, drifting disconcertingly through a wall just ahead of him as he walked down the passage. "Keeves is planning an amusing joke on the next person to pass the bus to Paracelsus halfway down on the corridor. Does it involve Paracelsus falling on top of the person's head?" asked Harry funnily. "Enough it does," said nearly headless Nick in a board. "Voice subtlety has never been P's strong point. I'm off to try and find the Bloody Baron. He might be able to put a stop to it. See you, Harry, yeah," said Harry, and instead of turning right, he turned left, taking a longer but safer route up to the Oler. His spirits rose as he walked past window after window, showing brilliantly blue sky. He had training later. He would be back on the Quidditch pitch. At last something brushed his ankles. He looked down and saw the caretaker's skeletal gray cat, Mrs. Norris, slinking past him. She turned lamp-like yellow eyes upon him for a moment before disappearing behind a statue of Wilfrid the Wistful. "I'm not doing anything wrong," Harry called after her. She had the unmistakable air of a cat that was off to report to her boss, yet Harry could not see why he was perfectly entitled to walk up to the Owery on a Saturday morning. The sun was high in the sky now, and when Harry entered the Oler, the glassless windows dazzled his eyes. Thick silvery beams of sunlight crisscrossed the circular room in which hundreds of owls nestled on rafters, a little restless in the early morning light. Some clearly just returned from hunting. The straw-covered floor crunched a little as he stepped across tiny animal bones, craning his neck for a sight of Hedwig. "There you are," he said, spotting her somewhere near the very top of the vaulted ceiling. "Get down here. I've got a letter for you." With a low hoot, she stretched her great white wings and soared down onto his shoulder. "Right. I know this," says Snuffles on the outside. He told her, giving her the letter to clasp in her beak, and without knowing exactly why, whispering, "But it's for Sirius, okay?" She blinked her amber eyes once, and he took that to mean that she understood safe flight. Then said Harry, and he carried her to one of the windows with a moment's pressure on his arm. Hewig took off into the blindingly bright sky. He watched her until she became a tiny black speck and vanished, then switched his gaze to Hagrid's hut, clearly visible from this window, and just as clearly uninhabited. The chimney, smokeless, the curtains drawn, the treetops of the forbidden forest swayed in a light breeze. Harry watched them, savoring the fresh air on his face, thinking about Quidditch later. And then he saw it, a great reptilian weed horse, just like the ones pulling the Hogwarts carriages, with leathery black wings spread wide like a pterodactyl's, rose up out of the trees like a grotesque giant bird. It soared in a great circle and then plunged once more into the trees. The whole thing had happened so quickly Harry could hardly believe what he had seen, except that his heart was hammering madly. The Owery door opened behind him. He leapt in shock, and turning quickly saw Cho Chang holding a letter and a parcel in her hands. "Hi," said Harry automatically. "Oh, hi," she said breathlessly. "I didn't think anyone would be up here this early. I only remembered 5 minutes ago. It's my Mom's birthday." She held up the parcel. "Right," said Harry. His brain seemed to have jammed. He wanted to say something funny and interesting, but the memory of that terrible winged horse was fresh in his mind, nice day. He said, gesturing to the windows, his insides seemed to shrivel with embarrassment. The weather. He was talking about the weather. Yeah, said Cho, looking around for a suitable good Kadich conditions. I haven't been out all week, have you know, said Harry. Cho had selected one of the school barnels. She coaxed it down onto her arm where it held out an obliging leg so that she could attach the parcel. Hey, has GRYFF got a new keeper yet? She asked. Yeah, said Harry, it's my friend Ron Weasley. Do you know him? The tornado hater, said Cho, rather coolly. Is he any good? Yeah, said Harry, I think so. I didn't see his TRYY out, though. I was in detention. Cho looked up the parcel, only half attached to the owl's legs. That a woman's foul, she said in a low voice, putting you in detention just because you told the truth about how he died. Everyone heard about it. It was all over the school. You were really brave, standing up to her like that. Harry's insides reinflated so rapidly he felt as though he might actually float a few inches off the dropping strewn floor. Who cared about a stupid flying horse? Cho thought he had been really brave for a moment. He considered accidentally, on purpose, showing her his cut hand as he helped her tie her parcel on her owl. But the very instant that this thrilling thought occurred, the Oler door opened again. Filch, the caretaker, came wheezing into the room. There were purple patches on his sunken vein cheeks, his jowls were aquiver, and his thin gray hair disheveled. He had obviously run here. Mrs. Norris came trotting at his heels, gazing up at the owls overhead and mewing hungrily. There was a restless shifting of wings from above, and a large brown owl snapped his beak in a menacing fashion. Aha, said Filch, taking a flat-footed step toward Harry, his poachy cheeks trembling with anger. I've had a tip-off that you are intending to place a massive order for dung bombs. Harry folded his arms and stared at the caretaker. Who told you I was ordering dung bombs? Cho was looking from Harry to Filch, also frowning. The barn owl on her arm, tired of standing on one leg, gave an admonitory hoot, but she ignored it. I have my sources, said Filch in a self-satisfied hiss. Now hand over whatever it is you're sending, feeling immensely thankful that he had not doled. In posting off the letter, Harry said, I can't, it's gone, said Filch's face contorting with rage. Gone, said Harry calmly. Filch opened his mouth, furiously mouthed for a few seconds, then raked Harry's robes with his eyes. How do I know you haven't got in your pocket? Because I saw him send it, said Cho angrily. Filch rounded on her. You saw him? That's right, I saw him, she said fiercely. There was a moment's pause in which Filch glared at Cho, and Cho glared right back. Then the caretaker turned and shuffled back toward the door. He stopped with his hand on the handle and looked back at Harry. If I get so much as a whiff of a dung bomb. He stumped off down the stairs. Mrs. Norris cast a last longing look at the owls and followed him. Harry and Cho looked at each other. Thanks, Harry said. No problem, said Cho, finally fixing the parcel to the barn owl's other leg, her face slightly pink. You weren't ordering dung bombs, were you? No, said Harry. I wonder why he thought you were then, she said as she carried the owl to the window. Harry shrugged. He was quite as mystified by that as she was, though oddly it was not bothering him very much at the moment. They left the Owery together at the entrance of a corridor that led toward the west wing of the castle. Cho said, I'm going this way. Well, I'll see you around, Harry. Yes, see you, she smiled at him and departed. He walked on, feeling quietly elated. He had managed to have an entire conversation with her and not embarrass himself. Once you were really brave, standing up to her like that she had called him brave. She did not hate him for being alive, of course. She had preferred Cedric. He knew that though if he'd only asked her to the ball before Cedric, things might have turned out differently. She had seemed sincerely sorry that she had to refuse when Harry had asked her. Morning, Harry said brightly to Ron and Hermione joining them at the GRYFF table in the Great Hall. "What are you looking so pleased about?" said Ron, eyeing Harry in surprise IR. "Quit it later," said Harry happily, pulling a large platter of bacon and eggs toward him. "Oh, yeah," said Ron. He put down the bit of toast he was eating and took a large swig of pumpkin juice. Then he said, "Listen, you don't fancy going out a bit earlier with me, do you? Just give me some practice before training, so I can, get my eye in a bit." "Yeah, okay," said Harold. "I don't think you should," said Hermione seriously. "You're both really behind on homework as it." But she broke off. The Morning Post was arriving, and as usual the Daily Prophet was soaring toward her in the beak of a screech owl, which landed perilously close to the sugar bowl and held out a leg. Hermione pushed the canoe into its leather pouch, took the newspaper, and scanned the front page critically as the owl took off again. "Anything interesting?" said Ron. Harry smiled. He knew Ron was keen to get her off the subject of homework. "No," she sighed, "just some guff about the bass player and the weird sisters getting married." She opened the paper and disappeared behind it. Harry devoted himself to another helping of eggs and bacon. Ron was staring up at the high windows, looking slightly preoccupied. "Wait a moment," said Hermione suddenly. "Oh no, serious. What's happened?" said Harry, and he snatched at the paper so violently that it ripped down the middle, so that he and Hermione were holding half each. "The Ministry of Magic has received a tip-off from a reliable source that Sirius Black, notorious mass murderer, blah blah blah, is currently hiding in London." Hermione read from her half in an anguished whisper, "Lucius Malfoy." "I'll bet anything," said Harry in a low, furious voice. He did recognize Sirius on the platform. "What?" said Ron, looking alarmed. "You didn't say show," said the other. "Two Ministry warns wizarding community that Black is very dangerous. Killed 13 people, broke out of Azkaban. The usual rubbish." Hermione concluded, laying down her half of the paper and looking fearfully at Harry and Ron. "Well, he just won't be able to leave the house again. That's all." She whispered. "Dumbledore did warn him not to." Harry looked down glumly at the bit of the Prophet he had torn off. Most of the page was devoted to an advertisement for Madame Allen's robes for all occasions, which was apparently having a sale. "Hey," he said, flattening it down so Hermione and Ron could both see. "Look at this. I've got all the robes I want," said Ron. "No," said Harry. "Look, this little piece here." Ron and Herm bent closer to read it. The item was barely an inch long and placed right at the bottom of a column. It was headline: "Trespass at Ministry Sturgis Podmore 38 of number 2 Laburnum Gardens Clam has appeared in front of the Wisingamot charged with trespass and attempted robbery at the Ministry of Magic on August 31st. Podmore was arrested by Ministry of Magic Watch wizard Eric Munch, who found him attempting to force his way through a top security door at 1 o'clock in the morning. Podmore, who refused to speak in his own defense, was convicted on both charges and sentenced to 6 months in Aspen Sturgis Podmore," said Ron slowly. "But he's that bloke who looks like his head's been thatched, isn't he, HEK? One of you are Ron?" "Sure," said Hermione, casting a terrified look around them. 6 months in Azkaban," whispered Harry, shocked. "Just for trying to get through a door." "Don't be silly. It wasn't just for trying to get through a door. What on earth was he doing at the Ministry of Magic at 1 o'clock in the morning?" breathed Hermione. "You reckon he was doing something for her?" "The order," Ron muttered. "Wait a moment," said Harry slowly. "Sturgis was supposed to come and see us off." Remember, the other two looked at him. "Yeah, he was supposed to be part of our guard going to King's Cross, remember? And Moody was all annoyed because he didn't turn up, so that doesn't seem like he was supposed to be on a job for them, does it?" "Well, maybe they didn't expect him to get caught," said Herm. "It could be a frame-up," Ron exclaimed excitedly. "No, listen," he went on, dropping his voice dramatically at the threatening look on Hermione's face the ministry. Suspects he's one of Dumbledore's lot. So, I don't know, they lured him to the ministry, and he wasn't trying to get through a door at all. Maybe they just made something up to get him. There was a pause while Harry and Hermione considered this. Harry thought it seemed far-fetched. On the other hand, looked rather impressed, and said, "Do you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that were true." She folded up her half of the newspaper thoughtfully when Harry laid down his knife and fork. She seemed to come out of a reverie. "Right, well, I think we should tackle that essay for Sprout on Self. Fertilizing shrubs first. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to start McGonagall's Inanimus Conjurus before lunch." Harry felt a small twinge of guilt at the thought of the pile of homework awaiting him upstairs, but the sky was a clear, exhilarating blue, and he had not been on his firebolt all week. "I mean, we can do it tonight," said Ron as he and Harry walked down the sloping lawns toward the Quidditch pitch, their broomsticks over their shoulders, Hermione's dire warnings that they would fail all their ables still ringing in their ears. "And we've got tomorrow. She gets too worked up about work, that's her trouble." There was a pause, and he added in a slightly more anxious tone, "Do you think she meant it when she said we weren't copying from her?" "Yeah, I do," said Harry. "Still, this is important too. We've got to practice if we want to stay on the Quidditch team." "Yeah, that's right," said Ron in a heartened tone, "and we have got plenty of time to do it all." Harry glanced over to his right as they approached the Quidditch pitch, to where the trees of the Forbidden Forest were swaying darkly. Nothing flew out of them. The sky was empty, but for a few distant owls fluttering around the Oler Tower, he had enough to worry about. The flying horse wasn't doing him any harm. He pushed it out of his mind. They collected balls from the cupboard in the changing room and set to work. Ron guarding the 3 tall goalposts, Harry playing chaser and trying to get the quaffle past Ron. Harry thought Ron was pretty good. He blocked 3/4 of the goals Harry attempted to put past him and played better the longer they practiced. After a couple of hours, they returned to the school where they ate lunch, during which Hermione made it quite clear that she thought they were irresponsible, then returned to the Quidditch pitch for the real training session. All their teammates but Angelina were already in the changing room when they entered. "All right, Ron," said George, winking at him. "Yes," said Ron, who had become quieter and quieter all the way down to the pitch, ready to show us all up. "Ickle Prefect," said Fred, emerging tousle-haired from the neck of his Quidditch robes, a slightly malicious grin on his face. "Shut up," said Ron's stony fade, pulling on his own team robe for the first time. They fitted him well, considering they had been Oliver Woods, who was rather broader in the shoulder. "Okay. Everyone," said Angelina, entering from the captain's office, already changed. "Let's get to it. Alicia and Fred, if you can just bring the ball crate out for us." "Oh, and there are a couple of people out there watching, but I wanted to just ignore them." "All right." Something in her would-be casual voice made Harry think he might know who the uninvited spectators were. And sure enough, when they left the changing room for the bright sunlight of the pitch, it was to a storm of catcalls and jeers from the Slytherin Quidditch team and assorted hangers on who were grouped halfway up the empty stands and whose voices echoed loudly around the stadium. "What's that Weasley's riding Malfoy?" called in his sneering drawl. "Why would anyone put a flying charm on a moldy old log like that Crabgoyle and Pansy Parkinson fa?" And shrieked with laughter. Ron mounted his broom and kicked off on the ground, and Harry followed him, watching his ears turn red for behind. "Ignore them," he said, accelerating to catch up. "With Ron, we'll see who's laughing after we play them." Exactly the attitude I want, Harry said. Angelina approvingly soaring around them with a quaffle under her arm and slowing to hover on the spot in front of her airborne team. "Okay, everyone, we're going to start with some passes just to warm up the whole team. Please, hey Johnson, what's with that hairstyle?" "Anyway," shrieked Parkinson from below. "Why would anyone want to look like they got worms coming?" Out of their head, Angelina swept her long, braided hair out of her face, and said, calmly spread out then, and let's see what we can do. Harry reversed away from the others. To the far side of the pitch, Ron fell back. Toward the opposite goal, Angelina raised the quaffle with one hand and threw it hard to Fred, who passed to George, who passed to Harry, who passed to Ron, who dropped it to Slytherins led by Malloy, roared and screamed with laughter. Ron, who had pelted toward the ground to catch the quaffle before it, landed pulled out of the dive, untie, so that he slipped sideways on his broom and returned to playing height. Blushing, Harry saw Fred and George exchanged looks, but uncharacteristically neither of them said anything for which he was grateful. Pass it on, Ron, called Angelina. As though nothing had happened, Ron threw the quaffle to Alicia, who passed back to Harry, who passed to Joe. Hey, Potter, how's your scar feeling? Called Malloy. Sure, you don't need to lie down. It must be, what, a whole week since you were in the hospital wing, that's say. Record for you, isn't it? Fred passed to Angelina. She reverse passed to Harry, who had not been expecting it, but caught it in the very tips of his fingers, and passed it quickly to Ron, who lunged for it. And missed by inches. Come on now, Ron, said Angelina crossly, as Ron dived for the ground again, chasing the quaffle. Pay attention. It would have been hard to say whether Ron's face or the quaffle was a deeper scarlet when he returned again to playing. Height, Malfoy, and the rest of the Slytherin team were howling with laughter on his third attempt. Ron caught the quaffle, perhaps out of relief. He passed it on so enthusiastically that it soared straight through Katie's outstretched hands and hit her hard in the face. Sorry, Ron groaned, zooming forward to see whether he had done any damage. Get back in position. She's fine, barked Angelina. But as you're passing to a teammate, do try not to knock her off her broom, won't you? We've got bludgers for that. Katie's nose was bleeding down below. The Slytherins were stamping their feet and jeering. Fred and George converged on Katie. Here, take this, Fred told her, handing her something small and purple from out of his pocket. It'll clear it up in no time. All right, called Angelina. Fred, George, go and get your bats and a bludger on. Get up to the goalpost. Harry, release the snitch when I say. So we're going to aim for Ron's goal. Obviously, Harry zoomed off after the twins to fetch the snitch Ron's making a right pig's ear of. Things isn't, he muttered. George, as the three of them landed at the crate containing the balls and opened it to extract one of the bludgers, and the snitch Hunes just nervous. Said Harry he was fine when I was practicing with him this morning. Yeah, well, I hope he hasn't peaked too soon, said Fred gloomily. They returned to the air. When Angelina blew her whistle, Harry released the snitch, and Fred and George let fly the bludger. From that moment on, Harry was barely aware of what the others were doing. It was his job to recapture the tiny, fluttering golden ball that was worth 150 points to the Seeker team, and doing so required enormous speed and skill. He accelerated, rolling and swerving in and out of the chasers, the warm autumn air whipping his face, and the distant yells of the Slytherin, so much meaningless roaring in his ears. But too soon the whistle brought him to a halt again. Stop, 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 screamed Angelina. Ron, you're not covering the middle post. Harry looked around at Ron, who was hovering in front of the left-hand hoop, leaving the other two completely unprotected. Oh, sorry, you keep shifting around while you're watching the chasers, said Angelina. Either stay in center position until you have to move to defend a hoop, or else circle the hoops, but don't drift vaguely off to one side. That's how you lend the last 3 goals. Sorry, Ron, repeated, his red face shining like a beacon against the bright blue sky. And Katie, can't you do something about that nosebleed? It's just getting worse, said Katie, thickly attempting to stem the flow with her sleeve. Harry glanced around at Fred, who was looking anxious and checking his pockets. He saw Fred pull out something purple, examine it for a second, and then look around at Katie, evidently horror-struck. Well, let's try again, said Angelina. She was ignoring the Slytherin who had now set up a chant of GRYFF, our losers, GRYFF, our losers, but there was a certain rigidity about her seat on the broom. Nevertheless, this time, they had been flying for barely 3 minutes when Angelina's whistle sounded. Harry, who had just sighted the snitch, circling the opposite goalpost, pulled up feeling distinctly aggrieved. What now? He said impatiently to Alicia, who was nearest Katie. She said shortly. Harry turned and saw Angelina, Fred, and George all flying as fast as they could toward Katie. Harry and Alicia sped toward her too. It was plain that Angelina had stopped training just in time. Katie was now chalk white and covered in blood. She needs the hospital wing, said Angelina. We'll take her, said Fred. She might have swallowed a blood blister pod by mistake. Well, there's no point continuing with no beaters and a chaser gone, said Angelina glumly as Fred and George zoomed off toward the castle supporting Katie. Between them, come on, let's go and get changed. The Slytherin continued to chant as they trailed back into changing rooms. How was practice? Asked Herm rather coolly half an hour later as Harry and Ron climbed through the portrait hole into the GRYFF common room. It was Harry. Began completely lousy, said Ron in a hollow voice, sinking into a chair beside Hermione. She looked up at Ron, and her frostiness seemed to melt. Well, it was only your first one, she said consolingly. It's bound to take time. To who said, it was me who made it louse, snapped Ron. No one, said Hermione, looking taken aback. I thought you thought I was bound to be rubbish. No, of course. I didn't look. You said it was lousy. So, I'm going to get started on some homework, said Ron angrily, and stomped off to the staircase to the boys' dormitories and vanished from sight. Hermione turned to Harry. Was he lousy? No, said Harry loyally. Hermione raised her eyebrows. Well, I suppose he could have played better, Harry muttered, but it was only the first training session, like you said. Neither Harry nor Ron seemed to make much headway with their homework that night. Harry knew Ron was too preoccupied with how badly he had performed at Quidditch practice, and he himself was having difficulty in getting the chant of GRYFF, our losers, out of his head. They spent the whole of Sunday in the common room buried in their books while the room around them filled up and emptied. It was another clear, fine day, and most of their fellow griff finders spent the day out in the grounds enjoying what might well be some of the last sunshine that year. By the evening, Harry felt as though somebody had been beating his brain against the inside of his skull. You know, we probably should try and get more homework done during the week, Harry muttered to Ron as they finally laid aside Professor McGonagall's long essay on the Inanitus conjure spell and turned miserably to Professor Sinistra equally long and difficult essay about Jupiter's moons. Yes, said Ron, rubbing slight bloodshot eyes and throwing his fifth spoiled bit of parchment into the fire beside them. Listen, shall we just ask Hermione if we can have a look at what she's done? Harry glanced over at her. She was sitting with Crookshanks on her lap and chatting merrily too. Jenny, as a pair of knitting needles flashed and made her in front of her, now knitting a pair of shapeless elf socks. No, he said heavily, you know she won't let us. And so they worked on while the sky outside the windows became steadily darker. Slowly the crowd in the common room began to thin again. At 11:30, Hermione wandered over to them, yawning, nearly done. No, said Ron, shortly, Jupiter's biggest moon is Ganem, not Callisto, she said, pointing over. Ron shouldered a line in his astronomy essay, and it's Io that's got the volcanoes, thanks, snarled Ron, scratching out the offending sentences. Sorry, I only yet well. If you've just come over here to criticize, Ron, I haven't got time to listen to a sermon. All right, Hermione, I'm up to my neck in it here. No, look, Hermione, was pointing to the nearest window. Harry and Ron both looked over. A handsome screech owl was standing on the window sill, gazing into the room at Ron. "Isn't that Hermes?" said Herm. Sounding amazed, "Blimey, it is," said Ron, quietly throwing down his quill and getting to his feet. "What's Percy writing to me?" For he crossed to the window and opened it. Hermes flew inside, landed upon Ron's essay, and held out a leg to which a letter was attached. Ron took it off, and the owl departed, at once leaving inky footprints across Ron's drawing of the Moyo. "That's definitely Percy's handwriting," said Ron, sinking back into his chair and staring at the words on the outside of the scroll. "To Ronald Weasley, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts." He looked up at the other. "To what you reckon open," it said. Hermione eagerly. Harry nodded. Ron unrolled the scroll and began to read. The farther down the parchment his eyes traveled, the more pronounced became his scowl. When he had finished reading, he looked disgusted. He thrust the letter at Harry and Hermione, who leaned toward each other to read it together. "Dear Ron, I have only just heard from no less a person than the Minister of Magic himself, who has it from your new teacher, Professor Umbridge, that you have become a Hogwarts prefect. I was most pleasantly surprised when I heard this news, and must firstly offer my congratulations. I must admit that I have always been afraid that you would take what we might call the Fred and George route rather than following in my footsteps. So you can imagine my feelings on hearing you have stopped flouting authority and have decided to shoulder some real responsibility. But I want to give you more than congratulations. I want to give you some advice, which is why I am sending this at night rather than by the usual morning post. Hopefully you will be able to read this away from prying eyes and avoid awkward questions from something the minister let slip when telling me you are now a prefect. I gather that you are still seeing a lot of Harry Potter. I must tell you, Ron, that nothing could put you in danger of losing your badge more than continued fraternization with that boy. Yes, I am sure you are surprised to hear this. No doubt you will say that Potter has always been Dumbledore's favorite, but I feel bound to tell you that Dumbledore may not be in charge at Hogwarts much longer, and the people who count have a very different and probably more accurate view of Potter's behavior. I shall say no more here. But if you look at the Daily Prophet tomorrow, you will get a good idea of the way the wind is blowing. And see if you can spot yours. Truly, seriously, Ron, you do not want to be with the same brush as Potter. It could be very damaging to your future prospects. And I am talking here about life after school too. As you must be aware, given that our father escorted him to court, Potter had a discipline hearing this summer in front of the whole Wisengamot, and he did not come out of it looking too good. He got off on a mere technicality. If you ask me, and many of the people I've spoken to remain convinced of his guilt, it may be that you are afraid to sever ties with Potter. I know that he can be unbalanced and, for all I know, violent. But if you have any worries about this, or have spotted anything else in Potter's behavior that is troubling you, I urge you to speak to Dolores Umbridge, a really delightful woman who I know will be only too happy to advise you. This leads me to my other bit of advice. As I have hinted above, Dumbledore's regime at Hogwarts may soon be over. Your loyalty, Ron, should be not to him, but to the school and the ministry. I am very sorry to hear that so far Professor Umbridge is encountering very little cooperation from staff as she strives to make those necessary changes within Hogwarts that the ministry so ardently desires. Although she should find this easier from next week again, see the prophet tomorrow. I shall say only this: a student who shows himself willing to help Professor Umbridge now may be very well placed for head boyship in a couple of years. I am sorry that I was unable to see more of you over the summer. It pains me to criticize our parents, but I am afraid I can no longer live under their roof. While they remain mixed up with the dangerous crowd around Dumbledore, if you are writing to Mother at any point you might tell her that a certain Sturgis Podmore, who is a great friend of Dumbledore, has recently been sent to Azkaban for trespass at the Ministry, perhaps that will open to their eyes to the kind of petty criminals with whom they are currently rubbing shoulders. I count myself very lucky to have escaped the stigma of association with such people. The minister really could not be more gracious to me, and I do hope, Ron, that you will not allow family ties to blind you to the misguided nature of our parents' beliefs and actions either. I sincerely hope that in time they will realize how mistaken they were, and I shall of course be ready to accept a full apology when that day comes. Please think over what I have said most carefully, particularly the BTI about Harry Potter, and congratulations again on becoming prefect here. Brother Harry looked up at Ron. Well, he said, trying to sound ass, though he found the whole thing a joke. If you want to, or what is it? He checked Percy's letter. Oh, yeah. Sever ties with me, I swear. I won't get violent. Give it back, said Ron, holding out his hand. He, as Ron said, jerkily tearing Percy's letter in half the worlds. He tore it in a quarter's biggest. He tore into eighths. Get he through the pieces in a fire. Come on, we gotta get this finished in time before dawn, he said briskly to Harry, pulling Professor Sinistra essay back toward him. Hermione was looking at Ron with an odd expression on her face. Oh, give them here, she said abruptly. What, said Ron. Give them to me. I'll look through them and correct them, she said. Are you serious? Hermione, you're a lifesaver, said Ron. What you can say is we promise we'll never leave our homework this late again, she said, holding out both hands for their essays. But she looked slightly amused all the same. Thanks a million, Hermione, said Harry, weakly passing over his essay and sinking back into his armchair, rubbing his eyes. It was now past midnight, and the common room was deserted but for the three of them and Crookshanks. The only sound was that of Hermione's coast scratching out sentences here and there on their essays, and the ruffle of pages as she checked various facts in the reference book strewn across the table. Harry was exhausted. He also felt an odd, sick, empty feeling in his stomach that had nothing to do with tiredness and everything to do with the letter now curling blackly in the heart of the fire. He knew that half the people inside Hogwarts thought him strange, even mad. He knew that the Daily Prophet had been making snide allusions to him for months, but there was something about seeing it written down like that in Percy's writing, about knowing that Percy was advising Ron to drop him, and even to tell tales on him to Umbridge, that made his situation real to him as nothing else. Had he had known Percy for 4 years, had stayed in his house during the summers, shared a tent with him during the Quidditch World Cup, had even been awarded full marks by him in the second task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament last year. Yet now Percy thought him unbalanced and possibly violent, and with a surge of sympathy for his godfather, Harry thought that Sirius was probably the only person he knew who could really understand how he felt at the moment, because Sirius was in the same situation nearly everyone in the wizarding world thought Sirius a dangerous murderer and a great Voldemort supporter, and he had had to live with that knowledge for 14 years. Harry blinked. He had just seen something in the fire that could not have been there. It had flashed in his sight and vanished immediately. No, it could not have been. He had imagined it, because he'd been thinking about Cyrus. Okay, write that down, Hermione said to Ron, pushing his essay and a sheet covered in her own, writing back to Ron, and then copy out this conclusion that I've written for her. You, Hermione, you are honestly the most wonderful person I've ever met, said Ron weakly, and if I'm ever rude to you again, I'll know you're back to normal, said Hermione. Harry, yours is okay, except for this bit at the end. I think you must have misheard Professor Sinistria Rope is covered in ice, not M. Harry, had slid off his chair onto his knees, and was now crouching on the singed and threadbare hearth rug, gazing into the flames of Harry. Said Ron uncertainly, "Why are you down there?" "Because I've just seen Sirius's head in the fire," said Harry. He spoke quite calmly after all he had seen Sirius's head in this very fire the previous year, and talked to it too nevertheless. He could not be sure that he had really seen it this time. It had vanished so quickly. Sirius's head, Herm repeated, "You mean like when he wanted to talk to you during the Tri-Wizard tournament. But he wouldn't do that now. It would be too serious." She gasped, gazing at the fire. Ron dropped his quill there. In the middle of the dancing flames sat Sirius's head, long dark hair falling around his grinning face. "I was starting to think you'd go to bed before everyone else had disappeared," he said. "I've been checking every hour you've been popping in the fire." "Every hour," Harry said, half laughing, "just for a few seconds to check if the coast was clear yet." "But what if you've been seen?" said Hermione anxiously. "Well, I think a girl first year, by the look of her, might have got a glimpse of me earlier. But don't worry, Sirius," said hastily as Hermione clapped a hand to her mouth. I was gone the moment she looked back at me, and I'll bet she just thought I was an oddly shaped log or something. But Sirius, this is taking an awful risk, Hermione. Began. "You sound like Molly," said Sirius. This was the only way I could come up with of answering Harry's letter without resorting to a code, and codes are breakable at the mention of Harry's letter. Hermione and Ron had both turned to stare at him. "You didn't say you'd written too." "Sirius," said Hermione accusingly. "I forgot," said Harry, which was perfectly true. His meeting with Cho in the Owery had driven everything before out of his mind. "Don't look at me like that, Hermione. There was no way anyone would have got secret information out of it, was there, Sirius?" "No, it was very good," said Sirius, smiling. "Anyway, we'd better be quick, just in case we're disturbed your scar." "What about Ron?" began. But Hermie said quickly, "We'll tell you afterward. Go on, Sirius." "Well, I know it can't be fun when it hurts, but we don't think it's anything to really worry about. It kept aching all last year, didn't it?" "Yeah. And Dumbledore said it happened whenever Voldemort was feeling a powerful emotion," said Harry, ignoring, as usual, Ron and Hermione whines. "So maybe he was just, I don't know, really angry or something tonight. I had that detention." "Well, now he's back. It's bound to hurt more often," said Sirius. "So you don't think it had anything to do with Umbridge touching me when I was in detention with her?" Harry asked. "I doubt it," said Sirius. "I know her by reputation, and I'm sure she's no deaf-eared sheck foul enough to be one," said Harry darkly, and Ron and Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, but the world isn't split into good people and Death-Eaters," said Sirius with a wry smile. "I know she's a nasty piece of work, though. You should hear Remus talk about her." "Does Lupin know her?" asked Harry, quickly remembering Umbridge's comments about dangerous half-breeds during her first lesson. "No," said Sirius, "but she drafted a bit of anti-wolf legislation 2 years ago that makes it almost impossible for him to get a job." Harry remembered how much shabbier Lupin looked these days, and his dislike of Umbridge deepened even further. "What she got against werewolves," said Hermione, angrily scared of them. "I expect," said Sirius, smiling at her indignation. "Apparently she loathed part humans. She campaigned to have M people rounded up and tagged last year. To imagine wasting your time and energy persecuting M people when they're a little toe rags like." "Creature on a loose," Ron laughed, but Hermione looked upset. Sirius, she said reproachfully, "Honestly, if you made a bit of an effort with Creature, I'm sure he'd respond. After all, you are the only member of his family he's got left," and Professor Dumbledore said. "So what are Umbridge's lessons like?" Sirius interrupted. "Is she training you all to kill half-breeds?" "No," said Harry, ignoring Herm's affronted look at being cut off and her defensive creature. She's not letting us use magic at all. All we do is read the stupid textbook, said Ron. Ah, well, that figure, said Sirius. Our information from inside the ministry is that Fudge doesn't want you trained in combat, repeated Harry incredulously. What does he think we're doing here, forming some sort of wizard army? That's exactly what he thinks you're doing, said Sirius. Or rather, that's exactly what he's afraid Dumbledore is doing, forming his own private army, with which he will be able to take on the Ministry of Magic. There was a pause at this, and Ron said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, including all the stuff that Luna Lovegood comes out with. So we're being prevented from learning defense against the dark arts because Fudge is scared we'll use spells against the Ministry, said Hermione, looking furious. Yep, said Sirius. Fudge thinks Dumbledore will stop at nothing to seize power. He's getting more paranoid about Dumbledore by the day. It's a matter of time before he has Dumbledore arrested on some trumped-up charge. This reminded Harry of Percy's letter. Do you know if there's going to be anything about Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet tomorrow? Only Ron's brother Percy reckons there will be. I don't know, said Sirius. I haven't seen anyone from the Order all weekend. They're all busy. It's just been Creature and me here. There was a definite note of bitterness in Sirius's voice. So you haven't had any news about Hagrid either? Ah, said Sirius. Well, he was supposed to be back by now. No one's sure what's happened to him then. Seeing their stricken faces, he added quickly, but Dumbledore's not worried. So don't you three get yourselves an 8. I'm sure Hagrid's fine. But if he was supposed to be back by now, said Hermione in a small, worried voice. Madame Maxim was with him. We've been in touch with her, and she says they got separated on the journey home, but there's nothing to suggest he's hurt, or, well, nothing to suggest he's not perfectly okay. Unconvinced Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged worried looks. Listen, don't go asking too many questions about Hagrid, said Sirius hastily. It'll just draw even more attention to the fact that he's not back. And I know Dumbledore doesn't want that. Hagrid's tough. He'll be okay. And when they did not appear cheered by this, Sirius added, when's your next Hogsmeade weekend anyway? I was thinking we got away with the dog disguise at the station, didn't we? I thought I could. And oh, said Harry and Hermione together, very loudly. Sirius. Didn't you see the Daily Prophet? Said Hermione anxiously. Oh. That, said Sirius, grinning. They're always guessing where I am. They haven't really got a clue yet. But we think this time they have said. Harry, something Malfoy said on the train made us think he knew it was you and his father was on the platform. Sirius. You know, Lucius Malfoy. So don't come up here, whatever you do, if Malfoy recognizes you again. All right, I got the point, said Sirius. He looked most displeased. Just an idea. Thought you might like to get together out. I just don't want. You chucked back in Azkaban, said Harry. There was a pause in which Sirius looked out of the fire at Harry, a crease between his sunken eyes. You're less like your father than I thought, he said finally, a definite coolness in his voice. The risk would have been what made it fun for James. Look, well, I'd better get going. I can hear Creature coming down the stairs, said Sirius. But Harry was sure he was lying. All right, to tell you a time I can make it back into the fire then, shall I, if you can stand to risk it. There was a tiny pop, and the place where Sirius's head had been was flickering flame. Once more, Chapter 15, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. They had expected to have to comb Herm's Daily Prophet carefully next morning to find the article Percy had mentioned in his letter. However, the departing delivery owl had barely cleared the top of the milk jug when Hermione let out a huge gasp and flattened the newspaper to reveal a large photograph of Dolores, UMD, smiling wryly and blinking slowly at them. From beneath the headline, Ministry Seeks Educational Reform, Dolores Umbridge, appointed first ever High Inquisitor. High Inquisitor, said Harry darkly, his half-eaten bit of toast slipping from his fingers. What does that mean? Hermione read aloud in a surprise move. Last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The minister has been growing uneasy about goings-on at Hogwarts for some time, said Junior. Assistant to the minister Percy Weasley, he is now responding to concerns voiced by anxious parents who feel the school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. As recently as August 30th, Educational Decree 22 was passed to ensure that in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. That's how Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff at Hogwarts, said Weasley last night. Dumbledore couldn't find anyone, so the minister put in Umbridge. And of course, she's been an immediate success. She's been a what, said Harry loudly. Wait, there's more, said Hermione grimly. An immediate success, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts and providing the minister with on the ground feedback about what's really happening at Hogwarts. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. This is an exciting new phase in the minister's plan to get to grips with what some are calling the falling standards at Hogwarts, said Weasley. The Inquisitor will have powers to inspect her fellow educators and make sure that they're coming up to scratch. Professor Umbridge has been offered this position in addition to her own teaching post, and we are delighted to say that she has accepted the ministry's new moves, have received enthusiastic support from parents of students at Hogwarts. I feel much easier in my mind now that I know that Dumbledore is being subjected to fair and objective evaluation, said Mr. Lucius Malfoy, 41, speaking from his Wiltshire mansion. Last night, many of us, with our children's best interests at heart, have been concerned about some of Dumbledore's eccentric decisions in the last few years, and will be glad to know that the ministry is keeping an eye on the situation. Among those eccentric decisions are undoubtedly the controversial staff appointments previously described in this newspaper, which have included the hiring of werewolf Reese Lupin, half-giant Rubius Hagrid, and delusional EXR Moody. Rumors abound, of course, that Albus Dumbledore, once Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards in Chief, Warlock of the Wizengamot, is no longer up to the task of managing the prestigious School of Hogwarts. I think the appointment of the Inquisitor is a first step toward ensuring that Hogwarts has a headmaster in whom we can all repose confidence, said a ministry insider last night. Wizengamot elders Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden have resigned in protest at the introduction of the post of Inquisitor to Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a school, not an outpost of Cornelius Fudge's office, said Madame Marchbanks. This is a further disgusting attempt to discredit Albus Dumbledore for a full account of Madame Marchbanks' alleged links to subversive goblin groups. Turn to page 17. Hermione finished reading and looked across the table at the other two. So now we know how we ended up with Umbridge. Fudge passed this educational decree and forced her on us. And now he's given her the power to inspect other teachers. Hermione was breathing fast, and her eyes were very bright. I can't believe this. It's outrageous. I know it is, said Harry. He looked down at his right hand clenched upon the tabletop and saw the faint white outline of the words Umbridge had forced him to cut into his skin, but a grin was unfurling on Ron's face. What said Harry and Hermione together, staring at him? "Oh, I can't wait to see McGonagall inspected," said Ron. "Happily Umbridge won't know what's hit her." "Well, come on," said Hermione, jumping up. "We'd better get going. If she's inspecting Ben's class, we don't want to be late." But Professor Umbridge was not. Inspecting their history of magic lesson, which was just as dull as the previous Monday, nor was she in Snap's dungeon when they arrived for double potions, where Harry's Moonstone essay was handed back to him with a large spiky black D scrolled in an upper corner. "I have awarded you the grade you would have received if you presented this work in your owl," said Snape with a smirk as he swept among them, passing back their homework. "This should give you a realistic idea of what to expect in your examination." Snape reached the front of the class and turned to face them. "The general standard of this homework was abysmal. Most of you would have failed had this been your examination. I expect to see a great deal more effort for this week's essay on the various varieties of venom antidotes, or I shall have to start handing out detentions to those Dunes who get He smirked as Malloy sniggered and said in a carrying whisper, "Some people got Harry realized that Hermione was looking sideways to see what grade he had received. He slid his Moonstone essay back into his bag as quickly as possible, feeling that he would rather keep that information private, determined not to give Snape an excuse to fail him this lesson. Harry read and reread every line of the instructions on the blackboard at least 3 times before acting on them. His strengthening solution was not precisely the clear turquoise shade of Hermione, but it was at least blue rather than pink like Neville's, and he delivered a flask of it to Snap's desk at the end of the lesson with a feeling of mingled defiance and relief. "Well, that wasn't as bad as last week, was it?" said Hermie as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon and made their way across the entrance hall toward lunch. "And the homework didn't go too badly either, did it?" When neither Ron nor Harry answered, she pressed on, "I mean, all right, I didn't expect a top grade, not if he's marking Owl's standard, but a pass is quite encouraging at this stage. Would you say?" Harry made a non-committal noise in his throat. "Of course, a lot can happen between now and the exam. We've got plenty of time to improve, but the grades we're getting now are a sort of baseline. Aren't they something we can build on?" They sat down together at the Griffer table. "Obviously, I'd have been thrilled if I'd gotten an O." Hermione said Ron sharply. "If you want to know what grade we got, ask." I didn't mean." "Well, if you want to tell me, I got a P," said Ron, ladling soup in his bowl. "Happy? Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of," said Fred, who had just arrived at the table with George and Lee Jordan and was sitting down on Harry's right. "Nothing wrong with a good, healthy P." "But," said Hermione, "doesn't P stand for poor?" Said Lee Jordan, "Still better than D. Isn't it dreadful?" Harry felt his face grow warm and faked a small coughing fit over his roll. When he emerged from this, he was sorry to find that Hermione was still in full flow about owl grades. "So top grades, O for outstanding," she was saying, "and then there's a no E." George corrected her, "E for exceeds expectations, and I've always thought, Fred, and I should have got E in everything, because we exceeded expectations just by turning up for the exams." They all laughed, except Hermione, who plowed on. "So, after E, it's a for acceptable, and that's the last pass grade, isn't it?" "Yep," said Fred, dunking an entire roll in his soup, transferring it to his mouth, and swallowing it whole. "Then you get P for." Poor Ron raised both his arms in mock celebration. "And D for dreadful, and then T." George reminded him. T asked Tryon, looking appalled. "Even lower than add? What on earth does that stand for?" Troll said George promptly. Harry laughed again, though he was not sure whether or not George was joking. He imagined trying to conceal from Hermione that he had received T's in all his Ows, and immediately resolved to work harder for now on. "You lot had an inspected lesson yet, Fred?" "Asked them, no," said Hermione at once. "Have you?" just now before lunch, said George Charmswhat. Was it like Harry and Hermione asked together, Fred? Shrugged, not that bad, Umbridge. Just lurked in the corner, making notes on a clipboard. You know what FCT's like he treated her like a guest. Didn't seem to bother him at all. She didn't say much, asked Alicia a couple of questions about what the classes are normally like. Alicia told her they were really good. That was it. I can't see Old Stick getting marked down, said George. He usually gets everyone through to their exams. All right, Hovey got this. Afternoon, Fred, asked Harry Trelawney, a T.E., if ever I saw. One, and Umbridge herself, will be a good boy, and keep your temper with Umbridge today, said George Angelino. Do her nut if you miss any more Quidditch practices. But Harry did not have to wait for defense against the dark arts to meet Professor Umbridge. He was pulling out his dream diary in his seat at the very back of the shadowy divination room when Ron elbowed him in the ribs, and looking round he saw Professor Umbridge emerging through the trapo on the floor of the class, which had been talking. Cheerily fell silent. At once the abrupt fall and the noise level made Professor Trelawney, who had been wafting about handing out dream oracles, look round. Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney, said Professor Umbridge with her wide smile. You received my note, I trust, giving the time and date of your inspection. Professor Trelawney nodded curtly, and looking very disgruntled, turned her back on Professor Umbridge and continued to give out books, still smiling. Professor Umbridge grasped the back of the nearest armchair and pulled it to the front of the class so that it was a few inches behind Professor Trelawney's seat. She then sat down, took her clipboard from her flowery bag, and looked up expectantly, waiting for the class to begin. Professor Trelawney pulled her shawls tight about her with slight trembling hands and surveyed the class through her hugely magnifying lenses. We shall be continuing our study of prophetic dreams today, she said in a brave attempt at her usual mystic tones, though her voice shook slightly. Divide into pairs, please, and interpret each other's latest nighttime visions with the aid of the oracle. She made as though to sweep back to her seat, saw Professor Umbridge sitting right beside it, and immediately veered left toward Parvati and Lavender, who were already deep in discussion about Parvati's most recent dream. Harry opened his copy of the dream oracle, watching Umbridge covertly. She was making notes on her clipboard now. After a few minutes, she got to her feet and began to pace the room, in Trelawney's wake, listening to her conversations with students and posing questions here and there. Harry bent his head hurriedly over his book. Think of a dream. Quick, he told Ron, in case the old toad comes our way. I did it last time, Ron protested. It's your turn, you tell me. One. Oh, I do know, said Harry desperately, who could not remember dreaming anything at all over the last few days. Let's say I dreamed I was drowning Snape in my cauldron, yeah. That'll do, Ron chortled as he opened his dream oracle. Okay, we've got to add your age to the date you had the dream, the number of letters in the subject. Would that be drowning or cauldron or Snape? It doesn't matter, pick any of them, said Harry, chancing a glance. Behind him, Professor Umbridge was now standing at Professor Trelawney's shoulder, making notes, while the divination teacher questioned Neville about his dream diary. What night did you dream this again? Ron said, immersed in calculations. I do know last night, whenever you like, Harry told him, trying to listen to what Umbridge was saying to Professor Trelawney. They were only a table away from him, and Ron, now Professor Umbridge, was making another note on her clipboard, and Professor Trelawney was looking extremely put out. How, said Umbridge, looking up at Trelawney. You've been in this post how long exactly? Professor Trelawney scowled at her arms crossed and shoulders hunched, as though wishing to protect herself as much as possible from the indignity of the inspection. After a slight pause, in which she seemed to decide that the question was not so offensive that she could reasonably ignore it, she said in a deeply resentful tone, "Nearly 16 years. Quite a period," said Professor Umbridge, making a note on her clipboard. "So it was Professor Dumbledore who appointed you." "That's right," said Professor Trelawney. Shortly, Professor Umbridge made another note. "And you are a great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney." "Yes," said Professor Trelawney, holding her head a little higher, another note on the clipboard. "But I think, correct me if I am mistaken, that you're the first in your family since Cassandra to be possessed of second sight. These things often skip our 3 generations," said Professor Trelawney. Professor Umbridge's toad-like smile widened the course. She said sweetly, making yet another note, "Well, if you could just predict something for me." Then she looked up inquiringly. Still smiling, Professor Trelawney had stiffened as though unable to believe her ears. "I don't understand you," said Professor Trelawney, clutching convulsively at the shawl around her scrawny neck. "I'd like you to make a prediction for me," said Professor Umbridge. Very clearly Harry and Ron were not the only people watching and listening sneakily from behind their books. Now most of the class were staring transfixed at Professor Trelawney. As she drew herself up to her full height, her beads and bangles clinking the inner, "But does not see upon command," she said in scandalized tones. "I see," said Professor Umbridge softly, making yet another note on her clipboard. But wait," said Professor Trelawney suddenly, in an attempt at her usual ethereal voice, though the mystical effect was ruined somewhat by the way it was shaking with anger. "I think I do see something that concerns you. Why, since something dark, some grave peril." Professor Trelawney pointed a shaking finger at Professor Umbridge, who continued to smile blandly at her eyebrows raised. I am afraid that you are in grave danger," Professor Trelawney finished. Dramatically, there was a pause. Professor Umbridge's eyebrows were still raised. "Right," she said, softly scribbling on her clipboard. "Once more, well, if that's really the best you can do." She turned away, leaving Professor Trelawney standing rooted to the spot, her chest heaving. Harry caught Ron's "Why?" and knew that Ron was thinking exactly the same as he was. They both knew that Professor Trelawney was an old fraud, but on the other hand, they loathed Umbridge so much that they felt very much on Trelawney's side until she swooped down on them a few seconds later. "That was well," she said, snapping her long fingers under Harry's nose, uncharacteristically brisk. "Let me see the start you've made on your dream diary, please." And by the time she had interpreted Harry's dreams at the top of her voice, all of which, even the ones that involved eating porridge, apparently foretold a gruesome and early death, he was feeling much less sympathetic toward her all the while. Professor Umbridge stood a few feet away, making notes on that clipboard, and when the bell rang, she descended the silver ladder first, so that she was waiting for them all when they reached their defense against the dark arts lesson 10 minutes later. She was humming and smiling to herself. When they entered the room, Harry and Ron told Hermione, who had been in arithmancy, exactly what had happened in divination, while they all took out their copies of Defensive Magical Theory. But before Hermione could ask any questions, Professor Umbridge had called them all to order, and silence fell WS away. She instructed them all smilingly, and those people who had been hopeful enough to take them out sadly returned them to their bags. As we finished Chapter 1 last lesson, I would like you all to turn to page 19 today and commence Chapter 2, Common Defensive Theories and their derivation. There will be no need to talk. Still smiling her wide, self-satisfied smile, she sat down at her desk. The class gave an audible sigh as it turned as one to page 19. Harry wondered dully whether there were enough chapters in the book to keep them reading through all this year's lessons. and was on the point of checking the contents when he noticed that Hermione had her hand in the air again. Professor Umbridge had noticed too, and what was more, she seemed to have worked out a strategy for just such an eventuality. Instead of trying to pretend she had not noticed her May, she got to her feet and walked around the front row of desks until they were face to face. Then she bent down and whispered so that the rest of the class could not hear. "What is it this time, Miss Granger?" "I've already read chapter 2, said Herm. "Well, then proceed to chapter 3. "I've read that too. "I've read the whole book." Professor Umbridge blinked, but recovered her poise almost instantly. "Well, then you should be able to tell me what Clinkard says about counterjinxes in chapter 15. "He says that counterjinxes are improperly named," said Hermie promptly. "He says counterjinx is just a name people give their jinxes when they want to make them sound more acceptable." Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows, and Harry knew she was impressed against her will. "But I disagree, Hermione," continued Professor Umbridge's eyebrows rose a little higher, and her gaze became distinctly cold. "You disagree?" "Yes, I do," said Hermie, who, unlike Umbridge, was not whispering, but speaking in a clear, carrying voice that had by now attracted the rest of the class's attention. "Mr. Slinker doesn't like jinxes, does he? But I think they can be very useful when they're used defensively." "Oh, you do you?" said Professor Umbridge, forgetting to whisper and straightening up. "Well, I'm afraid it is Mr. Slinker's opinion, and not yours, that matters within this classroom, Miss Granger." But Hermione began. "That is enough," said Professor Umbridge. She walked back to the front of the class and stood before them, all the jauniness she had shown at the beginning of the lesson gone. "Miss Granger, I am going to take 5 points from Griffer House." There was an outbreak of muttering at this. "What for?" said Harry angrily. "Don't you get involved," Hermione whispered urgently to him, "for disrupting my class with pointless interruptions," said Professor Umbridge smoothly. "I am here to teach you using a ministry-approved method that does not include inviting students to give their opinions on matters about which they understand very little. Your previous teachers in this subject may have allowed you more license, but as none of them, with the possible exception of Professor Quirrell, who did at least appear to have restricted himself to age-appropriate subjects, would have passed a ministry inspection." "Yet Quirrell was a great teacher," said Harry loudly. "There was just that minor drawback of him having Lord Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head." This pronouncement was followed by one of the loudest silences Harry had ever heard. "Then I think another week's detentions would do you some good, Mr. Potter," said Umbridge. Sleekly, the cut on the back of Harry's hand had barely healed, and by the following morning it was bleeding again. He did not complain during the evening's detention. He was determined not to give Umbridge the satisfaction. Over and over again he wrote, "I must not tell lies," and not a sound escaped his lips, though the cut deepened with every letter. The very worst part of the second week's worth of detentions was just as George had predicted Angelina's reaction. She cornered him just as he arrived at the Griffer table for breakfast on Tuesday, and shouted so loudly that Professor McGonagall came sweeping down upon the pair of them from the staff table. "Miss Johnson, how dare you make such a racket in the great hall? 5 points from Griffer." But Professor Hune's gone and landed himself in detention again. "What's this, Potter?" said Professor McGonagall sharply, rounding on Harry. "Detention from whom?" "From Professor Umbridge," muttered Harry, not meeting Professor McGonagall's beady square-framed eyes. "Are you telling me," she said, lowering her voice so that the group of curious Ravenclaws behind them could not hear, "that after the warning I gave you last Monday, you lost your temper in Professor UMB's class again?" "Yes," Harry muttered, speaking to the floor. "Potter, you must get a grip on yourself. You are heading for serious trouble." "Another 5 points from Griffer." "But what for?" "No," Harry said, furious at this injustice. "I'm already being punished by her. Why do you have to take points as well?" because detentions do not appear to have any effect on you. Whatsoever, said Professor McGonagall, tartly know not another word complaint Potter, and as for you, Miss Johnson, you will confine your shouting matches to the Quidditch pitch in future, or risk losing the team captaincy. She strode back toward the staff table. Angelina gave Harry a look of deepest disgust, and stalked away, upon which Harry flung himself onto the bench beside Ron, fuming. She's taken points off Griffer because I'm having my hands sliced open every night. How is that fair, how I know, mate? Said Ron, sympathetically tipping bacon onto Harry's plate. She's bang, out of order. Hermione, however, merely rustled the pages of her Daily Prophet and said, nothing. You think McGonagall was right, do you? Said Harry angrily to the picture of Cornelius Fudge obscuring Herm's face. I wish she hadn't taken points from you, but I think she's right to warn you not to lose your temper with Umbridge, said Herm's voice, while Fudge gesticulated forcefully from the front page, clearly giving some kind of speech. Harry did not speak to Hermione all through charms, but when they entered Transfiguration, he forgot his anger. Professor Umbridge and her clipboard were sitting in a corner, and the sight of her drove the memory of breakfast right out of his head. Excellent, whispered Ron as they sat down in their usual seats. Let's see Umbridge get what she deserves. Professor McGonagall marched into the room without giving the slightest that she knew Professor Umbridge was there. That will do, she said, and silence fell immediately. Mr. Finian, kindly come here and hand back the homework. Miss Brown, please take this box of mice. Don't be silly, girl, they won't hurt you, and hand one to each student. Hem, said Professor Umbridge, employing the same silly little cough she had used to interrupt Dumbledore on the first night of term. Professor McGonagall ignored her. Seamus handed back Harry's essay. Harry took it without looking at him and saw to his relief that he had managed in a right. Then everyone, listen closely, Dean Thomas. If you do that to the mouse again, I shall put you in detention. Most of you have now successfully vanished your snails, and even those who were left with a certain amount of shell have the gist of the spell today. We shall be hem, said Professor Umbridge. Yes, said Professor McGonagall, turning round her eyebrows. So close together, they seemed to form one long severe line. I was just wondering, Professor, whether you received my note telling you of the date and time of your InPec. Obviously I received it, or I would have asked you what you were doing in my classroom, said Professor McGonagall, turning her back firmly on Professor UMD. Many of the students exchanged looks of glee. As I was saying today, we shall be practicing the altogether more difficult vanishment of mice now. The vanishing spell. Hem. I wonder, said Professor McGonagall in cold F, turning on Professor Umbridge, how you expect to gain an idea of my usual teaching methods if you continue to interrupt me. You see, I do not generally permit people to talk when I am talking. Professor Umbridge looked as though she had just been slapped in the face. She did not speak, but straightened the parchment on her clipboard and began scribbling furiously. Looking supremely unconcerned, Professor McGonagall addressed the class. Once more, as I was saying, the vanishing spell becomes more difficult with the complexity of the animal to be vanished. The snail, as an invertebrate, does not present much of a challenge. The mouse, as a mammal, offers a much greater one. This is not, therefore, magic you can accomplish with your mind on your dinner. So you know the incantation. Let me see what you can do. How she can lecture me about not losing my temper with Umbridge, Harry said to Ron under his voice. But he was grinning. His anger with Professor McGonagall had quite evaporated. Professor Umbridge did not follow Professor McGonagall around the class as she had followed Professor Trelawney. Perhaps she thought that Professor McGonagall would not permit it. She did, however, take many more notes while she sat in her corner And when Professor McGonagall finally told them all to pack away, Rose, with a grim expression on her face, "Well, it's a start," said Ron, holding up a long, wriggling mouse tail and dropping it back into the box Lavender was passing around. As they filed out of the classroom, Harry saw Professor Umbridge approach the teacher's desk. He nudged Ron, who nudged Hermione in turn, and the three of them deliberately fell back to EOP. "How long have you been teaching at Hogwarts?" Professor Umbridge asked. 39 years this December," said Professor McGonagall brusquely, snapping her bag shut. Professor Umbridge made a note. "Very well," she said. "You will receive the results of your inspection in 10 days' time." "I can hardly wait," said Professor McGonagall in a coldly indifferent voice, and she strode off toward the door. "Hurry up, you three," she added, sweeping Harry, Ron, and Hermione before her. Harry could not help giving her a faint smile, and could have sworn he received one in return. He had thought that the next time he would see Umbridge would be in his detention that evening. But he was wrong. When they walked down the lawns toward the forest for care of magical creatures, they found her, and her clipboard waiting for them beside Professor Grubbly Plank. "You do not usually take this class, is that correct?" Harry heard her ask as they arrived at the trestle table where the group of captive Bowtruckles were scrabbling around for with lice like so. "Many living twigs, quite correct," said Professor Grubbly Plank, hands behind her back and bouncing on the balls of her feet. "I am a substitute teacher, standing in for Professor Hagrid." Harry exchanged uneasy looks with Ron, and Hermione Malfoy was whispering with Crabbe and Goyle he would surely love this opportunity to tell tales on Hagrid to a member of the Ministry. "HM," said Professor Umbridge, dropping her voice though Harry could still hear her quite clearly. "I wonder the headmaster seems strangely reluctant to give me any information on the matter. Can you tell me what is causing Professor Hagrid's very extended leave of absence?" Harry saw Malfoy look up eagerly, afraid. "I can't," said Professor Grubbly Plank breezily. "Don't know anything more about it than you do. Got an owl from Dumbledore. Would I like a couple of weeks teaching work accepted? That's as much as I know. Well, shall I get started then?" "Yes, please do," said Professor Umbridge. Scribbling upon her clipboard, Umbridge took a different tack in this class and wandered among the students, questioning them on magical creatures. Most people were able to answer well, and Harry's spirits lifted somewhat. At least the class was not letting Hagrid down overall, said Professor Umbridge, returning to Professor Grubbly Plank's side. After a lengthy interrogation of Dean Thomas, "How do you, as a temporary member of staff, an objective outsider, I suppose you might say, how do you find Hogwarts? Do you feel you receive enough support from the school? Management? Oh yes, Dumbledore's excellent," said Professor Grubbly Plank heartily. "No, I'm very happy with the way things are run, very happy indeed." Looking politely incredulous, Umbridge made a tiny note on her clipboard and went on, "And what are you planning to cover with this class this year? Assuming, of course, that Professor Hagrid does not return." "Oh, well, I'll take them through the creatures that most often come up in owls," said Professor Grubbly Plank. "Not much left to do. They've studied unicorns and Nifflers. I thought we'd cover poor looks and nasal, make sure they can recognize Krups and Gnarls, you know." "Well, you seem to know what you're doing at any rate," said Professor Umbridge, making a very obvious tick on her clipboard. Harry did not like the emphasis she put on you, and liked it even less when she put her next question to Goyle. "Now, I hear there have been injuries in this class." Goyle gave a stupid grin. Malfoy hastened to answer the question. "That was me," he said. "I was slashed by a hippogriff." "A hippogriff," said Professor Umbridge, now scribbling frantically only because he was too stupid to listen to what Hagrid told him to do, said Harry angrily. Both Ron and Hermione groaned. Professor Umbridge turned her head slowly in Harry's direction. "Another night's detention, I think," she said softly. "Well, thank you very much, Professor Grubbly Plank. I think that's all I need here. You will be receiving the results of your inspection within 10 days. Jolly good, said Professor Grubbly Plank and Professor. Umbridge set off back across the lawn to the castle. It was nearly midnight when Harry left Umbridge's office that night, his hand, now bleeding so severely that it was staining the scarf he had wrapped around it. He expected the common room to be empty when he returned, but Ron and Hermione had sat up waiting for him. He was pleased to see them, especially as Hermione was disposed to be sympathetic rather than critical here. She said anxiously, pushing a small bowl of yellow liquid toward him, Soakier. Hand in that, it's a solution of strained and pickled Mylap tentacles. It should help Harry place his bleeding, aching hand into the bowl and experienced a wonderful feeling of relief. Crookshanks curled around his legs, purring loudly, and then leapt into his lap and settled down, thanks, he said, gratefully scratching behind Crookshanks' ears with his left hand. I still reckon you should complain about this, said Ron in a low-voice. No, said Harry. Flatling McGonagall would go nuts if she knew, yeah. She probably would, said Harry, and how long do you reckon it? Take Umbridge to pass another decree, saying anyone who complains about the High Inquisitor gets sacked immediately. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but nothing came out, and after a moment he closed it again in a defeated sort of way. She's an awful woman, said Hermione in a small voice. Awful. You know, I was just saying to Ron when you came in we got to do something about her. I suggested, Poison said. Ron grimly. No, I mean something about. What a dreadful teacher she is, and how we're not going to learn any defense from her at all, said Hermione. Well, what can we do about that, said Ron, yawning as to. Late? Isn't it she got the job she's here to stay, Fudgel? Make sure of that, well, said Hermione tentatively. You know, I was thinking today. She shot a slightly nervous look at Harry and then plunged on. I was thinking that maybe the time's come when we should just do it ourselves, do what ourselves, said Harry suspiciously, still floating his hand in the essence of Mlap Tentacle's well-learned defense against the dark arts ourselves, said Hermione. Come off it, groaned Ron. You want us to do extra work. Gee, realize Harry and I are behind on homework again, and it's only the second week. But this is much more important than homework, said Hermione. Harry and Ron goggled at her. I didn't think there was anything in the universe more important than homework, said Ron. Don't be silly, of course there is, said Harry, and Harry saw with an ominous feeling that her face was suddenly alight with the kind of fervor that SPW usually inspired her. It's about preparing ourselves, like Harry said, and Umbridge's first lesson for what's waiting out there. It's about making sure we really can defend ourselves. If we don't learn anything for a whole year, we can't do much by ourselves, said Ron in a defeated voice. I mean, all right, we can go and look Jinxes up in the library and try and practice them. I suppose, no, I agree we've gone past the stage where we can just learn things out of books, said Hermione. We need a teacher, a proper one, who can show us how to use the spells and correct us if we're going wrong. If you're talking about Lupin, Harry. Begin. No, I'm not talking about Lynn, said Hermione. He's too busy with the order, and anyway, the most we could see him is during Hogsmeade weekends, and that's not nearly often enough. Who then, said Harry, frowning at her. May heaved a very deep sigh. Isn't it obvious? She said, I'm talking about you, Harry. There was a moment's silence. A light night breeze rattled the window panes behind Ron, and the fire guttered about me. What, said Harry? I'm talking about you teaching us defense against the dark arts. Harry stared at her. Then he turned to Ron, ready to exchange the exasperated looks they sometimes shared when Hermione elaborated on far-fetched schemes like SBW, to Harry's consternation. However, Ron did not look exasperated. He was frowning, slightly apparently thinking. Then he said, That's an idea. What an idea. Said Harry, you said, Ron, teaching us to do it, but Harry was grinning. Now sure, the pair of them were pulling his leg, but I'm not a teacher. I can't. Harry, you're the best in the year at defense against the dark arts, said Hermione. Me, said Harry, now grinning more broadly than ever. No, I'm not. You beaten me in every test. Actually, I haven't, said Hermie. Coolly, you beat me in our third year. The only year we both sat the test and had a teacher who actually knew the subject, but I'm not talking about. Test results, Harry, look what you've done, Hal. You mean you know what? I'm not sure I want someone this stupid teaching me, Ron said to her, May smirking slightly. He turned to Harry. Let's think, he said, pulling a face like Goyle concentrating. A first year. You saved a stone from you know who. But that was luck, said Harry. That wasn't skill. Second year, Ron interrupted. You killed the basilisk and destroyed Riddle. Yeah, but if Fox hadn't turned up by third year, said Ron louder. Still you fought off. About 100 Dementors at once, you know. That was a fluke if the time turner hadn't last year, Ron said, almost shouting now. You fought off you know who again. Listen to me, said Harry almost angrily, because Ron and Hermione were both smirking now. Just listen to me. All right, it sounds great when you say it like that. But all that stuff was luck. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. I didn't plan any of it. I just did whatever I could think of, and I nearly always had help. Ron and Hermione were still smirking, and Harry felt his temper rise. He wasn't even sure why he was feeling so angry. Don't sit there grinning like you know better than I do. I was there, wasn't I? He said heatedly. I know what went on all right, and I didn't get through any of that because I was brilliant at defense against the dark arts. I got through it all because help came at the right time, or because I guessed right, but I just blundered through it all. I didn't have a clue what I was doing. Stop laughing. The bowl of Mylap essence fell to the floor and smashed. He became aware that he was on his feet, though he couldn't remember. Standing up, Crookshanks streaked away under a sofa. Ron and her May smiles had vanished. You don't know what it's like, you neither of you. You've never had to face him, have you? You think it's just memorized, eyesing a bunch of spells and throwing them at him like you're in class or something the whole time. You know, there's nothing between you and dying, except you're on your own. Brain or guts or whatever, like you can think straight when you know you're about a second from being murdered or tortured or watching your friends die. They've never taught us that in their classes what it's like to deal with things like that. And you two sit there acting like I'm a clever little boy to be standing here alive like Dory was stupid, like he messed up. You just don't get it. That could just as easily have been me. It would have been if Voldemort hadn't needed me. We weren't saying anything like that, Mate said. Ron looking asked. We weren't having to go at Dory. We didn't. You got the wrong end of it. He looked helplessly at Hermione, whose face was stricken. Harry, she said timidly, don't you see this is exactly why we need to know what it's our really like facing him, facing V. Voldemort. It was the first time she had ever said Voldemort's name, and it was. This more than anything else that calmed Harry. Still breathing hard, he sank back into his chair, becoming aware as he did, so that his hand was throbbing horribly again. He wished he had not smashed the bowl of Mlap essence. Well, think about it, said Hermie quietly. Please, Harry could not think of anything to say. He was feeling ashamed of his outburst. Already he nodded, hardly aware of what he was agreeing to. Hermione stood up. Well, I'm off to bed, she said in a voice that was clearly as natural as she could make it. IR night. Ron had gotten to his feet too, coming. He said awkwardly to Harry. Yeah, said Harry, and in a minute. I'll just clear this up. He indicated the smash bowl on the floor. Ron nodded and left Rappero. Harry muttered, pointing his wand at the broken pieces of china. They flew back together good as new, but there was no returning the Mylap essence to the bowl. He was suddenly so tired that he was tempted to sink back into his armchair and sleep there. But instead he got to his feet and followed Ron upstairs his restless night was punctuated once more by dreams of long corridors and locked doors, and he awoke next day with his scar prickling again. Chapter 16 and the Hogshead Hermione made no mention of Harry giving defense against the dark arts lessons for 2 whole weeks after her original suggestion. Harry's detentions with Umbridge were finally over. He doubted whether the words now etched on the back of his hand would ever fade entirely. Ron had had 4 more Quidditch practices and not been shouted at during the last 2, and all 3 of them had managed to vanish their mice, and Transfiguration Hermione had actually progressed to vanishing kittens before the subject was broached again on a wild, blustery evening at the end of September, when the 3 of them were sitting in the library looking up potioning ingredients for Snape. I was wondering, Hermes said suddenly, whether you thought any more about defense against the dark arts, Harry. Course, I have said, Harry grumpily. Can't forget. Can we with that hag teaching us? I meant the idea, Ron. And I had Ron cast her an alarmed, threatening kind of look. She frowned at him. Oh, all right, the idea I had then about you teaching US. Harry did not answer at once. He pretended to be perusing a page of Asiatic antivenoms, because he did not want to say what was in his mind. The fact was that he had given the matter a great deal of thought over the past fortnight. Sometimes it seemed an insane idea, just as it had on the night Hermione had proposed it, but at others he had found himself thinking about the spells that had served him best in his various encounters with dark creatures and Death Eaters. Found himself, in fact, subconsciously planning lessons. Well, he said slowly, when he could not pretend to find Asiatic antivenoms interesting much longer. Yeah, I've thought about it a bit. And said Hermione eagerly. I do know, said Harry, playing for time. He looked up at Ron. I thought it was a good idea from the start, said Ron, who seemed keener to join in this conversation now that he was sure that Harry was not going to start shouting again. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his chair. You did listen to what I said about a load of it being luck, didn't you? Yes, Harry, said Hermione gently. But all the same, there's no point pretending that you're not good at defense against the dark arts, because you were the only person last year who could throw off the Imperious curse completely. You can produce a Patronus, you can do all sorts of stuff that full-grown wizards can't. Victor always said. Ron looked around at her so fast he appeared to stick his neck rubbing it. He said, yeah, what did Vicky say? Ho-ho, said Herman, a bored voice. He said Harry knew how to do stuff, even he didn't. And he was in the final year at Durmstrang. Ron was looking at Hermione suspiciously. You're not still in contact with him, are you? So what if I said Hermy, coolly, though her face was a little pink. I can have a pen pal, if he didn't only. One of your pen pal, said Ron accusingly. Hermione shook her head exasperately, and ignoring Ron, who was continuing to watch her, said to Harry, well, what do you think will you teach us, just you and Ranya? Well, said Hermione, now looking a mite anxious again. Well, now don't fly off the handle again, Harry, please. But I really think you ought to teach anyone who wants to learn. I mean, we're talking about defending ourselves against the Voldemorto. Don't be pathetic, Ron. It doesn't seem fair if we don't offer the chance to other people. Harry considered this for a moment, then said, yeah, but I doubt anyone except you two would want to be taught by me. I'm a nutter, remember. Well, I think you might be surprised how many people would be interested in hearing what you got to say, said Hermione seriously. Look, she leaned toward him. Ron, who was still watching her with a frown on his face, leaned forward to listen to, the first weekend in October's a Hogsmeade weekend. How would it be if we tell anyone who's interested to meet us in the village, and we can talk it over? Why do we have to do it outside school, said Ron. Because, said Hermione, returning to the diagram of the Chinese chomping cabbage she was copying, I don't think Umbridge would be very happy if she found out what we were up to. Harry had been looking forward to the weekend trip in Hogsmeade, But there was one thing worrying him. Sirius had maintained a stony silence since he had appeared in the fire at the beginning of September. Harry knew they had made him angry by saying that they did not want him to come, but he still worried from time to time that Sirius might throw caution to the winds and turn up anyway. What were they going to do if the great black dog came bounding up the street toward them in Hogsmeade, perhaps under the nose of Draco Malfoy? Well, you can't blame him for wanting to get out. And about Cedron, when Harry discussed his fears with him and Hermione. I mean, he's been on the run for over 2 years, hasn't he? And I know that can't have been a laugh, but at least he was free, wasn't he? And now he's just shut up all the time with that lunatic elf. Hermione scowled at Ron, but otherwise ignored the slight on Creature the Trouble, as she said to Harry, until V. Voldemort, oh, for heaven's sake, Ron, comes out into the open. Sirius is going to have to stay hidden, isn't he? I mean, the stupid ministry isn't going to realize Sirius is innocent until they accept that Dumbledore's been telling the truth about him all along, and once the fools start catching real Death Eaters again, it'll be obvious Sirius isn't one. I mean, he hasn't got the mark for one thing. I don't reckon he'd be stupid enough to turn up, said Ron, bracingly. Dumbledore go mad if he did, and Sirius listens to Dumbledore, even if he doesn't like what he hears. When Harry continued to look worried, Hermione said, listen, Ron, and I have been sounding out people who we thought might want to learn some proper defense against the dark arts, and there are a couple who seem interested. We've told them to meet us in Hogsmeade, right? Said Harry, vaguely, his mind still on Sirius. Don't worry, Harry. Hermione said quietly, you've got enough on your plate. Without Sirius, too. She was quite right, of course. He was barely keeping up with his homework, though. He was doing much better now that he was no longer spending every evening in detention with Umbri. Ron was even further behind with his work than Harry, because while they both had Quidditch practices twice a week, Ron also had prefect duties. However, Hermione, who was taking more subjects than either of them, had not only finished all her homework, but was also finding time to knit more elf clothes. Harry had to admit that she was getting better. It was now almost always possible to distinguish between the hats and the socks the morning of the Hogsmeade visit. Dawn bright but windy after breakfast, they queued up in front of Filch, who matched their names to the long list of students who had permission from their parents or guardian to visit the village. With a slight pang, Harry remembered that if it hadn't been for Sirius, he would not have been going at all. When Harry reached Filch, the caretaker gave a great sniff, as though trying to detect a whiff of something from Harry. Then he gave a curt nod that set his jowls a-quiver again, and Harry walked on out onto the stone steps and the cold sunlit day air. Why was Filch sniffing, you asked Ron as Harry and Hermione set off at a brisk pace down the wide drive to the gates. I suppose he was checking for the smell of dung bombs, said Harry with a small laugh. I forgot to tell you. And he recounted the story of sending his letter to Sirius, and Filch bursting in seconds later, demanding to see the letter. To his slight surprise, Hermione found this story highly interesting, much more indeed than he did himself. He said he was tipped off you were ordering dung bombs, but who had tipped him off? I do know, said Harry, shrugging. Maybe Malfoy, he'd think it was a laugh. They walked between the tall stone pillars topped with wingboard and turned left onto the road into the village, the wind whipping their hair into their eyes. Malloy, said Hermione very skeptically. Well, yes, maybe, and she remained deep in thought all the way into the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Where are we going anyway? Harry asked the three broomsticks. Oh no, said Hermione, coming out of her reef. No, it's always packed and really noisy, I've told thee. Others to meet us in the Hog's Head. That other pub, you know, the one, it's not on the main road. I think it's a bit, dodgy, but students don't normally go in there. So I don't think we'll be overheard. They walked down the main street past Zano's joke shop, where they were unsurprised to see Fred George and lead Jordan past the post office from which owls issued at regular intervals, and turn up a side street at the top of which stood a small and a battered wooden sign hung from a rusty bracket over the door with a picture upon it of a wild boar's severed head leaking blood onto the white cloth around it. The sign creaked in the wind. As they approached, all three of them hesitated outside the door. "Well, come on," said Hermione. Slightly nervously, Harry led the way inside. It was not at all like the Three Broomsticks, whose large bar gave an impression of gleaming warmth and cleanliness. The Hog's Head bar comprised one small, dingy, and very dirty room that smelled strongly of something that might have been Goats the Bay. Windows were so encrusted with grime that very little daylight could permeate the room, which was lit instead with the stubs of candles sitting on rough wooden tables. The floor seemed at first glance to be earthy, though as Harry stepped onto it, he realized that there was stone beneath what seemed to be the accumulated filth of centuries. Harry remembered Hagrid mentioning this pub in his first year. "You get a lot of funny folk in the Hog's Head," he had said, explaining how he had won a dragon's egg. From a hooded stranger there at the time, Harry had wondered why Hagrid had not found it odd that the stranger kept his face hidden throughout their encounter. Now he saw that keeping your face hidden was something of a fashion in the Hog's Head. There was a man at the bar whose whole head was wrapped in dirty gray bandages, though he was still managing to gulp endless glasses of some smoking fiery substance through a slit over his mouth, two figures shrouded in. Hood sat at a table in one of the windows. Harry might have thought them dim ERS if they had not been talking in strong Yorkshire accents. In a shadowy corner beside the fireplace sat a witch with a thick black veil that fell to her toes. They could just see the tip of her nose because it caused the veil to protrude slightly. "I don't know about this, Hermione," Harry muttered as they crossed to the bar. He was looking particularly at the heavily veiled, which, as it occurred to you, Umbridge might be. Under that, Hermione cast an appraising eye at the veiled figure. "UMB is shorter than that woman," she said quietly. "And anyway, even if Umbridge does come in here, there's nothing she can do to stop us, Harry, because I've double and triple checked the school rules. We're not out of bounds. I specifically asked Professor Fick whether students were allowed to come in the Hog's Head, and he said yes, but he advised me strongly to bring our own glasses, and I've looked up everything I can think of about study groups and homework groups, and they're definitely allowed. I just don't think it's a good idea if we parade what we're doing." "No," said Harry dryly, "especially as it's not exactly a homework group you're planning. Is it?" The barman sidled toward them out of the back room. He was a grumpy-looking old man with a great deal of long gray hair and beard. He was tall and thin and looked vaguely familiar to Harry. What he grunted, "3 butterbeers, please," said Hermione, and the man reached beneath the counter and pulled up 3 very dusty, very dirty bottles, which he slammed on the bar 6 sickles. He said, "I'll get them," said Harry, quickly passing over the silver. The barman's eyes traveled over Harry, resting for a fraction of a second on his scar. Then he turned away and deposited Harry's money in an ancient wooden till whose drawer slid open automatically to receive it. Harry, Ron, and Herm retreated to the farthest table from the bar and sat down, looking around while the man in the dirty gray bandages rapped the counter with his knuckles and received another smoking drink from the barman. "You know what?" Ron murmured, looking over at the bar with enthusiasm. "We could order anything we liked in here. I bet that bloke would sell us anything. He wouldn't care. I've always wanted to try fire whiskey." "You are a prefect," snarled Hermione. "Oh," said Ron, the smile fading from his face. "Yeah. So who did you say is supposed to be meeting us?" Harry asked, wrenching open the rusty top of his butterbeer and taking a swig. Just a couple of people, Hermione. Repeated, checking her watch, and then looking anxiously toward the door. I told them to be here about now. And I'm sure they all know, whereas oh look, this might be them now. The door of the pub had opened a thick band of dusty sunlight, split the room in two for a moment, and then vanished, blocked by the incoming rush of a crowd of people. First came Neville with Dean and Lavender, who were closely followed by Parv and Padma, till with Harry's stomach did a backflip. Cho, and one of her usually giggling girlfriends then on her own, and looking so dreamy that she might have walked in by accident, Luna Lovegood, then Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, and Angelina Johnson Collin, and Dennis Creevy, Ernie McMillan, Justin Finch, Fletchley Hannah Abbott, and a Hufflepuff girl with a long plate down her back whose name Harry did not know 3 Ravenclaw boys. He was pretty sure were called Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and in Terry Boot Ginny, followed by a tall, skinny blonde boy with an upturned nose whom Harry recognized vaguely as being a member of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, and bringing up the rear Fred and George Weasley with their friend Lee Jordan, all 3 of whom were carrying large paper bags crammed with Zano's merchandise. A couple of people said Harry Helly. To Hermione, a couple of people. Yes. Well, the idea seemed quite popular, said Hermione. Happily, Ron. Do you want to pull up some more chairs? The barman had frozen in the act of wiping out a glass with a rag so filthy it looked as though it had never been washed. Possibly he had never seen his pub so full high, said Fred, reaching the bar first and counting his companions quickly. Could we have 25 butterbeers, please? The barman glared at him for a moment, then throwing down his rag irritably, as though he had been interrupted in something very important, he started passing up dusty butterbeers from under the bar. Cheers, said Fred, handing them out. Cough up, everyone. I haven't got enough gold for all of these. Harry watched numbly as the large chattering group took their beers from Fred and rummaged in their robes to find coins. He could not imagine what all these people had turned up for until the horrible thought occurred to him that they might be expecting some kind of speech, at which he rounded on Hermione. What have you been telling people? He said in a low voice. What are they expecting? ING. I've told you. They just want to hear what you got to say, said Herm soothingly. But Harry continued to look at her so furiously that she added quickly, you don't have to do anything, yet I'll speak to them first. Hi, Harry, said Neville, beaming and taking a seat opposite Harry. Harry tried to smile back, but did not speak. His mouth was exceptionally dry. Cho had just smiled at him and sat down on Ron's right. Her friend, who had curly reddish blonde hair, did not smile, but gave Harry a thoroughly mistrustful look that told Harry plainly that, given her way, she would not be here at all in 2s and 3s. The new arrivals settled around Harry, Ron, and Hermione, some looking rather excited, others curious. Luna Lovegood gazing dreamily into space. When everybody had pulled up a chair, the chatter died out. I was upon Harry ear, said Hermione, her voice slightly higher than usual out of nerves. Well, or high. The group focused its attention on her. Instead, though eyes continued to dart back regularly to Harry, well, you know why you're here, Em. Well, Harry here had the idea. Harry had thrown her a sharp look. I had the idea that it might be good if people who wanted to study defense against the dark arts, and I mean really study it, not the rubbish that Umbridge is doing with us. Herm's voice became suddenly much stronger and more so and confident, because nobody could call that defense against the dark arts. Here, said Anthony Goldstein, and Hermione looked hardened. Well, I thought it would be good if we took matters into our own hands. She paused, looked sideways at Harry, and went on, and by that I mean learning how to defend ourselves properly, not just theory, but the real spells you want to pass your defense against the dark arts of WL2, though. I bet, said Michael Corner. Of course I do, said Hermione at once. But I want more than that. I want to be properly trained in defense, because she took a great breath and finished, because Lord Voldemort's back the reaction was immediate and predictable. Cho's friend shrieked and slopped butterbeer down her self-terry boot, gave a kind of involuntary twitch. Padma Till shuddered, and Neville gave an odd yelp that he managed to turn to a cough. All of them, however, looked fixedly, even eagerly, at Harry. Well, that's the plan anyway, said Hermione. If you want to join us, we need to decide how we're going to. Where's the proof you know who's back, said the blonde Hufflepuff player in a rather aggressive voice. Well, Dumbledore believes it. Hermione began. You mean Dumbledore believes him, said the blonde boy, nodding at Harry. Who are you, said Ron rather rudely. Zacharias Smith, said the boy, and I think we've got the right to know exactly what makes him say, you know who's back, look, said Hermione, intervening swiftly. That's really not what this meeting was supposed to be about. It's okay, Hermione, said Harry. It had just dawned upon him why there were so many people there. He felt that Hermione should have seen this coming. Some of these people, maybe even most of them, had turned up in the hope of hearing Harry's story firsthand. What makes me say you know who's back? He asked, looking Zacharias straight in the face. I saw him, but Dumbledore told the whole school what happened last year. And if you didn't believe him, you don't believe me. And I'm not wasting an afternoon trying to convince anyone. The whole group seemed to have held its breath while Harry spoke. Harry had the impression that even the barman was listening in. He was wiping the same glass with the filthy rag. It was becoming steadily dirtier. Zacharias said dismissively, all Dumbledore told us last year was that said Diggory got killed by you-know-who, and that you brought Dig's body back to Hogwarts. He didn't give us details. He didn't tell us exactly how Diggory got murdered. I think we'd all like to know, if you come here, exactly what it looks like when Voldemort murders someone. I can't help you, Harry, said, his temper, always so close to the surface these days, was rising again. He did not take his eyes from Zacharias Smith's aggressive face, determined not to look at Cho. I don't want to talk about Cedric Diggory. All right, so if that's what you're here for, you might as well clear out. He cast an angry look in Hermione's direction. This was, he felt, all her fault. She had decided to display him like some sort of freak. And of course they had all turned up to see just how wild the story was, but none of them left their seats. Not even Zacharias Smith, though he continued to gaze intently at Harry. So said Hermione in her voice, very high-pitched again. So like I was saying, if you want to learn some defense, then we need to work out how we're going to do it, how often we're going to meet. And what we're going to do is it true, interrupted the girl with the long plate down her back, looking at Harry, that you can produce a Patronus. There was a murmur of interest around the group at this. Yeah, said Harry, slightly defensively, a corporeal Patronus. The phrase stirred something in Harry's memory. You don't know Madame Bones, do you? He asked. The girl smiled. She's my Annie, she said. I'm Susan Bones, she told me about your hearing. So, is it really true you make a stag Patronus? Yes, said Harry Blimmy. Harry, said Lee, looking deeply impressed. I never knew that Mom told Ron not to spread it around, said Fred, grinning at Harry. She said you got enough attention, as it was. She's not wrong, mumbled Harry. And then a couple of people laughed. The veil, which sitting alone, shifted very slightly in her seat. And did you kill a basilisk with that sword in Dumbledore's office? Demanded Terry Booth. That's what one of the portraits on the wall told me when I was in there last year. Or, yeah, I did, said Harry. Justin Finch, Fletchy whistled. The Creevy brothers exchanged struck looks, and Lavender Brown said, wow, softly. Harry was feeling slightly hot around the collar now. He was determinedly looking anywhere but a Cho. And in our first year, said Neville to the group at large, he saved that sorcerer's stone. Sorcerers, hissed Hermione. Yes, that from you know who finished. Neville. Hannah Abbott's eyes were as round as Galleon, and that's not to mention, said Cho. Harry's eyes snapped on her. She was looking at him Smiling, his stomach did another somersault. All the tasks he had to get through in the Tri-Wizard tournament last year, getting past dragons and M-people and acromantulas and things. There was a murmur of impressed agreement around the table. Harry's insides were squirming. He was trying to arrange his face so that he did not look too pleased with himself. The fact that Cho had just praised him made it much, much harder for him to say the thing he had sworn himself he would tell them. Look, he said, and everyone fell silent at once. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be modest or anything, but I had a lot of help with all that stuff, not with the dragon. You didn't, said Michael Corner at once. That was a seriously cool bit of flying, yeah. Well, said Harry, feeling it would be chayish to disagree, and nobody helped you get rid of those dementors this summer, said Susan Bones. No. Said Harry, no, okay. I know I did bits of it without help, but the point I'm trying to make is, are you trying to weasel out of showing us any of this stuff, said Zach Smith. Here's an idea, said Ron loudly before Harry could speak. Why don't you shut your mouth? Perhaps the word weasel had affected Ron particularly strongly. In any case, he was now looking at Zacharias, as though he would like nothing better than a thump in Zacharias' flushed well weave. I'll turn up to learn from him, and now he's telling us he can't really do any of it. He said that's not what he said, snarled Fred. Weasley, would you like us to clean out your ears for you? Inquired George, pulling a long and lethal-looking metal instrument from inside one of the Zano's bags. Or any part of your body. Really, we're not fussy where we stick this, said Fred. Yes. Well, said Hermione, hastily moving on the point, is are we agreed we want to take lessons from Harry? There was a murmur of general agreement. Zacharias folded his arms and said nothing, though perhaps this was because he was too busy keeping an eye on the instrument in George's hand. Right, said Hermione, looking relieved that something had at last been settled. Well, then the next question is how often we do it. I really don't think there's any point in meeting less than once a week. Hang on, said Angelina. We need to make sure this doesn't clash with our Quidditch practice. No, said Cho, nor with ours, added Zacharias Smith. I'm sure we can find a night that suits everyone, said Hermione, slightly impatiently. But you know, this is rather important. We're talking about learning to defend ourselves against the Voldemort's Death Eaters. Well, said, barked Ernie Macmillan, whom Harry had been expecting to speak long before this personally. I think this is really important, possibly more important than anything else we'll do this year. Even with our owls coming up, he looked around impressively as though waiting for people to cry, surely not. When nobody spoke, he went on, I personally am at a loss to see why the ministry has foisted such a useless teacher upon us at this critical period. Obviously, they are in denial about the return of you-know-who, but to give us a teacher who is trying to actively prevent us from using defensive spells, we think the reason Umbridge doesn't want us trained in defense against the dark arts, said Hermione, is that she's got some mad idea that Dumbledore could use the students in the school as a kind of private army. She thinks he'd mobilize us against the ministry. Nearly everybody looked stunned at this news. Everybody, except Luna Lovegood, who piped up, well, that makes sense. After all, Cornelius Fudge has got his own private army. What said Harry, completely thrown by this unexpected piece of information. Yes, he's got an army of heliopaths, said Luna solemnly. No, he hasn't, snapped Hermione. Yes, he has, said Luna. What are heliopaths? Asked Neville, looking blank. They spirits of fire, said Luna, her protuberant eyes widening so that she looked mad. Then ever great, tall, flaming creatures that gallop across the ground, burning everything in front of it. Don't exist, Neville, said Hermione tartly. Oh yes, they do, said Luna angrily. I'm sorry, but where's the proof of that, snapped Hermione. There are plenty of eyewitness accounts. Just because you're so narrow-minded you need to have everything shoved under your nose before you hem," said Jenny in such a good imitation of Professor Umbridge that several people looked around in alarm. And then laughed. "Weren't we trying to decide how often we're going to meet and get defense lessons?" "Yes," said Hermione at once. "Yes. We were right. Well, once a week sounds cool," said Lee Jordan. "As long as," began Angelina. Yes, we know about the Kiddish," said Hermione in a tense voice. "Well, the other thing to decide is where we're going to meet. This was rather more difficult." "The whole group fell silent. Library," suggested Katie Bell after a few moments. "I can't see Madam Pants being too chuffed with us doing jinxes in the library," said Harry. "Maybe in Ana's classroom," said Dean. "Yeah," said Ron. "McGonagall might let us have her. She did when Harry was practicing for the Triwizard," but Harry was pretty certain that McGonagall would not be so accommodating this time for all that Hermione had said about study and homework groups being allowed. He had the distinct feeling this one might be considered a lot more rebellious. "Right, well, we'll try to find somewhere," said Hermione. "We'll send a message round to everybody when we got a time and a place for the first meeting." She rummaged in her bag and produced parchment and a quill, then hesitated rather as though she was steeling herself to say something. I think everybody should write their name down just so we know who is here. But I also think," she took a deep breath, "that we all ought to agree not to shout about what we're doing. So if you sign, you're agreeing not to tell Umbridge or anybody else what we're up to." Fred reached out for the parchment and cheerfully put down his signature, but Harry noticed at once that several people looked less than happy at the prospect of putting their names on the list there, said Zacharias slowly, not taking the parchment that George was trying to pass him. "Well, I'm sure Ernie will tell me when the meeting is," but Ernie was looking rather hesitant about signing. To Hermione raised her eyebrows at him. Well, we are prefects," Ernie burst out. "And if this list was found, well, I mean to say you said yourself, if Umbridge finds out you just said this group was the most important thing you do this year," Harry reminded him. Yes," said Ernie. "Yes, I do believe that it's just Ernie. Do you really think I'd leave that list lying around?" said Herm testily. No, of course not," said Ernie, looking slightly less anxious. Yes, of course, I'll sign." Nobody raised objections after Ernie, though Harry saw Cho's friend give her a rather reproachful look before adding her name. When the last person Zacharias had signed, Hermione took the parchment back and slipped it carefully in her bag. There was an odd feeling in the group now. It was as though they had just signed some kind of contract. "Well, time's ticking on," said Fred briskly, getting to his feet. "George Lee, and I've got items of sensitive nature to purchase. We'll be seeing you all later in Toos." And three's the rest of the group took their leave. To Cho made rather a business of fastening the catch on her bag before, leaving her long dark curtain of hair swinging forward to hide her face. But her friend stood beside her, arms folded, clicking her tongue, so that Cho had little choice but to leave with her. As her friend ushered her through the door, Cho looked back and waved at Harry. "Well, I think that went quite well," said Hermione happily as Harry and Ron walked out of the Hoghead into the bright sunlight. A few moments later, Harry and Ron still clutching their bottles of butterbeer that Zacharias. "Blocks of wart," said Ron, who was glowering after the figure of Smith, just discernible in the distance. "I don't like him much," either admitted Hermione, "but he overheard me talking to Ernie and Hannah at the Hufflepuff table, and he seemed really interested in coming, so what could I say? But the more people the better, really. I mean, Michael Corner and his friends wouldn't have come if he hadn't been going out with Ginny Ron, who had been draining the last few drops from his butterbeer bottle. Gagged and sprayed butterbeer down his front. He's what?" said Ron, outraged his ears, now resembling curls of raw beef. "She's going out with my sisters." "Going, what do you mean?" Michael Corner Well, that's why he and his friends came, I think. Well, they're obviously interested in learning defense. But if Ginny hadn't told Michael what was going on when they met at the U-Ball, and they got together at the end of last year, said Hermione. Composedly, they had turned into the high street, and she paused outside Scriven Shaft's quill shop where there was a handsome display of pheasant feather quills in the window. I could do with a new quill. She turned into the shop, Harry, and Ron followed her. Which one was Michael Corner? Ron demanded furiously. The dark one, said Hermione. I didn't like him, said Ron at once. Big surprise, said Hermione under her breath, but said Ron, following Hermione along a row of quills and copper pots. I thought Ginny fancied Harry. Hermione looked at him rather pityingly and shook her head. Ginny used to fancy Harry, but she gave up on him months ago. Not that she doesn't like you, of course, she added kindly to Harry while she examined a long black and gold quill. Harry, whose head was still full of Cha's parting wave, did not find the subject quite as interesting as Ron, who was positively quivering with indignation, but it did bring something home to him that until now he had not really registered. So that's why she talks now. He asked her why she never used to talk in front of me. Exactly, said Hermione. Yes, I think I'll have this one. She went up to the counter and handed over 15 sickles and 2 nuts. Ron still breathing down her neck. Ron, she said severely as she turned and trod on his feet. This is exactly why Ginny hasn't told you. She's seeing Michael. She knew you'd take it badly. So don't harp on about it, for heaven's sake. What you mean, who's taking anything badly? I'm not going to harp on about anything. Ron continued to chun under his breath. All the way down the street, Hermione rolled her eyes at Harry and then said in an undertone, while Ron was muttering imprecations about Michael Corner and talking about Michael and Ginny, what about show? And you what you mean, said Harry quickly. It was as though boiling water was rising rapidly inside him, a burning sensation that was causing his face to smart in the cold. Had he been that obvious? Well, said Hermione, smiling slightly. She just couldn't keep her eyes off you, could she? Harry had never before appreciated just how beautiful the village of Hogsmeade was. Chapter 17, Educational Decree. Number 24, Harry felt happier for the rest of the weekend than he had done all term. He and Ron spent much of Sunday catching up with all their homework again, and although this could hardly be called fun, the last burst of autumn sunshine persisted. So rather than sitting hunched over tables in the common room, they took their work outside and lounged in the shade of a large beech tree on the edge of the lake. Hermione, who of course was up to date with all her work, brought more wool outside with her and bewitched her knitting needles so that they flashed and clicked and made her beside her, producing more hats and scarves. The knowledge that they were doing something to resist Umbridge and the Ministry, and that he was a key part of the rebellion, gave Harry a feeling of immense satisfaction. He kept reliving Saturdays, meeting in his mind all those people coming to him to learn defense against the dark arts, and the looks on their faces as they had heard some of the things he had done, and Cho praising his performance in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. The knowledge that all those people did not think him a lying weirdo, but someone to be admired, buoyed him up so much that he was still cheerful on Monday morning despite the imminent prospect of all his least favorite classes. He and Ron headed downstairs from their dormitory together, discussing Angelina's idea that they were to work on a new move called the sloth grip roll during that night's Quidditch practice. And not until they were halfway across the sunlit common room did they notice the addition to the room that had already attracted the attention of a small group of people. A large sign had been affixed to the GRYFF notice board, so large that it covered everything else on there, the lists of secondhand spellbooks for sale, the regular reminders of school rules from Argus Filch, the Quidditch team, training schedule the offers to barter. Certain chocolate frog cards, for others, the Weasleys knew. Advertisement for testers the dates of the Hogsmeade weekends, and the lost found notices the news sign was printed in large black letters, and there was a highly official-looking seal at the bottom beside a neat and curly signature by order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students' permission to reform may be. Sought from the High Inquisitor Professor Umbridge, no student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed or to belong to an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree number 24. Harry and Ron read the notice. Over the heads of some anxious-looking second years, does this mean they're going to shut down the Gobstones Club? One of them asked his friend. I reckon you'll be okay with Gobstones, Ron said, darkly making the second jump. I don't think we're going to be as lucky, though, do you? He asked Harry as the second years hurried away. Harry was reading the notice through again. The happiness that had filled him since Saturday was gone. His insides were pulsing with rage. This isn't a coincidence. He said, his hands formed ing fist. No, she can't, said Ron at once. There were people listening in that pub, and let's face it, we don't know how many of the people who turn up we can trust. Any of them could have run off and told Umbridge, and he had thought they believed him, thought they even admired him. Zachariah Smith, said Ron, at once punching a fist in his hand. I thought that Michael Corner had a really shifty look, too. I wonder if Herm's seen this yet, Harry said, looking around at the door to the girls' dormitories. Let's go. And Teller said, Ron, he bounded forward, pulled open the door, and set off up the spiral staircase. He was on the 6th stair when it happened. There was a loud, wailing klaxon-likey sound, and the steps melted together to make a long, smooth stone slide. There was a brief moment when Ron tried to keep running arms working madly like windmills. Then he toppled over backward and shot down the newly created slide, coming to rest on his back at Harry's feet. I don't think we're allowed in the girls' dormitories, said Harry, pulling Ron to his feet and trying not to laugh. 2 for the girls came zooming gleefully down the stone slide. Who tried to get upstairs, they giggled happily, leaping to their feet and ogling Harry and Ron. Me, said Ron, who was still rather disheveled. I didn't realize that would happen. It's not fair, he added to Harry as the girls headed off for the portrait hole. Still giggling madly, Hermione, aloud in our dormitory. How come we're not allowed? Well, it's an old-fashioned rule, said Herm, who had just slid neatly onto a rug in front of them and was now getting her feet. But it says in Hogwarts a history that the founders thought boys were less trustworthy than girls anyway. Why were you trying to get in there? To see you. Look at this, said Ron, dragging her over to the notice board. Herm's eyes slid rapidly down the notice. Her expression became stony. Someone must have blabbed to her, Ron said angrily. They can't have done, said Hermione in a low voice. You're so naive, said Ron. You think just because you're all honorable and trustworthy? No, they can't have done, because I put a jinx on that piece of parchment we all signed, said Hermione grimly. Believe me, if anyone's run off and told Umbridge, we know exactly who they are, and they will really regret it will all happen to them, said Ron eagerly. Well, put it this way, said Hermione, it'll make Eloise, MK, Acme look like a couple of cute freckles. Come on, let's get down to breakfast and see what the others think. I wonder whether this has been put up in all the houses. It was immediately apparent on entering the Great Hall that Umbridge sign had not only appeared in Griffer Tower. There was a peculiar intensity about the chatter and an extra measure of movement in the hall as people scurried up and down their tables conferring on what they had. Red, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had barely taken their seats when Neville, Dean, Fred, George, and Ginny descended upon them. "Did you see it? You reckon she knows, what are we?" Going to do, they were all looking at Harry. He glanced around to make sure there were no teachers near them. "We're going to do it anyway, of course," he said quietly. "Knew you'd say," that said George, beaming and thumping Harry on the arm. "The prefects as well," said Fred, looking quizzically at Ron. "And Hermione, of course," said Hermione coolly. "Here comes Ernie and Hannah Abbott," said Ron, looking over his shoulder. "And those Ravenclaw blocks, and Smith, and no one looks very spotty." Hermione looked alarmed. "Never mind spots, the idiots can't come over here now. It'll look really suspicious. Sit down," she mouthed to Ernie and Hannah, gesturing frantically to them to rejoin the Hufflepuff table later. "We'll talk to you later. I'll tell Michael," said Ginny, impatiently swinging herself off her bench. The fool. Honestly, she hurried off toward the Ravenclaw table. Harry watched her go. Cho was sitting not far away, talking to the curly-haired friend she had brought along to the Hog's Head. Would Umbridge know to scare her off meeting them again? But the full repercussions of the sign were not felt until they were leaving the Great Hall for History of Magic. Harry, Ron. It was Angelina, and she was hurrying toward them looking perfectly desperate. "It's okay," said Harry quietly when she was near enough to hear him. "We're still going to realize she's including Kaditch in this." Angelina said over him, "We have to go and ask permission to reform the Griffer team." "What?" said Harry. "No way," said Ron, appalled. "You read the sign. It mentions teams too. So listen, Harry, I am saying this for the last time. Please don't lose your temper with Umbridge again, or she might not let us play anymore." Okay, said Harry, for Angelina looked as though she was on the verge of tears. "Don't worry, I'll behave myself. Bet Umbridge is in History of Magic," said Ron grimly, as they set off for B's lesson. "She hasn't inspected bins yet. Bet you anything she's there." But he was wrong. The only teacher present when they entered was Professor Binns, floating an inch or so above his chair, as usual, and preparing to continue his monotonous drone on Giant Wars. Harry did not even attempt to follow what he was saying today. He doodled idly on his parchment, ignoring Hermione's frequent glares and nudges, until a particularly painful poke in the ribs made him look up angrily when she pointed at the window. Harry looked around. Hedwig was perched on the narrow window ledge, gazing through the thick glass at him, a letter tied to her leg. Harry could not understand it. They had just had breakfast. Why on earth hadn't she delivered the letter then? As usual, many of his classmates were pointing out Hewig to each other too. "Oh, I've always loved that owl. She's so beautiful." Harry heard Lavender sigh to Parvy. He glanced around at Professor Binns, who continued to read his notes, serenely unaware that the class's attention was even less focused upon him than usual. Harry slipped quietly off his chair, crouched down, and hurried along the road to the window, where he slid the catch and opened it very slowly. He had expected Hedwig to hold out her leg so that he could remove the letter and then fly off to the Oler. But the moment the window was open wide enough, she hopped inside, hooting dolefully. He closed the window with an anxious glance at Professor B, crouched low again, and sped back to his seat with Hewig on his shoulder. He regained his seat, transferred Hedwig to his lap, and made to remove the letter tie to her leg. It was only then that he realized that Hedwig's feathers were oddly ruffled. Some were bent the wrong way, and she was holding one of her wings at an odd angle. "She's hurt," Harry whispered, bending his head low over her. Hermione and Ron leaned in closer. Herm even put down her cool look. "There's something wrong with her wing." Hedwig was quivering when Harry made to touch the wing. She gave a little jump, all her feathers on end, as though she was inflating herself, and gazed at him reproachfully. Professor Binns, said Harry loudly, and everyone in the class turned to look at him. I'm not. Feeling well, Professor Binns raised his eyes from his notes, looking amazed, as always, to find the room in front of him full of people not feeling, while he repeated hazily, not at all, while said Harry firmly getting his feet while concealing Hewig behind his back. So I think I need to go to the hospital wing, yes, said Professor Binns, clearly very much wrong-footed. Yes, hospital wing. Well, off you go then, Perkins, once outside the room. Harry returned Hewig to his shoulder and hurried off up the corridor, pausing to think only when he was out of sight of Ben's door. His first choice of somebody to cure Hedwig would have been Hagrid, of course. But as he had no idea where Hagrid was, his only remaining option was to find Professor Grubbly Plank and hope she would help. He peered out of a window at the blustery, overcast ground. There was no sign of her anywhere near Hagrid's cabin. If she was not teaching, she was probably in the staff room. He set off downstairs, Hedwig hooting feebly as she swayed on his shoulder. 2 stone guards flanked the staff room door as Harry approached. One of them coked, "You should be in class, Sonny Jim. This is urgent," said Harry curtly. "Oh, urgent, is it?" said the other gargoyle in a high-pitched voice. "Well, that's put us in our place, hasn't it?" Harry knocked. He heard footsteps, and then the door opened, and he found himself face to face with Professor McGonagall. "You haven't been given another detention," she said at once, her square spectacles flashing alarmingly. "No." "Professor," said Harry hastily. "Well then, why are you out of class?" "It's urgent, apparently," said the second gargoyle Snidel. "I'm looking for Professor Grubbly Plank." Harry explained. "It's my owl. She's injured owl." "Did you say?" Professor Grubbly Plank appeared at Professor McGonagall's shoulder, smoking a pipe and holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Yes," said Harry, lifting Hedwig carefully off his shoulder. She turned up after the other post owls, and her wings all funny look. Professor Grubbly Plank stuck her pipe firmly between her teeth and took Hewig from Harry while Professor McGonagall watched. "H.M.," said Professor Grubbly Plank, her pipe waggling slightly as she talked. "Looks like something's attacked her. Can't think what would have done it though. Thestrals will sometimes go for birds, of course. But Hagrid's got the Hogwarts Thestrals, well trained not to touch owl's hair, and neither knew nor cared what Thestrals were. He just wanted to know that Hewig was going to be all right." Professor McGonagall, however, looked sharply at Harry and said, "Do you know how far this owl's traveled?" "Potter air," said Harry, "from London." I think he met her eyes briefly and knew that she understood London to mean number 12 Grimmauld Place by the way her eyebrows had joined in the middle. Professor Grubbly Plank pulled a monocle out of the inside of her robes and screwed it in her eye to examine Hedwig's wing closely. "I should be able to sort this out if you leave her with me, Potter. She said she shouldn't be flying long distances for a few days. In any case, they are right, thanks," said Harry, just as the bell rang for break. "No problem," said Professor Grubbly Plank, gruffly turning back in the staff room. "Just a moment, Wilhelmina," said Professor McGonagall. "Potter's letter," said Harry, who had momentarily forgotten the scroll tied to Hedwig's leg. Professor Grubbly Plank handed it over and then disappeared into the staff room, carrying Hedwig, who was staring at Harry as though unable to believe he would give her away like this. Feeling slightly guilty, he turned to go, but Professor McGonagall called him back. "Potter." "Yes, Professor." She glanced up and down the corridor. There were students coming from both directions, bear in mind, she said quickly and quietly, her eyes on the scroll in his hand. "That channels of communication in and out of Hogwarts may be being watched, won't you?" I said, Harry. But the flood of students rolling along the corridor was almost upon him. Professor McGonagall gave him a curt nod and retreated into the staff room, leaving Harry to be swept out into the courtyard with the crowd here. He spotted Ron and Hermione already standing in a sheltered corner, their cloak collars turned up against the wind. Harry slit open the scroll as he hurried toward them and found 5 words in Sirius's handwriting today. Same time, same place. Is Hedwig okay? Asked Hermione anxiously the moment he was within earshot. Where did you take her? Asked. Ron to Grubbly Plank said Harry, and I met McGonagall listen. And he told them what Professor McGonagall had said. To his surprise, neither of the others looked shocked. On the contrary, they exchanged significant looks. What said Harry, looking from Ron to Hermione and back again, while I was just saying to Ron, what if someone had tried to intercept Hedwig? I mean, she's never been hurt on a flight before, has she? Who's the letter from anyway? Asked Ron, taking the note from Harry Snuffles. Said Harry quietly. Same time, same place. Does he mean the fire in the common room? Obviously, said Hermione, also reading the note. She looked uneasy. I just hope nobody else has read this, but it was still sealed and everything, said Harry, trying to convince himself as much as her, and nobody would understand what it meant if they didn't know. Where we'd spoken to him before, would they? I don't know, said Hermione, anxiously hitching her bag back over her shoulder as the bell rang again. It wouldn't be exactly ULT to Riesel, the scroll by magic, and if anyone's watching the Flu Network, but I don't really see how we can warn him not to come without that being intercepted too. They trudged down the stone steps to the dungeons for potions, all 3 of them lost in thought. But as they reached the bottom of the stairs, they were recalled to themselves by the voice of Draco Malfoy, who was standing just outside Snape's classroom door, waving around an official-looking piece of parchment and talking much louder than was necessary, so that they could hear every word. Yeah, Umbridge gave the Slytherin Quidditch team permission to continue playing. Straightway insinuations have been made against me, unfounded accusations leveled. But no, there's nothing wrong, certainly not. She took a great shuddering breath and looked away from Parvy, angry tears spilling from under her glasses. I say nothing, she choked, of 16 years devoted service. It has passed apparently unnoticed, but I shall not be insulted, no, I shall not. But Professor who's insulting you? Asked Parva timidly, the establishment said. Professor Trelawney, in a deep, dramatic, wavering voice. Yes, those with eyes too clouded by the mundane to see as I see to know. As I know, of course, we seers have always been feared, always persecuted. It is alas our fate. She gulped, dabbed at her wet cheeks with the end of her shawl, and then pulled a small embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve, into which she blew her nose very hard with a sound like peas blowing a raspberry. Ron sniggered. Lavender shot him a disgusted look. Professor, said Parvadu. You mean, is it something, Professor? Umbridge, do not speak to me about that woman, cried Professor Trelawney, leaping to her feet, her beads rattling and her spectacles flashing. Kindly continue with your work. And she spent the rest of the lesson riding among them, tears still leaking from behind her glasses, muttering what sounded like threats under her breath. May well choose to leave the indignity of on probation. We shall see how she dares you. And Umbridge, I've got something in common, Harry told Hermione quietly, when they met again in defense against the dark arts. She obviously reckons Tran an old fraud too. Looks like she's put her on probation. Umbridge entered the room as he spoke, wearing her black velvet bow and an expression of great smugness. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. They chanted drearily, WS away, please, but there was no answering flurry of movement. This time nobody had bothered to take out their wands. Please turn to page 34 of Defensive Magical Theory, and read the 3rd chapter entitled The Case for Non-Offensive Responses to Magical Attack. There will be no need to talk, Harry, Ron, and Hermione said together under their breaths. No Quidditch practice, said Angelina in hollow tones when Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the common room that night after dinner. But I kept my temper, said Harry, horrified. I didn't say anything to her, Angelina. I swear I know, said Angelina, miserably she. Just said she needed a bit of time to consider what? Said Ron angrily, she's given the Slytherin permission, why not us? But Harry could imagine how much Umbridge was enjoying holding the threat of no Griffer Quidditch team over their heads, and could easily understand why she would not want to relinquish that weapon over them too soon. Well, said Hermione, look on the bright side. At least now you'll have time to do Snap's essay. That's a bright side. Is it? Snapped Harry, while Ron stared incredulously at Hermione. No. Quidditch practice and extra potions. Harry slumped down into a chair, dragged his potions essay reluctantly from his bag, and set to work. It was very hard to concentrate, even though he knew that Sirius was not doing the fire. Until much later, he could not help glancing into the flames every few minutes, just in case. There was also an incredible amount of noise in the room. Fred and George appeared finally to have perfected one type of skying snack box, which they were taking. Turns to demonstrate to a cheering and whooping crowd first. Fred would take a bite out of the orange end of a chew, at which he would vomit spectacularly into a bucket they had placed in front of him. Then he would force down the purple end of the chew, at which the vomiting would immediately cease. Lee Jordan, who was assisting the demonstration, was lazily vanishing the vomit at regular intervals with the same vanishing spell Snape kept using on Harry's potions, what with the regular sounds of retching. Cheering and Fred and George taking advanced orders. From the crowd, Harry was finding it exceptionally difficult to focus on the correct method for strengthening solutions. Hermione was not helping matters. The cheers and sound of vomit hitting the bottom of Fred and George's bucket were punctuated by loud and disapproving sniffs that Harry found, if anything, more distracting. Just go and stop them. Then he said irritably, after crossing out the wrong weight of powdered Gryffindor for the fourth, Tom, I can't, they're not technically doing anything. Wrong, said Hermione through gritted teeth. They're quite within their rights to eat the foul things themselves, and I can't find a rule that says the other idiots aren't entitled to buy them, not unless they're proven to be dangerous in some way, and it doesn't look as though they are. Harry and Ron watched George projectile vomit into the bucket, gulp down the rest of the chew, and straighten up beaming with his arms wide to protracted applause. I don't get why, Fred. And George only got threes. Each, said Harry, watching as Fred, George, and Lee collected gold from the eager crowd. They really know their stuff, but they only know flashy stuff that's no real use to anyone, said Hermione. Disparagingly, no real use, said Ron in a strained voice. Hermione, they've got about 26 galleons. Already it was a long while before the crowd around the Weasley dispersed, and then Fred, Lee, and George sat up, counting their takings even longer, so that it was well past midnight when Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally, the common room to themselves again. At long last, Fred closed the doorway to the boys' dormitories behind him, rattling his box of galleons ostentatiously, so that Hermione scowled. Harry, who was making very little progress with his potions essay, decided to give it up for the night. As he put his books away, Ron, who was dozing lightly in an armchair, gave a muffled grunt, awoke, looked blurry into the fire, and said, Sirius. Harry whipped around. Sirius's untidy dark head was sitting in the fire again. Hi, he said. Grinning, high chorused Harry, Ron, and Hermione, all three kneeling down upon the hearthrug. Crookshanks purred loudly and approached the fire, trying, despite the heat, to put his face close to Sirius's. How are things? Said Sirius. Not that good, said Harry, as Hermie pulled Crookshanks back to stop him singing his Whiskers the Ministries, forced through another decree which means we're not allowed to have Kidditch teams or secret defense against the dark arts group said. Sirius, there was a short pause, Hal. Did you know about that Harry demanded you want to choose your meeting places more carefully, said Sirius, grinning still more broadly the Hog's Head. I asked you, well, it was better than the 3 broomsticks, said Hermione defensively. That's always packed with people, which means you'd have been harder to overhear, said Sirius. You've got a lot to learn, Hermione, who overheard us hard demanded Mundungus, of course, said Sirius. And when they all looked puzzled, he laughed. He was the witch under the veil that was Mundungus, Harry said, stunned. What was he doing in a Hog's Head? What do you think he was doing? Said Sirius impatiently. Keeping an eye on you, of course. I'm still being followed, asked Harry angrily. Yeah, you are, said Sirius. And just as well, isn't it, the first thing you're going to do on your weekend off is organize an illegal defense group? But he looked neither angry nor worried. On the contrary, he was looking at Harry with distinct pride. Why was Dung hiding from us? Asked Ron, sounding disappointed. V liked to be seen him. He was banned from the Hog's Head 20 years ago, said Sirius. And that barman got a long memory. We lost Moody's spare invisibility cloak when Sturgis was arrested. So Dung's been dressing as a witch a lot lately anyway. First of all, Ron, I've sworn to pass on a message from your mother. Oh, yeah, said Ron, sounding apprehensive. She says on no account whatsoever are you to take part in an illegal secret defense against the Dark Arts group. She says you'll be expelled. For sure, and your future will be ruined. She says there will be plenty of time to learn how to defend yourself later, and that you are too young to be worrying about that right now. She also, Sirius's eyes, turned to the other 2 advises Harry and Hermione not to proceed with the group, though she accepts that she has no authority over either of them, and simply begs them to remember that she has their best interests at heart. She would have written all this to you, but if the owl had been intercepted, you'd all have been in real trouble, and she can't say for herself because she's on duty tonight, on duty, doing what said Ron. Quickly, never you mind, just stuff for the order, said Sirius. So it's fallen to me to be the messenger, and make sure you tell her I passed it all on, because I don't think she'd trust me. There was another pause in which Crookshanks attempted to paw Sirius's head, and Ron fiddled with a hole in the hearth rug. So you want me to say I'm not going to take part in the defense group? He muttered finally. Me certainly not, said Sirius, looking surprised. I think it's an excellent idea. You do, said Harry, his heart lifting, of course. I do, said Sirius. Do you think your father and I would have lain down and taken orders from an old hag like Umbridge? But last term all you did was tell me to be careful and not take risks. Last year all the evidence was that someone inside Hogwarts was trying to kill you, Harry said. Sirius impatiently. This year we know that there's someone outside Hogwarts who'd like to kill us all. So I think learning to defend yourselves properly is a very good idea. And if we do get expelled, Hermione asked, a quizzical look on her face. Hermione, this whole thing was your idea, said Harry, staring at her. I know. It was. I just wondered what Sirius thought, she said, shrugging. Well, better expelled and able to defend yourselves than sitting safely in school without a clue, said Sirius. Here, said Harry, and Ron enthusiastically so said. Sirius, how are you organizing this group? Where are you meeting? Well, that's a bit of a problem now, said Harry. No, where we're going to give it a go. How about the Shrieking Shack, suggested Sirius. Hey, that's an idea, said Ron excitedly. But Hermione made a skeptical noise, and all 3 of them looked at her serious head, turning into flames. Well, Sirius, it's just that there were only 4 of you meeting in the Shrieking Shack when you were at school, said Hermione, and all of you could transform into animals. And I suppose you could all have squeezed under a single invisibility cloak if you'd wanted to, but there are 28 of us and none of us is an animus. So we wouldn't need so much an invisibility cloak as an invisibility marquee, Fairpoint said. Cyrus, looking slightly crestfallen, well, I'm sure you'll come up with somewhere there used to be a pretty roomy secret passageway. Behind that big mirror on the 4th floor, you might. Have enough space to practice jinxes in their Fred and George. Told me it's blocked, said Harry, shaking his head, caved in, or something. Oh, said Sirius, frowning. Well, I'll have a think and get back to you. Broke off. His face was suddenly tense, alarmed. He turned sideways, apparently looking into the solid brick wall of the fireplace. Sirius, said Harry anxiously. But he had vanished. Harry gaped at the flames for a moment, then turned to look at Ron, and why did he? Hermione gave a horrified gasp and leapt to her feet. Still staring at the fire, a hand had appeared. Amongst the flames, groping as though to catch hold of something, a stubby, short-fingered hand covered in ugly, old-fashioned rings. The three of them ran for it at the door of the boys' dormitory. Harry looked back. Umbridge's hand was still making snatching movements amongst the flames, as though she knew exactly where Sirius's hair had been moments before, and was determined to see the chapter 18. Dumbledore's Army. Umbridge has been reading your mail, Harry. There's no other explanation, you think? Umbridge attacked Hedwig. He said, outraged. I'm almost certain of it, said Hermione, grimly. Watch your frog. It's escaping. Harry pointed his wand at the bullfrog that had been hopping hopefully toward the other side of the table. AIO, and it zoomed gloomily back into his hand. Charms was always one of the best lessons in which to enjoy a private chat. There was generally so much movement and activity that the danger of being overheard was very slight today, with the room full of croaking bullfrogs and sing ravens, and with a heavy downpour of rain clattering and pounding against the classroom windows. Harry, Ron, and Herm's whispered discussion about how had nearly caught Ceres went quite unnoticed. I've been suspecting this ever since Filch accused you of ordering dung bombs, because it seems such a stupid lie. Hermione whispered, I mean, once your letter had been read, it would have been quite clear you weren't ordering them, so you wouldn't have been in trouble at all. It's a bit of a feeble joke, isn't it? But then I thought, what if somebody just wanted an excuse to read your mail? Well, then it would be a perfect way for UMD to manage it. Tip off Filch, let him do the dirty work and confiscate the letter, then either find a way of stealing it from him or else demand to see it. I don't think Filch would object. When he ever stuck up for a student's rights, Harry, you're squashing your frog. Harry looked down. He was indeed squeezing his bullfrog so tightly its eyes were popping. He replaced it hastily upon the desk. It was a very, very close call last night, said Herm. I just wonder if Umbridge knows how close it was. Sileno, the bullfrog on which she was practicing her silencing charm, was struck dumb mid-croak and glared at her reproachfully. If she'd caught Snuffles, Harry finished the sentence for her. He'd probably be back in Eskin this morning. He waved his wand without really concentrating. His bullfrog swelled like a green balloon and emitted a high-pitched whistle. Silencio, said Hermione, hastily pointing her wand at Harry's frog, which deflated silently for them. Well, he mustn't do it again. That's all. I just don't know how we're going to let him know. We can't send him an owl. I don't reckon he'll risk it again, said Ron. He's not stupid. He knows she nearly got him. Sileno the large and ugly raven in front of him let out a derisive call. Sileno the raven called more loudly. It's the way you're moving your wand, said Hermione, watching Ron critically. You don't want to wave. It's more sharp. Jab ravens are harder than frogs, said Ron testily. Fine. Let's swap, said Hermione, seizing Ron's raven and replacing it with her own fat bullfrog. Sileno the raven continued to open and close its sharp beak, But no sound came out. Very good, Miss Granger, said Professor Fick's squeaky little voice. And Harry, Ron, and Hermione all jumped. Now, let me see you try Mr. Weasley, W. Oh, right, said Ron, very flustered air. Silencio, he jabbed at the bullfrog so hard that he poked it in the eye. The frog gave a deafening croak and leapt off the desk. It came as no surprise to any of them that Harry and Ron were given additional practice of the silencing charm for homework. They were allowed to remain inside over break due to the downpour outside. They found seats in a noisy and overcrowded classroom on the first floor, in which Peeves was floating dreamily up near the chandelier, occasionally blowing an ink pellet at the top of somebody's head they had. Barely sat down when Angelina came struggling toward them through the groups of gossiping students. I got permission. She said to reform the Quidditch team. Excellent, said Ron and Harry together. Yeah, said Angelina, beaming. I want McGonagall, and I think she might have appealed to Dumbledore anyway Umbridge had a given, huh? So, I want you down at the pitch at 7 o'clock tonight. All right, because we got to make up time. You realize we're only 3 weeks away from our first match. She squeezed away from them, narrowly dodged an ink pellet from Peeves, which hit a nearby first year instead, and vanished from sight. Ron's smile slipped slightly as he looked out of the window, which was now opaque with hammering rain. Hope this clears up. What's up with you, Hermione? She too was gazing at the window, but not as though she really saw it. Her eyes were unfocused, and there was a frown on her face. Just thinking, she said, still frowning at the rain-washed window, about Siri. Snuffles, said Harry. No, not exactly, said Hermione, slowly, more wondering. I suppose we're doing the right thing. I think, aren't we, Harry? And Ron looked at each other. Well, that clears that up, said Ron. It would have been really annoying if you hadn't explained yourself properly. Hermione looked at him as though she had only just realized he was there. I was just wondering, she said, her voice stronger now, whether we're doing the right thing starting this defense against the dark arts group. What's said? Harry and Ron together. Hermione, it was your idea in the first place, said Ron indignantly. I know, said Hermione, twisting her fingers together. But after talking to Snuffles, but Hume's all for it, said Harry. Yes, said Hermione, staring at the window again. Yes, that's what made me think maybe it wasn't a good idea. After all, Peeves floated over them on his stomach, pea shooter at the ready. Automatically, all 3 of them lifted their bags to cover their heads until he had passed. Let's get this straight, said Harry angrily, as they put their bags back on the floor. Sirius agrees with us. So you don't think we should do it anymore? Herm looked tense and rather miserable now, staring at her own hands. She said, do you honestly trust his judgment? Yes, I do, said Harry at once. H.E.K. always given us great advice. An ink pellet whizzed past them, striking Katie Bell squarely in the ear. Hermione watched Katie leap to her feet and start throwing things at Peeves. It was a few moments before her spoke again, and it sounded as though she was choosing her words very carefully. You don't think he has become sort of reckless since he's been cooped up in Grimel Place? You don't think he's kind of living through us? What you mean, living through U.S., Harry retorted. I mean, well, I think he'd love to be forming secret defense societies right under the nose of someone from the ministry. I think he's really frustrated at how little he can do where he is, so I think he's keen to kind of egg us on. Ron looked utterly perplexed. Sirius is right, he said. You do sound just like my mother. Hermione bit her lip and did not answer. The bell rang just as Peeves swooped down upon Katie and emptied an entire ink bottle over her head. The weather did not improve as the day wore on, so that at 7 o'clock that evening, when Harry and Ron went down to the Quidditch pitch for practice, they were soaked through within minutes, their feet slipping and sliding on the sodden grass. The sky was a deep thundery gray, and it was a relief to gain the warmth in light of the changing. Rooms, even if they knew the res pit was only temporary, they found Fred and George debating whether to use one of their own skying snack boxes to get out of flying. But I bet she'd know what we'd done, Fred said out of the corner of his mouth. If only I hadn't offered to sell her some puking pastels yesterday. We could try the fever fudge, George muttered. No one seen that yet does it work, inquired Ron hopefully as the hammering of rain on the roof intensified and wind howled around the building well. Yeah, said Fred, your temperature will go right up, but you get these massive pus-filled boils too, said George, and we haven't worked out how to get rid of them. Yet I can't see any boils, said Ron, staring at the twins. No, well, you wouldn't, said Fred darkly. They're not in a place we generally display to the public, but they make sitting on a broom a right pain and feel. Right, everyone listen up, said Angelina, loudly emerging from the captain's office. I know it's not ideal weather, but there's a good chance we'll be playing Slytherin in conditions like this, so it's a good idea to work out how we're going to cope with them, Harry. Didn't you do something to your glasses to stop the rain fogging them up when we played Hufflepuff in that storm, Hermie? Did it, said Harry. He pulled out his wand, tapped his glasses, and said, impervious. I think we all ought to try that, said Angelina. If we could just keep the rain off our faces, it would really help visibility. Altogether, come on, impervious. Okay, Leighton, go. They all stowed their wands back in the inside pockets of their robes, shouldered their brooms, and followed Angelina out of the changing rooms. They squelched through the deepening mud to the middle of the pitch. Visibility was still very poor. Even with the impervious charm light was fading fast, and curtains of rain were sweeping the grounds. All right on my whistle, shouted Angelina. Harry kicked off from the ground, spraying mud in all directions, and shot upward, the wind pulling him slightly off. Of course, he had no idea how he was going to see the snitch in this weather. He was having enough difficulty seeing the one bludger with which they were practicing a minute into the practice. It almost unseated him, and he had to use the sloth grip roll to avoid it. Unfortunately, Angelina did not see this. In fact, she did not appear to be able to see anything. None of them had a clue what the others were doing. The wind was picking up even. At a distance, Harry could hear the swishing, pounding sounds of the rain pummeling the surface of the lake. Angelina kept them at it for nearly an hour before conceding defeat. She led her sodden and disgruntled team back into the changing rooms, insisting that the practice had not been a waste of time, though. Without any real conviction in her voice, Fred and George were looking particularly annoyed. Both were bandy-legged and winced with every movement. Harry could hear them complaining in low voices as he toweled his hair dry. I think a few of mine have. Ruptured, said Fred in a hollow voice. Mine haven't, said George, wincing. They're throbbing like mad, feel bigger. If anything, OUH, said Harry. He pressed a towel to his face. His eyes, screwed tight with pain, the scar on his forehead had seared again, more painfully than in months. What's up, said several voices. Harry emerged from behind his towel. The changing room was blurred because he was not wearing his glasses, but he could still tell that everyone's face was turned toward him. Nothing, he muttered. I poked myself in the eye, that's all. But he gave Ron a significant look, and the two of them hung back as the rest of the team filed back outside, muffled in their cloaks, their hats pulled low over their ears. What happened, said Ron, the moment that Alicia had disappeared through the door. Was it your scar? Harry nodded, but looking scared, Ron strode across to the window and stared out into the rain. He can't be near us now, can he? No, Harry muttered, sinking onto a bench and rubbing his forehead. He's probably miles away. It hurt because he's angry. Harry had not meant to say that at all, and heard the words as though a stranger had spoken them. Yet he knew at once that they were true. He did not know how he knew it, but he did. Voldemort, wherever he was, whatever he was doing, was in a towering temper. Did you see him? Said Ron looking horrified. Did you get a vision or something? Harry sat, quite still, staring at his feet, allowing his mind and his memory to relax in the aftermath of the pain. A confused angle of shapes, a howling rush of voices. He wants something done, and it's not happening fast enough, he said again. He felt surprised to hear the words coming out of his mouth, and yet quite certain that they were true. But how do you know, said Ron. Harry shook his head and covered his eyes with his hands, pressing down upon them with his palms. Little stars erupted in them. He felt Ron sit down on the bench beside him, and a new Ron was staring at him. Is this what it was about last time, said Ron in a hushed voice, when your scar hurt in Umbridge's office, you know, who was angry? Harry shook his head. What is it? Then Harry was thinking himself back. He had been looking into Umbridge's face. His scar had hurt, and he had had that odd feeling in his stomach, a strange leaping feeling, a happy feeling. But of course he had not recognized it for what it was, as he had been feeling so miserable himself last time. It was because he was pleased. He said really pleased. He thought something good was going to happen, and the night before we came back to Hogwarts, he thought back to the moment when his scar had hurt so badly in his and Ron's bedroom in Grimmauld Place. He was furious. He looked around at Ron, who was gaping at him. You could take over from Trelawney, mate, he said in an odd voice. I'm not making prophecies, said Harry. No, you know what you're doing, Ron said, sounding both scared and impressed. Harry, you're reading, you know who mine knows, said Harry, shaking his head. It's more like his mood, I suppose. I'm just getting flashes of what mood he's in. Dumbledore said something like this was happening last year. He said that when Voldemort was near me, or when he was feeling hatred, I could tell. Well, now I'm feeling it when he's pleased to. There was a pause. The wind and rain lashed at the building. You gotta tell someone, said Ron. I told Sirius last time. Well, tell him about this time. Can I, said Harry grimly. Umbridge is watching the owls and the fires. Remember well then. Dumbledore, I've just told you. He already knows, said Harry, shortly getting to his feet, taking his cloak off his peg and swinging around himself. There's no point telling him again. Ron did up the fastening of his own cloak, watching Harry thoughtfully. Dumbledore, want to know? He said. Harry shrugged. Come on, we've still got silencing charms to practice. They hurried back through the dark grounds, sliding and stumbling up the muddy lawns. Not talking. Harry was thinking hard. What was it that Voldemort wanted done that was not happening quickly enough? He's got other plans he can put into operation very quietly. Indeed, stuff he can only get by stealth, like a weapon, something he didn't have last time. He had not thought about those words in weeks. He had been too absorbed in what was going on at Hogwarts, too busy dwelling on the ongoing battles with Umbridge, the injustice of all the Ministry interference. But now they came back to him and made him wonder. Voldemort's anger would make sense if he was no nearer laying hands on the weapon. Whatever it was had the order thwarted him, stopped him from seizing it. Where was it kept? Who had it now? Mamulus Meltonia, said Ron's voice, and Harry came back to his senses just in time to clamber through the portrait hole into the common room. It appeared that Hermione had gone to bed early, leaving Crookshanks curled in a nearby chair and an assortment of nobly knitted elf hats lying on a table by the fire. Harry was rather grateful that she was not around, because he did not much want to discuss his scar hurting and have her urge him to go to Dumbledore. Ron kept throwing him anxious glances, but Harry pulled out his potions book and set to work to finish his essay, though he was only pretending to concentrate, and by the time that Ron said he was going to bed too, had written hardly anything. Midnight came and went while Harry was reading and rereading a passage about the uses of scurvy, grasslage, and sneewort, and not taking a word of it. These plants are most efficacious in the inflaming of the brain and are therefore much used in confusing and befuddlement drafts where the wizard is desirous of producing hot-headedness and recklessness, Hermione said Sirius, was becoming reckless, cooped up in Grimel Place, most efficacious in the inflaming of the brain, and are therefore much used. The Daily Prophet would think his brain was inflamed if they found out that he knew what Voldemort was feeling, therefore much used in confusing and befuddlement drafts. Confusing was the word, all right. Why did he know what Voldemort was feeling? What was this weird connection between them, which Dumbledore had never been able to explain satisfactorily, where the wizard is desirous how he would like to sleep, of producing hot-headedness? It was warm and comfortable in his armchair before the fire, with the rain still beating heavily on the window panes, and Crookshanks purring in the crackling of the flames. The book slipped from Harry's slack grip and landed with a dull thud on the hearth rug. His head fell sideways. He was walking once more along a windowless corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence as the door at the end of the passage loomed larger. His heart beat fast with excitement. If he could only open it, enter beyond. He stretched out his hand. His fingertips were inches from Harry Potter, sir. He awoke with a start. The candles had all been extinguished in the common room, but there was something moving close by. Who? There said Harry, sitting upright in his chair. The fire was almost extinguished. The room very dark. Dobby has your owl, sir, said a squeaky voice. Dobby, said Harry, thickly peering through the gloom toward the source of the voice. Dobby, the house elf, was standing beside the table on which Hermione had left her half a dozen knitted hats. His large pointed ears were now sticking out from beneath what looked like all the hats that Hermione had ever knitted. He was wearing one on top of the other, so that his head seemed elongated by 2 or 3 feet, and on the very topmost bauble sat Hedwig, hooting serenely, and obviously cured. Dobby volunteered to return Harry Potter's owl, said the elf squeakily, with a look of positive adoration on his face. Professor Grubbly Plank says she is all well now, sir. He sank into a deep bow, so that his pencil-like nose brushed the threadbare surface of the hearth rug, and Hewig gave an indignant hoot and fluttered onto the arm of Harry's chair. Thanks, Dobby, said Harry, stroking Hedwig's head and blinking hard, trying to rid himself of the image of the door in his dream. It had been very vivid. Looking back at Dobby, he noticed that the elf was also wearing several scarves and innumerable socks, so that his feet looked far too big for his body air. Have you been taking all the clothes Hermes been leaving out? Oh no, sir, said Dobby. Happily, Dobby has been taking some for Winky too, sir. Yeah, how is Winky? asked Harry. Dobby's ears drooped slightly. Winky is still drinking. Lot, sir, he said sadly, his enormous round green eyes, large as tennis balls, downcast. She still does not care for clothes, Harry Potter, nor do the other house elves. None of them will clean GRYFF Tower anymore, not with the hats and socks hidden everywhere. They finds them insulting. Sir Dobby does it all himself, sir. But Dobby does not mind, sir, for he always hopes to meet Harry Potter. And tonight, sir, he has got his wish. Dobby sank into a deep bow again, but Harry Potter does not seem happy. Dobby went on straightening up again and looking timidly at Harry. Dobby heard him muttering in his sleep. Was Harry Potter having bad dreams? Not really bad, said Harry, yawning and rubbing his eyes. I've had worse. The elf surveyed Harry out of his vast auric eyes. Then he said very seriously, his ears drooping, DBBY wishes he could help Harry Potter for Harry Potter. Set DBBY free, and Dobby is much, much happier. Now Harry smiled. You can't help me, Dobby, but thanks for the offer. He bent and picked up his potions. Book he'd have to try and finish the essay tomorrow. He closed the book, and as he did, so the firelight illuminated the thin white scars on the back of his hand, the result of his detention with Umbridge. Wait a moment. There is something you can do for me, Dobby, said Harry. Slowly the elf looked around, beaming. Name it Harry Potter, sir. I need to find a place where 28 people can practice defense against the dark arts without being discovered by any of the teachers, especially Harry clenched his hand on the book so that the scars shone. Pearly white, Professor Umbridge. He expected the elf's smile to vanish, his ears to droop. He expected him to say that this was impossible or else that he would try. But his hopes were not high. What he had not expected was for Dobby to give a little skip, his ears waggling happily, and clap his hands together. Dobby knows the perfect place, sir, he said happily. Dobby heard tell of it from the other house elves when he came to Hogwarts. Sir, is known by us as the Come and Go room, sir, or else as the Room of Requirement. Why, said Harry curiously, because it is a room that a person can only enter, said Dobby seriously, when they have real need of it. Sometimes it is there, and sometimes it is not. But when it appears, it is always equipped for the seeker needs. Dobby has used it, sir, said the elf, dropping his voice and looking guilty. When Winky has been very drunk, he has hidden her in the Room of Requirement, and he has found antidotes to butterbeer there and a nice elf-sized bed to settle her on while she sleeps at offer. And Dobby knows Mr. Filch has found extra cleaning materials there when he's run short, sir. And if you really needed a bathroom, said Harry, suddenly remembering something Dumbledore had said at a youth ball the previous Christmas, would it fill itself with chamber pots? Dobby expects. So, sir, said Dobby, nodding earnestly. It is a most amazing room, sir. How many people know about it? Said Harry, sitting up straighter in his chair. Very few, sir. Mostly people stumbles across it when they needs it, sir. But often they never find it again, for they do not know that it is always there waiting to be called into service. Sir, it sounds brilliant, said Harry, his heart racing. It sounds perfect, Dobby. When can you show me where it is? Any time, Harry Potter, sir, said DBBY, looking delighted at Harry's enthusiasm. We could go now, if you like, for a moment. Harry was tempted to go now. He was halfway out of his seat, intending to hurry upstairs for his invisibility cloak, when not for the first time a voice very much like Herm whispered in his ear, reckless. It was after all very late, and he was exhausted. Not tonight, Dobby, said Harry, reluctantly sinking back into his chair. This is really important. I don't want to blow it. It'll need proper planning. Listen, can you just tell me exactly where this Room of Requirement is and how to get in there? Their robes billowed and swirled around them as they splashed across the flooded vegetable patch to double herbology, where they could hardly hear what Professor Sprout was saying over the hammering of raindrops hard as hailstones on the greenhouse roof. The afternoon's care of magical creatures lesson was to be relocated from the storm-swept grounds to a free classroom on the ground floor. And to their intense relief, Angelina sought out her team at lunch to tell them that Quidditch practice was canceled. Good, said Harry quietly when she told him, because we found somewhere to have our first defense. Meeting tonight, 8 o'clock, 7th floor opposite. That tapestry of Barnabas the Berry being clubbed by those trolls. Can you tell Katie? And Alicia, she looked slightly taken aback, but promised to tell the others. Harry returned hungrily to his sausages and mash. When he looked up to take a drink of pumpkin juice, he found Hermione watching him. What he said thickly, well, it's just that Dobby's plans aren't always that safe, don't you remember, when he lost you. All the bones in your arm, this room isn't just some mad idea of Dobby. Dumbledore knows about it, too. He mentioned it to me at you. Ball, her minion expression, clear. Dumbledore told you about it, just in passing, said Harry, shrugging. Oh, well, that's all right, then, said Hermione briskly, and she raised no more objections together with Ron. They had spent most of the day seeking out those people who had signed their names to the list in the Hog's Head and telling them where to meet that evening somewhat to Harry's disappointment. It was Jenny who managed to find Cho Chong and her friend first. However, by the end of dinner, he was confident that the news had been passed to every one of the 25 people who had turned up in the Hog's Head at Halfa's 7. Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the Griffer common room. Harry, clutching a certain piece of age parchment in his hand, 5th years, were allowed to be out in the corridors until 9 o'clock, but all 3 of them kept looking around nervously as they made their way up to the 7th floor. "Hold it," said Harry, warningly unfolding the piece of parchment at the top of the last staircase, tapping it with his wand, and muttering, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." A map of Hogwarts appeared upon the blank surface of the parchment. Tiny black moving dots labeled with names showed where various people were. "Filch is on the 2nd floor, said Harry, holding the map close to his eyes and scanning it closely. "And Mrs. Norris is on the 4th, and Umbridge said." "Hermione anxiously in her office," said Harry, pointing. "Okay, let's go." They hurried along the corridor to the place Dobby had described to Harry, a stretch of blank wall opposite an enormous tapestry depicting Barnabas the Berry's foolish attempt to train trolls for the ballet. "Okay," said Harry quietly while moth-eaten Troll paused in his relentless clubbing of the would-be ballet teacher to watch Dobby said to walk past this bit of wall. 3 times, concentrating hard on what we need. They did so, turning sharply at the window just beyond the blank stretch of wall. Then, at the man-sized vase on its other side, Ron had screwed up his eyes in concentration. Hermione was whispering something under her breath. Harry's fists were clenched as he stared ahead of him. "We need somewhere to learn a fight," he thought. "Just give us a place to practice. Somewhere." "They can't find us, Harry," said Hermione sharply as they wheeled around after their 3rd walk past a highly polished door had appeared in the wall. Ron was staring at it, looking slightly wary. Harry reached out, seized the brass handle, pulled open the door, and led the way into a spacious room lit with flickering torches like those that illuminated the dungeons. 8 floors below, the walls were lined with wooden bookcases, and instead of chairs there were large silk cushions on the floor. A set of shelves at the far end of the room carried a range of instruments, such as sneakoscope secrecy sensors, and a large cracked faux glass that Harry was sure had hung the previous year in the fake Moody's office. "These will be good when we're practicing stunning," said Ron, enthusiastically prodding one of the cushions with his foot. "And just look at these books," said Hermione, excitedly running a finger along the spines of the large leather-bound tomes, a compendium of common curses and their counteractions, the dark arts, outsmarted self-defensive spell work. While she looked around at Harry, her face glowing, and he saw that the presence of hundreds of books had finally convinced Hermione that what they were doing was right. "Harry, this is wonderful. There's everything we need here." And without further ado, she slid Jinx's for the Jinx from its shelf, sank on the nearest cushion, and began to read. There was a gentle knock on the door. Harry looked around. Ginny, Neville, Lavender, Parvati, and Dean had arrived. "Whoa," said Dean, staring around, impressed. "What is this place?" Harry began to explain, but before he had finished, more people had arrived, and he had to start all over again. By the time 8 o'clock arrived, every cushion was occupied. Harry moved across to the door and turned the key protruding from the lock. It clicked in a satisfyingly loud way, and everybody fell silent looking at him. Hermione carefully marked her page of Jinxes for the Jinx and set the book aside. "Well," said Harry slightly nervously, "this is the place we found for practices, and you've obviously found it." "Okay, it's fantastic," said Cho, and several people murmured their agreement. It's bizarre," said Fred, frowning around at it. "We once hid from Filchin." He remembered George, but it was just a broom cupboard then. "Hey, Harry, what's this stuff?" asked Dean from the rear of the room, indicating the sneak scopes and the faux glass dark detectors. Said Harry, stepping between the cushions to reach them. "Basically, they all show when dark wizards or enemies are around, but you don't want to rely on them too much. They can be fooled." He gazed for a moment into the cracked faux glass. Shadowy figures were moving around inside. It thought none was recognizable to he. Turned his back on it. "Well, I've been thinking about the sort of stuff we ought to do first." He noticed a raised hand with Harry, and "I think we ought to elect a leader," said Hermione. Harry's leader said Cho. At once looking at Hermione, as though she were mad, and Harry's stomach did yet another backflip. "Yes, but I think we ought to vote on it properly," said Hermione, unperturbed. "It makes it formal, and it gives him authority. So everyone who thinks Harry ought to be our leader," everybody put up their hands, even Zachariah Smith, though he did it very half-heartedly. "Right, thanks," said Harry, who could feel his face burning. "And what, Hermione, I also think we ought to have a name," she said brightly, her hand still in the air. "It would promote a feeling of team spirit and unity, don't you think? Can we be the anti-Ummage League?" said Angelina, hopefully, "or the Ministry of Magic, our morons group," suggested Fred. "I was thinking," said Hermione, frowning at Fred, "more of a name that didn't tell everyone what we were up to, so we can refer to it safely outside meetings." "The Defense Association," said Cho, "the DA for short, so nobody knows what we're talking about." "Yeah, the DA's good," said Ginny, "only let's make it stand for Dumbledore's Army, because that's the Ministry's worst fear, isn't it?" There was a good deal of appreciative murmuring and laughter at this, all in favor of the said Hermione, bossily kneeling up on her cushion to count. "That's a majority motion passed." She pinned the piece of paper with all of their names on it on the wall and wrote Dumbledore's Army across the top in large letters. "Right," said Harry, when she had sat down again. "Shall we get practicing then? I was thinking the first thing we should do is expel Armis, you know. The disarming charm, I know. It's pretty basic, but I found it really useful." "Oh, please," said Zachariah Smith, rolling his eyes and folding his arms. "I don't think expel Armis is exactly going to help us against. You know who, do you? I've used it against him," said Harry quietly. "It saved my life last June." Smith opened his mouth stupidly. The rest of the room was very quiet. "But if you think it's beneath you, you can leave," Harry said. Smith did not move, nor did anybody else. "Okay," said Harry, his mouth slightly drier than usual with all those eyes upon him. "I reckon we should all divide into pairs and practice." It felt very odd to be issuing instructions, but not nearly as odd as seeing them followed. Everybody got to their feet at once and divided up. Predictably, Neville was left partnerless. "You can practice with me," Harry told him, "right on the count of 3. Then 1, 2, 3. The room was suddenly full of shouts of "Expel Armis." WS flew in all directions, missed spells, hit books on shelves, and sent them flying into the air. Harry was too quick for Neville, whose wand went spinning out of his hand, hit the ceiling in a shower of sparks, and landed with a clatter on top of the bookshelf, from which Harry retrieved it with a summoning charm, glancing around. He thought he had been right to suggest that they practice the basics first. There was a lot of shoddy spell work going on. Many people were not succeeding in disarming their opponents at all, but merely causing them to jump backward a few paces, or wise as the feeble spell whooshed over them. "Expel Armis," said Neville, and Harry, caught unawares, felt his wand fly out of his hand. "I did it," said Neville gleefully. "I've never done it before. I did it good." "One," said Harry encouragingly, deciding not to point out that in a real duel situation Neville's opponent was unlikely to be staring in the opposite direction with his wand held loosely at his side. Listen, Neville, can you take it in turns to practice with Ron and Hermione for a couple of minutes, so I can walk around and see how the rest are doing? Harry moved off into the middle of the room. Something very odd was happening to Zacharias Smith every time he opened his mouth to disarm Anthony Goldstein. His own wand would fly out of his hand yet. Anthony did not seem to be making a sound. Harry did not have to look far for the solution of the mystery. However, Fred and George were several feet from Smith, and taking it in turns to point their wands at his back. Sorry, Harry, said George hastily. When Harry caught his, I couldn't resist. Harry walked around the other pairs, trying to correct those who were doing the spell wrong. Ginny was teamed with Michael Corner. She was doing very well, whereas Michael was either very bad or unwilling to jinx. Her Ernie Macmillan was flourishing his wand, unnecessarily giving his part time to get in under his guard. The Creevy brothers were enthusiastic but erratic, and mainly responsible for all the books leaping off the shelf around them. Luna Lovegood was similarly patchy, occasionally sending Justin Finch Fletchley wand spinning out of his hand, at other times merely causing his hair to stand on end. Okay, stop, Harry shouted. Stop, stop, I need a whistle, he thought, and immediately spotted one lying on top of the nearest row of books. He caught it up and blew hard. Everyone lowered their wands. That wasn't bad, said Harry, but there's definite room for improvement. Zacharias Smith glared at him. Leighton, try again. He moved off around the room again, stopping here and there to make suggestions. Slowly, the general performance improved. He avoided going near Cho and her friend for a while, but after walking twice around, every other pair in the room felt he could not ignore them any longer. Oh no, said Cho rather wildly as he approached Expelliarmus. Oh, sorry, Marietta. Her curly-haired friend's sleeve had caught fire. Marietta extinguished it with her own wand and glared at Harry as though it was his fault. You made me nervous. I was doing all right before then. Cho told Harry Ruley that was quite good. Harry lied. But when she raised her eyebrows, he said, well, no, it was lousy, but I know you could do it properly. I was watching from over there. She laughed. Her friend Marietta looked at them rather sourly and turned away. Don't mind her, Cho muttered. She doesn't really want to be here, but I made her come with me. Her parents have forbidden her to do anything that might upset Umbridge. You see, her mom works for the ministry. What about your parents? Asked Harry. Well, they've forbidden me to get on the wrong side of Umbridge too, said Cho, drawing herself up proudly. But if they think I'm not going to fight, you know who, after what happened to Cedric. She broke off, looking rather confused, and an awkward silence fell between them. Terry Booth's wand went whizzing past Harry's ear and hit Alicia Spinnet hard on the nose. Well, my father is very supportive of any anti-ministry action, said Luna Lovegood proudly from just behind Harry. Evidently, she had been eavesdropping on his conversation, while Justin Finch Fletchley attempted to disentangle himself from the robes that had flown up over his head. He's always saying he'd believe anything of Fudge. The number of goblins Fudge has had assassinated, and of course he uses the Department of Mysteries to develop terrible poisons, which he feeds secretly to anybody who disagrees with him. And then there's his Mguler/Kilter. Don't ask, Harry muttered to Cho as she opened her mouth, looking puzzled. She giggled. Hey, Harry, Hermione called from the other end of the room. Have you checked the time? He looked down at his watch and received a shock. It was already 10:09, which meant they needed to get back to their common rooms immediately, or risk being caught and punished by Filch for being out off bounds. He blew his whistle. Everybody stopped shouting Expelliarmus, and the last couple of ones clattered to the floor. Well, that was pretty good, said Harry, but we've overrun. We'd better leave it here. Same time, same place, next week sooner, said Dean Thomas eagerly, and many people nodded in agreement. Angelina, however, said quickly the Quidditch season's about to start. We need team practices. To let's say next Wednesday night, then said Harry, and we can decide on additional meetings. Then come on, we better get going. He pulled out the Marauders map again and checked it carefully for signs of teachers on the 7th floor. He let them all leave in 3s and 4s, watching ING, their tiny dots, anxiously to see that they returned safely to their dormitories, the Hufflepuffs to the basement corridor that also led to the kitchens of Ravenclaws, to a tower on the west side of the castle, and the Griff finders along the corridor to the 7th floor and the fat lady's portrait that was really, really good, Harry said Hermione. When finally it was just her Harry and Ron left. It was said Ron enthusiastically as they slipped out of the door and watched it melt back in a stone behind them. Did you see me disarm Hermione? Harry only once said. Hermione stung. I got you loads more than you got me. I did not only get you once, I got you at least 3 times, well, if you're counting. The one where you tripped over your own feet and knocked the wand out of my hand. They argued all the way back to the common room. But Harry was not listening to them. He had one eye on the Marauders map. But he was also thinking of how Cho had said he made her nervous. Chapter 19, the lion, and the serpent. Harry felt as though he were carrying some kind of talisman inside his chest over the following 2 weeks, a glowing secret that supported him through Umbridge classes and even made it possible for him to smile blandly as he looked into her horrible, bulging eyes. He and the were resisting her under her very nose, doing the very thing that she and the Ministry most feared. And whenever he was supposed to be reading Wilbert Slinkerbook during her lessons, he dwelled instead on satisfying memories of their most recent meetings, remembering how Neville had successfully disarmed Hermione, how Colin Creevey had mastered the impediment Jinx after 3 meetings' hard effort, how Parva Patil had produced such a good reductor curse that she had reduced the table, carrying all the sneak scopes to dust. He was finding it almost impossible to fix a regular night of the week for the meetings, as they had to accommodate 3 separate Quidditch teams' practices, which were often rearranged depending on the weather conditions. But Harry was not sorry about this. He had a feeling that it was probably better to keep the timing of their meetings unpredictable. If anyone was watching them, it would be hard to make out a pattern. Hermione soon devised a very clever method of communicating the time and date of the next meeting to all the members in case they needed to change it at short notice, because it would look so suspicious if people from different houses were seen crossing the Great Hall to talk to each other. Too often she gave each of the members of the a fake galleon. Ron became very excited when he saw the basket, at first convinced that she was actually giving out gold. You see the numerals around the edge of the coins, Hermione said, holding one up for examination. At the end of their 4th meeting, the coin gleamed fat and yellow in the light from the torches on real galleons. That's just a serial number referring to the goblin who cast the coin on these fake coins, though the numbers will change to reflect the time and date of the next meeting. The coins will grow hot when the date changes. So if you're carrying them in a pocket, you'll be able to feel them. We take 1 each, and when Harry sets the date of the next meeting, he'll change the numbers on his coin, and because I put a protean charm on them, they'll all change to mimic his. A blank silence greeted Hermione's words. She looked around at all the faces upturned to her, rather disconcerted. Well, I thought it was a good idea, she said uncertainly. I mean, even if Umbridge asked us to turn out our pockets, there's nothing fishy about carrying a galleon, is there? But, well, if you don't want to use them, you could do a protean charm, said Terry Boot. Yes, said Hermione, but that's any. WT standard, that, as he said weakly. Oh, said Hermione, trying to look modest. "Oh, well, yes, I suppose it is. How come you're not in Ravenclaw?" he demanded, staring at Hermione with something close to wonder. "With brains like yours, well, the Sorting Hat did seriously consider putting me in Ravenclaw during my sorting," said Hermione brightly, "but it decided on GRYFF in the end. So does that mean we're using the galleons?" There was a murmur of assent, and everybody moved forward to collect one from the basket. Harry looked sideways at Hermione. "You know what these remind me of?" "No, what's that? The Death Eater scars. Voldemort touches one of them, and all their scars burn, and they know they've got to join him." "Well, yes," said Hermione quietly. "That is where I got the idea, but you'll notice I decided to engrave the date on bits of metal rather than on our members' skin. Yeah, I prefer your way," said Harry, grinning, as he slipped his galleon into his pocket eye. "Suppose the only danger with these is that we might accidentally spin them fat chance," said Ron, who was examining his own fake galleon with a slightly mournful air. "I haven't got any real galleons to confuse it with." As the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, drew near, their meetings were put on hold because Angelina insisted on almost daily practices. The fact that the Quidditch Cup had not been held for so long added considerably to the interest and excitement surrounding the forthcoming game. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were taking a lively interest in the outcome, for they, of course, will be playing both teams over the coming year, and the heads of house of the competing teams, though they attempted to disguise it under a decent pretense of sportsmanship, were determined to see their side's victory. Harry realized how much Professor McGonagall cared about beating Slytherin when she abstained from giving them homework in the week leading up to the match. "I think you've got enough to be getting on with that." The moment she said loftily, nobody could quite believe their ears until she looked directly at Harry and Ron and said grimly, "I've become accustomed to seeing the Quidditch Cup in my study, boys, and I really don't want to have to hand it over to Professor Snape. So use the extra time to practice, won't you?" Snape was no less obviously partisan. He had booked the Quidditch pitch for Slytherin practice so often that the Griff finders had difficulty getting on it to play. He was also turning a deaf ear to the many reports of Slytherin attempts to hex Griffer players in the corridors when Alicia Spinnet turned up in the hospital wing with her eyebrows growing so thick and fast that they obscured her vision and obstructed her mouth. Ape insisted that she must have attempted a hair-thickening charm on herself, and refused to listen to the 14 eyewitnesses who insisted that they had seen the slithering keeper Miles Bletchley hit her from behind with a jinx while she worked in the library. Harry felt optimistic about Griffer chances they had after all. Never lost Malloy's team. Admittedly, Ron was still not performing to its standard, but he was working extremely hard to improve. His greatest weakness was a tendency to lose confidence. When he made a blunder, if he let in one goal, he became flustered and was therefore likely to miss more. On the other hand, Harry had seen Ron make some truly spectacular saves when he was on form. During one memorable practice, he had hung one-handed from his broom and kicked the quaffle so hard away from the goal hoop that it soared the length of the pitch and through the center hoop at the other end. The rest of the team felt this save compared favorably with one made recently by Barry Ryan, the Irish international keeper, against Poland's top chaser Ladislaw Owaji. Even Fred had said that Ron might yet make him and George proud, and that they were seriously considering admitting that he was related to them, something he assured Ron they had been trying to deny for 4 years. The only thing really worrying Harry was how much Ron was allowing the tactics of the Slytherin team to upset him. Before they even got onto the pitch, Harry, of course, had endured their snide comment for more than 4 years. So whispers of, "Hey, Potty, I heard Warrington sworn to knock you off your broom on Saturday," far from chilling his blood, made him laugh. Warrington's aim so pathetic, I'd be more worried. if he was aiming for the person next to me, he retorted, which made Ron and Hermione laugh and wiped the smirk off Pansy Parkinson's face. But Ron had never endured a relentless campaign of insults, jeers, and intimidation when Slytherins, some of them 7th years, and considerably larger than he was, muttered as they passed in the corridors, "Got your bed booked in the hospital wing." Weasley, he did not laugh, but turned a delicate shade of green when Draco Malfoy imitated Ron dropping the quaffle, which he did. Whenever they were within sight of each other, Ron's ears glowed red, and his hands shook so badly that he was likely to drop whatever he was holding at the time. October extinguished itself in a rush of howling winds and driving rain, and November arrived cold as frozen iron with hard frosts. Every morning, an icy draft that bit at exposed hands and faces the skies, and to the ceiling of the great hall, turned a pale, pearly gray. The mountains around Hogwarts became snow-capped, and the temperature in the castle dropped so far that many students wore their thick, protective dragon skin gloves in the corridors between lessons. The morning of the match dawned bright and cold. When Harry awoke, he looked around at Ron's bed and saw him sitting bolt upright, his arms around his knees, staring fixedly into space. "You all right?" said Harry. Ron nodded, but did not speak. Har was reminded forcibly of the time that Ron had accidentally put a slug vomiting charm on himself. He looked just as pale and sweaty as he had done then, not to mention as reluctant to open his mouth. "You just need some breakfast," Harry said bracingly. Come on, the great hall was filling up fast when they arrived to talk louder, and the mood more exuberant than usual. As they passed the Slytherin table, there was an upsurge of noise. Harry looked around and saw that nearly everyone there was wearing, in addition to the usual green and silver scarves and hats, silver badges in the shape of what seemed to be crowns. For some reason, many of them waved at Ron, laughing uproariously. Harry tried to see what was written on the badges as he walked by, but he was too concerned to get Ron past their table quickly to linger long enough to read them. They received a rousing welcome at the Griffer table, where everyone was wearing red and gold, but far from raising Ron's spirits, the cheers seemed to sap the last of his morale. He collapsed onto the nearest bench, looking as though he were facing his final meal. "I must have been mental to do this," he said in a croaky whisper. "Mental, don't be thick," said Harry, firmly passing him a choice of cereals. "You're going to be fine. It's normal to be nervous." "I'm rubbish," coked Ron. "I'm lousy. I can't play to save my life." "What was I thinking?" At a grip, said Harry sternly. "Look at that save you made with your foot the other day." Even Fred and George said it was brilliant. Ron turned a tortured face to Harry. "That was an accident," he whispered miserably. "I didn't mean to do it. I slipped off my broom when none of you were looking, and I was trying to get back on, and I kicked the quaffle by accident." "Well," said Harry, recovering quickly from this unpleasant surprise, "a few more accidents like that, and the game's in the bag, isn't it, Hermione?" And Ginny sat down opposite them, where ING red and gold scarves, gloves, and rosettes. "How are you feeling?" Ginny asked Ron, who was now staring into the DRGS of milk at the bottom of his empty cereal bowl, as though seriously considering attempting to drown himself in them. "He's just nervous," said Harry. "Well, that's a good sign. I never feel you perform as well in exams if you're not a bit nervous," said Hermione heartily. "Hello," said a vague and dreamy voice from behind them. Harry looked up. Luna Lovegood had drifted over from the Ravenclaw table. Many people were staring at her, and a few openly laughing and pointing. She had managed to procure a hat shaped like a life-size lion's head, which was perched precariously on her head. "I'm supporting JRYFF," said Luna, pointing unnecessarily at her hat. "Look what it does." She reached up and tapped the hat with her wand. It opened its mouth wide and gave an extremely realistic roar that made everyone in the vicinity jump. "It's good, isn't it?" said Luna happily. "I wanted to have it chewing up a serpent to represent Slytherin, you know." But there wasn't time anyway. Good luck, Ronald. She drifted away. They had not quite recovered from the shock of Luna's hat before Angelina came hurrying toward them, accompanied by Katie and Alicia, whose eyebrows had mercifully been returned to normal by Madam. "Palm free when you're ready," she said. "We're going to go straight down to the pitch checkout conditions, and change will be there in a bit," Harry assured her. "Ron's just got to have some breakfast." It became clear after 10 minutes, however, that Ron was not capable of eating anything more, and Harry thought it best to get him down to the changing rooms. As they rose from the table, Hermione got up too, and taking Harry's arm, she drew him to one side. "Don't let Ron see." "What's on those Slytherin badges?" she whispered urgently. Harry looked questioningly at her, but she shook her head warningly. Ron had just ambled over to them, looking lost and desperate. "Good luck, Ron," said Hermione, standing on tiptoe and kissing him on the cheek. "And you, Harry." Ron seemed to come to himself slightly as they walked back across the great hall. He touched the spot on his face where Hermione had kissed him, looking puzzled, as though he was not quite sure what had just happened. He seemed too distracted to notice much around him, but Harry cast a curious glance at the crown-shaped badges as they passed the Slytherin table, and this time he made out the words etched onto them. With an unpleasant feeling that this could mean nothing good, he hurried Ron across the entrance hall, down the stone steps, and out into the icy air. The frosty grass crunched under their feet as they hurried down the sloping lawns toward the stadium. There was no wind at all, and the sky was a uniform pearly white, which meant that visibility would be good without the drawback of direct sunlight in the eyes. Harry pointed out these encouraging factors to Ron as they walked, but he was not sure that Ron was listening. Angelina had changed already and was talking to the rest of the team. When they entered, Harry and Ron pulled on their robes. Ron attempted to do his up back to front for several minutes before Alicia took pity on him and went to help, and then sat down to listen to the pre-match talk, while the babble of voices outside grew steadily louder as the crowd came pouring out of the castle toward the pitch. "Okay, I've only just found out the final lineup for Slytherin," said Angelina, consulting a piece of parchment. "Last year's beaters, Derek and Bal, have left now, but it looks as though Monus replaced them with the usual gorillas rather than anyone who can fly particularly well. They too, Bloss called Crabbe, and I don't know much about them." "We do," said Harry and Ron together. "Well, they don't look bright enough to tell one end of A." "Broom from another," said Angelina, pocketing her parchment. "But then I was always surprised Derek and BU managed to find their way onto the pitch without signpost. Crabbe and are in the same mold," Harry assured her. They could hear hundreds of footsteps mounting the banked benches of the spectators' stands now. Some people were singing, though Harry could not make out the words. He was starting to feel nervous, but he knew his butterflies were as nothing to Ron's, who was clutching his stomach and staring straight ahead again, his jaw set and his complexion pale gray. "It's time," said Angelina in a hushed voice, looking at her watch. "Come on, everyone, good luck." The team rose, shouldered their brooms, and marched in single file out of the changing room and into the dazzling sky. A roar of sound greeted them, in which Harry could still hear singing, though it was muffled by the cheers and whistles. The Slytherin team were standing waiting for them. They too were wearing those silver crown-shaped badges anew. Captain Monig was built along the same lines as Dudley, with massive forearms like hairy hams. Behind him lurked Crabbe, and almost as large, blinking, stupidly swinging their new beater bats, Malfoy, stood to one side, the sunlight gleaming on his white blonde head. He caught Harry's eye and smirked, tapping the crown-shaped badge on his chest. "Captain, shake hands. Order the umpire, madam." Hooch, as Angelina and Montague reached each other, Harry could tell that Montague was trying to crush Angelina's fingers, though she did not wince. "Mount your brooms, madam." Hooch placed a whistle in her mouth, and BLW, the balls were released, and the 14 players shot upward out of the corner of his eye. Harry saw Ron streak off toward the goal hoops. He zoomed higher, dodging a bludger, and set off on a wide lap of the pitch, gazing around for a glint of gold on the other side of the stadium. Draco Malfoy was doing exact LY the same, and it's Johnson. Johnson with the quaffle. What a player that girl has I've been saying it for years, but she still won't go out with me, Jordan yelled Professor McGonagall. Just a fun fact, Professor, add a bit of interest. And she's ducked Warrington. She's past Montague. She's ouch been hit from behind by a bludger from Crab. Montague catches the quaffle. Montague heading back up the pitch. And nice bludger there from George Weasley. That's a bludger to the head for Montague. He drops the quaffle, caught by Katie Bell of Griffer Reverse. Passes to Alicia Spinnet and Spinnets. Away Lee Jordan's commentary rang through the stadium, and Harry listened as hard as he could through the wind whistling in his ears, and the D of the crowd all yelling and booing and singing dodges Warrington, avoids a bludger close call. Alicia and the crowd are loving this. Just listen to them. What's that they're singing? And as Lee paused to listen, the song rose loud and clear from the sea of green and silver in the Slytherin section of the stands. Weasley cannot save a thing he cannot block, single ring. That's why Slytherin all sing Weasley. Is our king. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle, and Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. And Alicia passes back to Angelina. Lee shouted, and as Harry swerved his insides, boiling at what he had just heard, he knew Lee was trying to drown out the sound of the singing. "Come on, now, Angelina. Looks like she's got just the keeper to beat." She shoots, and a Bletchley, the Slytherin keeper, had saved the goal. He threw the quaffle to Warrington, who sped off with it, zigzagging in between Alicia and Katie. The singing from below grew louder and louder as he drew nearer and nearer on Weasley. Is our king. Weasley is our king. He always lets the quaffle, and Weasley is our king. Harry could not help himself, abandoning his search for the snitch. He turned his firebolt toward Ron, a lone figure at the far end of the pitch, hovering before the 3 goal hoops, while the massive Warrington pelted toward him, and it's Warrington with the quaffle. Warrington heading for goal. He's out of bludger range with just the keeper ahead. A great swell of song rose from the Slytherin stands below. Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. So it's the first test for new Griffer keeper, Weasley brother of beaters Fred and George, and a promising new talent on the team. Come on, Ron. But the scream of delight came from the Slytherin end. Ron had dived wildly, his arms wide, and the quaffle had soared between them straight through Ron's central hoop slither, and score came Lee's voice amid the cheering and booing from the crowds below. So that's 10. Into Slytherin bad luck on the Slytherin sang. Even louder, Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle eye in, and GRYFF are back in possession. And it's Katie Bell tanking up the pitch cried. Lee valiantly, though the singing was now so deafening that he could hardly make himself heard above. It Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. Harry, what are you doing? Screamed Angelina, soaring past him to keep up with Katie. Get going. Harry realized that he had been stationary and mad for more than a minute, watching the progress of the match without sparing a thought for the whereabouts of the snitch. Horrified, he went into a dive and started circling the pitch again, staring around, trying to ignore the chorus. Now, thundering through the stadium, Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. There was no sign of a snitch anywhere. He looked. Malfoy was still circling the stadium. Just like Harry, they passed midway around the pitch going in opposite directions, and Harry heard Malloy singing loudly. Weasley was born in a bin, and it's Warrington again, Bello Lee, who passes to PCY. PCY, soft P pass, spin it, come on now, Angelina. You can take him, turns out you can't, but nice bludger from Fred Weasley. I mean, George Weasley, oh, who cares, one of them anyway. And Warrington drops the quaffle, and Tybell, here, drops it too, so. That's Monig with the quaffle slithering Captain Monteague. Takes the quaffle, and he's off up the pitch, come on, now. Griffer block him. Harry zoomed around the end of the stadium, behind the Slytherin Go Hoops, willing himself not to look at what was going on at Ron's end. As he sped past the Slytherin keeper, he heard Bletchley singing along with the crowd below. Weasley cannot say the thing, and PUC dodged Alicia again, and he's heading straight for goal. Stop at Ron. Harry did not have to look to see what had happened. There was a terrible groan from the GRYFF. Coupled with fresh screams and applause from the Slytherin. Looking down, Harry saw the pug-faced Pansy Parkinson right at the front of the stand her back to the pitch as she conducted the Slytherin supporters who were roaring. That's why Slytherin all sing Weasley is our king. But 20-0 was nothing. There was still time for Griffer to catch up or catch the snitch a few goals, and they would be in the lead. As usual, Harry assured himself, bobbing and weaving through the other players in pursuit of something shiny that turned out to be Monya's watch strap, but Ron let in 2 more goals. There was an edge of panic in Harry's desire to find the snitch now, if he could just get it soon and finish the game quickly, and Katie Bell of Griffer dodges PCY. Ducks Monteague, nice swerve, Katie, and she throws to Johnson. Angelina Johnson takes the quaffle. She's pasted Warrington. She's heading for goal. Come on now, Angelina. GRYFF scores 4,010, 401 to Slytherin, and Pussy has the quaffle. Harry could hear Lunas. Ludicrous lion hat roaring amidst the Gryffindor cheers, and felt heartened. Only 30 points in it. There was nothing they could pull back easily. Harry ducked a bludger that Crabbe had sent rocketing in his direction and resumed his frantic scouring of the pitch for the snitch, keeping one eye on Malfoy in case he showed signs of having spotted it. But Malloy, like him, was continuing to soar around the stadium, searching fruitlessly. PY throws to Warrington to Monig back to Pusey Johnson. Intervenes Johnson, takes the quaffle. Johnson to Bell. This looks good. I mean, bad Bell's hit by a bludger from Goyle of Slytherin, and it's PCY in possession again. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets a quail, and Weasley will make sure we win. But Harry had seen it at last. The tiny, fluttering golden snitch was hovering feet from the ground at the Slytherin end of the pitch. He dived in a matter of seconds. Malfoy was streaking out of the sky on Harry's left, a green and silver blur lying flat on his broom. The snitch skirted the foot of one of the gold hoops and scooted off toward the other side of the STS. Its change of direction suited Malfoy, who was near Harry, pulled his firebolt around. He and Malfoy were now neck and neck feet from the ground. Harry lifted his right hand from his broom, stretching toward the snitch. To his right, Malfoy's arm extended too, reaching, groping. It was over in 2 breathless, desperate, windswept secondaries. Fingers closed around the tiny, struggling ball. Malfoy's fingernails scrabbled the back of Harry's hand. Hopelessly, Harry pulled his broom upward, holding the struggling ball in his hand, and the GRYFF spectators screamed their approval. They were saved. It did not matter that Ron had let in those goals. Nobody would remember as long as GRYFF had one wham. A bludger hit Harry squarely in the small of the back, and he flew forward off his broom. Luckily, he was only 5 or 6 feet above the ground, having dived so low to catch the snitch, but he was winded. All the same, as he landed flat on his back on the frozen pitch, he heard Madame Hooch's shrill whistle, an uproar in the stands compounded of catcalls, angry yells, and jeering a thud, then Angelina's frantic voice, "Are you all right, course?" "I am," said Harry grimly, taking her hand, and allowing her to pull him to his feet. Madame Hooch was zooming toward one of the Slytherin players above him, though he could not see who it was at this angle. It was that thug. Crabbe, said Angelina angrily. He whacked the bludger at you the moment he saw you'd got the snitch. But we won, Harry, we won, Harry, heard a snort from behind him, and turned around, still holding the snitch tightly in his hand. Draco Malfoy had landed close by, white-faced with fury. He was still managing to sneer. "Saved Weasley's neck, haven't you?" he said to Harry. "I've never seen a worse keeper. But then he was born a bin. Did you like my lyrics, Potter?" Harry did not answer. He turned away too. Meet the rest of the team, who were now landing one by one, yelling and punching the air in triumph, all except Ron, who had dismounted from his broom over by the goalposts and was making his way slowly back to the changing rooms alone. We wanted to write another couple of verses Malloy called as Katie and Alicia hug Harry, but we couldn't find rhymes for fat and ugly. We wanted to sing about his mother Essie, talk about sour grapes, said Angelina, casting Malfoy a disgusted look. We couldn't fit in useless loser, either for his father, Fred and George had realized what Malfoy was talking about halfway through shaking Harry's hand. They stiffened, looking around at Malloy. "Leave it," said Angelina, at once taking Fred by the arm. "Leave it, Fred. Let him yell. He's just sore he lost the jumped up little. But you like the Weasley, don't you, Potter?" said Malloy, sneering. "Spend holidays there and everything, don't you? Can't see how you stand the stink. But I suppose when you've been dragged up by muggles, even the Weasley. Hubel smells." "Okay," Harry grabbed hold of George. Meanwhile, it was taking the combined efforts of Angelina, Alicia, and Katie to stop Fred leaping on Malfoy, who was laughing openly. Harry looked around for Madame Hooch, but she was still berating Crabbe for his illegal bludger attack. Or perhaps, said Malfoy, leering as he backed away, "You can remember what your mother's house stank like, Potter, and Weasley's piggy reminds you of it." Harry was not aware of releasing George. All he knew was that a second later both of them were sprinting at Malfoy. He was unwilling to allow the Griffer Quidditch team to reform. "How you took the case to Dumbledore, who insisted that the team be allowed to play well now. I couldn't have that. I contacted the minister at once, and he quite agreed with me that the High Inquisitor has to have the power to strip pupils of privileges, or she, that is to say, I would have less authority than common teachers. And you see now, don't you, Manura, how right I was in attempting to stop the Griffer team reforming dreadful tempers. Anyway, I was reading out our amendment. Hem. The High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishment, sanctions, and removal of privileges pertaining to the students of Hogwarts, and the power to alter such punishments and removals of privileges as may have been ordered by other staff members. Signed, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic Order of Merlin, First Class, etc., etc. She rolled up the parchment and put it back in her handbag, still smiling. "So I really think I will have to ban these two from playing Quidditch ever again," she said, looking from Harry to George and back again. Harry felt the snitch fluttering madly in his hand. "Ban us," he said, and his voice sounded strangely distant from playing ever again. "Yes, Mr. Potter, I think a lifelong ban ought to do the trick," said Umbridge, her smile widening still further as she watched him struggle to comprehend what she had said. "You and Mr. Weasley here, and I think to be safe. This young man's twin ought to be stopped too if his teammates had not restrained him." I feel sure he would have attacked young Mr. Malloy. As well, I will want their broomsticks confiscated, of course. I shall keep them safely in my office to make sure there is no infringement of my ban. But I am not unreasonable, Professor McGonagall. She continued, turning back to Professor McGonagall, who was now standing as still as though carved from ice, staring at her. The rest of the team can continue. Playing, I saw no signs of violence from any of them. Well, good. Afternoon to you, and with a look of the utmost satisfaction, Umbridge left the room, leaving a horrified silence in her wake. Band, said Angelina in a hollow voice late. That evening in the common room, banded no seeker and no beaters. What on earth are we going to do? It did not feel as though they had won the match at all. Everywhere Harry looked, there were disconsolate and angry faces. The team themselves were slumped around the fire, all apart from Ron, who had not been seen since the end of the match. It's just so unfair, said Alicia numbly. I mean, what about Crabbe and that bludger he hit after the whistle had been blown as she banned him? No, said Ginny miserably. She and Hermione were sitting on either side of Harry. He just got lines. I heard Montague laughing about it at dinner and banning Fred when he didn't even do anything, said Alicia furiously, pooming her knee with her fist. It's not my fault. I didn't, said Fred with a very ugly look on his face. I would have pounded the little scumbag too. A pulp if you three hadn't been holding me back. Harry stared miserably at the dark window. Snow was falling. The snitch he had caught earlier was now zooming around, and around the common room people were watching its progress as though hypnotized, and Crookshanks was leaping from chair to chair, trying to catch it. I'm going to bed, said Angelina, getting slowly to her feet. Maybe this will all turn out to have been a bad dream. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow. And finally haven't played, yet she was. Soon followed by Alicia and Katie. Fred and George sloped off to bed sometime later, glowering at everyone they passed. And Ginny went not long after that. Only Harry and Hermione were left beside the fire. Have you seen Ron? Hermione asked in a low voice. Harry shook his head. I think Hugh avoiding us, said Hermione. Where do you think he? But at that precise moment there was a creaking sound behind them as the fat lady swung forward and Ron came clambering through the portrait hole. He was very pale indeed, and there was snow in his hair. When he saw Harry and Hermione, he stopped dead in his tracks. Where have you been? Said Hermione, anxiously springing up. Walking, Ron mumbled. He was still wearing his Quidditch things. You look frozen, said Hermione. Come and sit down. Ron walked to the fireside and sank into the chair farthest from Harry's, not looking at him. The stolen snitch zoomed over their heads. I'm sorry, Ron mumbled, looking at his feet. What for? Said Harry. For thinking I can play Quidditch, said Ron. I'm going to resign first thing tomorrow if you resign, said Harry testily. There will only be 3 players left on the team, and when Ron looked puzzled, he said, I've been given a lifetime ban. Swat Fred and George what Ron yelled. Hermione told him the full story. Harry could not bear to tell it again. When she had finished, Ron looked more anguished than ever. This is all my fault. You didn't make me punch Malloy, said Harry angrily. If I wasn't so lousy. Quidditch has got nothing to do with that. It was that song that wound me up. It would have wounded anyone up. Hermione got up and walked to the window away from the argument, watching the snow swirling down against the pane. Drop it, will you? Harry burst out. It's bad enough without you blaming yourself for everything. Ron said nothing, but sat gazing miserably at the damp hem of his robes. After a while he said in a dull voice, this is the worst I've ever felt in my life. Join the club, said Harry bitterly. Well, said Hermione, her voice trembling slightly, I can think of one thing that might cheer you both up. Oh, yeah, said Harry skeptically. Yeah, said Hermione, turning away from the pitch-black snow-flecked window, a broad smile spreading across her face. Hagrid's back.